Synopsis. The concept of this fanfic is easy to understand. The MC, Ramon Young, is reborn into a fictional world with a cooking system populated by characters from various cartoon shows, including Family Guy, Rick and Morty, American Dad, and many, many more. His goal: create a successful restaurant empire, a massive harem, and enjoy his new life. Purgatory ARGH, I can't do it. I can't take this shit any longer. Having heard similar words before, I picked up my eyes just in time to watch the man a few spots in front of me turn and jump off of the white marble staircase we stood on. His face was warped into an expression halfway between relief and insanity as tears streamed from his eyes. With a terrified scream, the man plummeted through the air before he was swallowed by the thick layer of clouds that surrounded us at all times. 1,437,939. I muttered the number under my breath as I looked away from where the man had disappeared and focused on spacing out again. I had gotten rather good at it since I had appeared on the staircase some time ago. The exact time was anybody's guess since there was no way of keeping time beyond counting each second, but I had given up on that after reaching 1,000,000 on 5 separate occasions. The reason why there was no way of keeping time was that nothing ever changed. The clouds were all the same, with consistent lighting filtering through from an unseen sun, and the narrow marble staircase was always the same shade at a continuous 45-degree incline. The last memory I had before suddenly appearing in the strange world was falling asleep in my bed, tired after another day-long shift. When I first saw the clouds and the staircase leading up into them, I made the obvious assumption anyone who had heard of Christianity would make: I had died and gone to heaven. The relief I felt at the time was overwhelming, as I imagined dodging the biggest bullet after not being sent to hell and instead going to spend eternity in paradise. However, my initial impression couldn't have been further from the truth, and now I was certain that the bullet had hit me center mass. While it may not have been an eternal pit of hellfire and brimstone, whatever deity rules over the realm had made it to torture its inhabitants. The first thing was that the staircase was extremely narrow, with only enough space to take one step to either side, and without any railing. Your only option was to stand in place or shuffle back and forth, hoping you didn't fall off. But the true torture didn't come from the physical discomfort, but the mental anguish of not knowing. There was no explanation or pamphlet to tell you what was going on, leaving you with only 2 options: stay on the staircase or jump over the side into the soft embrace of the clouds and hope whatever fate awaited you was better than standing around for all eternity while your sanity slowly eroded away. I had debated the decision over and over in my mind, sometimes getting so close to giving up that my entire body went numb. But I had never gone all the way, not because I was scared, but simply because I was too stubborn to give up. I couldn't get the possibility out of my mind that somehow the clouds and the stairs were a test, one that I needed to pass to get the reward I finally deserved. If there really were a heaven, a place of absolute paradise, nothing would stop me from passing through the pearly gates. My life had been painfully boring because I had followed what I believed was the tried and true path, which was to work hard, keep my head down, and focus on realistic goals, not dreams. I did what was boring and safe, getting good grades in school, to go to a decent college that I could afford, to get a job that actually paid well and wouldn't set me up for a life of constantly paying off debts and living paycheck to paycheck. Every step of the way, I had played it safe, bringing everything down to probabilities and making the safest choice possible, or the one with the greatest return on investment. But with that stability came mediocrity, and before I realized it, I had wasted my life away in some accounting firm managing more money than I would ever possess, and could name more companies that I managed the portfolios for than people who I actually cared about. And if there really was a God, I would wait for 1,000,000 years on a stairway to heaven if it meant I could give they a piece of my mind. Next, I blinked and looked up to find that, for the first time in forever, my surroundings had changed. Instead of a staircase, I was standing on a marble platform suspended within the clouds, and a few feet in front of me, sitting behind a desk, was an angel, complete with white wings and a golden halo. Is this real? I muttered, scared to move, afraid that I might break the illusion and find myself back on the stairs. Yes, this is real, and I know you're shocked, but I have other people to see. So if we can keep this brief, that would be great. The angel replied as they opened a drawer on their desk and pulled out a file, which they promptly opened. Can you please confirm your name is Ramon Young? Why, that's me. I answered, still somewhat shell-shocked and trying to put my thoughts together. Well, congratulations, Mr. Young. You have successfully rid yourself of all earthly bonds and can now begin spending eternity in your own personal heaven. For a long moment, I just stared at the angel. All earthly what? They always want an explanation. The angel muttered under their breath with a sigh before resuming. The place you just left was called purgatory. It's the realm where all souls who don't deserve eternal damnation go after they die to prepare their souls for heaven. I slowly digested the angel's words, trying to make sense of it all. But what about the people that jumped off? What happened to them? Oh, their souls are just reincarnated to live out another life on earth. After a couple of 10 or 100 cycles, the soul naturally grows weary and manages to make it through purgatory like you did. The angel explained with a shrug, as if they hadn't just outlined the entire process of the afterlife. All right, so what happens now that I'm no longer in purgatory? I asked, hoping to move the conversation along and keep me from considering the fact that everyone on Earth was recycled like plastic. Now, you get to spend an eternity in your own personal heaven. The angel answered with a cheerful expression as they clapped their hands. The possibilities are quite literally endless. A personal heaven? You mean it isn't just one big cloud world where everyone flies around on white feathery wings? I asked, feeling like I needed to sit down, only for a leather chair to rise up from the marble platform. I stared at the chair for a moment before I simply gave up, trying to come up with an explanation, and took a seat for the first time in years. I sank into the leather with a sigh, closing my eyes for a moment before opening them and meeting the angel's understanding gaze. Sorry about that. Where were we? The concept of a personal heaven. The angel reminded me before resuming where they left off. While there is a common heaven where you can visit and converse with others who have passed along, most souls spend their infinite time within customized worlds that are shaped to fulfill what they think of as a paradise. I can visit other people? I suddenly sat up at the start, latching onto the angel's words like a lifeline. A sad smile crossed their face. Yes, but I'm afraid no one from your last life with whom you had a close connection has managed to break free from the cycle of reincarnation, though it's only a matter of time before they join you in the afterlife. Oh, I replied somewhat disappointedly before shaking the thoughts free from my head. That's fine then. Great, then we can get started on making your personal heaven. The angel cheered. I nodded as excitement replaced my melancholy, eager to see what real paradise looked like. All right then. Is there a questionnaire or something I need to fill out? No, we haven't used those things since the 1st century. We switched to something more modern and far more streamlined. The angel replied before waving their hand over the table, summoning a 12-sided prism constructed out of a pale yellow crystal surrounded by a golden ethereal light that drifted on an invisible breeze like fog or smoke. All you need to do is place your hands on the soul crystal and it will read your soul, creating your perfect paradise. The idea sounded too good to be true, but I guess that was a literal definition of a paradise. Reaching out with both hands, I placed them on the crystal and was immediately filled with a pleasant warmth that sank into my bones. All right, what do I do now? Just think about what makes you happy while the crystal does its work. It should only take a moment. The angel advised, following their directions. I thought about my life and a few moments of happiness that decorated my otherwise drab existence. For a moment, I lost myself in the exercise as, with a level of mental clarity that had always eluded me, I relived my entire life with startling accuracy. And you're all done. The angel's voice broke me out of my memories, and I looked up from the entrancing light of the crystal and found them staring at a thin stone slab, scrolling across it like it was an iPad. Let's see. Seems like your ideal world is mainly a farm restaurant life simulator where you're granted reality augmenting powers through the use of a system. You also heavily sprinkled in components of an NSFW, or a teen dating sim, using characters for various cartoons and TV shows you watch throughout your life. Wait, what? I blinked as the angel read off the tablet. That can't be right. Oh no, it is. And there's no reason to be ashamed. This is far from the worst I've seen, the angel replied, waving aside my words with their hand. Now, while the crystal has a 99.9% accuracy when creating the perfect paradise, do you have any final amendments to fill in that last 0.01? I fell silent for a second as I mulled it over before a random thought crossed my mind. I don't want to be human. The angel blinked, clearly caught off guard by my request. You don't want to be a human? Yeah. Why not switch things up a little? I replied, nodding to myself as the idea started to grow on me. Or maybe give me the ability to switch between a human form and a non-human one. Very well then, what kind of animal or other creature were you thinking about? The angel asked. Oh, I was thinking more along the lines of like fantasy races, elves, dwarves, the classics. I corrected somewhat awkwardly, though the angel seemed to be relieved. That actually makes a great deal more sense. It'll make the necessary changes, so you can choose what race you want when you create your new body. Anything else? I thought for a moment longer before shaking my head. No, that's about everything. Perfect, then I can send you along your way. Have fun in heaven. The angel waved their hand once more, and the soul crystal flared, generating a powerful pull that tore me out of my seat as my body compressed, going from 3 dimensions into a stream of light as I felt the world around me change. Character creation. When the world finally stopped spinning, I found myself floating in an infinite black void, and when I tried to look down at my body, I found only more darkness. What is this place? Don't tell me I just got scammed or something. A flash of light in the darkness answered my question, and I cast my gaze over to see what could only be described as a title card, unfolding in flowing purple cursive. My Life in Cartoon Suburbia. The title was imposed over a top-down view of a suburban town, one that mixed modern with a distinctly nostalgic ambience thanks to the brick-paved sidewalks, old gas-powered streetlights, and the sprinkle of greenery from the trees lining the streets. Once the lettering was completely revealed, a prompt appeared beneath it in smaller text. Click to begin character creation. Wondering how I was supposed to click anything without a body, I tried picturing myself reaching out with a hand and felt a slight tingle through my mind as the title card shifted, transforming into another display. Choose your race. Below the blurb of text was a long list containing what I assumed to be every mythical race ever conceived as it stretched on and on into the infinite void. This is way too many options. Isn't there a filter or something? Would you like to filter results to the most suitable options? Why don't have to ask me twice? I selected yes and watched as the list got significantly shorter, though there were still at least 100 options. Fortunately, I have nothing but time. Reading through each race didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would. Most of them, I wasn't even the slightest bit interested in. I wanted something different, but living as an 8-foot-tall minotaur in a suburban town would be a bit too much. For the races that did interest me, I clicked on them and got a short but detailed blurb of information. Eventually, I narrowed it down to a few options with one clear favor among them all. I guess this is why they have us sit around in purgatory. If I had any shame or hang-ups remaining, there's no way I would have ever chosen this before. Race. Primordial incubus, while normal incubi are known for their deviant proclivities, which include draining the life of their victims through sexual acts. Their primordial cousins possess a far more powerful form of magic. Instead of constantly draining and searching for another target to seduce, primordial incubi form covens, a collection of eternally loyal thralls that willingly serve their demonic lord, providing a continuous source of tantric energy, allowing the incubus to grow incredibly powerful. However, despite this important distinction, primordial incubi still possess an unparalleled and perpetual sex drive, causing close physical union to be a natural requirement rather than a passing want. Fortunately, the demonic offspring are highly skilled at influence and physical acts thanks to their innate magic, which they wield very effectively. This magic grows in power alongside the age, size, and bond of the incubus coven, meaning that many primordial incubi are excellent providers and protectors, caring for their thralls with genuine displays of affection and love. With this reputation, some women even actively search to join the coven of primordial incubi, as not only do they gain a perfect lover and partner, but the magic of the coven also increases the natural beauty of the thrall and grants them eternal youth. Those who are successfully converted into thralls will gain the seal of their incubi on their body, marking them for all eternity, and begin searching for other potential candidates to expand their lord's coven. Would you like to select this race? Why, and if I'm going to be living in a dating sim, why not give myself a head start? I thought shamelessly before selecting yes, and once more, the display in front of me changed as a new text screen popped up. Edit appearance human form. Underneath the words was a blank 3D human model that looked more like a mannequin than an actually living being. But next to the model were a series of slides, each with a different label, such as eye color, nose, lips, and more. There was even a scroll bar on the very side. And with a thought, I went down the list and realized that every single feature a person could possess had a customizable slider. This is insane, I muttered in my mind, but regardless, I started to mess around with the sliders. Before long, I found myself fully entranced in the process as I sculpted my character, down to the individual hairs on my body. At first, my adjustments started off modest, as without thinking, I recreated the face and body I had in my last life. But then I realized it would be a waste of a paradise if I didn't make the most handsome version of myself. Going back to the beginning, I immediately increased my height to a staggering 6'5", and then went over to the physique tab and messed around with the fat to muscle ratio until I had the broad shoulders, chest of an Olympic swimmer, the developed lower half of a lifelong cyclist, and the core of an underwear model with a sculpted 8-pack, a defined V-cut, and mouth-watering obliques. From there, I moved on to my face, giving myself full lips, a slender nose, a cutting jawline, high cheekbones, and as little facial fat as possible without looking like a skeleton. Next was my hair, which I kept almost the same, short and black, but styled in a messy wolf cut to give myself a rugged air. I also changed the color of my eyes to a dark blue, the same color as the open ocean. The final change I made was to my overall build, which I had always felt was rather unremarkable in my previous life. So I decided to change things up, and while there seemed to be no limit, I kept my proportions somewhat tame, though I would have to be careful about wearing tight pants, and I figured I would make a strong impression no matter where I went. Taking in my human form, I nodded, fully satisfied with my appearance, before clicking a tab at the bottom and causing the display to switch. Edit appearance demon form instead of a blank canvas for me to paint over. The model that appeared before me was a heavily modified version of my human form. The most obvious change was that I had grown several inches, putting me at 7 feet tall at the very least. My skin was now an ashen gray, and faint tattoo-like birthmarks covered my shoulders, chest, and ribs. I also had a leathery whip-like tail extending from my back that ended in an arrow-shaped point. And from the knee down, my legs transformed into a pair of dark, furry goat hooves. Other than that, the changes were mostly cosmetic. My hair was longer, growing out into a full mane from which 2 obsidian horns rose up near the edge of my forehead. My ears were also pointed like an elf's, and instead of blue, my eyes were a dark purple. Are you satisfied with your appearance? I selected yes, and as my selection confirmed, the void around me transitioned from night to day as one final title card appeared in front of me. Welcome, Ramon Young, to Toontown. As the world became almost painfully bright, I felt a force pull in my consciousness, leaving me with just enough time for one last thought. Toontown. That's the name of my paradise. Really? A blaring alarm made me lurch upright in bed, and I looked around in a slight panic as I didn't recognize my surroundings. Then everything clicked into place, and I let out a sigh of relief before a large grin crossed my face. Throwing off my bare sheet, I stood up and looked around the hardly furnished studio apartment before finding the door to the bathroom and barging inside. looking into the mirror hung above the sink. I found myself staring into a pair of dreamy dark blue eyes. My dark blue eyes. I smiled at my new reflection, looking good and feeling even better. Ahem. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt your moment or anything, but I'd like to go back to sleep as soon as possible. My heart pounded against my chest, and I whirled around as a voice echoed out behind me, only to find nothing but empty space. What the fuck? Don't worry, you're not going insane, even though there's technically a voice inside your head. But don't worry, this is probably the only time you hear me talk this much in a while. I'm just here to give you the rundown, so you can get started on your adventure. The rundown on what? And just who the hell are you? I asked slowly, backing out of the bathroom. Fortunately, those two questions have the same answer. I'm your system, and I'm here to give you the rundown on, well, myself. Here, why don't you take a look? The rundown. Before I could ask any follow-up questions, my vision was filled with a holographic screen that flashed into existence in front of me, and all my inquiries stopped as I started to read over the presented information. Paradise System Status. Name, Ramon Young. Race, Primordial Incubus. Age, 26. Eternal Youth Clock. Day 1. Traits, None. Sim Life. Level, 1010 DP. Money, 5,000. Maintenance, 0. Properties, Abandoned Grill House. Perks, 0 PP. None. Skills, 0 SP. Cooking Eye, 0 1. Dating Life. Life Stage, Imp Coven Tier. I Lust Meter, 0 110. Daily Tantric Reserves, 5 hexes, 0 HP. Charm Eye, 0 1. Thralls, 0 5. None. Quests. Status, None. Sim Life, None. Dating Life, None. Please tell me, what the hell am I looking at? I muttered as my eyes scanned over the organized and categorized holographic character sheet. This is your Paradise System. It displays all the vital information you need to make the most of your eternal afterlife. And you're what? The system's AI voice assistant? I asked as I tried to touch the screen, only for my finger to go straight through it. Precisely. Also, the system only responds to mental commands, as it only exists within your mind, meaning no one else can see either. Now, would you like me to give you the rundown of how everything works? I don't know why I would say no. I replied as I sat back down on the edge of my bed, preparing myself for what was sure to be a lengthy explanation. Very well, let's start broad and then work our way in. First, you can see that the system is split into 4 main categories, which are status, sim life, dating life, and quests. Status is most straightforward and the least likely to change. The only real thing you need to keep track of in this section is your traits. Traits are powerful modifiers that grant permanent boons to your person. They can be unlocked by completing certain hidden achievements that only reveal themselves after you stumble upon their criteria. Alright, so I should just try a bunch of random shit? I asked, trying to clarify what exactly qualified as criteria. I suggest focusing on activities you actually enjoy and or wish to excel at. Most often you'll find a trait worth unlocking. Now moving on to the sim life category. This is the one that will change the most and that you'll need to keep the closest eye on. Your overarching goal is to increase your level by earning development points, or DP for short. They'll go over how you can earn them at the end, along with most other specialty points that you can redeem. The next subcategory on the list is simple enough. I doubt I even need to explain it, but I will. Money is where all your monetary funds will go, both digital and hard cash. You can withdraw or deposit funds at will, so no need to worry about forgetting your wallet or getting robbed. And you'll always want to keep some funds in the system because at the end of every month, the total amount under your maintenance tab will be deducted from your money tab. If you don't have enough, not only will all your funds be taken, but you incur a debt that grows over time. Wait a minute. So you're saying that even in my perfect world, I still have to worry about taxes and interest rates? I protested with a rueful shake of my head. My understanding is that without some level of challenge, things become pretty boring after a while. But back to the topic at hand. Any property you buy or rent will add to your maintenance tab, so you need to think carefully when considering buying or upgrading in the future. And to make sure you're getting the most out of your properties, invest in the right perks, which are essentially reflavored traits. However, they're not as powerful to start with and need to be upgraded with perk points or PP, which are also used by the perks to begin with. You can find a full list by selecting the plus icon, though some of them are rather expensive, and I imagine you won't be buying them for quite some time. You can also figure out what a specific perk does by selecting it, and the same goes for both skills and hexes. Speaking of skills, unlike perks, they're designed to be universally accessible as they all start at the same base cost of 1 skill point, which is great because there are practically an infinite number of skills, as every action or activity you can think of has a corresponding skill, with each level being the equivalent of 1 year of consistent professional training. So I buy the skill and instantly learn all the related information. I repeated before nodding with a smile. I like the sound of that. Well, you're going to like this last part even more, you perv, because now we're on to the dating life section of the rundown. I took the liberty of syncing this part of the system with your race, so you're welcome for that. As you can see, as far as primordial incubi go, you're rather weak being at the youngest life stage. So if you want to mature, your main priority will be upgrading your coven, which will be accomplished by first creating the maximum number of thralls for your current tier in addition to some secondary objectives. You'll also want as many thralls as possible for 2 other reasons, the first of which is your lust meter. The higher it gets, the more discomfort and pain you'll feel until eventually you'll hardly be able to control yourself and go on a sexually frustrated rampage. To keep it down, you'll need someone to assist you in channeling your energy efficiently, and the amount you receive will vary depending on the task and that person's aptitude. The second reason you want as many thralls as possible is that each thrall you possess grants you 1 point of tantric energy every day. You can use these tantra points to cast your hexes, which can help you in everyday life like charm. Click on it now to see what it does. Following directions, I clicked on the hex and watched as a small pop-up window appeared. Hex, charm level 1 cost, 1 TP per cast duration, 24 hours effect. While looking into the eyes of the person you want to charm, cast this hex to increase the rate at which your bond level increases with the charm individual and make them suggestible. Bond level? I repeated questioningly. That's part of the dating sim minigame, which I can't comment on until you naturally come across it, but I imagine it won't take long. Now on to the very last part of the system, the quest tab. Quests are your main source of progression, as completing them will give you all the various kinds of points you need to grow stronger, but also so much more. The main way to unlock them is by simply living your life. They'll naturally generate depending on what scenario you find yourself in and reward you for accomplishing their objectives. Sounds straightforward enough, I muttered as I closed out of the system window, leaving my vision blissfully clear. All right, what's next on the agenda? What's next is that I give you your first quest and then go back to sleep. Ciao! Before I could reply, another, thankfully a smaller window appeared in the corner of my vision, and I didn't so much as read it as have all the necessary information downloaded into my brain. SimQuest. Grill Master I Objective. Prepare abandoned grill house for opening. 1. Clean restaurant, exterior, interior, and kitchen 032. Buy 5 small wooden tables from the property manual 053. Buy 4 flax leather booth from the property manual 044. Create a menu with at least 10 food items 0105. Hire 1 waitstaff 01 rewards 1. 2 skill points 2. 2 development points 3. 1 perk points info. You've just woken up in your new reality, a paradise world where you can finally fulfill all your inner aspirations and achieve true happiness. However, it seems that not even the dead can rest. As the story goes, you've just moved into town after buying an abandoned restaurant with hopes of bringing it back to life and starting the beginning of your culinary empire. As I read over the quest details, I realized that I was becoming more and more excited for what the future had in store for me. By the end of the quest screen, I couldn't remember the last time I'd looked forward to something. Maybe the soul crystal was on to something after all. The grill house with a purpose in my stride, I rushed to get ready. Fortunately, my bare-bones apartment had almost everything I needed, which included clothes that fit my new body and basic toiletries. However, I made the unfortunate discovery that there wasn't any food in my fridge or cabinets. Guess I'm going hungry for the day. Making my way to the door, I threw it open and found myself standing outside on a metal staircase leading to the alley below. Walking down the stairs, I looked up and down the alley situated behind an old brick building that was sitting on a corner based on how it was positioned and how the alley wrapped around the back. Going to the right, I walked around until I reached the brick-laid sidewalk and then the front of the building. Well, at least I don't have to commute anymore. It turned out that my apartment was directly atop the grill house, which was definitely abandoned, judging by the thick layer of dust over the windows. The trash piled up on the doorstep, and the weeds creeping up around the foundations. Wonder what the inside looks like. I grabbed the front door handle, expecting it to be locked, only to hear a loud click as the deadbolt slid open, allowing me to open the door, chalking the anomaly up to weird heaven magic. I stepped inside. With the dirty windows, barely any sunlight made it inside, but already I could see the piles of trash that lay forgotten in dark corners and the layer of grime caked onto every floor tile. Making my way cautiously into the back, I eventually found a group of light switches on the wall, next to a pair of swinging metal doors leading into the kitchen. Flicking each switch on, the lights on the overhead fixtures flicked to life and were also covered in a thick layer of dust. But they generated enough light to let me see the full extent of what I was dealing with. This alone is going to take me all day. I lamented with a sigh before steeling my nerves and pushing aside the doors to enter the kitchen. Surprisingly, the first thing I noticed wasn't how dirty the kitchen was, but its layout. The entire space was centered around a massive brick fire pit that acted as the main cook surface with a large 7-foot by 5-foot cast iron grill. And attached to either side of the grill were 2 large slate slabs at the perfect height to act as workstations. There's also a heavy-looking drying rack suspended above the grill by 4 equally heavy-looking chains. Well, I guess it isn't called a grill house for nothing. Besides its namesake, the kitchen looked pretty standard with stainless steel counters and storage racks that were unfortunately stocked with spices that I had imagined had long gone stale and bags of flour and rice that would attract all sorts of pests. Walking into the kitchen, I strayed near the grill and just so happened to graze my finger across the brick and mortar. A tingle shot up my arm, making me reflexively pull my hand away, but before I could look back and see what had shocked me, there was a flash of golden light. And I looked over just in time to see a leather-bound scroll appear out of thin air above the grill. What the? Before I could even finish the thought, the scroll turned into a beam of light that shot forward and slammed into my chest, making me stumble back out of shock, even though the scroll had no physical force behind it. You have claimed the property deed for abandoned grill house. You can now access the property management page at your convenience. Property, abandoned grill house type. Commercial restaurant Tier 1. Upgrade cost $35,000 maintenance. 2,500 max capacity. 0 employees wait staff. 0 2 none kitchen staff. 0 1 none furniture. None appliances. Hearthstone grill. 5 to cooking speed. 10 quality of all grilled recipes. Menu none recipes. None order ingredients. 0 why in would you like to enter chef mode? Why in what the hell am I looking at? This is a property manual, which allows you to view all the information you need for the related property. For your restaurant, this is where you can also buy upgrades such as furniture like seats and tables. To increase your max capacity and decor, which will make your rating rise faster, which you need to attract high-paying customers. There are also appliances that, beyond actually requiring them to cook certain recipes, can provide passive bonuses to help your kitchen run smoothly, especially when you start hiring other cooks, which you can manage under the Employees tab. Okay, that all seems straightforward, and the menu and recipe tabs are self-explanatory. But what about the last 2 options? Order ingredients will allow you to instantly buy all the produce and food items you need to create any dish you want. Though I suggest you use chef mode first, which will send your consciousness to another realm where you can experiment with any possible combination of ingredients for free, so you don't have to waste your money. Also, while you're in this mode, time in the real world is frozen, so you don't have to rush through the creative process. Well, that certainly makes things a lot easier, I thought as I dismissed the window, though I should probably clean up before buying anything or trying to make an entire menu. Resuming my search for cleaning supplies, I eventually found a small closet shoved in the very back of the kitchen that was surprisingly well stocked with rags, mops, brooms, buckets, and every kind of surface cleaner one could think of. Arming myself with a roll of trash bags, a broom, and a dustpan, I decided to work from the outside in. Propping open the front door, I pulled on a pair of gloves and started bagging the larger pieces of trash that had accumulated over the years. Random pieces of scrap metal and wood, plastic bags, and broken glass for bottles and random window panes. It's like people turned this place into the town dump. When I finally managed to clear the entrance, I had filled nearly 10 industrial trash bags, but despite the physical effort and the blistering summer sun, I had barely worked up a sweat or felt the slightest bit of fatigue. Can I even sweat anymore? Now that I'm not human, I wondered as I hauled the last of the bags into the garbage bin in the back of the restaurant. Dusting off my hands, I pulled up the quest prompt with a thought and checked my progress. Sim quest, Grill Master I objective. Prepare abandoned grill house for opening. 1. Clean restaurant. Exterior, interior, and kitchen 132. Buy 5 small wooden tables from the Property Manual 053. Buy 4 flax leather booth from the Property Manual 044. Create a menu with at least 10 food items 0105. Hire 1 waitstaff 01 rewards 1. 2 skill points 2. 2 development points 3. 1 perk points 1 down, 2 more to go. In the beginning, cleaning the interior was identical to the exterior as I filled trash bag after trash bag with broken pieces of furniture, old rusted utensils, and broken plates. But once I could actually see the floor, I realized that my work wasn't anywhere near done. A thick, caked-on layer of grime covered every square inch and even the gaps between tiles. My first thought was to grab a mop and bucket of hot water, but with the amount of leverage I needed to break up the residue, I would have been there all day. So I changed up my tactics, switching out the mop for a stiff-haired broom and adding soap to the bucket of water. The change was noticeable right away as my first stroke with the broom pushed away a wave of dirty suds to reveal clean black and white tiles beneath. I couldn't even tell that the tiles were 2 different colors. Cleaning the floor was a multi-step process, as first I had to switch between breaking up the layer of filth with the broom and mopping up the dirty water, before going back over the entire room with another round of water and soap to make sure everything was actually clean. Leaving the floor to air dry, I busied myself with the windows, dusting them off before wiping them down, finally letting some natural light into the restaurant. I did the same to the old light fixtures, and by then the floor was completely dry, letting me sweep up the last bits of dust and dirt. Clean restaurant, exterior, interior, and kitchen 2-3 if the trend was anything to go by. The kitchen was going to be hardest to clean up, and a closer inspection of its overall cleanliness proved that my assumption was correct. Not only did I have to get rid of the rotten and expired food cluttering up the shelves and refrigerator, but the floor needed to be scrubbed down along with the workstations. The grill was also in desperate need of some TLC, with bits of charred food clinging to the cast iron cooktop and a small mountain of ash and charcoal from all the previous fires sitting within the hearth. Strangely, I wasn't exhausted or frustrated imagining the mind-numbing menial labor awaiting me. While I was no stranger to work, I had never felt so fulfilled from seeing the fruits of my labor. I guess this really is my paradise. Using my tried-and-true method, I cleared out the bulky items first, throwing them out back, before cleaning out the hearth, which took a while as the fine ash particles would go flying everywhere if I moved too quickly. Once those 2 tasks were done, I set about scrubbing down the entire kitchen, working my way quite literally from top to bottom, starting with the hood vents clogged with oil and grease from years of food service. From there, I moved to the shelves, then the prep stations and grill, before finishing with the floor. And when I scrubbed up the last bit of dirt from the tiles, a small notification flashed across my eyes. You have completed the following objectives. 1. Clean restaurant, exterior, interior, and kitchen 3. The notification was then followed by an intense wave of euphoria that rushed through my body like I had just injected pure dopamine and serotonin directly into my veins. The high came on strong and fast. But instead of crashing, a smooth, energizing buzz cleared my mind, vanishing any mental fatigue that had been building up from the otherwise slow task. Wow, I could get used to that. Let M cook, eager to finish my quest and hopefully get another hit of the energizing buzz. I opened up the property manual and scrolled all the way down until I found the furniture section, which remained empty. I then clicked on the plus icon, expecting to open a catalog of items I could buy, but instead, my entire point of view warped as it was ripped out of my body and suspended in the very center of the kitchen. Okay, this is weird. Despite the disorienting change, I managed to keep my calm and instead try to figure out the purpose of the shift. It didn't take me long to discover that I could freely move by directing my movements with just a thought. I also realized that by focusing on a specific item or part of the room, I could bring up the catalog I had been hoping for. It seemed like I could customize anything I wanted, ranging from the floor to the ceiling, the walls, and everything in between. However, I could tell I wasn't meant to be giving the grill house a full makeover just yet, as the prices quickly rose above the $5,000 nest egg I started with. Fortunately, I wasn't interested in customizing the kitchen, so I moved my disembodied consciousness into the dining space. The floor area was relatively small, maybe 20 feet by 15 feet at most, meaning I couldn't get too creative when arranging seats. Bringing up the furniture catalog with a thought, I pictured the pieces I wanted and grinned when the catalog shrank down to only two options. Furniture, small wooden dining table cost, $250 maintenance, 75 slots, 05 effects. 2 capacity furniture, faux leather booth cost, $550 maintenance, 150 slots, 04 effects. For capacity with some quick mental math, I calculated the total cost and realized that just to buy 5 tables and 2 booths, it would run me about $3,450 and add roughly $975 to my maintenance. That only leaves me with $1,550 plus the $2,000 from the quest. But I'll probably be spending most of that on ingredients after I make the menu, though it's not like I have much of a choice. Shopping cart, small wooden dining table X5 faux leather booth X4 cost, $3,450 finalized purchase. YN I selected yes, ignoring the very real pain of leaving so little in my wallet, but busy myself with placing my new furniture. A task that was made infinitely easy by the fact that I could drag and drop the tables and booths like props in a video game. Like I had predicted, with the restaurant's limited floor space, my arrangement was rather straightforward, putting the booths against the walls. 2 to each side, with tables placed in the middle in a pyramid formation. Satisfied for now, I exited what I dubbed decoration mode, and my consciousness snapped back into place as I shook my head and blinked my eyes. Well, that was different. You have completed the following objectives. 1. Buy 5 small wooden table from the property manual 552. Buy 4 faux leather booth from the property manual 44. With the notification came another buzz, focusing my mind to a razor's edge. All right, time to see what this chef mode is all about. Once more, my consciousness was sent flying, but instead of being pulled out, I felt like I was falling down further and further, picking up speed until my surroundings turned into a blur. Then everything came to a screeching stop, and I found myself standing on a cloud that stretched for as far as I could see. For a moment, I thought I had been sent back to heaven. But then an entire kitchen rose up from cloud, stainless steel countertops, massive bulk fridges, shelves displaying more kitchen appliances than I could ever name, and endless rows of crates filled with produce, burlap sacks overflowing with grains, and spice racks carrying thousands of dollars worth of exotic flavors. The sheer volume of possibilities left me stunned for a moment. How am I supposed to find anything in everything? Going out on a limb, I imagined a nice flank steak and was only mildly surprised when the vacuum-sealed 5-pack appeared on the countertop in front of me. Ingredient: flank steak cost, 50 count, 5 category, protein quality, normal effects, none. Swiping away the notification, I stared at the pack of steaks, wondering how the hell I was supposed to cook the pieces of meat when all of a sudden a slew of information flooded my mind. In an instant, I knew the rough cook times for each level of doneness, the importance of letting the meat rest after cutting, and what side dishes would complement the steak. Thinking of only one possibility, I opened my status page and scrolled down until I reached my skills and clicked on the only one I had. What did the system say again? 1 level is equal to 1 year of professional training. Skill: cooking eye upgrade cost, 0-1 effects. 5 to the final quality of all recipes, 10 to cooking speed, final quality of recipes. What does quality even mean in this context? Figuring that there was only one way to answer my questions, I got to cooking. With a thought, I summoned the rest of the ingredients I needed for the dish I was forming in my mind's eye. Ingredient: bag of potatoes cost, 20 count, 10 category, starch quality, normal effects. None ingredient: bundle of asparagus cost, 12 count, 6 category, vegetable quality, normal effects, none ingredient. Parcel of butter cost, 15 count, 3 category, dairy quality, normal effects. None. With my ingredients ready, I conjured a wooden cutting board, a peeler, and a chef's knife with a thought before prepping the vegetables. First, I cut the woody ends off 6 of the asparagus before laying the stalks flat on a baking sheet, drizzling them with a fine layer of olive oil, and seasoning them with a sprinkle of salt and pepper. Fortunately, the oil, salt, and pepper didn't seem to be counted as ingredients, meaning I didn't have to pay for them. Letting the asparagus sit, I moved on to the potatoes, quickly peeling 3 of the spuds before roughly chopping them into pieces and throwing them in a pot filled with salted water that I boiled instantly with a thought. As the potatoes simmered, I moved on to the main star of the dish, the steak. Picking out one of the flank cuts from the package, I placed it directly on a summoned replica of the grill house fire pit, already lit with a roaring fire that licked at the grill. When I flipped the steak over, revealing grill marks, the potatoes had fully cooked, becoming fork tender. Draining the water from the pot, I added a stick of butter and a generous pinch of salt before mixing everything together, making simple but delicious and creamy mashed potatoes. Putting a lid on the potatoes to keep them warm, I quickly took the steak off the grill and set it aside on the cutting board to rest as I finished the last component of the dish. Throwing the asparagus on the grill, it only took a few minutes for them to cook through and get a decent char on either side of the stalks. With all the parts ready, I assembled the dish on a plate and was met with a slew of notifications. New recipe discovered. Grilled flank steak base price, 25 quality, final price, 29 ingredients. Flank steak X1 new recipe discovered. Grilled asparagus base price, 8 quality, final price, 9 ingredients. Asparagus X4 new recipe discovered. Mashed potatoes base price, 11 quality, final price, 12 ingredients. Potatoes X3 butter X1 you have created a dish. Grilled steak with asparagus and mashed potatoes base price, 52 quality, final price, 58 components. Mashed potatoes, grilled asparagus. Grilled flank steak. Looking over the screens, I found myself staring at the information listed, trying to figure out how the system was calculating the quality and price of the food and what separated a dish from a recipe. For a moment, I was completely lost. But then when I looked back at the price of ingredients, everything clicked into place. The base price of recipes is determined by the flat cost of ingredients, which I can calculate by finding the unit price. So a bag of potatoes being 20 means that each spud is $2. So for 3 potatoes, that's $6 total. Add $5 for the butter, and you have your base price of 11, breaking even. But then there's the final price, what the food will actually sell for when put on the menu, which is determined by the quality of the recipe. From what I can tell, a filled-in star adds 10 of the base cost to the final price, and while an empty star adds 5, both of which are rounded to the nearest dollar. That math checks out because the only modifications to quality are my cooking skill and the grill. And since I obviously didn't grill the mashed potatoes, they only receive the 5 from my cooking skill. As for the dish, it seems to follow a similar formula, but instead of ingredients determining the base price, it's the final cost of all the recipes that make up the whole. And the quality bonus is most likely a rounded average from the recipes as well. Closing my eyes for a second, I let out a long exhale as I processed all the information presented to me. There really is no room for error with profit margins this thin, but I can see how I'm supposed to progress. Only to save up for appliances like the grill to increase the quality of my food. There are also probably a handful of skills I can find and upgrade that would help as well. But those are long-term investments. Opening my eyes again, there was a fire burning within them as I stood at the foot of a metaphorical mountain. In the short term, all I gotta do is keep cooking. Who could have seen that coming? I didn't know how much time had passed when I finally stepped back from the grill. Though it could have been much longer if I hadn't realized that some recipes counted as valid food items to put on the menu, effectively serving as sides or appetizers while dishes were entrees. So after creating 3 more dishes, I had discovered enough recipes to meet the 10-item quota for the menu. Pulling up the slew of notifications I had pushed to the side during my cooking fugue, I gave them a once-over. New recipe discovered. Grilled salmon base price. 18 quality. Final price. 21 ingredients. Salmon x1 lemon x1 new recipe discovered. Charred broccolini base price. 3 quality. Final price. 4 ingredients. Broccolini x 3 new recipe discovered. Frites base price. 4 quality. Final price for ingredients. Potatoes x2 new recipe discovered. Caesar salad base price. 10 quality. Final price. 11 ingredients. Head of lettuce, Caesar dressing, croutons. You have created a dish. Steak frites base price. 33 quality. Final price. 36 components. Grilled flank steak. Frites. You have created a dish. Grilled salmon with charred broccolini base price. 22 quality. Final price. 25 components. Grilled salmon. Charred broccolini. Tallying up all the dishes and recipes I had made, I let out a celebratory sigh as I realized I had exactly 10 menu items. God, this was more challenging than I thought it would be. But damn if it isn't cathartic to be done with all of this. Having accomplished everything I set out to do, I left chef mode and, after a brief transition, was back in my body, standing in the middle of the kitchen. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I was happy to see that no time had passed during my cooking spree in chef mode. Now all I gotta do is... I thought happily as I opened the property management screen and eagerly added all my newly learned recipes and dishes to the menu. And after all the additions were registered, a new notification flashed across my screen. You have completed the following objectives. 1. Create a menu with at least 10 food items. 10. An audible sigh escaped my lips as my tired mind received a soothing buzz, honing it to a razor's edge once more. Unfortunately, however, there wasn't a task that I hyper-focused on, seeing as the last objective wasn't something that I could actively accomplish. Objective: hire 1 waitstaff 01. Maybe I should put up a sign in the window or post an ad online. As I muttered to myself, I went around and started to turn off all the lights in the restaurant, even if I wasn't physically or mentally exhausted. It was getting late with the sky already beginning to turn shade of orange. I should also explore the town tomorrow, figure out where everything is, and maybe do a little advertising for the grill house. After turning off the last set of lights, I was ready to leave, making my way to the front and pushing the door open. Or at least I tried, only for the door to hit something with a very audible thud, something that also let out a startled grunt of pain. Oh wow. Shit, I cursed, realizing I had probably just concussed some poor innocent passerby on their way home after a long day. Slowly opening the door, I stepped out onto the sidewalk, an apology on the tip of my tongue when I laid eyes on the person I had just accidentally assaulted. Damn, proper words failed me as my eyes roamed over my victim. Even having fallen flat on her ass, I could tell that her figure would make anyone's mouth water in an instant. But as I managed to pull my eyes up towards her face, I found myself struggling once more with my eyes spotting full lips, a rounded face, a pointed nose, a smooth complexion, and a pair of brown, innocent, doe-like eyes sat behind a set of circular glasses. Drinking in her beauty, an odd desire blossomed inside of me. The urge to lay claim to the woman in front of me, to charm her soul and mind into my possession for all of time. For the moment, the feeling was rather subtle, but I could imagine it growing over time. Is this because of my race change? Will I feel this way whenever I look at a woman I find attractive? Are you okay, miss? I managed to find my voice after a second as I walked over and offered my hand. Why, yeah, I was more surprised than her. As the girl picked up her head and looked up at me, she froze, her words trailing off and her eyes growing wide. For a moment, I wondered just how hard I had hit her with the door before remembering that I had turned myself into a certified heartthrob. Feeling a surge of confidence, I let a smile spread across my face. Are you sure you're all right? The girl blinked before shaking her head as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Why, yes, I am. Really, I just spaced out for a moment. She then took my offered hand, and I helped her off of the ground. Again, I apologize for hitting you. Guess I was in a bit of a rush to close up shop. You really don't have to. I probably should have been paying more attention instead of getting lost in my thoughts, she replied before stepping back and letting go of my hand. And my name is Megan, but everyone calls me Meg. As she stepped back, I let my eyes do a quick once-over and confirm my earlier suspicions. Megan had a figure that I would call perfect, with curves in all the right places, including her full chest, wide hips, thick thighs, and an ass that would make a Kardashian jealous. Though, judging by her clothing, Megan was doing her best to hide her body, dressed in only a plain pink t-shirt, a pair of jeans, though both pieces weren't doing all that great a job given her proportions. Well, Megan, it's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Ramon. Can I call you Megan? I introduced myself before extending my hand, which Megan quickly shook with a nod. However, the moment our palms met, I felt a soft tingle shoot up my arm, and a notification popped up in the corner of my vision. Thrall candidate detected, generating profile, Megan Griffin status, affection, 0-100 lust, 0-100 bond, stranger's rank, F-bio, personality, unknown kinks, unknown pact. None. It's very nice to meet you, Ramon. Megan replied with a shy smile as she reached up and brushed back a strand of her short brown hair behind her ear. Are you new to town? I don't think I've seen you around before. Very new, actually. I just moved in today, I replied before pointing behind me at the grill house. Bought this place and spent the whole day trying to fix it up and get it ready for opening. Whoa, you bought Smitty's? Megan asked in wonder as she looked over the old brick building. This place has been closed since I was like 5. I almost didn't recognize it without all the trash and inches of dust. You did all of this by yourself? I nodded with a proud grin. Yeah, that, in addition to making a whole menu and buying furniture for the place. All I'm missing is someone like one person who can take orders and bus tables. I watched as Megan paused and nervously bit her bottom lip. Why, I don't have any experience, but I was thinking about getting a summer job. You don't think? I think you would be perfect for the job. I interrupted. When can you start? Megan blinked clearly, not expecting me to accept. I could start tomorrow if that's all right with you. That's perfect, and if it's not too much, can you come around 3? That way I have an hour before opening to give you the full rundown of the place and answer any questions you might have about the menu and her service. A broad, excited smile spread across Megan's face. 3 o'clock got it. All right, you get home safe now. I'm going to be counting on you tomorrow, I replied as a farewell. All right, I won't let you down. And thank you for the job. Megan stammered and blushed before quickly turning around and walking away at an accelerated pace. Watching her go, my eyes couldn't help but dip down. Yeah, this is heaven, all right. Megan's POV as I walked away. I fought the urge to look back over my shoulder, because if I did and found his dark blue eyes staring at me, I was pretty sure my heart would explode. What the hell was any of that? Playing the interaction over and over again in my mind felt unreal, and I couldn't help but wonder if any of it had actually happened. From beginning to end, the entire scenario felt like a scene out of a cheesy Hallmark romance movie. But none of the male co-stars in those films had come anywhere close to the stupidly handsome man that had literally knocked me off my feet. I felt my throat tighten as I remembered having to crane my head back to stare up into his dark blue eyes and his face that belonged on the front cover of Fashion magazine, attached to a body that had no place, just strutting around the public. But the worst part of it all was the way his eyes had roamed over my body with naked want and desire. It felt like if he could, he would have stripped off all my clothing on the spot. It wasn't the usual reaction I received from the male gaze. Most often, I could see them weighing their options, as if they were asking themselves how many shots deep they would have to be before I would get the privilege of hopping into their bed. But then they all want to act like it's just a preference. I muttered under my breath before I looked down at my stomach and frowned at the ever-persistent softness. He didn't seem to mind, though. A small smile spread across my lips as I remembered a particular shade of blue and how, despite their icy appearance, the fire that burned within. Watching you have completed the following objectives. 1. Hire 1 waitstaff, 1 employee's waitstaff, 1 2 Megan Griffin. Maintenance, 250 trait. 5 chance to upsell kitchen staff. 0 1 none. Congratulations. You have completed the following quest. Grill Master you have received the following rewards. 1. 2 skill points. 2 development points. 3. 1 perk points. Property abandoned grill house is ready for opening. You may now rename your property at any time via the property manual ID. Say, that's a near-perfect way to end the first day. I muttered to myself as I went over my notifications while sitting on the edge of my bed, ready to go to sleep. But I couldn't retire yet. I had a few important decisions to make and finalize. With my windfall of points, I opened my system, navigated down to the skills, and quickly sank 1 skill point into my cooking skill, bringing it to the next level. Skill. Cooking 2 upgrade cost, 0 2 effects. 10 to the final quality of all recipes. 10 to cooking speed. I breathed a sigh of relief as I read over the increase in cooking quality, which would hopefully widen the razor's edge I was walking on regarding profits. But the increase in upgrade cost was a little worrying. Either it's a static increase or is doubling each time. Either way, I won't figure it out until I upgrade the skill again. While I was tempted to hoard my remaining skill points, I knew that the coming days would be the most difficult hurdle of my restaurant career, so I needed every advantage I could get. Opening up the skills menus, I was immediately overwhelmed with infinite choices. But with a bit of mental filtering, I restricted my options to those that would assist me in the kitchen, and while there was still a lot, I managed to make a selection. You have learned the skill knife work for 1 skill point. Skill. Knife work I upgrade cost, 0 1 effects. 10 speed when using knives, 5 damage when using knives. The exact phrasing of the skill was a bit vague regarding what exactly counted as speed and damage, but I trusted that my system wouldn't steer me wrong. Hopefully it just means I can cut through things easier and faster. Having spent all my skill points, I moved on to my last decision, seeing as my development points had automatically been assigned to my overall level. Opening up the perks, I was greeted with another infinite list. And this time it was an even harder choice as the effects were wide and myriad, ranging from mildly useful, incredibly helpful, to downright reality warping. Of course, those perks out of the box cost thousands of points, so after sorting through all the shiny and flashy options to the ones I could actually afford, I managed to pick my first perk. Perk. Fortune I upgrade cost. 0 1 effects. 5 to daily profits, anything to keep me out of the red. I muttered what I felt was going to be my motto as I closed out of all the windows and crawled into bed, only to be greeted by another prompt as my head hit the pillow. Day 1 report sim life profits, 2,000 cost, minus 3,450 income, minus 1,450 total, 3,550 date life energy spent, 0 energy gained, 0 tantric reserves, 5 lust, 10 100. I gave the numbers a brief once-over, but they didn't tell me anything I didn't already know, so I put that out of my mind and closed my eyes, quickly falling asleep. Megan's POV. All right, I'm headed out now. I called out over my shoulder, 1 foot already across the threshold. Though before I could finish my escape plan, a voice called out from the kitchen. What do you mean you're headed out? I suppressed a sigh as I turned around to find my mother staring at me, as if I had done something wrong. I'm going to work, Mom. I told you about this yesterday at dinner, remember? I most certainly do not. My mother replied as she crossed her arms underneath her chest and stuck out her hip. I rolled my eyes. Well, whether you remember it or not, I have a job now. There's a new restaurant opening in town, and I got a job as a waiter after I ran into the owner yesterday on my way back from the store. Oh, my mother replied lamely as she realized there wasn't anything she could lecture me on. Well, it's about time you got a job. I opened my mouth to reply only to let out an exhausted sigh. I don't know how late it'll be working, so don't wait for me to start dinner. Then, without another word, I turned and marched out the door, desperate to get away from my mother and the rest of my batshit crazy family. When the restaurant came into view after a brisk walk across town, my mood had bounced back despite my mother's best efforts, though it certainly helped knowing that I was getting closer and closer to seeing Ramon. Just thinking his name made my heart pound in my chest, and I couldn't help but internally groan at how fucked I was. Seriously, get a grip, Megan. There's no way anything happens between you two. He was probably just looking at you so intensely to make sure you weren't concussed, and being overly nice so you wouldn't sue him for bodily harm. My rapid trail of spiraling thoughts came to a sudden stop as I looked across the street, and my gaze fell on the grill house. Compared to yesterday, the old brick building looked alive, mostly due to the fact that the lights were on the inside, revealing a warm, cozy interior. But also above the door, in big white block lettering against a dark maroon background, was a sign, Ramon's Grill, I like it. Crossing the street, I walked up to the front door, which was openly displaying a closed sign, but checking the time, I saw that it was only 5 minutes to 4 o'clock. Let's hope he didn't forget about me. With a nervous sigh, I grabbed the front door handle and stepped inside the restaurant. My entrance was announced by the chime of a bell atop the door. And for a moment I froze, but when nobody replied, I hesitantly called out, "Hello. Is anybody here?" Again, no response, and just as I was about to turn around and call it a day, I picked up on the sound of movement coming from further back. Letting the door close behind me, I walked inside, glancing at the somewhat bare walls that held their own unique charm. Making my way to the very back of the restaurant, I eventually stopped in front of a pair of swinging metal doors that I slowly pushed open and peered inside. In an instant, it was obvious I'd found the kitchen. The black and white tile floors holding up stainless steel shelves, workstations, and an industrial sink. The only unusual thing about the room was the massive hearth in the middle that looked like something out of a medieval tavern. That and the man tending to it, like a stalker. I stood in the doorway and silently watched the unfortunate victim of my infatuation. There was nothing overtly intimate about what Ramon was doing, or even his clothing, but the man somehow made dinner prep look like a damn strip show. He was wearing a pair of plain black slacks and a white buttoned-up shirt with a black apron tied around his waist. Perfectly normal attire, but it was the subtle details of his appearance that got to me, like how his shirt didn't have a collar and the top 3 buttons were left undone, exposing the top of his muscular chest, or how he had rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his thick forearms that were riddled with veins. My heart was pounding as I watched him throw a log into the blazing hearth before he stood back up with a sigh and grabbed a large stock pot that he placed directly on the grill. For a moment, he dipped out of view, leaving me to watch as the fire rose up past the metal to lick at the bottom of the pot. A second later, Ramon returned, holding several canisters of cooking oil that he lowered onto one of the stone ledges surrounding the hearth. Then one by one, he tore off the tops and poured the oil into the pot. When all the canisters were empty, Ramon cleaned up the metal tins and wiped up a few errant drops of oil with a towel that he tucked back into his apron. From there, he moved over to the sink, hauling a bag of potatoes that he dumped in and began to rinse down using his large, rugged hands to make sure each spud was clean. Shaking my head, I rapidly blinked, breaking whatever spell had been cast on me. God, I need to get a grip. With one final gaze at Ramon's broad back, I loudly cleared my throat, making the man glance over his shoulder with his impossibly dark blue eyes. Hi. I don't know if you remember me, but of course I remember you. Megan. Ramon cut me off with a broad smile revealing perfect white teeth before he glanced at the clock, and it looks like you're right on time. You remember my name? I couldn't help but smile at that. Well, I didn't want to be late for my first day. But when does everyone else get here? Oh, there isn't anyone else on payroll at the moment, and I only got the budget for 1 more waitstaff and 1 kitchen staff, Ramon replied. So it's just going to be me and him alone in a restaurant until late at night. I quickly hid my face, turning as a furious blush spread across my cheeks. Oh God, I'm not going to make it through the week. Opening night, all right. So the order is seating, menu, and waters, then orders, Megan repeated back to me, her eyes looking off into the distance as she tried to remember everything I'd told her, and if they asked for recommendations, I should suggest the steak frites. And then the salmon. I grinned as Megan looked at me for feedback. You got it all. Megan let out a sigh of relief. Oh, good. Maybe I won't screw everything up then. Maybe, but you'll probably make a few mistakes, replied with a shrug, which is fine as long as people get their food in a reasonable time. Everything should turn out fine. Just make sure to read back people's orders to avoid any mix-ups. All right, Megan nodded with a smile. I'm going to go start dressing the tables. If that's all right with you. Taking initiative, I like it, I answered with a wink. You get on that, and he'll finish prepping for service. Megan nodded before quickly turning around and making her way out of the kitchen. I watched her leave, primarily because I loved the way she looked in jeans. But it also gave me a chance to pull up the window that I had glanced at yesterday, without fully trying to understand it. Profile, Megan Griffin status, affection, 15-100 lust, 2100 bond, strangers rank, F-bio, personality, unknown kinks, unknown pact, none alright system, tell me what I'm looking at. I muttered under my breath as I returned to my task of preparing the potatoes for frying and mashing, depending on the order that came in. Took you long enough. I've been waiting for this since yesterday. Okay, so this is a profile. Think of it like a property manual, but for a person. To create one, you need to get the person's first name and have some form of skin-to-skin contact. After that, you can pull it up at any time with a thought. Now, getting into the meat of things, you have affection, bond, lust, and rank. Affection is simply how much a person likes you on a scale from 0-100. When you reach certain affection benchmarks, your bond level will increase, which has the chance to reveal certain parts of their bio. More on that later. Also, since everyone is different and unique, these benchmarks are on a case-by-case basis. Some people will only open up when they trust you without a fault. Others are open books. And while there's no exact way to tell where someone might fall on that scale, looking at their rank is a great way to get a general idea. The lower someone's rank, the easier it is to befriend them, and vice versa, with F being the lowest, then an increasing difficulty D, C, B, A, and finally S. Lust operates similarly, but only represent the sexual attraction a person has towards you, which may or may not increase in accordance with affection against case-by-case basis. And can I assume there is some qualitative increase that comes with a higher difficulty? I asked as I picked up a paring knife and started to peel the spuds I had washed earlier, gripping the blade between thumb and forefinger. Yes, which brings us to the bio portion of the profile, which includes the person's personality, kinks, and pacts. Initially, they're redacted, but you can unlock them by increasing your affection with the person. Personality types are essentially guides that you can use to infer how to approach that person. Though with your race, you're basically a living cheat code when it comes to social interactions and seduction. Kinks are essentially the same, but for our 18 stuff, though they do increase the benefits you get from satisfying your partner. So keep track of those. Finally, there are pacts that you can only unlock the option to make after reaching the maximum affection and lust level. Using your demonic magic, you can form a pact, turning someone into a thrall and binding them to you for all eternity. This grants them some benefits while also increasing your strength and power as an incubus, the degree to which depends on the person's rank, with benefits increasing exponentially with rank. That's what I thought. I muttered as I tossed the final peeled potato into a pot before gathering up all the skins and throwing them into the trash. That's everything I need to know about the profile system. Yeah, as for life in general, absolutely not, but you're welcome anyway. I shook my head as with a final snide comment. My system's voice assistant went silent, leaving me to focus on my work, which I was somewhat thankful are seeing as there were only 15 minutes before opening and I wanted to be as prepared as possible. Though I was probably being overcautious, it's only our first day open, and I barely did any advertising. Where the chances were packed. I just sat booth 3 and took their order. They want 2 steaks with mash and asparagus, a grilled salmon with broccolini, and a steak frites. I turned around as Megan walked into the kitchen and pinned up another receipt on the spinning wheel suspended above the serving table, where I placed 3 plates on a tray. Thank you, and this is for table 4, 2 grilled salmon with broccolini and a Caesar salad. Table 4, got it, Megan repeated, confirming what I said as she picked up the tray, spreading out her fingers to distribute the weight before making her way back out of the kitchen. We were in such a rush that I didn't even have time to watch her walk away as I turned my attention back to the grill, grabbing a pair of tongs just in time to save a pair of flank steaks from becoming well done. And here I was worrying about if I had ordered too many ingredients before service. Ever since opening, it had been a nonstop flow of customers coming through the door. For a moment, I wondered how any of this was possible before I realized that I was ultimately in a simulated world where the rules of reality and common sense could be suspended at any time. It was then that I started to do a little math, keeping track of the time and the number of tickets. Before long, I had a decent formula to calculate the number of customers that would be walking through the front door tonight. Everything had clicked into place when the clock struck 6, and I counted 29 orders. It might have seemed random, but after taking 26, the max capacity of the restaurant, applying the 15% total bonus to cooking speed from the grill, my cooking skill, and rounding down from 29.9, it all made sense. And when 29 orders turned into 58 at 8 o'clock, I was confident in my assessment. Every 2 hours, I would get the max capacity of the restaurant plus my cooking speed bonus rounded down, meaning that if I closed at 10 like planned, I would be taking a total of 87 orders. It was a daunting number to think about. Luckily, cooking food nonstop didn't leave me much time to do much of anything but cook. My world had shrunk to peeling potatoes, scaling fish, and chopping up lettuce, and I had never felt more fulfilled. Every movement and action had a tangible purpose and result, dependent on my effort and expertise. It was the direct tie between cause and effect that I found so engaging. Well, they did quite literally read my soul to create this reality. It's only right that I find it more engaging than a 9-to-5 desk job. Megan's POV. All right, that's the last table, I announced with a relieved sigh as I stumbled into the kitchen and leaned against the service table, propping myself up with one hand. At one point, I wondered if they would ever stop coming. Well, I think in most scenarios that's better than not coming at all, don't you think? Ramon asked with a completely straight face as he walked over while wiping off his hands. Need any help cleaning off tables? I blinked, almost entirely missing his question, as my mind was still reeling from his earlier innuendo, which I couldn't tell had been on purpose or not. Oh, well, no, everything is done up front. I was actually coming back here to ask if you needed help. Ramon looked around the kitchen and shook his head. Nope, everything is scrubbed down and ready for tomorrow. Oh yeah, tomorrow, I muttered. I kind of forgot that I would have to do all of this again. Don't think you're cut out for it? Ramon asked with a grin, and I quickly shook my head, and no, that's not what I was saying. I definitely want to work here. Ramon chuckled. Relax, the job is yours, and hopefully you'll be able to find someone to fill the other waitstaff position soon to take a bit of the load off of you. Well, you don't have to be in too much of a rush considering I just made like $200 in tips tonight. I joked, trying to lighten the mood, and much to my relief, Ramon chuckled. Can't blame you there. So how about this? See if any of your friends will want to work here, and then you can pool your tips and split them evenly. I paused at Ramon's offer, and while I would like to say it was his generosity that made me freeze, in reality, it was the possessive wellspring of emotions that surged inside me like a fire. I didn't want to share Ramon with anybody, but after a second, I realized he had offered me a golden opportunity. That sounds great, thanks, Ramon. The man smiled at me, once more making my heart skip a beat. No problem, Megan. Now you make sure you get home safe, all right? I nodded and muttered a hasty goodbye. Though before I left the kitchen, I snuck a quick glance and couldn't help but smile as I found Ramon's eyes firmly fixed on my ass. Hesitating, I bit my lip before throwing caution to the wind and putting a little extra sway in my hips. I watched as Ramon's eyebrows rose, and he glanced up to find me watching him. Though instead of being embarrassed or ashamed, the roguish devil only smiled and sent a wink my way, and I quickly sped up and left before my heart could jump out of my chest. Girl talk my walk home passed in a blur, as I spent most of it thinking about the fact that I was now 100% certain that Ramon had been checking me out. Something that both terrified and excited me in equal measure. Because beyond the obvious lust in Ramon's gaze, there was something deeper, more possessive, like he would never let me go once he laid his hands on me. And even more frightening was the fact that I found myself excited by that notion. Tomorrow is going to break me. I bemoaned my inability to resist temptation as I fished around in my pockets and pulled out my house key as I stepped onto the front steps. I had only just managed to slot the key into the hole when the door flew open, startling me, and it didn't help to find my mother standing in the open doorway, glaring at me. "And just where the hell have you been? Jesus Christ, mon." I cursed as I put a hand over my chest. "Did you have to scare me like that?" "I wouldn't have to scare you if you had answered any of my calls," my mother replied as she thrust her phone into my face, showing me all the missed calls she had made. Do you know how worried I was? I let out a groan as I pushed my mother's phone away. I turned my phone off because I was working, and I told you I was going to be late, remember? "Meg, it is nearly 11. You said you would be late for dinner, not out for the entire night." "So what?" I exclaimed, feeling my frustration grow with each passing second. "I'm 20 years old, Mom. I can stay out as late as I want. Not as long as you live under this roof. You can't." My mother rebutted as she put her hands on her hips. "Now stop screaming at your mother. Get inside before you cause any more of a scene." Before I could respond, the sound of a car coming down the street made me pause, and I looked over to see a police squadron pull up alongside the curve. "Oh, this is just perfect," my mother muttered as she crossed her arms and watched as the passenger door of the car opened, and her husband, my father, stumbled out of the car, his hair and clothes disheveled. "Thanks for the R-ride. Joe, SCYU at the clam tomorrow." "For God's sake," my mother muttered angrily under her breath as she glared at my dad who, as usual, was blackout drunk after a night with his drinking buddies. "What did I say about you coming home like this, Peter?" "Alois, ISS that you?" My father slurred as he staggered up the walkway before stumbling and falling to the ground like the drunken slob he was. My mother let out a long sigh before brushing past me to help my father up. "I hope you know you're sleeping on the couch tonight." "Oh, come on, don't be ill like that." My father hiccuped as she helped him to his feet, and I was think that you and me could each have some special alone tea time. I couldn't help but recoil in disgust as I watched my dad's fat sausage fingers start groping at my mom's body, and his lips puckered as he leaned in for a kiss. "Ugh, Peter, your breath stinks." My mom protested as she fended off his advances. "Now get inside." Staring at the scene, I would have felt embarrassed at one point, but now I couldn't help but feel disappointed and a bit. It's no wonder she's always angry. My parents' marriage had never made sense to me. My father was a fat, lazy, idiotic slob who made next to nothing. My mother, on the other hand, was the heiress of a massive fortune and could easily get any man she wanted, despite her being in her late 40s. Shaking my head, I left my parents on the front lawn and made my way upstairs into my room, shutting the door behind me and throwing myself onto my bed. For a moment, I just buried my face in my sheets. I can't wait until I can afford my own place. Rolling over onto my back, I pulled out my phone and held it up to my ear as I called the one person I could trust. On the second ring, my call was picked up, and I smiled as a familiar voice came through. "Hey girl, what's up?" "Well, Patty, my dad just came home blackout drunk again." I muttered with a sigh, and this was after my mom screamed at me for being home late, even though I told her I was going to be out most of the night. "I know I've said this before, but clearly your mother is using you as an emotional outlet for her own repressed feelings and dissatisfaction," Patty replied, confirming what I already knew. "Honestly, I see them divorcing once Chris graduates from high school." "Thank you for the vote of confidence," I scoffed in mock offense, even as I smiled. "With any luck, I'll have my own place by then." "Speaking of, have you managed to find a job?" "I wish," Patty answered with a disappointed sigh. "No one in town is hiring." I grinned. "Not anymore. A new restaurant just opened up in town, and I happened to run into the owner, who offered me a job. I just finished up with my first shift and made over $200 in tips." "Ugh, you lucky bitch," Patty exclaimed with a jealous groan, making me laugh. "Please tell me there's an opening." "The restaurant's small, so there's only one," I answered, making Patty sigh before continuing. "But the owner said I could offer it to one of my friends, so we could split the tips 50-50. Patty was silent for a moment before replying. "Have I ever told you what a great friend you are?" "Yes, but one more time shouldn't hurt," I responded with a laugh. "How the hell did you convince him to let you do this? Did you sweet-talk him or something?" Patty mockingly accused. I roll my eyes, I wish. Megan, Patty exclaimed, and I could hear her sheets rustle as she sat up in shock. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means that if he asked, I would do whatever he asked. I answered truthfully as I flipped over onto my stomach and kicked my feet up into the air. I did not need to hear that, Patty muttered. Either you're seriously frustrated or this owner guy is the hottest man on the planet. Two things can be true at once, I replied with a coyish smile. Just know that I had my eyes on him first. Oh, come on. He can't be that good looking, Patty argued, only for me to let out a knowing chuckle. His name is Ramon, and he's at least 6'4", covered in muscle, with cobalt blue eyes. I'm telling you. Patty, he had to be a model at some point. Meg, you better not be lying to me, Patty swore. Cross my heart, I responded without pause, and the best part is I've caught him checking my ass out twice. I think he might like me. Meg, you can't sleep with your boss. Also, just how old is he? Patty asked, and even though she would deny it, I could hear the intrigue in her voice. Not much older than us, maybe 5 or 6 years, but that's hardly a deal breaker, I argued, sensing the judgment through the phone. Besides, it's not like any boys our age will pay us attention. I shouldn't be shamed for going after a guy who shows interest in me. Whatever floats your boat, I guess, Patty muttered, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Yeah, we'll see how long you keep up that attitude once you see him in person. If you say so, Patty said sarcastically. Though just to be real for a second, thanks for getting me this job. Of course, I know you would do the same, I replied. The restaurant is where Smitty's used to be. Shift starts at 4 and goes to 10, but since it's your first time, make sure you get there at 3 for training, and so I can introduce you to Ramon. Smitty's at 3. Got it, Patty repeated before saying her goodbye and ending the call. Tomorrow is going to be interesting, I muttered to myself before standing up ready to take a shower and go to bed. Day 2 reports SimLife profits. 10,428 cost, minus 8,853 modifiers. Fortune I-5 income, 1,654 total, 5,204 date life energy spent, 0 energy gained, 0 tantric reserves, 5 lust, 10 total, 2,100. Looking over the report, I couldn't help but feel proud seeing the numbers. A 15% profit margin isn't bad for the first day, and it should be even better if Megan's friend joins. Turns out that upsell is the chance that someone will order a side in addition to their entree. Staring at the order tickets arranged before me from tonight's service, I confirmed the math once more. Every person at a table or booth orders at least one dish. Plus, each person has a percentage chance to order a side, with the chance being the upsell bonus from waitstaff. Today, that was only 5%, but should hopefully double to 10 tomorrow with Megan's friend. A slew of numbers floated around in my mind as I calculated how to maximize my profits. Even adding on the extra 250 maintenance from hiring another waiter, I'm still on track to break even if I give myself a 5-day period of saving all the profits. Meaning it's time to look at some investment opportunities. With a grin, I opened the appliances and got to searching for the best bonuses and modifiers I could find. Long day, I woke up to the sound of my alarm with a groan and opened my eyes, initially feeling well-rested and ready to start preparing for another dinner service, when a dull, throbbing sensation suddenly filled my mind with one very particular urge. What the? My voice trailed off as I threw off my sheets and shifted uncomfortably beneath my boxers as my body reacted in an unmistakable way. Another dull, throbbing ache made me grunt in discomfort, and I quickly stood up and made my way to the bathroom. Closing the door behind me, I pulled down my underwear and looked in the mirror. What the fuck is happening to me? I was painfully aroused, every nerve in my body on edge as I tried to make sense of what was going on, while I felt an uncomfortable pressure building. The tension was only growing with each passing second. It was then that I noticed a flashing icon in the corner of my vision, and when I glanced at it, a notification popped up. Warning, you've gained the condition minor depravity due to a buildup of excess energy. This energy must be dispelled by engaging in physical activities with a partner. Continued avoidance will result in greater penalties and discomfort. Condition, minor depravity duration, and A effects. The efficacy of skills is decreased by 5. The efficacy of hexes is increased by 5 2 days. 2 whole days is all it takes. I muttered angrily as I tried to recalculate my projections for tonight's profits with my current debuff. But even that proved to be too much as another pang scattered any thoughts from my mind. I can't take it anymore, I muttered as I moved over to the toilet, desperate to relieve myself. Supporting myself against the wall with one hand, I closed my eyes, and barely a second passed before my mind conjured the image that had been running rampant in my mind. "Oh, Ramon, that looks rough. Can I help you with that?" Megan asked softly, looking at him with concern in her eyes. "Yes," I groaned, barely able to form words as I watched Megan slowly walk towards me, her enticing hips swaying side to side as her thick thighs rubbed together, and I couldn't help but wonder how soft they would feel under my fingers. "You love the way my ass looks in these jeans, don't you, Ramon?" Megan asked as she stopped just out of arm's reach and turned around, sticking out her butt as she arched her back. My mouth went dry as I traced the curve of Megan's fat ass through her jeans that looked like they had been painted on and would come apart at the seams at any moment. "Well?" Megan asked with an expectant look as she raised her eyebrow and shook her hips side to side, making my eyes bounce back and forth to keep up with the motion. "Yes, I love it." Megan grinned. "It's very nice, I know, and I just bet you want to get closer and enjoy the view, don't you?" I quickly nodded as I hesitated, tempted to act, but held back, clinging to the moment. A soft sound escaped Megan's throat as she leaned forward, bracing herself. "Do it then. I want to feel you close. Who knows what might happen next?" "Damn!" I groaned as I shuddered, my body convulsing and my mind spinning with an overwhelming rush of sensation. "Oh well, I guess we'll have to wait until next time," Megan said disappointedly as she stood back up before fading away as I opened my eyes. Despite it just being a fantasy, my heart was pounding in my chest. With a push of the lever, I disposed of my evidence before hopping into a cold shower, hoping it would clear my mind. While my time alone had helped ease the immediate tension, I could feel a growing urge in the back of my mind, and I knew it was only a matter of time before it would become debilitating. And if that debuff gets any worse, it won't be long before it neutralizes all my skills. I thought darkly as I bathed myself. Luckily, the appliance I bought should help make up the deficit. Appliance, POS terminal cost, 2, 560 maintenance, 750 slots, 1 effects, 15 to service. Speed. The POS terminal was essentially a computer that my waitstaff could use to electronically submit orders to the kitchen instead of handing me written notes. As for its effect of increasing service speed, I had to ask the system how the modifier functioned. Overall, it had a similar effect to cooking speed by increasing the number of orders I would receive every 2 hours. The caveat, however, was that the bonus from service speed could exceed my cooking speed, meaning that with my current condition, I would only receive a 10% increase instead of 15. It'll still seem more orders than yesterday, but I was really hoping for that maximum 30 bonus. On top of that, I'm losing 5 of my quality bonus from my cooking skill. The only chance I have to even that out is if Megan managed to recruit one of her friends and make up quality with quantity. Letting out a long sigh, I managed to put aside thoughts of profit margins and production costs out of my mind. Though it was a struggle, I guess old habits die hard. "Ramon, are you here?" I picked my head up from the cutting board as Megan's voice echoed out from the front of the restaurant. "I am, but you shouldn't be. We don't open until 4. Remember, you only had to be early yesterday for training." I heard the sound of the kitchen doors swinging open, and I looked over with the intent to glance that turned into a full-on stare. My furious cutting came to a stop with my knife resting against the cutting board as my eyes roamed over Megan and the girl standing to her right. "Oh, this is going to be a long day," I thought to myself, powerless to stop my roaming gaze. Megan had changed her usual attire, and while before I would have struggled to imagine her looking better in something other than jeans, I realized how naive I had been. Instead of pants, she wore a calf-length brown pleated skirt with a white buttoned-up shirt instead of her usual maroon pullover. Both articles of clothing hugged Megan's figure, especially the skirt, showing off her wide hips, leaving nothing to the imagination. And, as if that weren't bad enough, standing next to Megan was who I could only assume to be her friend that she had recruited for the waitstaff position. I'm in trouble. Megan's friend was just as enticing as her, even though they shared very few similarities, but variety was the spice of life for a reason. Megan's friend had a head of thick, curly red hair that she had tied back into a loose ponytail with long bangs that threatened to cover her eyes. A pair of thick spectacles was balanced on her button nose, which was spattered with freckles that spread to her cheeks as well. And as her cherry lips smiled, I could see that she had braces, which I didn't mind one bit. While her face and hair might have made some, not including me, label her an ugly duckling, from the neck down was a body that would turn heads. Despite her unappealing fashion choice of a nerdy red buttoned-up shirt with an open yellow vest and blue pants. Compared to Megan, her friend wasn't as thick or blessed in the chest department. Her proportions were still mouth-watering with full, perky breasts, a slim waist, wider hips, and a taut, round bubble butt. Ramon, this is my friend Patty. Patty, this is Ramon. Megan introduced both of us with a smile as I walked over with a smile and offered my hand to Patty. Welcome, Patty. I'm glad Megan could rope you and help out. He. A nervous, anxious giggle burst from Patty's lips as she stared at me with a pair of wide, ecstatic eyes from behind her thick glasses and numbly shook my hand. Profile: Patty Patterson status affection, 10-100 lust, 15-100 bond. A conscience rank, F bio personality. Kinks, unknown pact. None I couldn't help but be surprised seeing that my affection with her hadn't started at 0, though before I could question it further, Megan grabbed Patty by the shoulders and pulled her back. Sorry about that. She didn't get much sleep last night. It's fine. Welcome to the team, Patty. I addressed her with a smile, which only seemed to make it worse as a bright blush spread across her freckled cheeks. Thanks. Waitstaff, 22 Megan Griffin. Maintenance, 250 efficiency. 5 chance to upsell Patty Patterson. Maintenance, 250 efficiency. 5 chance to upsell. All right, let's get you out of the kitchen. Only got an hour to get you ready for dinner service after all, Megan muttered as she guided Patty out of the kitchen while flashing me an apologizing smile. Not that I minded much as I watched them walk away, though I was quickly punished by a dull throb from below the belt, like I said, a very long day. Troublemaker Megan's POV, oh my fucking god. Patty gasped, even as I had to practically shove her out of the kitchen. What just happened? You had a nervous breakdown in front of my boss. I replied, dryly with a sigh. Now he probably thinks we're both weirdos. Meg, why didn't you warn me? Patty hissed as she stared at the kitchen doors with a laser focus. I'm pretty sure I made it clear that he was good-looking. I muttered angrily as I pulled Patty even further away from the kitchen doors despite her apparent unwillingness. Patty shook her head. Meg, he's not good-looking, he's fucking gorgeous. Like frustratingly so. No wonder you changed up your look. I couldn't help but blush as Patty pointed out my wardrobe shift, but I wouldn't let her distract me. Yes, now would you please lower your voice? I don't need Ramon to hear any of this. Oh, you got it bad. Patty giggled, though thankfully muffled her outburst with her hand. Do you even know if he's single? Or does that even matter to you? Jesus, pace. No. I don't know, and for your information, not a homewrecker. I swore. Now stop messing around and let me show you how to take an order. Patty grinned. Well then, I guess that means there's room for me if he is. You wouldn't. I gasped, wondering who had taken away my shy, quiet friend. Patty shrugged and waggled her eyebrows. If his woman can't keep him satisfied and loyal, then it is her own fault if anything happens. And this is why women will always be the minority. I groaned, unable to believe what I was hearing. Also, just because you fooled around with one guy at summer camp doesn't mean you know how to satisfy a man. It'll make up for my lack of experience with effort and enthusiasm, Patty countered, not letting the subject drop. I've also studied various books about the male anatomy and relationships, and trust in my ability to apply the knowledge I've gathered. Oh my God, how can you be this much of a nerd and still so horny? I said in an exasperated tone. Patty looked at me with a sidelong glance. Do I need to repeat what you said yesterday? Anyway, I shouted over Patty, much to her amusement. Let's get to work. Don't want to mess up on your first day. God, it's even busier than last night. I muttered, carrying a heavy tray of food that I had to support with my shoulder. There's already a line out the door. Arriving at one of the booths, I set down the folding stand to hold up the tray as I placed the dishes on the table. All right, that's 3 flank steaks entrees, 1 grilled salmon with broccolini, a side of fries, and a salad. The family muttered their thanks. But I was already moving by the time I finished running back to the kiosk where Patty was quickly inputting an order into the machine and going to be so dead on my feet by the end of this. I grinned in shared agony as I set down the tray and stand. If you need to pick me up, just glance at what we've made in tips. Following my advice, Patty navigated through the tabs, and I watched her eyes trail down the screen before fixating on one series of numbers in particular. You're right, that does help. Also, table 3 needs to be cleared. On it, I replied as I grabbed the large plastic basins we use for cleaning up and made my way to the 2-seater. Clearing all the dirty plates and glasses from the tabletop, I then wiped it down with a cloth before replacing the table sets with clean ones. Taking the dirty dishes into the kitchen, I loaded them into the dishwasher and, seeing that it was full, put it through a cycle. "How is it going out there?" Ramon called out from over his shoulder as I stood up. I was a bit disappointed to find that his eyes weren't fixated on me, but rather on the 6 steaks and 3 pieces of salmon he was grilling. Though it was understandable, given the rate at which the orders came through. Busy, but having Patty is helping out. Thanks for offering her a job, by the was why I forgot to say that earlier. I blabbered, hoping it wasn't painfully obvious how nervous I was talking to him. "No problem. I just trusted your judgment." Ramon replied, "You two keep up the good work, and hopefully before long, they'll be able to up your pay or hire some more hands." "Oh, you don't have to do any of that," I muttered while twiddling my fingers and biting my lip. "The tips more than make up for it." Ramon glanced over his shoulder, and my breath hitched as I stared into his ocean blue eyes. "Well, surely the 2 of you would like some kind of reward for your hard work." My entire body trembled as Ramon's deep voice washed over me, and I had to fight to keep my blush from spreading to my entire face. I should probably get back out there. You don't want to leave Patty all by herself. With that lame excuse, I fled as fast as I could, without outright running, bursting through the kitchen doors with a gasp for breath as my entire body flushed. "Oh, good, you're back. Can you seat some people? I got like 3 back-to-back orders to serve," Patty said as she brushed past me and walked into the kitchen. "Why, yeah, you got it," I replied somewhat in a daze before I shook my head, clearing my thoughts. Making my way to the hostess stand, I lost myself again in the rapid workflow, setting down menus, taking orders, and clearing tables. But despite it all, it looked as if the dinner service would finish without a hitch until it didn't. "Hello, how many in your party?" I asked as I stepped up to the hostess stand for the 100th time that night, my hand already reaching for one of the menus when I stopped as someone called me by name. "Oh my God, I thought I recognized you. Meg Griffin, all grown up. I haven't seen you in ages." I stood back up and found myself staring at my next-door neighbor, who also happened to be one of my dad's drinking buddies. Oh, Mr. Quagmire, so good to see you." Mr. Quagmire smiled at me, but I watched his eyes dip down and started to roam across my body. "God, what has it been 2, 3 years? Why, yeah, you how many in your party, Aga? That must mean you're what? 18, 19? Mr. Quagmire asked, interrupting me as if I hadn't spoken at all, as he leaned forward, getting almost uncomfortably close. 20, actually, I replied somewhat regrettably as I saw his eyes light up and his grin widened. "Is that so?" Ignoring the icky sensation crawling across my body of being so close to him, I suppressed my discomfort and forced a smile across my face. "Yep. Now is it just you tonight?" Mr. Quagmire leaned back and shook his head. "Oh no, I'm expecting someone a little whining and dining before we head back to my place." "All right then, if you would follow me," I replied as I grabbed 2 menus and turned around. But I only managed to take 2 steps before I felt the back of a hand press against but with enough force to dimple my flesh. I jumped and spun around, only to find Mr. Quagmire holding his hands up with a bashful look across his face. "Sorry about that. I thought you would be moving a bit quicker." I knew the bastard was full of shit, but I just turned around and said nothing, though this time I made sure I was moving quicker. "All right, here you are. We'll be right back in a moment with your water. I hastily muttered as I set down the menus and left before the pervert could say another word. Making my way to the back, my heart was pounding with a mix of anger, fear, and shame, but I tried to keep my expression schooled and neutral. In the home stretch now, Patty sighed as she stepped out of the kitchen with a set of clean dishes and a tired groan. I let out a soft grunt of agreement, not trusting myself to speak, but I should have expected that Patty, as observant as she was, would pick up on the fact that something was off. "You all right, Meg?" she asked, and for a moment I considered lying before I let out a tired sigh. "Yeah, it's just that I sat with one of my neighbors." "Oh, which one? The police officer?" Patty asked as she scanned the restaurant floor. "No, it's Mr. Quagmire," I muttered darkly and watched as Patty's face fell, the womanizing pervert with the big chin. The one and only. Patty glanced back at me and narrowed her eyes. "Meg, what happened?" "It was nothing, he just—" I trailed off as Patty's stare intensified. "All right," he brushed my ass with the back of his hand and claimed it was an accident. Patty stared, turned vengeful as she stared back out at the restaurant. "All right, where's that son of a bitch? He wants to be handsy. They'll show him hands. Patino." I hissed as I grabbed my best friend's arm and held her back. "Just leave it. Let's just get through tonight. No need to make a commotion." Patty opened her mouth to protest, but the silent plea in my eyes seemed to win out in the end as she sighed. "All right. But if he tries anything else, I'm grabbing a knife and making sure Ramon adds a little something extra as a special for tonight." Despite the serious situation, I laughed. "Thank you. Now, let's get this shift over with." Patty nodded, and I quickly grabbed a pitcher and brought it with me as I walked back over. "Hey, race your water, Mr. Quagmire. Do you have any questions about the menu?" "Oh, thank you, Meg," Mr. Quagmire replied with a smarmy smile that made my skin crawl as he picked up his glass to take a sip. And yes, I was wondering between the salmon and the steak. Which one would you? Oh no. Before I realized what was happening, Mr. Quagmire had somehow managed to spill his glass, and I watched in slow motion as the water arched through the air and splashed against the front of my shirt, instantly drenching it. I watched in horror as the fabric clung to my skin and turned see-through, involuntarily exposing myself. "Oh my God, I'm such a klutz. Here, let me help you," Mr. Quagmire apologized, even as a lustful glint appeared in his eyes as he reached out towards my soaking chest with a napkin. In a stunned daze, I was paralyzed as panic set in, imagining all the eyes that would look over if I shouted or made a scene. Realizing there was nothing I could do to stop him, a cold sweat drenched my body, and my stomach churned uneasily. But just before Mr. Quagmire could lay a finger on me, a large hand clamped down on his wrist with an iron grip, and I watched the pervert grimace in pain. At the same time, I felt something being draped around my neck, and with a start, I realized that it was an apron that covered my exposed chest. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid that it's against store policy for waiters to have any physical contact with patrons. We wouldn't want any misunderstanding now, would we?" Perv at table 5, I looked over at Ramon with wide eyes as he had seemingly spawned out of thin air. But instead of wondering where he came from, all I felt was overwhelming gratitude as I clutched his apron against my chest. What the hell, man? Get off me," Mr. Quagmire protested as he tried to break free of Ramon's grasp, but his grip held firm and unmoving. After a second, Ramon let go, though he didn't take his eyes off of Mr. Quagmire. "Megan, are you all right?" "Why, yeah," I replied after a brief pause, still somewhat stunned by everything that had happened. "It's just a bit of water. I'm fine." My words clearly didn't convince Ramon as his gaze narrowed and he frowned. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm going to have to request that you dine somewhere else tonight." What? I just spilled my water," Mr. Quagmire insisted, but Ramon didn't budge an inch. "I'm sorry, but I must do what I believe is best for the safety and well-being of my staff. So I am refusing you service and giving you a chance to leave of your own volition." "Mr. Quagmire opened his mouth, but suddenly seemed to think better of it as Ramon crossed his muscular arms. Fine, but I'm never coming back here again, and I'm telling everyone I know that this place sucks." In a fit of rage, Mr. Quagmire stood up from his seat and threw his napkin down on the table before storming out of the restaurant. Once he was out the door, Ramon sighed and uncrossed his arms before addressing the rest of the room. am sorry, everyone, that you had to witness that. Please continue to enjoy your meals. Like a soothing balm, Ramon's voice eased the tense situation, and everyone quickly turned and resumed their conversation and dining. Here, take this, Ramon muttered as he grabbed my hand and dropped the key into it. Go out back into the alley and up the set of stairs. My place is there. You can get changed out of that wet shirt and take it easy until it's time for you to go home. I'm fine, I don't need to, I started, only to pause as Ramon leaned down and whispered in my ear, I'm not asking, Megan. I'm telling you, go upstairs and take a moment to breathe. They'll come get you when the shift is over. My heart pounded as I felt Ramon's hot breath brush against my neck and his commanding voice tickle my ears. Oh, Independent Illinois, wait for you. Ramon's POV. I watched as Megan walked away, key in hand, still clearly shell-shocked by everything that had happened. Just thinking about it made my entire body seethe with rage. It had taken every fiber of my being not to tear the pervert apart when I saw the gleam in his eyes as he tried to wipe the water off Megan's chest. Seems like I've imprinted on her already, despite Megan not being a part of my coven yet. I noted as I made my way back into the kitchen while reviewing the notification that had prompted me to leave in the first place. Date quest, perv at table 5 objectives. 1. Stop Megan from being assaulted in your restaurant rewards. 1. 35 affection with Megan 2. 2 skill points 3. 1 hex point congratulations. You have completed the following quest. Perv at table 5 you have received the following rewards. 1. 35 affection with Megan 2. 2 skill points 3. 1 hex point. Hey, is everything alright? Versmek. I pushed aside the notifications as Patty walked up to me. Asking questions after watching the whole scene go down from the kitchen, I told her to go upstairs and change out of her shirt. Are you okay wrapping up on your own? Patty stared at me for a second before nodding. Yeah, I'm good. You know she has a crush on you, right? I blinked, not expecting Patty to be so direct, but I nodded anyway. Yes, I'm quite aware. So what are you going to do about it? Patty asked with a raised eyebrow as she crossed her arms. I grinned as Patty confronted me about my intentions, and instead of backing down, I took a step forward. Looming over Patty, who didn't move to her credit, but I could see her knees tremble. What if I said I plan on sleeping with her tonight? Would that bother you? Patty, no, absolutely not. I would just remind you to use protection and ensure consent is continuous and freely given. I stared at Patty for a moment longer before I chuckled and stood back up. You're a good friend. You know that, Patty? Well, of course, I offer humor and reliable advice. Patty replied confidently as she pushed up her glasses. Speaking of advice, tell me, do you think it's greedy that I want to be close to you and Megan? I asked as I looked into Patty's eyes and cast charm. I felt a rush of energy surge through me and watched as my eyes cast a soft purple light onto Patty's face. Though she didn't seem to notice as her eyes gained a slightly dreamy look. You want to what? Tell me, Patty, what would you do if I asked you to do something you'd never forget? I asked her in a low-pitched voice, struggling to contain my own emotions as I stood close to Patty. Didu, why you want me to? Patty stammered, her freckled face flushing as she caught her breath, her eyes bright with nervous anticipation. I asked you a question. I expect an answer, I replied sternly, making Patty swallow her nerves as she replied in a breathy whisper. If you asked me, I would do it. I'd do anything why you asked me to. Patty's breath turned ragged, and her eyes glossed over as she clearly lost herself in a waking fantasy. And I grinned. Good to know. Now get back out there. We've got people waiting for their food. Patty blinked as I suddenly walked past her without a second glance, even though it probably pained me more than her to do it. Megan's POV. Ramon's studio apartment was more bare bones than I expected, though I hardly noticed, more occupied by the fact that I was in his place to begin with. With a racing heart, I took off the apron he had given me before, slowly unbuttoning my shirt, leaving me in nothing but my bra. Staring at the plain tan fabric, I couldn't help but let out a disgruntled sigh. So fucking boring. I had always wanted to buy more, mature bras, but my mother had refused every single time, and I never had the money to buy my own before. But with a few more nights like today, I might have enough. That is if Ramon doesn't fire me for causing a scene. Thinking about the incident, I let out a groan, cursing my luck and the pervert who unfortunately lived right next to me. Well, that's going to be fucking awkward. Just another reason to get my own place. Looking around at the apartment, I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to live by myself. On one hand, I imagined it could be lonely, but compared to my zoo of a house, being lonely would be a blessing in disguise. Maybe if things somehow work out with Ramon, I might be able to move in with him. For a moment, I lost myself in a fantasy, imagining going to bed every night with the blue-eyed Adonis next to me. Would stay in on a lazy Sunday, where he'd walk around the apartment with only a pair of gray sweatpants with no underwear on. My lips curled up at the thought in a foolish smile before I shook my head and came back to reality. Yeah, as if there's any chance of that happening. Realizing I was still standing in the middle of Ramon's apartment in my bra, I made my way over to his dresser and started to rifle through the drawers. However, before I could find a spare shirt, I heard the doorknob turn, and a second later the door swung open. I looked over and froze, unable to move my body as sheer terror gripped me. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I watched Ramon step into the apartment and look over directly at me, bent over rifling through his clothes, practically naked with a bra fit for a middle-aged woman going through menopause. Needless to say, I had never been more embarrassed in my life before, and my entire body went numb and hot as blushed. Sorry, I should have knocked, Ramon replied after a second as he started to turn around and leave. Wait, don't leave, I shouted out without even thinking, making Ramon pause, already halfway out the door. You don't want me to leave? Why the fuck did I say that? I panicked, my mind scrambling as Ramon stepped back into the room and shut the door behind him. You don't have to leave. It's your apartment after all. And honestly, it's all my fault. I started today D-dream, and I took too long to get change, and my words were cut off as somehow, without me noticing, Ramon crossed the apartment, leaned down, and pressed his lips against mine, silencing my inane babble. I let out a muffled shout of surprise. But as I registered the feeling of his impossibly soft lips against mine, I closed my eyes and let myself be swept away. Custard, the moment I walked in on Megan without her shirt on, I had nearly gone insane. Seeing her, ass in the air and massive breasts practically spilling out of her bra, appealed to the most primal parts of my mind. In an instant, I was completely drawn in, barely able to focus on anything else. Then she stood up, and I couldn't help but watch her move, before letting my eyes roam over the soft curves of her belly and the breadth of her wide hips. Almost every fiber of my being was screaming to rush toward Megan, consumed by an overwhelming, primal desire. But then the small, reasonable part of me remembered why I had sent her up to my apartment, and, just like that, I reigned in control of my lust. I excused myself, fully intending on leaving when she told me to stay. I don't know exactly what it was, but hearing her pleading, almost begging tone flipped a switch inside me. Not one of overbearing lust, but a deep protective urge, a need to comfort and provide. I could hear in Megan's voice that she was afraid that if I walked out that door, I wouldn't come back, that I would abandon her, and the small spark between us would be quenched. She needed to be shown that my desire for her was far more than just a spark. Before I realized it, my lips were against hers, cutting off the stream of rambling excuses that had passed over my ears like water. Feeling her lips against mine, I was shocked by just how plump, smooth, and soft they were, like two warm silk pillows. Deepening the kiss, my tongue slipped out and ran along her bottom lip, asking to be let inside. A soft moan escaped Megan's mouth as her lips parted, inviting me in. The inside of her mouth was warm and prompted me to explore, but I was only interested in one thing. With a brief, fleeting touch, I grazed Megan's tongue, feeling the smooth, slick muscle that retreated as she flinched. But that brief taste of her ignited a hunger deep inside me, like a starving wolf, and I wouldn't let my food escape. My gentle probing turned into an aggressive invasion as my tongue fully bravado Megan's mouth and wrapped around hers. A muffled grunt of surprise made Megan's body lock up, shocked by my sudden ferocity, but after a second, I felt her give in and submit. Her tongue started to rub against mine. The interaction made smooth and almost frictionless as our saliva mixed together. Then something else joined the mix. A vibrant energy began to flow from Megan's mouth into mine. And while I was sure it possessed no physical presence or actual substance, I could taste and feel it all the same. It was warm, thick, and sweet like custard, with a hint of vanilla and absolutely addictive. I now realized that my hunger had been far more than metaphorical as I drank in Megan's unique flavor with my lips and tongue, desperate to satiate my thirst. The kiss deepened, and I held her close, letting the moment linger between us. With a sticky wetness, I broke away from the passionate kiss, pulling back to stare at Megan's flushed face, her tongue resting atop her swollen lips that chased after me, following the bridge of saliva still connecting us. Realizing I had pulled away, a look of confusion passed across Megan's clouded eyes. Did I do something wrong? I know I'm not a great kisser. I haven't had. Get on the bed. I interrupted her with a sultry growl, my gaze practically burning Megan's soft skin with its intensity. What? Get on the bed. Now. I repeated myself with even more intensity, which finally seemed to shock Megan out of her stupor as she stiffly turned around and climbed onto my bed. Watching her crawl across the sheets on her hands and knees stirred something inside me, and I shifted uncomfortably. Reaching the middle of the bed, Megan paused and sat down before staring at me with a questioning gaze, clearly looking for more instructions. Please sit back and tell me what you'd like to do next. My tone was firm but gentle at the same time, and I watched as Megan's face flushed, but she moved to follow my lead regardless. Leaning back on her elbows, Megan reached down and unbuttoned her pants before lifting her but off the bed to slide the pair of slacks over the great swell before peeling them off the rest of the way. As she put them to the side, my eyes were fixated on her body, the glossy sheen, the curves, the bounty of everything on display. Megan's bra could barely contain her massive chest, and even the slightest breath was enough to make them heave and jiggle like pudding. Meanwhile, her modest panties were transformed into a thong, swallowed up by her hips, thighs, and ass like a piece of floss. Seeing my gaze, Megan blushed even harder and looked away. I know they're ugly. I can get something sexier if you'd like. Shut up, I muttered in response as I reached up towards my collar. If you were any sexier, I would have ruined my pants. Megan's eyes widened as I took off my shirt, and I watched her eyes trace over the lines of my muscles with desire. But her initial reaction was nothing compared to how she reacted as I reached down and pulled off my pants, leaving me in nothing but my underwear. The fabric clung to me as I stood there, and she could not look away. And trailing down my left thigh as Megan stared at me with a mixture of fear, anticipation, and lust, her breath accelerating as she realized what her body had done to me. Walking over, I slowly eased myself onto the bed, though my eyes never left Megan's. In a blink, I was less than an inch away from her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating off of her nearly naked body and feel her breath brush against my face. Leaning in, I kissed her once more, and Megan quickly reciprocated. She met me with a deep, eager kiss from the start, our mouths moving together. Again, the warm current of her energy poured into me, stronger and more vivid than before. The only explanation was that as Megan's excitement grew, so did the intensity of her energy, which I so desperately craved. Leaning even further into the kiss, I began to press Megan down with my body weight until she rested on her elbows. Moving in closer, I slid my legs in between and under hers, spreading her thick thighs and propping them up on my own as I sat on my knees. Still deep in our passionate kiss, I was overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, but unfortunately, I was woefully unprepared to take things any further. Still, that didn't mean I would be ending things anytime soon. My entire torso loomed over Megan, shadowing her as I supported myself with both my hands planted to either side of her, boxing her in. I then slowly broke away from the kiss. However, instead of pulling back, I moved in even closer as my lips grazed against Megan's neck, sucking, nibbling, and licking her soft skin. Olof, Erramon. Megan breathed my name as her back arched off the bed, and she pulled me close to her. Reaching under her arched back, my fingers found the clasp of her bra, and with deft fingers I unclipped it. I pulled it away from her, much to her apparent surprise, as she gasped and tried to cover herself, but I caught her hand and held it gently against the bed. I then held her gaze for a moment before looking at her in a quiet, tender stillness. Two perky and round shapes sat on Megan's chest, defying gravity despite their massive size, each tipped with pink areola. With a smile across my face, I gently blew on Megan's chest, making her gasp and giggle. Hey, stop that. Following her request, I leaned in close to Megan, feeling her warmth against me. She gasped softly and arched her back in response. I reached up with my other hand and gently held her other side, drawing her closer, sinking my fingers into the melon of flesh the size of my head as I inhaled her scent that smelled of vanilla and cream. For a moment, I believed I had entered heaven again, but then her tantric energy began to flow from her breast into my mouth, and I realized how wrong I had been. Custard, too. Megan's POV, my body was hot, too hot. The fire inside of me had been growing ever since Ramon had put his lips against mine and slipped his tongue in my mouth. It had almost been a relief for him to tell me to take my clothes off if I hadn't nearly died of embarrassment. Fortunately, I quickly forgot about my own nakedness when Ramon took off his own clothing, exposing his sculpted physique. And once I did, I couldn't get enough. It was unlike anything I'd smelled before. It was raw, sweet, and pungent at the same time, filling my nose and throat with a cloying carnal presence that refused to disperse. It was overwhelming and made my head spin, but I took it all in as he moved closer, his breath warm against my skin. The closeness felt like a soothing balm, gentle and comforting. He leaned in closely, moving with an almost overwhelming urgency, while gently circling the area with his tongue. My body relaxed as I gave in to Ramon's passionate advances as he pressed close against me, seemingly captivated. While he lingered near my left side, his other hand came over to my right side, and his rugged, calloused fingers pressed firmly against me. I lifted my back off the bed and exposed myself to him, inviting him to come closer and touch whatever he desired. There was something so passionate and caring about his carnal ministrations that made my heart flutter beyond the physical response of my body. I could feel his emotions and knew that Ramon's love went beyond sex and momentary pleasure. Thinking of everything Ramos had done for me and how he had just appeared out of thin air to protect me, an urge to reciprocate blossomed inside of me. With a trembling hand, I slowly reached down between our bodies, grazing his abs before gently resting my hand against him through his boxers. My immediate thought was to marvel at how intense the moment was when something suddenly jerked, making me let out a startled gasp. For a moment, I hesitated whether I should continue, but then Ramon let out an encouraging sound, sending a tingling sensation through me. Stifling my reaction, I pressed my hand against his outline through the fabric and slowly traced its shape, biting my lip. Even through the material, it was so warm I thought my hand would burn, and I found myself drawn to the feeling, while the soft sounds he made only encouraged me to continue. Bringing my hand all the way up, I calmed my racing heart for a moment before I slipped my fingers underneath his waistband and reached into his clothes. After a bit of floundering, I found my hand wrapped around him, and with a gentle, slow tug, I pulled it out where it rested against my stomach and the front of my panties. Feeling its weight and warmth against my skin sent another chill through my body, and I stared at the tip that left a damp mark on my skin, tracing my fingers slowly upward along its length. I wrapped my hand around the base of his shaft, feeling warmth pool in my palm as I began to move rhythmically. My movements were clumsy and inexperienced as my fingertips struggled to encircle him, but Ramon didn't seem to mind as his content grunts and sighs trembled through me and his hips arched. I could feel his racing heartbeat as the tension in his body swelled and pulsed, pushing him closer and closer to the edge. And then, without warning, he was there. I felt him tense and shake, somehow growing even more intense as he let out a loud grunt. My hand froze, unsure of what I should do. But then I felt a rush of warm liquid splash against my hand and spill through my fingers. Ramon continued, the volume making it impossible to contain, and it dripped down onto my stomach and thighs. Maybe I should have been disgusted or unnerved, but feeling the pool of liquid sloshing around in my hand made my heart race, knowing that I was the reason Ramon had released so much. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, Ramon finished and his body finally stilled. He then slowly sat up and gazed down at where our bodies were close. Following his eyes, I looked down as well and couldn't help but stare at the sticky residue. My hand was covered in it, with thick, glossy strands draped between my fingers and a pale puddle cupped in my palm. But that wasn't even half of what had spilled over onto my stomach, coating my skin and settling in my belly button. Some of the strands had even reached the lower part of my chest. For a moment, I imagined what it would feel like to have Ramon close against me, his warmth covering my sensitive skin. "Here, let me go get you a towel." Ramon's voice interrupted my thoughts as he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. As he disappeared from view, I glanced back down at my hand. Suddenly, a twinge of curiosity grabbed hold of me. This was the first time I had ever found myself in such an alarming situation. Holding my hand to my face, I took a cautionary sniff, only to immediately regret my decision. My nose was immediately overwhelmed by Ramon's scent. The same earlier sweet scent that I could get enough of now filled the air around me and stirred a strange, restless feeling. A slow breath escaped my lips as I stared at the pale threads between my fingers, and before I realized it, my curiosity got the better of me. I tensed and expected a foul taste, but after a moment, my eyes shot open in realization. Staring at my hand, I pursed my lips and began greedily drinking from the puddle in my hand. The texture was similar to jelly and dissolved on my tongue, spreading through my entire mouth like a thick liquid and carrying the sweet taste. I cleaned my hand off completely, licking my fingers as if savoring every bit of it, and I would have started wiping up the residue on my stomach when a quiet cough interrupted me. "You know, if you want some more, you could always get it from the tap." I blushed first in embarrassment, then out of lust as I looked over and stared at Ramon's naked body, towel in hand. Not knowing what to say, I just meekly accepted the towel. "Sorry, I don't know what came over me." "Don't apologize." I don't think any man would complain about a woman paying that much attention to him. Ramon flirted as he watched me like a hawk, his eyes still feasting on my body. It was almost too much. Is it really that much of turn on?" I asked, unsure as I cleaned myself off with Ramon's towel. Ramon shrugged, more for some than others, I guess, though I'm pretty sure most women don't like the taste. I blinked in surprise as I sat up on the edge of the bed. "Really? I thought it tasted pretty good." "Well then, do you want some more?" Ramon asked in a husky voice as he stood in front of me. He stood less than a foot away from my face. Even relaxed, his presence was intimidating, yet made my heart flutter in excitement as I imagined what it would feel like to be close to him and trace the lines of his skin with the tip of my finger. My lips had already started to part in anticipation when my phone suddenly went off in the pocket of my discarded pants. I muttered a curse at the timing, but reached over nonetheless and checked my phone. Shit. Standing up in a hurry, I bent down and put on my pants before grabbing my bra as well. "I'm sorry, B, but I have to go now. My shirt, where is my—" I paused as Ramon wordlessly offered me the piece of clothing. "Get home safe, all right?" "Thank you," I muttered under my breath as I put on the shirt. "And thank you for everything else. Will I see you again tomorrow?" "If that's your way of asking if you still have a job, then yes," Ramon replied before leaning in. "Just make sure you don't have anywhere to be afterwards." Chapter 15, I let out a long sigh that was half wistfulness, half frustration as I watched the door close behind Megan. Before her rapid departure, the sight of her glistening, plump lips had left me flustered and a bit distracted, which was a nuisance, as despite the considerable effort I had already put in, I still felt like I could keep going for a while longer. Who would have thought being an incubus, a creature that feeds on life energy, would help me in the bedroom? Infinite stamina, and apparently I bring something extra to the table. Not a bad deal. Still feeling restless. I hopped into a cold shower to cool myself off and clear my mind so I could think about everything else that had happened tonight. Though before I could get the image of Megan's naked body out of my mind, a window popped up in the corner of my eye. You have lost the condition. Minor depravity you have discovered a new preference for. Megan Griffin alert. You have gained the condition, minor clarity. By working through a personal challenge and helping another, you have temporarily cleared your mind, granting increased focus and mental acuity. Condition, minor clarity duration. 24 hours or until the end of the day effects. 1. The efficacy of skills increased by 5-2. The efficacy of hexes is decreased by 5 red over the notifications. I ruefully shook my head. I can't believe that this kind of lewd activity is considered optimal for min-maxing my profits. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, I moved on to other pressing issues, though I made sure to quickly review Megan's profile as well. Profile: Megan Griffin's status affection, 65-100 lust, 75-100 bond. A conscience rank, F bio personality, shy eager. Kinks: devoted pact, none kink, devoted affect. Those who possess this kink experience great pleasure whenever participating in carnal acts that involve their partners redacted. Damn, nearly maxed out all of her meters. It won't be long before I can convert her into a thrall. And now that I know Megan's turn on, I can make plans for tomorrow. Of course, I couldn't ignore the domino that had started the fortunate series of events. That quest was an unexpected but welcome bonus, definitely putting those 2 points toward my cooking skill. As for the hex point, I don't have a clue. I've barely had to use any hexes besides the one on Patty earlier. But that was mostly for fun. It'll probably just save it until I need it. Carrying out my plan, I opened my system and sank the 2 skill points into my cooking skill, bringing it up to the 3rd level. Skill: cooking 3 upgrade cost, 0-3 effects, 1. 15 to the final quality of all recipes 2. 10 to cooking speed taking in the upgrade. I gave a satisfactory nod. Another 5% never hurt anybody. Shame that the clarity bonus won't last long enough for tomorrow's service. Though I should still make a killing. Turning off the shower. I finished up the rest of my nighttime routine and stepped out of the bathroom, only to frown. Looking at the bare walls, lifeless fake wood flooring, and overall lack of soul, I couldn't help but feel a bit discontent with my living space. Maybe I should spruce up the place. Seeing as I actually have company coming over. Wanting to know how much I had made, I got into bed and lay my head back on my pillow. Day 3 reports Sim Life profits, 12,537 cost, minus 10,638 modifiers. Fortune I5 income, 1,994 total, 4,854 date life energy spent, 1 energy gained, 0 tantric reserves, 4-5 lust, minus 15 total, 5,100 ill wait until after tomorrow to spend anything. I should also look into hiring a kitchen staff. They're bound to offer some powerful modifiers. That night, I went to bed with a smile on my face, eager for the morning and the day that would follow. Megan's POV. I was sure my heart never dropped below 100 beats per minute on my walk home, as my depraved mind kept flooding my body with phantom sensations of Ramon's hands and memories of what he had done. To make it worse, every other minute, I would catch a whiff of his scent. His sweat and other fluids had dried up on my skin, marking me until I managed to take a shower, though part of me wanted to put it off just to keep the scent on me longer. Just make sure you don't have anywhere to be afterwards. A heavy blush spread across my cheeks as I replayed his parting words to me. Does it mean he plans on getting more intimate with me? Or does he just want me to do that again? Maybe I should be prepared. Will it even be enough for him? Shaking my head, I got control of my emotions as I walked up to the front of my house and unlocked the door. I almost half expected my mother to be waiting to ambush me, but thankfully was greeted with an empty living room with all the lights turned off. Breathing out a sigh of relief, I stepped in and closed the door behind me, ready to make my way upstairs when the lights suddenly turned on without warning, nearly blinding me. I've been expecting you. I jumped and turned around to find my father sitting in the corner. What is it with you and Mom lying in wait to catch me off guard? My dad frowned at me as he leaned forward in his chair. Well, maybe if you weren't so occupied with your little job all the time. Your mother and I wouldn't have to. Hey, all the time? It's been 2 days. I exclaimed while rubbing the bridge of my nose in frustration. But regardless, how can you criticize me for working hard and making money? I can criticize you because Quagmire told me about what happened today. My dad rebutted as he jabbed a finger at me. A pit formed in my stomach, and my feet went cold as I swallowed hard. He told you what happened? Yes. My dad roared. How could you let your boss kick out a family friend over a little misunderstanding? I paused for a moment in pure disbelief. Then my nervousness turned into anger. A misunderstanding? That creep tried to touch me inappropriately, and would have if it wasn't for Ramon. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Meg. Quagmire isn't that much of a perv, my father muttered with a roll of his eyes. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I screamed, not knowing if I wanted to cry or wrap my hand around my father's fat neck and wring the life from him. Peter, Meg, what's going on? Why are both of you screaming when it's so late? I looked over as my mother walked down the stairs into the living room, yawning and rubbing her eyes with a nightrobe wrapped around her. Blame Dad. He's mad at me because Quagmire was thrown out of the restaurant I worked at. He wasn't just thrown out. He was humiliated in front of the whole restaurant and his date, who wouldn't give him the time of day afterwards. Good. I probably saved her from getting roofied or something. Both of you. Enough. My mother spoke up with a frustrated sigh. Meg, just apologize to Quagmire, and that will be the end of it. My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at my mother. Apologize? That creep tried to assault me. And you want me to apologize? An apology isn't enough. Meg, as of right now, you no longer work at that restaurant. My father decreed as he crossed his arms and tried to puff out his chest to make himself look more authoritative. I rolled my eyes with a sharp bark of laughter. Sorry, but since you actually can't fire me, I think I still do. I mean it, Meg. If I catch you anywhere near that restaurant, you're going to regret it. My father insisted as he turned red in the face, but I only scoffed and glanced at my mother. Are you really just going to sit there and let him talk like this? My mother let out a tired sigh like she was the one being bombarded and interrogated. Peter, she's not quitting her job. Besides knowing Quagmire, he probably did deserve it to some extent. My father grumbled, still clearly upset, but didn't press the issue any further. I let out a relieved sigh. Thank you. Now, can I please just go upstairs and turn in for the night? No one replied, but I took their silence as approval, so I made my way upstairs, happy to distance myself. However, as I passed by my mother, I watched her entire body stiffen, and her eyes went wide as she turned and grabbed my arm. W, what is that? Can I please just go to bed? I muttered, too tired to put up with her antics any longer. Not until you tell me what that smell is, my mother insisted, her nose twitching as she sniffed the air. For a moment, I had no idea what she was talking about before my eyes widened in realization. It can't be that, can it? Glancing at my mother's face, I took in her alert, wide eyes, her accelerated breath, and the slight flush slowly spreading across her cheeks. Oh my God, it is. And she's really into it? She doesn't smell like anything, Lois, my father grumbled, eager to argue with anyone who would entertain him. After a moment and a few more sniffs, my mother thankfully let go of my arm. Make sure you take a shower before you go to bed. I stared at her before turning around and leaving without another word. But internally my mind was racing, and I couldn't help but smile. As I found a way to potentially get back at my mother and my father at the same time, I wonder if Ramon likes redheads. Running errands, normally, I would spend my time before service in the kitchen doing prep. But today I had to take care of a few things I had been putting off. The most pressing of which was getting a phone. I hadn't needed it so far, but that was bound to change at some point. So, $800 for the phone itself, and another $50 added to my monthly maintenance for the plan. I had a working phone. It almost physically pained me to see my available funds dip below my maintenance bill. But after a few deep breaths, I managed. When did I become such a frugal miser. If I keep it up, I might get visited by 3 ghosts on the night of Christmas Eve. Thinking about money had me itching to get back to the restaurant to prep, but I had one more errand to run before I could return. Using my phone, I managed to pull up a map of the town and find the store I needed in record time. A short 5-minute walk later, and I was standing in front of a convenience store with the most unfortunate name I had ever seen. Ralph? Really? Naming theme aside, I made my way into the store, and after scanning the signs at the front of the aisles, I managed to find the one I was looking for. Making my way down the family planning aisle, I walked past the diapers, bottles, wipes, and after morning pills before finally setting my eyes on the seemingly endless variations of condoms that came in every shape and color. For a moment, my hand automatically drifted towards the tried-and-true brand of my previous life before I paused and remembered that they wouldn't do the job anymore. I couldn't suppress a cocky grin as I went back to searching the shelves, only for my smile to slowly slip from my face as I moved closer and closer to the end. And when I reached it, my smile had turned into a full-on frown. You gotta be kidding me. They don't have my size. Letting out a sigh, I considered just calling it a day right there, and then before I glanced at the Request Aid button at the very end of the aisle and sighed, well, this is going to be an awkward conversation. Pressing the button, I stepped back as it let out a soft chime, and a second later, an automated announcement came over the loudspeakers, store clerk to aisle 1. I waited, and after a minute, I wondered if anyone would bother showing up before I heard a loud, exaggerated sigh from around the corner. I swear if it's another deadbeat dad who's going to ask me which formula is better, I'm going to scream. Like, how the fuck would I know? Do I look like I have a kid? I looked over just in time to catch the exasperated clerk walk around the corner, muttering to herself with her eyes glued to her phone. She then glanced up at me with a bored, irritated look on her face, as if I was responsible for everything wrong in her life. Well, I'm here. This time, I was only mildly surprised and a bit frustrated that I found her incredibly attractive. The clerk wore her red hair back in a tight ponytail that just barely brushed the nape of her neck. As for her body, she was on the thinner side, though her chest was still more than a handful, and her hips were wider than I would expect for someone with her build. Ignoring her appearance, I was tempted for a second to call the clerk out on her attitude, but I just decided to ignore it as I coughed into my hand. Yeah, I was just wondering if you had any larger condoms? The clerk raised an eyebrow and looked me up and down before letting out a derisive snort. Really? Don't you have a life to live or something? I'm sorry, I replied, confused at what I could have possibly said to piss the girl off. I just asked if you have bigger. Yeah, I heard you the first time. The clerk interrupted with a roll of her eyes. I also know that there's no way that you're that big down there. It's like impossible. You probably don't have much going on and just want an ego boost by having me go into the back and pull out the extra large condoms. First of all, it's not impossible. Second of all, it's not an ego trip. I just need a larger size. That's all there is to it, I answered, trying to sound as reasonable as possible. However, as the clerk crossed her arms and raised her eyebrow at me, it was evident she wasn't buying my story. Letting out a frustrated sigh, I reached up and pinched the bridge of my nose. Look, what is it going to take to get what I need? The clerk stared at me for a moment as she chewed her lip before she shrugged. All right then, come with me. What? Instead of answering me, the clerk grabbed my hand and started pulling me towards the back of the store. Hey, where the hell are you taking me? Relax. Guy, you're like twice my size. The clerk muttered with an eye roll as she stopped in front of a door with a number pad that she quickly typed a code into. A second later, the door opened, revealing a small storage closet. Come on. With another sharp tug, the clerk pulled me into the closet before quickly closing the door and putting herself between me and it. Okay, what the hell is going on? The clerk grinned as she stared up at me like a fox who had caught the canary. Well, you asked what it was going to take to get the condoms you want, right? I crossed my arms. Yes, but I don't see how a storage closet is going to, well, I assume you didn't want to be seen on camera whipping that out. The clerk muttered, leaving me at a loss for words. Why would I ever? Look, the easiest way to prove that you actually need the larger size is if I can confirm with my own 2 eyes. The clerk answered with a shrug, as if her hands were tied. So hurry up, I don't have all day. You think I'm just going to expose myself to a complete stranger? I asked, completely miffed, unable to believe the situation I found myself in. The clerk rolled her eyes. Ugh, fine. My name is Summer. Nice to meet you. They were not strangers anymore. Now, stop wasting my time. That doesn't. I cut myself off, realizing that this was taking far longer than it needed to. Fuck it. Reaching down, I stepped back and pulled up my pants there. Are you happy now? I watched Summer's eyes grow wide as saucers as she stared at me. Holy shit. You weren't lying. Of course I wasn't. I growled as I went to pull up my pants. Now, go get my stuff, and it'll be on my way. Not so fast there, Summer exclaimed, holding up a hand, even though her eyes were still fixated on me. I need to see for myself. Are you really that desperate? I swore, and I hate to break it to you, but I just can't seem to get into the mood when I want. Summer clicked her tongue, but instead of arguing with me, she gave an exaggerated shrug and tugged at the hem of her shirt before letting it drop back down there. Happy now, perv? Says the hypocrite of the fucking century. I muttered angrily while glancing at Summer, who I had to admit was attractive. Also, you really think a little flirting is enough to get me excited? Ugh, Summer groaned. But instead of just letting the subject drop, she turned around and continued making a scene. She stepped closer until she was right up against me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. W.O., what are you doing? Getting your attention. Duh, she replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world while glancing over her shoulder to stare at me. Now, just shut up and enjoy this. Before I could respond, Summer shifted closer, brushing her hips back against me as she started to twerk. I let out a surprised grunt, caught off guard by the move, which felt better than it had any right to as Summer shifted against me, her grip tightening. Damn it. Part of me wanted to be prideful and push Summer away, but I couldn't ignore my base nature, and with a grunt, I reached out and grabbed Summer's hips, holding her steady as I started to move with her. Summer let out a triumphant laugh as she arched her back. There you go. I was starting to wonder if you like guys or something. Hearing her cocky voice flipped a dark switch inside of me. It's time to show you who's in charge. Running errands, too. I grabbed Summer firmly and pulled her close. Ashiyo, what are you doing? You jerk. Summer cursed as she tried to turn around to yell at me. Not having any of it, I snarled and slapped Summer across the ass hard, leaving behind a bright red mark and making her let out a startled yelp of pain. Keep your fucking voice down, you damn brat. It's about time someone taught you some fucking manners. Why, you fucking asshole? Summer swore again, and she was rewarded with another slap and another red mark on her ass. Keep it up, and I'm gonna tan your ass like rawhide. Though maybe that's what you want. You like getting pushed around like that? You like being treated like the annoying jerk you are? Shut the fuck up. Summer growled as she tried to reach back and claw at me, but I just grabbed her hair, yanking her head back and making her struggle to keep her balance. Stubborn has a fucking donkey, though maybe I should call you an ass. I laughed at my own joke and punctuated it with another slap, this time on Summer's other cheek to even out color difference. By the time I'm done with you, you're not going to sit right for a week. Summer looked back and glared at me with slightly misty eyes from the tension, but I could tell by the way she was biting her lower lip and the heavy flush spread across her cheeks that she was caught up in the moment as much as I was. Deciding to change things up, I shifted my stance behind Summer, and for a brief moment, I caught a flash of disappointment in her eyes, a look that vanished as I leaned in close to Summer, the warmth between us unmistakable even through the delicate, silken fabric of her clothes. W.O., what are you doing? Summer hissed, though she wasn't shouting anymore. What? I did this for you, I muttered, leaning in close to Summer, only for her tights to suddenly tighten, stopping me in my tracks. A frown crossed my face as I tugged on Summer's hair, pulling her upright so I could whisper into her ear. You really want to fuck with me right now? Summer struggled against me, and I could feel her racing heartbeat. But instead of giving in, a challenging smile spread across her lips. You don't scare me. Besides, you hit like a little bitch. Instead of feeling angry, I grinned, knowing now beyond a doubt that Summer is into our little game as much as I was. With a rough shove, I forced Summer to bend over again, leaving her off balance and vulnerable. Just remember you asked for this. Bitch. Summer POV. I bit my lip as the random man I had dragged into a storage closet smacked my arm again and again with his dinner plate-sized hand. Best damn decision of my life. I had never expected things to go this way, as I started out thinking that he had to be some asshole who was pissed he had gotten cursed with a frustrating situation below the waist and decided to make it everyone else's problem. I never considered that he might have been telling the truth until he dropped his pants and revealed what was underneath. While I wasn't superficial about size, I had always wanted to see what it was like to be with a guy who was above average. Needless to say, I had hit the jackpot. So I kept teasing him with my body and taunting him with my words, pushing him further and further towards a breaking point until he snapped. Was it a bit dangerous leaving myself so vulnerable in a locked room with a complete stranger? Yes, but the payoff was so worth it. I half expected him to lash out aggressively as revenge for teasing him about the condoms he wanted. Instead, he did something that was arguably better. My butt was on fire and covered in pins and needles. But something about the pain threatened to overwhelm me despite my best efforts. Whenever he smacked me, my breath caught and my vision went white. It took all the strength I had not to break out into joyful tears and cry out from the overwhelming sensation. This is no fucking right to feel this good. Now, are you going to cooperate or do you need another lesson? The man growled from behind me as he pulled on my hair and clamped his hand down on my waist hard enough that I knew it was going to bruise. For a moment, I was tempted to talk back, but since I had work tomorrow, I unclenched my legs, biting my lip as I felt the man's body press close to mine, the thin fabric of my clothing barely doing anything to numb the intensity of the contact. I looked back over my shoulder, staring at the man's villain, up his shredded abs and boulder-like chest to his sadistic grin as he felt me submit. Good girl. I let out a soft grunt as his grip on my hair tightened, though he didn't pull. Instead, he just seemed to remind me again who was in control as he pressed himself against me, asserting his dominance with each movement, using the inside of my thighs and the tension between us to build the moment. God, this is so intense. He started off slow, so slow it was almost agonizing as he pulled nearly all the way back before slowly pressing forward, keeping the connection alive. So I could feel every last inch. Compared to the intense punishment he had levied against my backside, it was almost nothing. But the comparison is what made it so good, as the sharp, stinging pain that made my heart race, melded with the slow, tingling caress that made my legs tremble and my breath hitch. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that I realized that gentle grazing was another form of punishment. My body was becoming increasingly aroused, preparing for what should have been the natural conclusion of the man's teasing. But his movements didn't change, nor did the intensity, leaving me perpetually tense. A few times I tried to brace against him, but every time he would stop and tighten his grip on my hair until I eventually shed a tear and let go, letting him resume his relentless teasing. I don't know how long I let him torment me, but when the last shred of my willpower and pride crumbled away, my vision was blurry with unshed tears, and my voice broke as I finally begged. I give in. What was that? I suppressed a snarl as I heard the man smirk. But he silenced the snarky reply on the tip of my tongue as he pressed close to me with enough force to make my breath catch. My legs shook like leaves in the wind, and it took every last shred of strength not to whimper. I meant every word. What's the magic word? I growled, but once more he declawed me effortlessly, and this time I bit my tongue hard enough to draw blood as I forced the words out of my mouth. Please. See, there you go. Was that so hard? Don't get cocky, you son of a, before I could complete my rebuttal. I was suddenly pulled back, so fast my vision blurred. I didn't know where I was until my back came to rest against a large and warm torso, while two rugged hands roamed across my body. My chest heaved as one hand closed around my neck and clenched, not tight enough to choke me. But I quickly felt myself growing lightheaded. My eyelids fluttered as I threatened to pass out from the overwhelming sensations. But I was shocked right back awake as I felt his other hand suddenly slip beneath the fabric, his fingers brushing against me in an intimate way I hadn't expected. All the strength left my body as a wave of overwhelming sensation washed through me. My mouth formed an O, and my hip started to buck involuntarily. Through the fog of emotion clouding my mind, I heard the man behind me grunt, and I looked up as Summer placed the box of condoms on the counter, her voice flat and impassive, as if we hadn't just finished what we were doing about damn time. I could have been quicker if someone hadn't made such a mess for me to clean up. Summer muttered angrily as she stepped behind the cash register and rang me up. $10. Well, if that someone weren't dragged into a storage closet, maybe there wouldn't have been a mess in the first place. I replied sarcastically as I slapped a $10 bill onto the counter. Summer grunted with a roll of her eyes as she snatched up the bill. You can't act like you didn't enjoy it when you reacted like that. Honestly, it's kind of sad considering the fact that I barely had to do anything. Seriously, just how wound up were you? I smirked and crossed my arms. Wound up? Why do you think I'm buying supplies? I could keep going all night and day. Yeah, right? Summer scoffed. Leaning over the counter, I got right in Summer's face before moving my lips, so they were right next to her ear. Are you really that eager to get proven wrong? Again? Summer tried to put on a strong front, but I watched her jaw clench as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Jay, just take your condoms and get out of here. I grinned at the small victory before standing up and grabbing my purchased item. Fine, just know that ice goes a long way. I punctuated my advice as I glanced down at Summers, as before turning around and making my way out of store. Though before I could cross over the threshold, Summer called out, "Wait." I paused and turned to find Summer quickly walking over to me with a slip of paper clenched in her hand. What? Your receipt, Summer muttered and offered me the folded-up piece of paper. Looking up from her hand to her eyes that refused to meet mine, I raised an eyebrow. That desperate to talk to me again? Just fucking take the piece of paper, Summer growled, waving it in front of me. All right, no need to be a pain in the ass about it. I muttered with a smirk as Summer glared at me. Sorry. Poor choice of words. Summer flipped me off before turning around and storming away. And for final time, I appreciated how well her ass filled out her tight yoga pants. I walked out of the store with a cocky smirk across my lips, though it didn't last long as I checked the time on my phone and cursed shit. I'm gonna have to rush through prep. Shoving my phone back in my pocket, I want to throw out my receipt, but then paused and unfolded the piece of paper. Written hastily in pen was a 9-digit number with the words "Call me" written beneath. My smirk returned for a moment as I pulled out my phone once more and took a picture of the receipt. I guess that's one way to get a girl's number. Megan's POV. I sighed as I stared at my reflection in the mirror. It's not great, but it's the best I could do on such short notice. Turning around, I glanced over my shoulder. I mean, if everything goes well, I shouldn't be wearing them for long. Turning back around, I reached up and grabbed my breasts, adjusting how that sat in the snow-white bra, which was painfully boring but not outrageously ugly. I also wore a pair of pure white panties that were a bit more on the revealing side, almost disappearing into my hips and the crack of my ass. Knowing that this was as good as it was going to get, I hastily put on the rest of my clothes, including my tightest pair of jeans and a low-cut blouse. Pulling on the fabric a bit, I grinned, seeing that the tops of my breasts were on full display, with the tops appearing nice and rounded, and when I leaned over and stood back up, they bounced like balloons, threatening to spill out of my top at the drop of my hat. Perfect. Doing my makeup next. I kept things light and natural, powder in my cheeks with a faint blush, a hit of eyeshadow, and a matte lip gloss, all of which went into my purse afterwards, just in case I needed to reapply after service. With one final check, I felt my confidence and nervousness climb to new levels, but running short on time. I quickly made my way out of my room. And where are you going all dressed up? God damn it! I swore in my mind as I turned around to find my mother standing in the hallway, taking in my appearance, her disapproval oozing out in waves. Taking in a deep, steadying breath, I gathered myself before responding to work, like I have been for the last 2 days. Now I need to get going or I'm going to be late. I tried to take a step forward, but my mother didn't move, and she let out a sigh. Why are you doing this, Meg? To make money? I replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world, because it was. Though my mother clearly didn't share my love of common sense as she glared at me and crossed her arms. I'm talking about why you're going out of your way to cause so much drama? What drama? I exclaimed, already feeling a migraine coming on. All I'm trying to do is go to work and live my life, like everybody else. And for some reason, that seems to be a really big problem with you and Dad. It's a problem because we're your parents, and it's our job to be concerned for your safety and well-being, my mom insisted, and I could help but roll my eyes with a groan. And just how exactly does working at a restaurant affect my well-being and safety in any way that causes you concern? Well, I talked to your father about the incident yesterday, and he said that Quagmire told him that your boss was extremely aggressive and grabbed him. Ramon grabbed Mr. Quagmire's arm to stop him from molesting me. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Why don't you believe me? Don't raise your voice at me, young lady. My mom shouted back, her voice like a whip, and I do believe you, but don't think I didn't notice how late you came home last night. And now you're dressing up like this. Like what? I asked as I crossed my arms underneath my chest, pushing my breasts out even more. My mother glared at me. You're really going to make me say it? Say what, Mom? What am I dressed like? I asked again with a shrug. Like a fucking slut. That's what you're dressed like, Meg. I froze for a moment before indignation replaced any feeling of shame or guilt. And what about it? I can dress how I want. And this is how you want to present yourself to people. My mother asked in disbelief. No one likes a girl who puts it all out there. That's what you think? I shot back with a small grin. My mother's eyes widened in shock, and she clutched at her non-existent pearls. So, I was right. You were seeing him. No, we haven't made it official yet, I corrected, but I'm hoping to change that tonight. So far, we've only fooled around with each other. Megan Griffin, that is enough. I am your mother, and I don't need to hear about any of this. I scoffed. Well, you're the one who asked. I just assumed you wanted me to tell the truth. My mother shook her head. I don't even know what to do with you anymore, Meg. Oh my God, what's the big deal? I'm 20 years old for fuck's sake. I swore in utter disbelief. Watch your language. And it's a very big deal, because you just met this guy, and he's already shown how possessive and quick to anger he is. My mother snapped, and I felt my frustration shoot through the roof. Because Mr. Quagmire was trying to molest me. How many times do I have to say it? Would you rather that he had done nothing and just sat there and let it happen? Of course not, Meg. I'm your mother. You know you keep saying that. But you're sure as shit not acting like it. I muttered angrily before I grabbed my purse and stormed past my mother, nearly knocking her over. Hey, pounding down the stairs. I didn't bother looking back as I heard my mother chase after me. Meg, don't you dare walk out that door. Instead of answering, I flipped my mother off over my shoulder as I grabbed the door and flung it open. One more step, young lady, and you are in a world of trouble. I didn't pause for a second as I stepped outside and slammed the door behind me. Chapter 19. Lois Griffin. I let out a frustrated sigh as I stared at the door my daughter had just slammed shut in my face. Damn it, Meg. Part of me was tempted to run after Meg and stop her from making the biggest mistake of her life. I thought I did a better job raising her. Jumping into bed with some guy she just met. And it's her boss, no less. I bet that he fires her right after sealing the deal. Muttering angrily to myself, I stormed into the kitchen in full Mother Goose mode. Grabbing the house phone, I ripped it off the stand and quickly dialed Peter's number, tapping my foot impatiently as it rang. Damn it, Peter, get off your fat ass and answer. After nearly a full minute, the call was picked up, and I heard the familiar strained breath through the phone. Hello? Finally, I exclaimed, nearly throwing my hands up into the air. What the hell took you so long? What? It's the middle of the workday, and I had to step away from my desk. Why are you calling me in a panic? I'm calling you because our daughter just made a shocking announcement about her boss before she stormed out the door. I shouted, wanting nothing more than to grab my stupid husband through the phone and shake him like a paperweight. What? She said that. And you just let her leave? Peter shouted. I didn't let her do anything. I snarled, don't blame this on me. You were the one who got her all defensive yesterday when you ambushed her. I wasn't blaming you. I was just trying to clarify what happened, Peter replied, taking back his previous attitude. I rolled my eyes and tapped my foot impatiently. Well, now you know what happened. So what are you going to do about it? Do about it? I can't just leave work in the middle of the day, Lois. Peter answered lamely. Oh, really? Our daughter is in trouble. And this is the one time you just happen to take your job seriously? Unbelievable. I muttered as I put a hand on my hip, wishing I had a visible target to focus my ire on. Peter huffed. Oh, so now I don't take my job seriously? I wasn't aware that you were bringing home a paycheck every month, Lois. With how many times I've had to ask my father for money, I might as well be... I shot back before slamming the phone back down on the stand and ending the call before Peter could respond. For a moment, I just stood there with my hand on the phone, my own words echoing in my head. Fuck. Ramon's POV. My knife paused against the cutting board as I heard the kitchen door swing open, and I looked over to see Patty standing in the doorway. Hey there. Hi. Patty replied with a nervous smile as she stepped into the kitchen. Is Meg here yet? No, not yet. Seems like she's running late today. I muttered as I turned back to my cutting board and the heads of lettuce that needed to be chopped up. I would help you with the setup, but I'm actually running a bit behind myself. Had to do some errands this morning. Speaking of, I trailed off as I quickly reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. Putting the device on the countertop next to me, I gestured at it with my chin. If you could put your number in there, that would be great. Why you want my number? Patty repeated as she stared at my phone with suspicion. Just for work purposes, right? Do you only want it to be for work purposes? I deflected, answering with a question of my own, as a teasing grin flitted across my lips. I already told you I was a greedy man, Patty. If that's going to be a problem, I suggest you find work somewhere else, or tell me right this instant that you have absolutely no intention of pursuing something more than an employer-employee relationship. I am not pursuing anything, Patty insisted, and I didn't even need to look at her know she was biting her lip and casting nervous glances around the room. Besides, I think you and Meg are far more compatible, so entertaining the illusion that there is any romantic possibility between us would only harm the budding. You know, you really ought to be more selfish, Patty. I interrupted with a click of my tongue. While I admire your logic and thoughtfulness, you're missing out on so much. Patty's breath hitched, and she swallowed hard. And missing out? Yesterday, for instance, if you were just a little bit more selfish. I paused before turning to glance at Patty from over my shoulder. You could have been the one that ended up in my room instead of Megan. Or even better, you could have joined us. Patty's face went bright red, nearly rivaling the shade of her hair. Why you two spent time together? No, I'm afraid not. I muttered regretfully with an audible sigh before I grinned, but hopefully that changes tonight. I could practically see the steam rising from the top of Patty's head as her brain overheated with logic and desire conflicting in equal measure. Patty, everything all right? Blinking Patty came around and quickly nodded. Why, I just need to... Instead of completing her sentence, Patty ran from the kitchen, disappearing through the door in the blink of an eye. Laughing at her antics, I went back to chopping lettuce with a smirk across my lips. Maybe I'm more of a sadist than I thought. If only she didn't make it so easy. Megan's POV, I was still fuming by the time I got to the restaurant, but I had never been more sure of anything in my life. By the end of the day, I was going to go to Ramon. I finally started to feel confident in myself, and I get slut-shamed by my damn mother. She's probably the reason why I've never been able to get a boy's attention my entire life. She's so fucking unhappy with her own marriage that she can't stand to see me be with a guy that actually treats me right. In my fury, I threw open the front door, startling Patty, whose arms were piled up with silverware wrapped in napkins. "Oh, Meg, it's you." I opened my mouth to reply, only to pause as I noticed the blush across her cheeks and how she refused to look at me for more than a second. "Yeah, sorry I'm late. My mom was being her usual self. But what's going on with you?" "And me?" Patty squeaked. "And nothing's wrong, everything is fine." Even though I'm blind, man, I could see that Patty was lying. I had known her long enough to know that pressing her for answers wouldn't result in much. Her own guilt will do that for me. "All right, then." I muttered in response. "Is Ramon in the kitchen?" Patty nodded like a bobblehead. "Yes, he's in the kitchen, and I am here. We're both in 2 separate rooms." I narrowed my eyes, but didn't comment on the weird response. Good to know. I pretended not to hear Patty's sigh of relief as I moved past her and into the kitchen. Stepping into the room, my heart was already speeding up in anticipation before I even saw him, and it only got worse when I did. As if he had some sixth sense, Ramon paused and turned around, smiling when his eyes met mine. But only for a moment. His eyes then dipped and dragged down my body, pausing on my chest, hips, and thighs. There was a hunger in his gaze, a desire, and in that moment, I didn't care if he only wanted me for my body and nothing else. It felt so good to be looked at with something other than disgust or disappointment. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Ramon smirked as he stared at me. Don't tell me you were that tired from last night? Instead of replying to his banter, I strode up to Ramon, making sure my hips were swaying side to side, pulling his gaze down and entrancing him with their rhythmic pattern. Then, when I was close enough, I pounced, throwing myself at him and wrapping my arms around his neck while pressing my lips against his. For a moment, my feet left the ground, but before I could fall back down, Ramon's muscular arms wrapped around my body, holding me against him while his hands reached down to grab my ass. My lips were already open for his tongue, knowing that his intensity wouldn't let him leave my mouth unexplored. But this time I met him halfway, showing him I was willing and wanting anything he wanted from me, he could have. However, after a second, I suddenly pulled away from the kiss and pushed away from Ramon, making him drop me to the floor. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice confused as he searched my eyes for some type of answer to my sudden refusal. Looking him up and down, I grinned. That was just a taste. You could get the real thing later tonight. Back alley brawl. Ramon. Dinner service that night was hard. A description that took on multiple meanings. Not only had my overall bonuses reached an all-time high, but missing out on the hour or two of prep meant I was constantly juggling 7 different tasks at once, from flipping steaks, peeling potatoes, plating dishes, and more. It was a tough battle, even with the minor clarity bonus I received after my romping session with Summer. Though after investigating, I realized that the 5% efficacy bonus wasn't a flat addition, but rather a percentage based on the existing modifier. For most of my skills, that was less than half of a percentage point, which was hardly a noticeable difference in the real world. However, one noticeable change was hard to ignore, and while it didn't help me in the moment, the near future looked very rewarding. Upgrading my cooking skill to level 3 had granted me yet another year towards mastery, and with it a slew of ideas for new dishes using more expensive ingredients and more culinary advanced techniques, resulting in even more expensive dishes and recipes. I had never been more motivated, envisioning my profit margins widening by another 2 or 3 percentage points, and I doubted whether anything could possibly top the motivating power of hard, cold cash. But about halfway through the service, I was proven how misguided my earlier assumption had been. Perhaps I should have taken her early display of overwhelming affection and desire as a warning. But I doubted that anything could have prepared me for the endless barrage of teasing and flirting that Megan sent my way. Every time she entered the kitchen to take an order or clean dishes, Megan would torment me, dropping a piece of silverware and making sure I looked over as she bent down to pick it up, brushing my arm as she accepted a platter of food, or making her chest bounce enticingly, which was on full display with a low-cut blouse that barely managed to conceal her massive bosom. As I endured the assault on my sanity, I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to cause such a major change in her demeanor. Megan had been shy and timid just the day before, but now she was moving like a huntress that had locked eyes on her favorite prey and had no intention of going hungry. And I couldn't have been a bigger fan, because by the time I plated the last order, I was rearing to go and could barely keep my mind clear of lewd, depraved thoughts for more than a minute. And it seemed like Megan was suffering from the same affliction, as well as she was practically vibrating as she walked into the kitchen. I just saw Patty out the door, and everything is taken care of in the front of the restaurant. How much longer are you going to be? I stood up from the heart, having just finished putting out the last of the embers. Nothing's holding me up. Then why are we wasting time? Let's go upstairs. Already, Megan insisted as she walked over and grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the back door. Relax, I'm not going to run off. I laughed as I pulled Megan back and wrapped my hand around her waist, especially after you've been teasing me all night. I never would have thought you to be such a minx. Megan blushed and reached up to twirl a strand of her hair. Sorry, if it was too much, I thought. I cut Megan off. Don't apologize. I like this confident version of you. Honestly, I think you could pull off the seductress act really well. Emmy a seductress? Megan asked doubtfully. You really think I have that much raw sex appeal? Today you did, and you know why? I asked. Megan paused before a small grin appeared across her lips. Because I was confident? I grinned as well. Exactly. I want to see more of confident Megan, and I think I know exactly what you need. Is there a mall or shopping outlet in town? Yeah, there's a mall. Why do you ask? Because I think a change of wardrobe would really help your self-esteem. I mean, I think you would look amazing wearing anything and nothing. But I can tell you want to change. So, how about I take you clothes shopping this weekend? I replied and watched as Megan's cheeks flushed to my shameless flirting, but her grin turned into a genuine smile. Dude, that sounds really nice, but you don't have to spend money on me. You already write my paycheck. How about this? I countered with a smile. They'll pay for your clothes, and in return, I get to pick out a few nighttime pieces that you can wear just for me. Megan blushed and started to fidget, but nodded nonetheless. Oh, okay, it's a deal then. Great. Now how about we go upstairs and get busy? I whispered in a husky voice while wiggling my eyebrows, making Megan laugh and shove me playfully. Fine, just as long as you promise never to do that again. Deal, I replied in a heartbeat before pressing a quick kiss against Megan's cheek, making her blush. A second later, we stumbled out into the alley behind the grill house, barely able to keep our hands off of each other. I almost wondered if we were going to make it back to my apartment before we tore each other's clothes off, when all of a sudden, two blinding headlights shone down the alley, making me and Megan freeze on the spot. What the hell? Holding up my hand in front of my eyes, I tried to peer through the blinding wall of light as I stepped in front of Megan. Ramon, what's going on? I have no idea, but I tend to find out. I muttered before taking a step forward. You know, it's kind of rude to set up an ambush so late at night. For a moment, my comment went unanswered, but then the headlights shut off, and I watched as four men got out of the car. My gaze narrowed as I realized one of them was the perv I had thrown out last night. The other three I had never seen before. One of them was an overweight middle-aged man wearing green pants and a white shirt. Another was in a wheelchair with a large chin, and the third was a black guy with a mustache that I couldn't help but be impressed by. I opened my mouth to address the crew, but before I could, Megan called out from behind me. Dad, what the hell are you doing here? I'm here to take you home. Meg, before you do something you regret, the fat man replied as he stepped forward, glaring at Megan. Now get over here and in the car. We can talk about this nonsense when we get home. I'm not going anywhere with you. Megan insisted as she glared at her father. Meg, this is not up for discussion. Her father growled, his cheeks wobbling with his irritated tone. I'm 20 years old, Dad. I don't have to go anywhere with you if I don't want to. Megan shouted back, stop trying to control my life. This isn't about control. It's about protecting you from making horrible decisions. That's like half of what life is. Megan protested, throwing up her hands before she turned to me. Come on, Ramon. We don't need to sit around and listen to them. You're not going anywhere with him. Her dad roared before he turned his attention to me. You keep your filthy hand off of my daughter. You hear me? Don't you talk to him like that. Megan insisted as she went to take a step forward, only for me to hold her back. Sorry, sir. But it seems like Megan has made her intent clear. She doesn't want to go with you. And that isn't going to change unless you want to try dragging her away, kicking and screaming. Hey, you stay out of this. See, the problem with that is, since Megan is a legal adult, that would be kidnapping. Also, if you were to try, you fine gentlemen would have to go through me. See, what did I tell you, Peter? He's a fucking prick that needs his ass kicked. The pervert shouted as he jabbed a finger at me. Actually, Quagmire, I don't think I've ever agreed with you more, Peter muttered as he started to roll up his sleeves. Dad, what the hell are you doing? Megan shouted, her eyes wide in disbelief. Teaching this punk a lesson. Peter growled as he started to walk towards me, his hands balling in a fist. This will teach you to keep your hands off another man's daughter. Back alley brawl, too, needless to say. As a guy who had lived his last life on the straight and narrow, my fighting experience was non-existent. But as I watched Peter storm towards me with his friend close behind, I felt not an ounce of fear or trepidation. Not because I was confident in beating them, but the primal surge of adrenaline that coursed through my veins ensured that I would put my life on the line to tear them all limb from limb. For a moment, I struggled to place where the source of the nearly uncontrollable rage came from. But then I realized my anger had flared when Peter threatened to separate me and Megan, which was the equivalent of trying to take a starving lion's meal and his pride at the same time. Fortunately, while the rage was nearly overwhelming, I managed to retain so higher level of rationality and thinking. So when Peter closed the distance between us and swung at me with a wild haymaker, I was ready for him. Even with my lack of expertise, dodging his heavily telegraphed attack was a piece of cake as I stepped back out of reach. Top-heavy and out of shape, Peter stumbled, struggling to catch himself, though before he could topple over, and I placed my palm in the middle of his chest. I watched a wave of confusion wash over Peter's face, most likely wondering why, instead of punching him or just letting him fall, I had caught him. Rather than answering him verbally, I replied with my actions as I gave Peter a gentle shove while sending a pulse of tantric energy down my arm. There was a muted flash of purple light that rippled from my palm, a split second before Peter was sent flying back through the air, with both his feet leaving the ground. His poor friends who had been right behind him were suddenly forced to catch several hundred pounds of fat. Though catch wasn't the right description for what happened. Instead, Peter crashed into his friends, knocking them over like bowling pins and trapping them underneath his immense bulk. HGN. What just happened? Peter groaned as he tried and failed to right himself with a dazed and confused look plastered across his face. Art. Peter, get off us, you fat ass. I can't feel my fucking legs. Quagmire screams as he pushed and shoved Peter, try to roll him over to no avail. At least you have legs to feel. Shut up, Joe. Quagmire snapped before glancing down at the pair of legs kicking at the air. Oh my God, Peter, I think you're smothering Cleveland to death. Huh? Peter replied, still in a stupor. Instead of answering, Quagmire and Joe worked together to finally roll Peter over, shoving him off of them with a grunt and a gasp as Cleveland shot up and greedily gulped in a lungful of air. Oh, thank heavens, I thought I was about to meet the Lord. I bit back a comment, instead crossing my arms and putting on a stoic mask as I stared the four men down while they slowly got back up to their feet. Y'all want to continue this little scuffle of ours, or have you had enough? The guys glared at me, but none made a move that suggested they wanted a taste of whatever I had done to send a 200-plus-pound man flying like a football. If that's the case, then I wouldn't mind if you gentlemen get back into your car and leave the property. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be forced to remove you myself. And I promise I won't be as gentle as before. My threat was mostly a bluff. If all of them charged me at once, there was very little I could do even with my new trick. Peter's jaw clenched, and I watched as his eyes flickered over to Megan. Either you come home tonight, or you don't come home at all. I frowned at the cruel ultimatum and couldn't help but glance at Megan, who was looking at me with wide eyes full of questions. It's your choice to make. Just know I'll support whatever you do. Megan's gaze softened, and she reached out to take my hand and pull me closer. You're the only one who's ever given me a second look. I think I would be the biggest idiot in the world if I threw that away. So I want to stay with you, if that's all right. I smirked. I don't have one problem with that. I looked back at Peter with a raised eyebrow. Well, you heard her? Now, are we going to have any more problems? Peter glared at me, but I could see the lingering confusion and fear in his eyes. You're making a big mistake, you bastard. Come on, let's get the fuck out of here. Peter's crew wordlessly followed him and piled into his car, which quickly backed out of the alley before disappearing down the street. I let out a soft sigh of relief as I let my arms drop down on my sides and gave myself a mental pat on the back. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. Seems like I was right to hold on to that hex point. Hex, kinetic blast level, 101 cost, 1 TP per cast duration. In A effect, convert your tantric energy into a forceful blast of kinetic energy, enhancing the striking power of any physical blow, or as a propulsive force to push the user or another object in a direction of choice. While I had hoped to spend the hex point on a more utility-based spell, didn't mind having a trump card just in case I was forced into another physical confrontation. Maybe I should even look at getting a fighting skill. Before I could begin weighing the pros and cons, I was interrupted by a sharp tug on my arm. And just like that, I was pulled back into the moment as I turned to face Megan. Sorry, I was a bit lost in thought. Are you okay? I'm fine, Megan replied after a second, though I could see the conflict in her eyes. Thank you for standing up to me. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. I just can't believe my dad would do something like this. Anger blossomed in Megan's gaze before she let out a tense sigh. If you don't want me to stay, that's fine. I'm sure I can crash at Patty's place until I get a place of my... Enough, I muttered, cutting Megan off. You're staying with me in a story. Not gonna kick you out after you just chose me over the only family you've ever known. Some family they've always treated me like I wasn't worth their time. Megan scoffed before her gaze softened as she looked up at me. In the last few days that I've known you, Ramon, you've made my life 10 times better, and I wouldn't let anything come in between that. While I could tell Megan's words were the truth, there was still something lingering on the tip of her tongue. What is it, Megan? A guilty look flashed across her eyes. I know I should pry into your secrets, and I don't want you to think that I'm ungrateful, but I was wondering how. What was that flash of light? For a moment, I didn't respond before a rueful smile crossed my lips, and I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. I should have figured you would have seen that. I'm surprised your father or his friends weren't more alarmed. I doubt they saw anything. The light was really faint, Megan explained with a sheepish look on her face. Look, just forget that I asked. I didn't mean to pry. No, you deserve an answer, I replied resolutely before sighing. I just hope it doesn't change your opinion of me. Megan shook her head. I already told you I won't let anything come in between. I cut Megan off once more, though instead of using words, I transformed into my true form for the first time. It was an odd sensation as my body was reconstructed from the inside out, but it wasn't downright unpleasant. In fact, I couldn't suppress a sigh of relief as I shed my human form, shedding a discomfort that I hadn't been aware of until now. It was like stretching out my body after a long car ride, and that's just what I did. Rising to my new full height, I cracked my neck and flexed the various new muscles across my body, including my tail and hooven hindquarters. Despite the drastic change, I didn't feel any awkwardness moving around in my new form. It all felt natural and right, more so than my human body. But all that was secondary to what really mattered. With a slow pan, I turned to look Megan in the eyes, which were wide with shock. Well, what do you think? In bed with the devil, Megan's POV. Well, what do you think? I couldn't think, I couldn't blink, I couldn't move, and I could barely breathe as I stared at the towering creature in front of me. The transformation happened so quickly that my mind didn't register it until Ramon spoke, his voice even deeper and possessing a slight echo and reverb that filled every word with grandeur. Unable to take in everything at once, my vision shrank to focus on one aspect of Ramon's new appearance at a time. His face was first. Somehow, it had become even more attractive, and combined with his flawless, dusky gray skin, gave him an exotic appearance, as if he were a creature from another plane of existence, which might have been the truth given the rest of his appearance. With a mane of obsidian hair partially concealing elongated, tapered ears and 2 goat horns that curled up from his hairline. And those were just the changes from the neck up. Letting my gaze drop, I took in the rest of Ramon's body, which was on full display as the transformation had robbed him of all his clothes, leaving him in nothing but a loincloth. Faint tattoo-like markings covered his taut, sculpted muscles, and from behind his back, I watched a leathery tail rhythmically undulate back and forth, almost like a cat, though instead of a feline lower half, a thick layer of dark, coarse hair covered Ramon's legs that ended with a pair of cloven hooves. With his features put all together, it was impossible not to compare Ramon to a demon or the devil himself. But my heart rebelled against the association. Regardless, I should have been afraid or at least wary of the sudden transformation. But as my breathing resumed, a familiar scent clogged my airways. It was more potent than ever, and a good foot still separated me and Ramon. As the intoxicating smell wrapped around my mind, my willpower started to crumble, and intrusive thoughts urged me to give in to the creature standing before me. But I resisted, wondering if this was all some ploy, that giving in to my urges would seal my fate to some never-ending torment. But even then, An eternity of torment at Ramon's hands was still a far too tempting offer. What are you? I asked, my voice, which was shaking for a variety of reasons. Ramon Siga. And even that wordless reply sent shivers down my spine. The short answer is I'm a demon. My breath hitched. Like a monster from hell? That kind of demon? To my shock, Ramon shook his head. No, I've never been. Don't even know if it's real, but I know for sure I'm not some hellspawn. I used to be a human. Actually, if you can believe it. Human? Then how? I asked, trailing off as Ramon shrugged. I don't know the specifics or the why, but I was reborn as the being standing before you. Specifically, I am a primordial incubus. My eyes widened. You're a sex demon. Are you going to steal my soul? Ramon smirked, and despite my precarious situation, I found myself drawn in by his pearly whites. No, not steal it. I want you to give yourself to me, Megan. My species has a natural urge to nurture and protect what we hold dear, especially the women we choose to love. For a moment, Ramon's words froze my allure. Women? A sad smile spread across Ramon's lips. Yes, I need a special kind of energy to survive, one that is created when I spend time with a human woman, while also satiating my urges so I don't lose control. Unfortunately, as I grow stronger with time, so does my hunger and urges. It would be impossible for a single woman to satisfy my needs. I swallowed hard. So you just sleep around with a bunch of random women? No, Ramon corrected firmly. I told you my species are providers. The lovers we choose to keep become a part of our coven. Our souls are bonded together for all of time, allowing me to gift some of my magic to you in the process. You'll live forever and never age. Why you can make people immortal? I asked with wide eyes. If they bond their soul to me, yes. Ramon answered as he reached out and trailed his finger down my cheek, caressing my skin, leaving behind a burning desire with his touch. But it's not something that can be forced, and I can only complete the ritual when I satisfy my partner's need for love and lust. Love and lust. I repeated in my mind as a blush spread across my cheeks, and my body turned into a furnace. Have you taken any other partners? Ramon shook his head. No, you would be the first. That is, if you would still have me. My heart beat a furious pace against my ribcage, as logic and emotion turned my mind into a battlefield. But as I stared into Ramon's violet eyes, I couldn't bring myself to reject him, not after everything he had done for me when no one else ever had. All right, I replied, almost in a trance-like state, still in disbelief that I was in such a situation. They'll become a part of your coven. My soul is yours. I couldn't help but suck in a breath as the words escaped my lips, preparing myself for the other shoe to drop. But after a second, I realized that nothing happened. A deep chuckle boomed from Ramon. I told you the ritual can't happen until I satisfy your need for love and desire. You can't be coerced or persuaded. You have to accept me into your heart truly. All right, how do I do that? I asked, my nerves somehow reaching new highs. Like this, Ramon replied, and before I realized it, his arms were around me, lifting me into the air. I let out a startled gasp, and reflexively, I grabbed hold of Ramon, my arms wrapped around his neck, and my legs ensnared his waist. Ramon held me effortlessly above the ground like I weighed nothing, and I could help but blush, feeling his naked body against my skin. Though the pleasant sensation was soon overwhelmed by the heat of his lips and the startling ferocity of his tongue as he kissed me. Ramon returned the passion of my earlier kiss with even more intensity as he deepened the kiss, holding me firmly against him. A sweet warmth that spread through my entire body during the embrace. But before I could lose myself in the moment, my eyes shot open in surprise as Ramon leaned closer, his presence intense and overwhelming. I could feel the heat. Thick syrup settled at the very bottom of my navel, stimulating every nerve ending in the vicinity. I moaned into Ramon's mouth, approving his actions, savoring every sensation. If I could, I would have drawn out this sweetness forever, near to bursting with it. But my lungs complained about the lack of oxygen, and I was forced to pull away. I shivered as I felt Ramon's tongue leave my throat before greedily gulping down the excess he had left behind. I gasped for breath after swallowing and was left panting against Ramon's chest as my head swam, and a warm, fuzzy feeling made my every movement sluggish. However, Ramon seemed intent on not giving me a moment to rest. I flinched as I felt something warm but smooth, like snake skin, coil around my thigh, squeezing tightly, unwilling to let me go. Looking down, I realized that it was Ramon's tail with the spade-shaped knot on the end, slowly moving up the inside of my thigh. In my delirious state of mind, I couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to have the appendage touching me, coiling and uncoiling as the bulbous head moved against my skin. I was about to transform back into a human, but maybe you would prefer if I kept this form, Ramon teased, whispering into my ear as his tail squeezed my leg and his hands found their way to my ass, sliding into the back pockets of my jeans. I don't mind it, I stammered out meekly, much to Ramon's amusement as he laughed. Very well then, I'll stay as I am, though you should know I'm wholly unrepressed in this form. I'm liable to lose control a little bit. My body shivered in response to the warning, and, taking Ramon's earlier advice into consideration, I decided to reply with confidence. That's fine. I want you to lose control. Use me however you like, and make my heart accept you. I felt Ramon's entire body stiffen for a moment before I watched a broad smile spread across his lips. I'm going to make you regret saying those words. In bed with the devil, too, a purple haze crept along the edge of my vision, growing in intensity as my desire for Megan skyrocketed. I hadn't been lying when I said being in my true form had taken away all my restraint. The building pressure made me rush up the stairs to my room before I did something I couldn't take back in the alley. It was tempting to just give in to my most reckless impulses, and while Megan seemed to encourage it, I could tell the intensity of the moment would be too much for her to handle. Tonight, I would take things slow and take extra care. Besides, in the long run, I wasn't missing out on anything. I already had another person in mind who wouldn't mind taking a little abuse. With Megan still clinging to me, I threw open the door of my apartment and made a beeline for the bed. Without so much as a grunt, I pulled Megan toward the edge of the bed, where she caught herself with her hands and looked up at me, eyes wide. Climbing onto the mattress, I leaned closer, intending to continue our conversation from the night before, but before I could, Megan suddenly sat up and held out her hand. Wait. I frowned, suddenly worried. What's wrong? And nothing's wrong. I just wanted to try a few things in particular, if that's all right with you, Megan replied with a bashful yet hopeful look. All right then, what did you have in mind? I asked, intrigued and wondering how Megan's desires would manifest themselves. I watched Megan bite her lip for a second before slowly sliding off the mattress and onto the floor, kneeling in front of the bed. Realizing what she wanted, I moved over to sit on the edge of the mattress, and sure enough, Megan moved so she was positioned between my legs, putting her face level with my lap. Megan nervously glanced up at me, looking for approval, before slowly moving in closer and closer until I could feel her warm breath near me. Then, with a trembling hand, Megan reached out and pulled aside my garment, and we shared a deeply intimate moment together. Though there was a brief moment of shared surprise, as what flopped out and landed on Megan's chest with a heavy thud wasn't what either of us had been expecting. Various ridges and bumps now covered the appendage, and I could easily imagine the pleasurable effect they would have as I moved against my thralls. Similarly, the head of my member was adorned with a crown of soft but firm spines angled so that they would gently scrape against the walls as I pulled away. Despite the alien appearance of my form, Megan barely paused as a determined look mixed with her obvious lust. Reaching down, she grabbed the hem of her shirt before pulling it up and over her head, freeing her breasts and revealing the pure white bra that strained to hold up the massive melons. "Did you wear that just for me?" I asked with a grin, making Megan blush, but this time, instead of shying away, she leaned into the flirtatious banter. "I thought you would like it, and I wore it hoping I could do this." Then, without any further warning, Megan pulled me close against her chest, still held tightly together by her bra. The pleasure was immediate and numbing as she pressed close, her warmth wrapping around me in a way that felt all-consuming. Then Megan pulled me nearer, holding me against her as she began to move rhythmically. My head dipped back as I suppressed a sound. All the while, Megan looked up at me with a hopeful gaze. "Does that feel good?" "It feels amazing," I replied, doing my best to hold still and savor the moment. A grin spread across Megan's lips. "Oh, well, what about this?" Leaning over, Megan stuck out her tongue, letting a thick glob of spit drip down between her breasts, lubricating her skin. But still, she wasn't done, and I watched with wide eyes as Megan leaned down closer to me before a moment passed. My entire body froze as an overwhelming flood of sensations washed over me, leaving me breathless and trembling. "NGH, you little minx," I swore as I reflexively put a hand on Megan's head to keep her from pulling away, though judging from the light in her eyes, she had no plans to stop anytime soon. Instead, her efforts only intensified. Before long, a mixture of her saliva and my arousal made the experience even easier for Megan as she pressed and rolled her chest over my skin, which heightened the sensation, sending waves of pleasant feeling through my spine. Combined with everything else, it was a miracle I held on for as long as I did, but nothing could delay the inevitable. Feeling the tension build, I reacted almost without thinking, pressing down on Megan's head as my hips lifted off the bed in a sudden burst of movement against her. Megan's POV. I flinched as, without warning, Ramon pressed down on the back of my head, nearly pushing me down toward him. For a second, I worried he wanted me to struggle, but then I felt his hips lift off the bed, and a soft grunt escaped his lips. A wave of anticipation washed away my brief moment of concern as I realized what was happening, and with eagerness, I leaned in closer to Ramon, not wanting to miss a moment of the connection that was about to unfold between us. The rush of that strong drink hit the back of my throat so hard it made me gag, but Ramon just laughed and kept going, pressing his mouth to mine. The creamy liquid was thick and sweet, clinging to my lips. Something I couldn't be happier about. Even after yesterday, the sheer volume took me by surprise. With no other choice, I went along with Ramon's request, desperately making room as the moment seemed to stretch on endlessly. I struggled to keep up with the intense pace, feeling overwhelmed. I tapped Ramon's thigh, hoping he would give me a chance to catch my breath. Thankfully, he did, and his hand came off my head. I pulled back from Ramon with a soft sound, swallowing hard one last time with a gasp. But he still moved against me, leaving a warm, sticky glaze and filling the air with an intimate scent. With one last thrust of his hips, Ramon settled back onto the bed, and I looked down in a daze, feeling warmth trickle down onto my stomach and legs. Part of me wanted to hold onto that closeness, lingering in the quiet intimacy of the moment. But that would have to wait, because while not even a minute had passed since Ramon finished, his desire was back to full attention, and judging by the gleam in his eyes, he really did intend to make me regret my earlier words. In bed with the devil, 3. Did you enjoy yourself? I asked with a teasing smile on my face as I leaned back and stared down at Megan. I was still nestled against her chest, glistening with a thick layer of my release covering her like frosting on donuts. The sheer volume was still mind-boggling to me, and that was only the tail end of my release. Megan had accepted the majority of what I had to offer like it was the best damn thing in the world. Watching her react to the experience kept me fully engaged the entire time. I couldn't help but imagine what it would feel like to be with her in that way. "Did you enjoy your treat?" I asked, and I watched as Megan's already flushed face turned an even brighter shade of red. But once more she didn't shy away. Instead, she smiled and dropped her voice to a husky tone. "It was terrific, and I hope you enjoyed watching me finish it all." "You know I did," I replied honestly as my interest hadn't flagged in the least. "Now, how about you clean me up before I go get you a towel? Then we can move on to the main event." For a moment, Megan seemed unsure, but she didn't ask for clarification. Instead, she inferred what I wanted. Reaching behind her back, Megan unhooked her bra, letting the piece of clothing fall to the floor. Despite the lack of support in their size, Megan's figure barely changed over time, staying remarkably firm and lifted. It was almost a shame when she shifted her position, though my disappointment was short-lived as Megan reached out and placed her hand warmly on mine. Her fingertips only just managed to reach. With obedient, almost lovesick eyes, Megan watched me as she dragged her hand slowly upward, gathering the slickness she had left behind. Megan took her time, moving slowly and watching my reaction, which I didn't bother to hide. Her soft palm was incredible against me, and by the time her fingers closed around me, I was completely caught off guard again. When Megan pulled her hand away, I almost let out a regretful sigh, but then, as if sensing my disappointment, Megan held my gaze for a second before moving her hand up to her mouth. Like a cat, Megan licked the whipped cream off the back of her hand while staring into my eyes, clearly savoring every bit. When she finished, Megan opened her mouth and showed me the heavy white pool sloshing around her tongue before sealing her lips and taking a big gulp. After a second, Megan opened her mouth with a breathy sigh, showing me she had swallowed everything. For a moment, my mind blanked, but then I felt a rush of intensity, reminding me of what needed to happen next. "You little minx, are you trying to rile me up?" Megan grinned. "Can't you just focus on what's important?" To emphasize her point, Megan's hand trailed down her stomach, stopping just above her waistband, teasing me even more. "Get on the bed," I growled as I stood up. "I'll be right back." "Well, don't be too long," Megan said with a smile as she climbed onto the bed and waited. I tore my eyes away and nearly ran to grab a towel and the box of supplies I had bought earlier that day. "Here, for you," I said as I offered Megan the towel, and she used it to clean off her chest while I quickly prepared. Turning back to face Megan, I found her watching me, a mixture of nervousness and excitement flickering across her face. "Not having second thoughts, are you?" I asked even as I moved to join Megan on the bed, who had turned to lie on her back. "No, it's just that it's so much to take in," Megan muttered, her cheeks flushing as I drew closer. "You're going to make me feel so full. I wonder if it's going to hurt." "Maybe, but it'll make it feel good. I promise," I muttered as I leaned close between Megan's legs, pressing against the front of her and reaching up all the way past her belly button, outlining just how close I would be to her. Reaching down, I held Megan close as we embraced, the moment building with anticipation. Her scent filled the air, a fragrant mix of vanilla, custard, and sugar, rich and full. My mouth watered, and I couldn't help myself as I pushed Megan's legs up onto my shoulders while sliding down, bringing my mouth close to her, eager to get a taste. Wait, Ramon. What are you?" I cut Megan off as I pulled her closer, the warmth between us igniting my hunger. Megan gasped, and her legs shifted around me, but the closeness of her body only drew me in further as I held her tightly, lost in the heat of the moment. He focused on pleasing her fully. It was everything he wanted it to be, sweet and warm as he paid close attention to her reactions, learning what she liked most and taking his time. "Oh, Ramon, don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." Megan cried out as her hands gripped my shoulders and her fingers tangled in my shirt. "I'm almost there. I'm almost dash." A loud cry tore free from Megan's throat as her back arched off the bed, while her legs wrapped around my neck and her hands pushed my head down toward her. A wave of Megan's warmth filled my senses as I pressed close to her, my own body swelling and throbbing with longing as my lips and tongue lingered. Still, not even my painful ache was enough to subdue my appetite. Instead, the mixture of pain and pleasure only urged me on as my hands held onto Megan's thighs. Megan Griffin, my entire body felt light as a cloud and just as fragile. It had all been too much too quickly. Before I realized it, Ramon and I were sharing an intensely passionate moment together. Every touch and glance between us sent a surge of overwhelming emotion through my body, leaving me completely breathless. Melted pile of a person as I tried to gather myself. My breathing was ragged as I slowly came back to my senses when I felt Ramon shift closer to me. For a moment, I thought he was going to pull away, but instead, his head only moved down. Before I could question what was happening, my breath hitched and my body tensed as Ramon drew closer to me. My next thoughts scattered to the four corners of the earth as he held me there, the moment stretching out around us, stirring up my insides and making a mess. A new wave of sensation reduced me to a trembling wreck as my body lost all of its strength, leaving me a powerless victim as Ramon's touch reached deep within me. Wave after wave surged through my body as a steady warmth washed over me, soaking the sheets and filling the air with the closeness of the moment. After a minute, I wondered if Ramon planned to stay close when I suddenly felt him shift beside me as he moved, sitting up between my legs. "I think you're ready now." I looked up through lidded eyes as Ramon loomed over me, his violet eyes glowing and his tension visible in every line of his body. It was an intimidating sight, but I had long gone over the edge as I reached down and exposed myself for him. "Fill me up, Ramon." "In bed with the devil for." "Fill me up, Ramon." Hearing Megan's pleading voice, I couldn't help but satisfy her request as I pulled my hips back and moved closer to her. Megan trembled as I pressed against her, advancing forward at a languishing pace. With an unwavering gaze, I paused for a moment as I met some resistance, but with one smooth motion, I continued forward. Megan whimpered and flinched, causing me to pause with just the tip pressing gently against her. It took every fiber of my being not to throw all caution to the wind and fully sink into Megan. I could feel her warmth trembling around me, soft yet tight. "Are you all right?" I asked as I leaned down to whisper in Megan's ear. "Take your time. Take a deep breath." She nodded against me. "And no, just give me a second. It's already starting to feel better." "Well then, maybe this will help." I muttered before I pressed my lips against Megan's neck and started to feast on her skin, biting, licking, and kissing the succulent meal. In an instant, Megan's slight whimpers turned into moans as she tilted her head to the side, offering herself up to my lips while she writhed against me. When I felt she had lost herself in the intimate haze, I started to move my hips, pressing forward once more. "NMGH." Megan moaned as her legs clamped around my waist, holding me close as the moment grew more intense and almost overwhelming. Instead of trying to force my way in, I stopped and instead focused on distracting Megan, kissing her neck and getting her body to relax as it focused on something other than the pain and discomfort of the moment. Though when Megan finally relaxed and her body stopped tensing up around me, her body became impossible to resist. Like the rest of her, it was soft, warm, and inviting. And while she wasn't close, Megan's embrace held onto me tightly, meaning the slightest movement sent shivers up my spine, threatening to end our first time together early. Over and over the cycle went, though before long Megan only needed a few seconds to adjust before I could move in deeper, and her moans grew more pronounced while her legs started to press down, encouraging me to pick up the speed. Still, I was aware of my size, and despite Megan's enthusiasm, I was barely halfway inside of her. Meeting her halfway, I moved against her with increasing intensity. Our bodies pressed together rhythmically, the motion building between us. But my attempts at meeting Megan's needs only seemed to spur them on as she pressed forward. Faster, faster." I called out as Megan pleaded in my ear, her voice like a siren's, and I felt myself being tempted to give in and push harder. "I didn't want to hurt you." For a moment, Megan was silent before her hands reached up and wrapped around my neck, before pulling me down, so every inch of her body was pressed against mine. "But what if I want you to? Take me, Ramon. Don't hold back." For a moment, my mind went blank as Megan's words echoed in my head. Letting my body move on autopilot, I pulled my hips back and watched Megan's eyelids flutter as I moved against her, pressing into every sensitive spot and making her entire body tremble. I pulled all the way back until just the edge remained inside her. I then paused to look into Megan's hopeful eyes while her chest heaved, trying to catch her breath. "Just know that you asked for this." Before Megan could reply, I slammed my hips down, burying everything I had just taken out of her in the blink of an eye. "MMA-chan." Megan's lips sealed themselves shut as her back arched off the bed. Her eyes glazed over as she opened her lips to suck in a breath. But that's when I held my rhythm steady. No sound came from Megan as her body tensed once more, gripping tightly as I pressed close. Leaning down, I whispered in her ear and eased back just enough to let her draw a shaky breath. Do you really want it like this? Barely able to breathe while I take you hard. This is the last time I'll ask, so think carefully about your answer. Megan didn't reply right away, letting her breathless gasps fill the silence and brush against my ear. When another moment passed, I wondered if Megan ever intended to respond when her arms and legs wrapped around me tighter than they ever had. It was the only response I needed, knowing her body was more truthful than her lips ever could be. Atta girl. Megan's POV. I held on for dear life as my entire body shook with the blissful impact of Ramon's arms wrapping around me, pulling me into a tight embrace that sent a warm rush through every nerve in my body like a game of Pong. How could anything feel this good? My chest heaved, and sweat coated my body like I had just run a marathon, but there was no end in sight. Ramon was relentless, pounding out a tempo that he stuck to like a metronome. However, it wasn't fast and rushed. Instead, his hips were almost slow, but with his patience came consistency as he kept a steady, rhythmic pace, giving me no rest or time to adjust. Ramon would ease back slowly, making me feel every movement, keeping me caught in a relentless, overwhelming sensation. But all they did was add to the excitement, as they were drawn along before finally letting go. An eternity seemed to pass in those few seconds, leaving me right on the brink. By then, only the smallest edge of him would still be touching me, the swollen tip pulsing like a miniature heart. A simple touch would have been enough to get me there. But instead of a slow finish, I was suddenly pushed over the edge as Ramon drove his hips down hard, thrusting everything he had just slowly drawn out back in. And with every returning stroke, Ramon would end up a bit deeper inside of me, and I watched through delirious eyes as more and more of him vanished into me. I was tempted to throw in the towel and beg for mercy, but I didn't. I wanted to show Ramon that I could take it, that I could take him and all of his desires, that he could always rely on me to satisfy him. Even disregarding the sex, Ramon was the best thing to ever happen to me, and now I never want to live without him. And I'll never have to. We can live together forever. My heart let out a thunderous thud, one that echoed through my entire body. For a moment, I thought I'd been imagining it, but then I watched as Ramon's eyes flashed with a violet light. Then, without warning, his consistent strokes stopped as he looked into my eyes. I promise you'll never regret this choice, Megan. Before I could ask what he was talking about, Ramon suddenly pressed his lips against mine in a passionate kiss, pulling me close. The intimacy was overwhelming, and my breath caught as his tongue met mine, which started to pour his addictive saliva into my stomach. For a moment, I was in a world of pure bliss, unable to feel anything but an unending sea of pleasure. Then I felt Ramon suddenly tense, his body inflating like a balloon and throbbing like a warning sign. I only had a split second to put together a cohesive idea of what was happening, though, before I could react to what Ramon was doing. But the thin condom did little to ease my worry in that heated moment. Ramon let out a low, strained grunt, his body tense and trembling against mine as the intensity of what we were doing finally caught up with us. My body couldn't help but respond to the surge pouring into me, and a second wave of warmth joined the one already spreading inside of me. This feeling wasn't purely physical, but carried emotion and instincts, ones that were being branded onto me before my very eyes. With wide eyes, I watched the tattoo appear on my navel. But I couldn't have been any happier as I realized I had been claimed by him. Our souls were bound, never to be separated again. Chapter 26, I let out a long, relieved sigh through my nose as the tension finally eased from my body. Without the sounds of movement against Megan's plump body, the room was quiet, the only sound our labored breathing. Neither of us was in a rush to say anything. Instead, we enjoyed the closeness of our bodies and the lingering warmth of our intimate moment. While being close to Megan had always been a pleasurable experience, there was something more to it this time. Exploring the feeling, I was eventually able to wrap my mind around it like a string and followed it back to its source. I was only partially surprised when I found Megan's mind as the origin. The string represented the newly established bond between us, and through it, I could sense a distant echo of her emotions and state of mind. Needless to say, right now, she was emitting pure bliss and satisfaction not only from physical pleasure, but from a joy that she had finally found someone who would never betray her interests. Feeling her honest, unfiltered emotions roused a fierce protectiveness that I was quickly growing accustomed to. Megan was mine, and it was my job to ensure she remained satisfied. Well, that was exciting, Megan murmured before, sighing once more and pulling me into an intimate embrace. Thank you for making today so special. You don't need to thank me, I muttered as I kissed the corner of her before breathing in the scent of her. You don't deserve anything less. Oh, was the tattoo just a bonus then? Megan asked with a smirk that made me draw up short as she glanced down at her stomach. Following her gaze, my eyes eventually landed on the dark violet tattoo, placed directly above her womb. The intricate marking resembled a heart flanked by two angular demonic wings and a tail that resembled my own looping around it. Staring at the ink, I could feel that the mark was the manifestation of the bond between Megan and me, marking her as a thrall. Seeing my symbol stamped on her skin flipped a switch in the caveman part of my brain, which sent a signal racing down my body. Megan's smirk softened as she felt my desires stirring again. Again, already? I grinned somewhat bashfully. I mean, can you blame me? I've got a beautiful woman in my arms. Megan rolled her eyes. I have a feeling that this is just going to be the default for you. Maybe, but I did warn you my urges were strong. I replied huskily as I leaned down and nibbled on the lobe of Megan's ear, making her shiver and gasp. Hey? And not fair. Do you want me to stop? I asked as I moved down to her neck. And not necessarily, Megan muttered as she reached up and started to run her fingers through my hair, though I wouldn't mind if you got that thing out of me already. I coughed awkwardly and sat up. Sorry about that. I was a bit distracted by a certain someone. Megan only rolled her eyes, though her lips quickly pressed into a thin line as I started to pull back. See, could you do it any slower? Watching her struggle, I grinned. Well, I don't want to rush this. Why? Is it uncomfortable? Megan didn't respond, only gritting her teeth before covering her face with her arms as the stretching sensation became intense. While I was enjoying the moment, I did actually have to take my time to avoid mishaps. Thankfully, after a minute, afterward, Megan trembled as a final wave of pleasure coursed through her. A muffled whimper rose from her covered face. Ugh, I can feel how different everything is now, she murmured. Good, and I'll be making sure it stays that way forever, I replied softly. A perfect match just for me. Even for a first time, look how eager you were. Megan peeked through her fingers, and I watched her eyes go wide before glazing over with hunger. The purple material drooped down, stretched to its limits, and was weighed down by the massive amount of liquid sloshing around inside. The container was roughly the size of a small apple, so it was no wonder that Megan had felt me pull it out. Thirsty? I asked with a smirk as I watched Megan's eyes fixated on the container while her throat bulged as she gulped. It's still warm. Megan's tongue flicked out to wet her lips, and for a moment, it looked like she was going to accept my offer before pausing. You know what? I have an even better idea, Megan replied with a devilish smile as she sat up. Lois Griffin, of all the idiotic, moronic things you've done, Peter, I do think this takes first place. I swore, pacing back and forth across the living room while my headache of a husband lay on the couch on his side, his face contorted with pain. Not only did you try and beat up a complete stranger in front of our daughter with your friends, but you got your ass handed to you. I'm telling you it made no damn sense. Lois, the guy sent me flying. Peter swore and tried to sit up, only to grunt and collapse back onto the couch. Ard, my fucking back. I think I might have slipped a disc. Lois goes to the kitchen and sees if we have ibuprofen. I scoffed and crossed my arms. Not a fucking chance you'll stay there in pain. It's about time you learn your actions have fucking consequences. Dunny, loi. Peter swore, but I didn't give him another second of my time as I stormed away and walked up the stairs into my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. I let out a long, frustrated sigh as I pulled out my phone and started typing. Lois, Meg, I just learned about what your father did. It was idiotic and brash, but he's hurt, and you need to come home so we can talk about this. I stared at my phone for a long moment, expecting there to be no reply, only for 3 dots to appear, showing Meg was typing. Though when a message was sent, I was less than thrilled. Meg, talk about the fact that Dad and his drinking buddies got their asses handed to them by my man. As much as I'd love to see how Fat Ass is doing, I think I'm going to stay the night. Besides, Dad already disowned me after I refused to go with him. Lois, Meg, don't you insult your father like that. Also, I don't know what he was talking about. You aren't disowned or anything like that. Though if you weren't being so stubborn, he wouldn't have to take things so far. Meg, Starburn, all I'm doing is trying to have a little agency in my life. I can date who I want. Besides, you haven't even met Ramon or know what he's like. Really, Mom? You don't need to worry. I didn't inherit your shitty taste in men. Lois, all right, that is it, young lady. I don't know what's gotten into you, but it's clear that you've lost all respect for me, your father, and all we've done for you. Meg, well, how about I show you what's gotten into me, and then you can see why. Before I could figure out what Meg meant, an image popped up in the chat, and my entire body froze as I took in the photo. Meg was naked, her skin flushed and covered in sweat, as if she had just gone for a run. But she was sitting on a bed on her knees in an unusual posture, but even seeing my daughter in such a position didn't distract me from the main focal point of the picture. A condom filled to the brim was draped across her eyes and the bridge of her nose while her lips were upturned in a smile. Worst of all was that the condom was still attached, the rubber stretched taut around something I had never seen before. Covered in veins and still damp with a residue I didn't need to ask about. I didn't know how long I stared at the photo, but I was broken out of my trance by another notification. Meg, it took a while for all of it to fit, but when it did, Ramon really impressed me. And that was with protection. Lois, Meg, why are you doing this? Meg, what? ID figured that after seeing how much you enjoyed smelling him on me, that you'd want to get closer to him too. Winky face. My face flushed as with painful clarity I recalled the pungent aroma that had clung to Meg like a cloud and stirred a deep-seated desire inside of me. Lois, this is unacceptable, young lady, and completely inappropriate. Meg, maybe, but tell me when you want more pics, and you'll be happy to send them your way. One way to start the day, and sorry, it's been a while since I posted. I've been out sick all this week, but am back now, and the regular release schedule is back. Thank you as always for the support and positivity. Several hours, a box of condoms, a shower, and a fresh pair of sheets later, I was lying in bed naked, with a similarly disrobed Megan using me as a body pillow with her head resting on my chest, an arm across my torso, and a leg draped across my waist. She had passed out the moment I pulled the sheets over both of us, though, considering I had barely given her a moment to rest all night, Megan deserved it. And I guess I deserve a little treat myself. I thought as I pulled up the slew of notifications that had appeared with my newest accomplishment and the end-of-the-day report. You have claimed Megan Griffin as your first thrall and have earned the following rewards. 1 perk point 2. 1 hex point 3. 1 development point. You have triggered quest. Date quest. This house is not a home. Yet objectives. Turn your apartment into a livable environment within the allotted time, 1 week 1. Spend at least $3,000 on new furniture, 3,002. Spend at least $1,000 on floor decor, 503. Spend at least $500 on wall decor, 500 rewards. 1, 5 skill points, 2. 1 development point, 3. 5,000 appliance coupon day, 4 report sim life profits. 12,989 cost. 11,023 gross. 1,966 modifiers. Fortune I5 income. 1,994 total. 6038 date life energy spent. 1 energy gained. 2 tantric reserves. 5 lust. Minus 25 total. 100 new points to spend. A quest that will give me a huge leg up on my next major investment for the restaurant. And even more points. Not bad for an honest day's work. Well, not completely honest. I glanced over at Megan's sleeping form and remembered the vindictive smile that had spread across her lips after sending her mother the explicit image I had taken of her. I didn't know what the exact endgame was, but if Lois looked anything like her daughter, I wouldn't mind gaining a third thrall. As for my second, I thought with a grin as I pulled out my phone and stared at Summer's number on my contact list. It'll wait until I see her in person. After all, I did run through an entire box. I'm going to need to resupply. Though maybe I should wait until the weekend. I don't want to be in a rush the second time around. Turning my attention to the last matter of the night that needed attending to, I barely even had to think as I sank my free perk point into Fortune, bringing it to Tier 2. Perk. Fortune 2 upgrade cost. 0.2 effects. 10 to daily profits. I'll save the hex point for later. Who knows? I might get jumped in a dark alley again. With a content sigh, I closed my eyes, dismissing all the screens while pulling Megan closer to me, who smiled in her sleep as I quickly drifted off and joined her. Summer Smith, goddammit! I hissed under my breath as I pulled my fingers away, unable to find any relief despite the long stretch of frustrated effort. I was completely naked, lying on the cover of my bed, covered in sweat, propped up with pillows, and my mind raced in a desperate attempt to find some secret answer that would finally put my troubled thoughts to rest. But no matter what I did, I was always left dangling in uncertainty each time, chipping away at my sanity until all I wanted to do was storm off into the night and find the man responsible for my turmoil, and tear him to pieces with my bare teeth. But I wouldn't, besides going to jail for the rest of my life. I couldn't bring myself to destroy the man who had given me the best night of my life. I still can't believe I came here for some serious talk, I muttered as I rolled over, giving up on going to bed feeling fulfilled. Looking over my shoulder, I stared down at my still flushed Peach. He really wasn't lying when I said I wouldn't be able to sit down. Walking home had been an experience, with every step causing the fabric of my pants to brush against my sensitive skin, keeping the memories made in that closet fresh in my mind. Part of me hated the fact that I had let myself be so easily controlled. I can't believe I gave that jerk my number. I groaned before getting up. Hopefully a shower will help me cool off and recover. Megan Griffin. My eyes fluttered open, and a groan rumbled from my throat as I stretched, sending my awareness down my body. I was rewarded with a satisfying but slightly uncomfortable ache from below my waist. It was like the subtle burn the day after an intense workout. It was uncomfortable, but it reminded me of what I had done to get this way. A silly smile spread across my lips as a slew of memories played across my mind, though when I looked for the man responsible, I couldn't help but frown when I found the bed empty. But then I heard the sizzle of grease on a hot pan, and I looked over to find Ramon standing in front of his stove cooking something. He was back in his human form, shirtless and wearing only a pair of boxers. For a moment, I just stared at his broad, muscular back and grinned as I remembered tracing the lines of his taut muscles with my hands. Sliding out of bed, I walked across the room, still a little drowsy from the chilly air. With quiet steps, I crept up behind Ramon and slid my hand across his waist, giving him a playful squeeze. Morning. Handsome, what's on the menu this morning? French toast, bacon, eggs, a fruit platter, and freshly squeezed OJ, Ramon replied. Turning around, though, he glanced over his shoulder to smile at me. I'll all be ready in a minute. That is if I'm able to finish without any distractions. Oh, is that all I am to you, a distraction? I muttered in mock insult. Even as my affection deepened, drawing closer to him, Ramon let out a low sound. You know, you really are something. Even after everything I gave you last night, you think you can walk around this place shirtless when you're shaped like a Dorito and not expect someone to pounce on that ass? I rebutted, besides, I want something other than juice to drink with my food. For a split second, my hands moved away from Ramon's boxers as I reached up into an open cabinet beside him and pulled out a glass. Sinking down on my knees, I placed the cup on the ground before reaching up and pulling down Ramon's underwear. Megan, what are you doing? Ramon asked through clenched teeth, shifting his weight awkwardly. Getting some fresh cream for breakfast, I replied, almost in a dreamlike state as I licked my lips, already imagining what it would feel like to lift the heavy, overflowing glass up to my lips. "I'm not a damn cow, Ramon responded, his voice dry, but he didn't move to stop me. I grinned as I reached out and gave him a friendly nudge, feeling the weight of the moment before leaning forward and pressing my lips against his shoulder. "Maybe, but I'm still going to tease you about it." Wasting no more time with words, I leaned in closer to Ramon while my hands moved along his body. While he was silent for the most part, Ramon spread apart his legs, giving me easier access. It wasn't long before he grew fully hard in my hands, slick with my saliva as I shifted my attention between his body and covered him with warm, wet kisses. Then I felt at the low, guttural sound from deep in his chest and the steady, rhythmic pulse beneath my fingers. Sitting back, I kept one hand on Ramon's arm while the other reached down and picked up the glass I had set down earlier. With a few more careful movements, Ramon reacted strongly, the first splash hitting the glass and spraying the sides. My heart was pounding with excitement at the lively scene as I kept working the task at hand alongside Ramon, quite literally helping him produce a steady stream into the glass. Like I had hoped, the glass was close to overflowing when things finally settled down. I quickly helped Ramon finish the process, making sure it was spotless before I stood up, the piping hot glass in my hand. "Thanks for the drink. Seems like you still need a minute to finish up, but don't worry, this should hold me over." Ramon looked over with a lidded gaze, which I held as I lifted the glass to my lips and took a sip of the steaming liquid. Delicious. Apple and tree, between the two of us. I'm not sure who is the actual flirt, I said, watching Megan film herself as she drank from the cup like it was a glass of refreshing milk. She drained nearly half the cup in a single go, her throat visibly pumping as she swallowed the thick, heavy drink. But Megan's enthusiasm and gluttony wouldn't allow her to give up so easily. Megan then set the glass down on the table and finished her impromptu photo shoot by opening her mouth, showing the camera that she had swallowed it all. "Are you really going to send that to your mother?" I asked in slight disbelief as Megan started typing away on her phone with a gleam in her eyes. "You need more thralls, don't you?" Megan asked with a raised eyebrow as she glanced over at me. "I'm just doing my due diligence as a member of your coven." "And I appreciate that," I replied, "but have you considered the fact that your mother is actually married to your father?" "You mean the guy who disowned me after I wouldn't let him take me hostage?" Megan clarified with a raised eyebrow. "Fair point. But how exactly do you see this playing out?" I asked, wondering just how far Megan had thought out this little scheme of hers. "Well," Megan started as she picked up her fork and knife and started on the breakfast I had made her. "My mother is a greedy, self-absorbed, jealous bitch who's been married to my drunken slob of a father for the past 2 decades. Now her ungrateful daughter is estranged, and harassing her with rated R photos of her sexual escapades with her new hot boy toy. Beneath her concern and worry, all of her repressed emotions will work their way up to the surface. All we need to do is make sure she has an outlet for those feelings. And to ensure that outlet is you." For a moment, I was stunned with an odd mixture of respect, awe, and concern. "All right then. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Just tell me what I need to do and when." Megan grinned. "Perfect. It won't be long then before you have my mother in a compromising position while you take advantage of her. And this is purely just to get me another thrall?" I asked as I heard the pure glee in Megan's voice as she described her revenge plot. "Oh, don't be so morally upright. Once you see my mother in person, you'll be on board without a second thought." Megan replied with a sly grin. "As much as I hate to say it, my mother is hot as fuck. Her tits and ass are even bigger than mine." I couldn't help but glance down at Megan's naked body and struggled to imagine proportions even bigger than hers. "Well, if that's true, then you're probably right." Megan grinned. "Glad we're on the same page. Also, you should tell Patty to come by the restaurant earlier today." I paused and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and why is that?" "So you can be with her and get a head start on turning her into a thrall," Megan replied without missing a beat. All I could do was shake my head. "I think I'm a bit offended that you don't want to keep me to yourself for a bit longer." Megan rolled her eyes. "You don't have the right to complain. By the end of the month, you'll be involved with at least 3 different women who are willing to do anything you ask." I kept my mouth shut, silently admitting that Megan was 100% right. Smirking at my lack of response, Megan took a bite of French toast. And don't worry about me. I'll get my alone time with you one way or another. I was here first, and I'll make that abundantly clear to whoever you drag into your bed. Then, as if to prove her point, Megan stood up from the table, sending her chair flying back as she walked around towards me. Already knowing what she wanted, I pushed my chair back from the table, clearing enough room for Megan as she straddled my waist and wrapped her hand around my neck. I noticed you didn't eat anything. I'm an immortal hellspawn. I don't need food, and neither do you. I replied somewhat absent-mindedly as Megan leaned in close to me. But still feels good to eat, doesn't it? Megan asked in a playful voice as she reached over, grabbed a bottle of syrup, and popped the top. I didn't bother replying. Instead, I looked into Megan's eyes as she proceeded to drizzle the sticky sweet syrup over her plate. You fed me earlier. Now I feed you, Megan whispered with a smile as she leaned forward playfully. Need no further encouragement. My hands reached out and rested gently on Megan's shoulder. My fingers pressed gently into the soft dessert as my lips brushed over the sweet dollop, catching the syrup before it dripped down. A soft sigh escaped Megan as she leaned back. "MH, that tastes nice." I smirked and gently teased Megan, making her stiffen and yelp. Hey? I apologized with a playful grin, replacing her complaints with a burst of laughter. That's be better. Megan's hand reached up, running through my hair, before pressing down on my head, pushing my face in between her breasts. Get me nice and clean. Following Megan's encouragement, I switched to her other breast while my hands rested on her hips. IDF figure you want me at some point? Megan stammered, struggling to speak as I held her close. Though, I don't know if I can take all of you without a little prepara. I cut Megan off by gently reassuring her, managing to push something gently inside before the area clamped down tight. MHNG. A strange sound escaped Megan as her entire body stiffened, and she sat up straight. How does it feel? I asked as I let go of Megan's shoulder, instead carefully watching her reaction. You think I can take more? And no, Megan exclaimed as she suddenly leaned forward, resting against me with her chin on my shoulder, while pulling back. God, couldn't you have bothered to prepare better or something? I didn't think it would be so difficult back here, I muttered, amused as I pressed on a little deeper, making Megan wince and hold on me tighter. Though since you asked so nicely, I guess I'll do you a favor. With a thought, I pulled up my system and navigated to the list of hexes available for purchase and found one I had been eyeing earlier. Hex. Asmodeus bag of toys level 101 cost. 1 TP per upkeep. 2-hour effect. At will, you may access the Lord of Lust's personal collection of tools, used to induce great pleasure and sometimes even pain. You may summon up to one item that requires 1 TP upon summoning and must be maintained by paying the upkeep cost. Failure to maintain the upkeep cost will return the item to its original dimension. All items summoned are self-cleaning and ready for immediate use. A second later, I held out my hand and, with a flash of violet light, summoned a small silver charm, the flared base studded with a blood-red diamond. All right, now just take a deep breath and relax, I muttered as I pulled back before grabbing onto Megan's cheek and pulling it to the side. W8, Harry, what are you? Megan froze, and her eyes turned into saucers as I held up the small metal object. There was a brief moment of hesitation before I placed it down on the table in front of her, and I grinned as Megan squeezed me as tight as she could. See, that wasn't so bad now, was it? It feels weird, Megan groaned, and I felt her tense up as she tried to adjust. Well, don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to get used to it, because it's going to be in there for the rest of the day, I replied cheerily. Is this for the cow stuff earlier? Megan moaned as she sat up and looked over her shoulder at her newest piece of jewelry. Never mess with a chef when he's cooking, Megan. Please and thank you, Patty Patterson. I couldn't help but be a bit nervous as I walked up to the restaurant a good 2 hours before I usually clocked in for my shift. Just a couple of hours earlier, I had gotten a text from Megan alerting me to the change. However, she didn't clue me into the purpose behind the shift. Of course, I wasn't completely clueless. I knew that Meg stayed behind after I left, and judging from how she acted and dressed yesterday, I could say with confidence that there was a roughly 90 chance something had happened between her and Ramon, a reality I had mixed feelings about. As I remembered Ramon's teasing advice, blatantly telling me that I could have been the one to end up in his bed. But while I was somewhat regretful, I was happy that Meg finally found a guy who understood what a treasure she was. Hopefully, it won't be long before I find my own raven-haired, blue-eyed man with devilish charm. Speaking it out loud, I could help but sigh at the improbability of it all. Shaking my head to clear it of the depressing thoughts, I reached out to grab the front door, only for it to fly open as Meg peered out from inside. God, I was wondering when you were going to get here. I jumped back with a yelp before I let out a sigh and put a hand over my racing heart. What the fuck? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Meg grinned, and for a moment I was stunned. The sunlight from above seemed to hit her face at the perfect angle, bringing out every ounce of her natural charm. Patty? I blinked, breaking free of the stupor. Sorry, what'd you say? Are you all right? Meg asked, concerned as she peered at me from behind her glasses. And again, I found myself being pulled in by her looks, even though I couldn't say what exactly about her had changed. Why, yeah. But have you done something with your skin? A new makeup routine? I asked as Meg stepped aside, letting me into the restaurant. A knowing smile spread across Meg's lips. No, nothing like that. Though I appreciate the compliment. Uh-huh. I replied unconvincingly, but not willing to press the issue. So what's the reason Ramon wanted me to show up early? Has something changed? Meg's smile broadened, and she shot me a mischievous look. A lot, but we can talk about that in the kitchen now. Come on. Ramon's waiting. My body had a physical reaction to Meg's words as my heart started to pound in my chest and my throat tightened. But I didn't turn around or even voice my suspicion. Instead, I meekly followed behind my friend, who was acting like an entirely new person, with her hips swaying side to side, turning her walk into a strut. Even though I considered myself solely attracted to men, I couldn't help but be entranced by the hypnotic movement of Meg's hips and behind. I wonder if that's Ramon's type, though he did say he wanted both of us. Did he say something similar to Meg? My mind was a whirlwind of nervous and exciting questions, now certain that I was in store for something that I would never forget. However, as Meg opened the kitchen door and we walked inside, I found that there was nothing amiss. In fact, everything was exactly as it should be, with Ramon standing in front of the grill, and the air was heavy with the scent of food being cooked. It was rich and buttery with a slight smoky flavor, and I couldn't help but wonder what Ramon was cooking. Still, after all the build-up, it would have been less jarring to find the kitchen converted into some kind of shady backroom. I breathed a soft sigh of relief and also slight disappointment, which prompted Ramos to turn around and smile at me. Oh, good, you're here and just in time. I'm just about done. You done with what? I asked as Meg dipped out of view, only to return with 2 chairs that she sat in front of the plating table. She then promptly sat down before gesturing to me to join her, which I did after a moment of hesitation. All right, here we are, Ramon said as he stepped away from the grill and turned around, revealing he had 2 plates in his hand. My eyes immediately dipped down to the expertly plated food, and in an instant my mouth was watering. Oh my God, that looks so good. 2 orders of charred leek lobster mille-feuille, served with a lemon-infused white wine fennel reduction. Ramon announced as he set down 1 plate in front of me and the other in front of Megan. The dish consisted of 3 square pieces of delicate puff pastry that sandwiched 2 layers of rich green filling speckled with meaty chunks of buttery lobster. The mille-feuille was then generously drizzled with a bright green dressing that glistened and elevated the dish to an entirely new level. This looks amazing, I muttered as Ramon placed a spoon next to each place. But isn't mille-feuille a French dessert? Ramon nodded, yes, but I decided I wanted something a bit more savory, so I kept the puff pastry and switched the sweet cream filling. I'm thinking of putting it on tonight's menu, so please don't hold back on the criticism and tell me what you think. Don't mind if I do, Meg responded eagerly as she picked up her spoon. Following her example, I pressed the edge of my spoon against the top pastry layer only for it to immediately shatter like it was made of glass. And once my spoon was filled, I brought the bite up to my mouth and took a tentative taste. My eyes shot open as a rich, Smoky flavor spread through my mouth. Though just before the sweet lobster and tang of the leek could overwhelm my taste buds, the white wine lemon reduction cut through the filling. With deliberate slowness, I chewed the food in my mouth, having to suppress a moan as I bit through a buttery chunk of lobster, then a crisp fragment of pastry. The contrast was heavenly. MHHM, oh my God. And I thought your French toast was good, Meg moaned, not bothering to hide her reaction as she went for another bite. You definitely have to put this on the menu tonight. Why, yeah, the lobster is so tender, I usually expect it to be a bit chewy. I agreed. I'll try to ignore the fact that Meg had just indirectly admitted to eating breakfast with Ramon, meaning she had slept over. That's because I poached it in a beurre Monty, which is a type of French butter sauce, before dicing and folding it into the leek puree. Ramon explained as he watched Megan and me enjoy his cooking, though the most challenging part was making the reduction. I had to emulsify the white wine and fennel puree with grapeseed oil and keep it from separating. Not gonna like it took me a few times to get it just right. Well, I'm glad you didn't give up because this is amazing, Meg muttered as she licked her spoon clean after having already polished off her plate. So good that I think it deserves a reward. Don't you agree, Patty? I froze my spoon halfway to my mouth as Meg's voice dropped to a sultry octave, sending another tingling wave down my spine. What? A reward, Meg repeated as she stood up from her chair and walked around the table to stand next to Ramon. After all, we don't want poor Ramon to think that we're ungrateful and don't appreciate him cooking this wonderful meal for us, do we? And no, I stammered as Meg pressed herself against Ramon, molding herself to his body. Oh, of course not. Then what are you still doing in your chair? Megan asked as she looked into my eyes. Why don't you come over here and thank him properly? I swallowed hard, and my entire body flushed with heat as my heart started to pound audibly in my chest. Longing and desire were running rampant in my mind, but I couldn't move. I was stuck to my chair, completely frozen in place. Patty! Ramon's calm, but unyielding voice grabbed my attention, and I looked over to find his dark blue eyes fixated on me. Why, yes. Ramon didn't reply right away. Instead, for a split second, his eye color seemed to shift, gaining a violet hue. But my mind didn't fathom it for long as Ramon spoke once more, his voice reverberating in my ears like the sweetest melody. Come to me. Oh, okay, I replied in a dreamy voice, and before I realized it, I stood up from the chair and walked around the table, though my eyes never left Ramon's. I felt like I was in a trance as I walked over, but the pleasurable haze dulling my mind was too sweet to reject, nor did I want to. It was as if I had been freed of all inhibitions and liberated. Walking around, I stood in front of Ramon and Meg, my heart hammering as I felt two hungry gazes roam over every inch of my body. What do you want me to do? Ramon grinned as his hand wrapped around Meg's waist and trailed down to her ass, where he grabbed a handful, making her eyelids flutter. Get down on your knees. I want to see those big, beautiful eyes of yours looking up at me. Please and thank you, too. In the blink of an eye, I was on my knees, not bothered in the slightest as the cold tile of the kitchen floor pressed against my skin. All I could focus on were Ramon's eyes and his approving gaze that roamed over my prostrated form, readily displaying my submission. See, I told you she would love it. Meg giggled as she plastered herself to Ramon's side, sandwiching his arm between her breasts while practically straddling his thigh. I blushed, embarrassed that I was in such a vulnerable position, but my unease only made the moment feel more intense. Maybe, but why don't we really put her to the test? Ramon said before he reached down and adjusted his clothing. My heart was pounding as I watched what Ramon was about to do, revealing the pattern of his boxers that he reached into. With a firm tug, Ramon pulled out something that startled me, drooping heavily over his waistband. As I stared, I was taken aback by the sheer size of it. Then my eyes took in the subtle details of what he had produced, leaving me momentarily speechless. And how his expression shifted as he looked at me. I swallowed hard as I wondered what Ramon might say next. I recognized that look. Meg laughed as she reached over and touched Ramon's arm, trailing her hand along his sleeve. Believe me when I say it's bigger than it looks. Once you get near it, Every part of it will feel overwhelming, and you'll feel the effects for days afterwards. And near me? I squeaked as my voice hit an octave range that I didn't even know was possible. T that W won't fit, it can't. Oh, he'll make it work. Meg purred as she stared at me with eyes full of warmth. Now why don't we get to work thanking Ramon for everything he's done for us? Before waiting for a response, Meg sank down to her knees, bowing her head in gratitude before him. The moment felt charged and intimate as Meg leaned closer, her expression soft. Watching them together made my cheeks flush and my heart race. And I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to be closer to Ramon instead of Meg. Before I realized it, my curiosity had driven me forward, and I slowly crept up beside Meg on my hands and knees. With heavy eyes lidded with pleasure, Meg glanced over at me, and a smile spread across her face. Sorry, but I'm not ready to give up my spot just yet. A flare of jealousy and longing ignited inside of me, with such fury that for a moment I couldn't place. Meg must have read my expression because she smiled at me. Don't worry, you'll get your turn. But for now, how about you make sure he looks presentable? Part of me wanted to protest, but staring at Meg felt like staring down a hungry lioness guarding a fresh kill. So I lowered my gaze and did as I was told. Moving in close, I leaned in close to Ramon, my head nearly between his legs as I stared at him. Even from a short distance, I could feel the warmth radiating from him. As I moved nearer, my nose twitched at a scent, and I froze as a pungent, sweet mustiness filled the air around me, sending a wave of intense sensations throughout my body. I shuddered and clenched my jaw, struggling to steady myself against the overwhelming feeling. It's like he's some wild boar whose presence is overwhelming my senses. While I knew it was impossible, it was the most accurate analogy as I huffed Ramon's smell like an addict. I would have kept going if Meg hadn't slapped me across the ass with enough force to sting. Look at you, already drunk on him, don't get too lost now. Remember, we're here to please him. All right, I stammered in response, though my eyes couldn't help but glance at what Meg had been doing, only to blush as I noticed the slick sheen covering much of Ramon's skin and the similar moisture across Meg's lips. As she was really able to get that far, I got my answer as Meg turned away from me and leaned toward Ramon with clear romantic intent. With heavy, rhythmic sounds, Meg teased Ramon with a playful motion before leaning in closer. I heard Ramon let out a soft grunt, and his hand reached down to rest on Meg's head as she shifted side to side. Once more, my jealousy flared as I watched Meg hog all of Ramon's attention. With a competitive gleam in my eyes, I leaned in closer, determined to reclaim the spotlight. Steadying myself, I moved in and gently pressed my lips against his warm skin. I paused for a second, hoping for some response, but my effort seemed to be completely ignored. Frowning, I went in once more, though this time I went lower and tried a different approach, focusing my full attention on him. This time, my efforts were rewarded with a grunt as Ramon's knees buckled. Oh, he likes that. Do it again. Meg encouraged for a brief second before the sounds returned with full force. Ramon, even with every advantage in my corner, I still couldn't help but think I might have bitten off more than I could chew. I'm going to end up passing out at this rate, I thought as I clenched my jaw tight and held on for dear life. Megan alone was enough to push me to the edge in no time, her skills seeming to have improved overnight as she matched my intensity, never backing down and keeping her focus locked on me until the very end. And she became increasingly attentive and adventurous. Her focused efforts were thorough and detailed. But it didn't end there, because right beside Megan, with almost an equal amount of enthusiasm, was Patty, who continued to participate actively as well, taking them into her mouth one at a time, and dribbling over them as if they were covered in the sweetest syrup. With a soft pop, Megan's lips let go, though her hand immediately took over as she looked up at me with her wide, pleading eyes. Does it feel good, Ramon, having two eager, needy girls on their knees showing you how grateful they are? Why, you know it does. I grunted as my hand tightened around Megan's hair, which she seemed to enjoy as the smile across her face broadened. Good, because making you feel good is how we show how thankful we are. You've given us so much, though. For a man like you, Maybe that isn't such a big deal, seeing as you have so much of it to give. Megan emphasized her point as she reached down and tapped Patty on the shoulder, making her come up with a gasp of air. What happened? Did I do something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Everything is just fine. Because Ramon wants to give us another gift, and we have to be ready to thank him again, Megan replied with an almost sinister smile as her hands started to move faster and her grip tightened. Again, but my tongue is already starting to get tired, Patty complained, oblivious to what was about to happen. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is put on a little show, Megan persuaded as the moment suddenly grew intense. Now open those pretty lips of yours and be ready for whatever comes next. Swallow all of what? Patty asked. Still trembling, Megan gestured for Patty to hold out her hands, then carefully tipped a small cup of warm apple cider into them. A few drops splashed onto Patty's glasses as Megan smiled at the taste, humming approvingly. Her hand never stopped, and Megan continued to hold on to me as things continued in the moment. Though Megan still shared the excitement, after getting her first taste, she pointed me directly at Patty, who seemed to be frozen in place as I covered her face and frosted over her glasses. Please and thank you, 3. After being so thoroughly worn out by Megan the night before and during breakfast, my energy didn't last as long as it could have. Still, I had more than enough to offer both girls who looked like melting snowmen by the time I was done, putting on a performance for my sake. Megan showed me everything she had taken in before closing her mouth and finishing it all in one swallow. Though that still left everything that had splashed across her face, large drops that clung to her skin. Reaching up, Megan calmly wiped the sticky substance clinging to her brow and threatening to drip in her eyes, and spread her fingers showing the strands that formed between them. Just the way I like it. Thick and sticky. You're relentless. I muttered while trying to ignore how distracting Megan's actions were and how much they affected me. Only when it comes to you, baby, Megan replied with a grin before licking her fingers. When she was done, Megan grinned up at me. You know I love it when you look at me like that, but I think there's someone else who deserves your attention. Megan glanced over to her right, and I followed her gaze to find Patty trembling, but otherwise completely frozen in place. Her eyes were completely behind her frosted glasses, and her mouth was sealed shut. Oh, come, Patty, no one likes a dead fish in the bedroom, Megan admonished as she leaned over and nudged her friend. I don't want to get ifed, ing. MHGN fug, Patty shouted, though her words were muffled and unclear as she kept her lips pressed together. What did she say? I asked, unable to decipher the unintelligible sounds. Oh, I think she's afraid of a little dessert, Megan muttered disappointingly. Am I right, Patty? The redhead nodded timidly. Sensing Megan's mood shift, that isn't very kind of you. Ramon worked hard, making all of this delicious food for us. And you won't even give it a try. Before Patty could respond, Megan's fingers pinched her nose, shutting off her only airway. MG Patty made a straggled noise and squirmed, trying to pry Megan's fingers away, but my first thrall fended off her friend's hands and easily pinned them down with her free one. Stop being stubborn. You can breathe after you have a taste. Megan chastised like a patient mother talking to her child, as she practically tackled Patty to the ground and forced her to submit, watching the entire scene play out as a bystander. I couldn't help but notice as Patty's and Megan's chests shook and jiggled with the struggle while they pressed against each other. Though the struggle didn't last for long, as Patty quickly ran out of breath, her mouth opened as she went to take a massive gulp of air. But before any oxygen could enter Patty's lungs, Megan leaned over, her tongue covered in a thick glob of liquid that she had scooped up from the corner of her mouth. My eyes widened as Megan locked lips with Patty and pressed her tongue against hers, moving it around for a moment before pulling away. That wasn't so bad, was it? Megan asked innocently, as if she hadn't just shared an intense moment with her childhood friend. For a moment, Patty lay unmoving on the floor before I watched her throat bob as she swallowed nervously. I then watched as she quickly dabbed at her lips. It's sweet? I know, it's delicious. I had a whole glass of it this morning, and I still can't get enough. Megan purred as she reached into her pocket, and pulled out her phone. I can't wait until my mom sees this. She's going to lose her shit. Wait, your mom? Patty exclaimed in panic as she took off her soiled glasses, finally letting her see again. Are you insane? Why would you ever send that to her? Oh, just a little bit of payback after my dad and his friends tried to jump me and Ramon last night. After disowning me, Megan muttered as she struck a pose and started to take pictures while still in a disheveled state from the night before. What? Patty screamed in a shrill voice that rang through the kitchen. Don't worry. Ramon handed their asses to them and invited me to stay with him. Megan cheered as she snapped one last photo before standing up. We're practically married at this point. I can't tell if you're joking or not, Patty muttered under her breath as she also got up to her feet, albeit much slower than Megan. Come on, we'll tell you all about it while we go get cleaned up, Megan said as she grabbed Patty by the arm and led her out back to my apartment, though not before calling out over her shoulder. We'll be right back to help set up for service. Thank you for the meal and dessert. Megan quickly elbowed Patty, who blushed but still managed to stammer out a reply. Thank you for the meal and dessert. I grinned as I held Patty's timid gaze. You're welcome to more anytime. Just ask, and he'll give you all you can eat. Patty's blush increased threefold, and she urged Megan to move faster, who laughed but complied. And before long, they were out the back door, leaving me alone in the kitchen. Well, that was fun, I muttered as I reached down and zipped up my fly before looking at the floor. Guess I have to mop again. Still worth it. Loi Griffin, Denny. Why can't I stop? I thought even as I stared at the latest picture my daughter had sent me, showing her covered in a thick, white substance I could now unerringly identify as having come from Ramon. There was so much of it, and I could tell, just from the picture, how thick it was, every drop brimming with life. I couldn't help but compare it to the situation with Peter. It was never more than a small amount. The first time I remembered wondering if he could even contribute to a pregnancy. He went on to prove me wrong 3 times over, though each time had been a struggle to conceive. I glanced back at the picture, overwhelmed by the thought of how it would feel in that situation. I couldn't help but bite my lip as my mind wandered. Almost on autopilot, I opened the first picture Meg had sent me, the one with the condom hanging off of Ramon. In my perverted mind, it only made sense that such an oversized item would be the result of some kind of enhancement. He must have gotten some kind of surgery. There's no way that's natural. In my mind, I conjured an image of what Ramon looked like. Some brutish, hulking thug that had brainwashed my daughter with his vulgarity and then beaten my husband so badly that he couldn't walk. What was to stop him from breaking into our home late at night, or while Peter was at work? He would force his way inside and threaten to report my husband and his friends for assault unless I apologized. He would demand that I submit to his authority and degrade me to feel powerful. But humiliation wouldn't be enough. Ramon would want more, and with a cruel smile across his lips, he would reach down and unzip his pants, revealing himself. I shake my head no, but he's insistent, leaving me no choice. I tell myself it's for the good of my family, that I'm protecting them by sacrificing myself. But the truth is, I can't deny a part of me responds. Ramon treats me roughly, pressing forward until I struggle to breathe. I choke and gasp, tapping on his leg in desperation, praying he'll back off. He doesn't. Instead, he pushes me all the way down, and things start to tense up as he finishes. Hey, Lois, get off the can already. Would ya? I gotta take a whiz. My fantasy shattered like glass as Peter's muffled voice came through the bathroom door, and I let out a frustrated sigh. Just a minute. I flushed the toilet, pretending like I had gone before running the sink and opening the door. Jesus, about time. Were you taking a shit or something? Peter muttered as he practically threw me out and slammed the door behind him. I ground my teeth together, tempted to kick the door down, but instead I repressed my emotions and went to make dinner. After all, what was the worst that could happen after years of repression? It's an art with a firm crunch. I brought the edge of my knife down, cutting through the lobster's head, killing it instantly before it could register the pain. The crustacean's legs spasmed and twitched, but I knew it was nothing more than a reflex. I repeated the same procedure with the lobster's twin. Ingredient: main lobster cost, 40 count, 2 category, Protein quality, normal effects. None by far was the most expensive ingredient I cooked with, meaning that I couldn't afford to fuck up the dish, which also just happened to be the most complex and technically advanced. Still, my hands were steady and my mind was clear as I grabbed the 2 lobsters and threw them into a boiling pot of heavily salted water. I put the cover on and set a timer for 5 minutes. Not enough to fully cook the shellfish. But parboiling would help with processing the meat later on, which would finish cooking when I poached them in the butter sauce. In the meantime, I power walked my way over to the fridge, taking out a large baking tray that was laden with stacks of wax paper. Setting the baking tray down, I peeled off the first piece of wax paper, revealing a sheet of pastry dough that I'd set to firm and chill after laminating, a process where cold butter was flattened into sheets and gradually folded and pressed into the dough, creating literally thousands of layers that would result in a flaky end product. Recipe: pastry dough base price, 23 quality, final price, 27 ingredients, cup of flour x 3 stick of butter x 4 ingredient, bag of flour cost, 10 count, 10 category, starch quality, normal effects. None. Most of the afternoon prep had gone to making several of the pastry sheets, as they all needed to chill and could be stored in the fridge for several days without a drop in quality. Taking the topmost sheet, I placed it on a baking sheet I had already lined with wax paper before throwing the entire tray into the preheated oven. With how thin the dough was, the pastry would be ready in less than 20 minutes, but that left me enough time to get started on the third and final component. In a flash, 2 large leeks were lined up on my cutting board, and I quickly trimmed and halved the close onion relative before grabbing each half with a pair of tongs and placing them face down on the hottest part of the grill. It didn't take long before the smell was floating through the air on wisps of gray smoke as the scorching temperatures made short work of the leek's sugars and oils into more palatable compounds. Ingredient: bundle of leeks cost, 12 count, 6 category, vegetable quality, normal effects. None. Once the faces were blackened, the leeks made their way into my latest appliance, which I had bought after nearly losing my mind trying to chop up the leeks with a knife alone. Appliance: food processor cost, 712 maintenance, 135 slot kitchen, 1.5 effects, 5 to cooking speed along with the leeks. I added some butter and held down the button until I was left with a smooth, vibrant green puree. When the food processor stopped roaring, the timer for the lobster went off, and I quickly moved to take the shellfish out of the water, not wanting to risk the slightest chance that they would be overcooked. Their shells had turned a stark red after poaching, and inside, I knew the meat had shrunk, meaning separating it from the shell would be a breeze compared to doing it raw. Still, it wasn't an easy process. I started by cutting off the limbs, the claws, and legs, separating them from the body before cutting through the shell and pulling out the large meaty chunks. Then came the tails that popped off the bodies with a firm pull and twist and yielded nice, whole chunks. While there was no doubt more meat I could scavenge and scrape from the carapace, I was on a limited timeline. Gathering the lobster meat in a small pile, I gave a quick dice with my knife before scraping the board's contents into a saucepan and ladling in a thick buttery cream sauce, just enough to cover all the chunks. I tossed the pan a few times with a gentle roll of my wrist before setting down the pan as my second timer went off, signaling that the pastry was done baking. Grabbing an oven mitt, I pulled it over my hand as I opened the oven. Buttery vapors steamed up into my face as I pulled out the sheet of puffed golden pastry. Perfection. Setting down the tray, I grabbed some salt and a lemon that I had zested and sprinkled over the pastry, seasoning it before it could cool. Immediately switching tasks, I went back to the lobster and killed the stove, trusting the residual heat to finish the cooking process. Taking the pan, I walked over to the food processor and steadily poured the lobster and the butter sauce into the leek puree. I hit the blend button a few times in quick succession, just enough to incorporate everything together and finish the filling. Recipe: charred leek and buttered lobster filling base price, 49 quality. Final price, 61 ingredients. Leek, x2 lobster, x2 butter, x3. All right, onto the last piece of the puzzle. I psyched myself up as the finish line came into view. I moved the filling into a separate container so I could clean out the food processors I would need it shortly. But first, I needed to process the main component. Ingredient: pouch of fennel cost, 12 count. For category: vegetable quality, normal effects. None. With a quick flourish of my knife, I chopped off the long bushy stalks, leaving me with just the bulb that I threw on the grill to char. With my hands free, I grabbed a saucepan with one and a bottle of white wine with the other. Ingredient: crate of white wine cost, 60 count. 6 category: alcohol quality, normal effects. None. Pouring in the wine. I then turned on the stone before gingerly tipping the pan towards the fire until the wine suddenly ignited as the alcohol vapors combusted. The flames roared into the air with a flash of heat, but I didn't panic, instead letting the fire run its course and cook off the harsher notes of the spirit. When the flames died down, a quick blow snuffed them out, and I eagerly moved over to the food processor, where I poured in the reduction, followed by the charred fennel and the juice of a lemon. I held down the button until everything was one smooth consistency, but instead of stopping, I kept the machine running. I then carefully took off the top while grabbing a bottle of oil that I slowly poured in, making sure that everything was combining as it should. The cooking gods must have been smiling down on me as everything held together, and I was left with a glossy garnish for my dish. Recipe: white wine and charred fennel emulsion. Base price: 15 quality. Final price: 19 ingredients. Fennel x1 white wine x1 lemon x1. Assembly time: I started by cutting the pastry into even rectangular sheets before grabbing a plate from the rack. First came the pastry sheet, followed by a generous layer of the cooled and thickened filling, then another pastry sheet, a layer of filling, and then one last sheet. Then with a spoon, a delicate hand, and an eye for detail, I drizzled the emulsion over the millefeuille and added a decorative smear along the edge. I then stepped back and admired my masterpiece. Dish: charred leek and buttered lobster millefeuille with a white wine and fennel emulsion. Base price: 107 quality. Final price: 134 components. Charred white wine and fennel emulsion. Pastry dough, charred leek, and buttered lobster filling. In that moment, all the tireless effort and non-stop movement were worth it as I took in the result of my hard labor. Just then, Megan burst through the kitchen door, waving a ticket in her hand. Heads up, need another 5 mil fuel pronto. And just like that, the magic of the moment was gone, and I was back on the grind. I really need to get some help in the kitchen. Obedience training. And that's the last table out the door. We're closed. I cried a sigh of relief and fought the urge to just collapse onto the kitchen floor and end the day there. If I knew making good food would be so exhausting, I wouldn't have leveled up my cooking skill. I rolled my shoulders to stretch and stood back up just in time for the kitchen doors to swing open as Megan and Patty walked through. Someone looks tired. Believe it's more than just looks, I muttered as I turned around and leaned back against the grill, letting the soothing residual heat wash over my back. I can't wait for the weekend. It's going to feel so nice to just lie in bed and rot away. Well, I hope you can fit in a trip to the mall, because you promised me that we could go shopping for some clothes. Megan amended as she slid up to me and wrapped her arms around my waist before leaning against me with her chin on my chest. I got the sudden urge to try on everything my mother forbade me from wearing. I just need another set of eyes to make sure everything fits the way I want it to. Megan's tone made it painfully clear what type of clothing she had in mind. It was almost terrifying to reflect on how bold she had become in just a few days' time. But I hadn't been lying when I told her that confidence was a good look on her. Besides Megan herself, I was the one benefiting the most from her change. Well, when you put it like that, I don't see how I could refuse, I muttered before placing a quick peck on Megan's lips, making her smile. I then looked over at Patty, who was blushing slightly as she watched us tenderly embrace. What about you? Patty? You need a new wardrobe as well? I didn't bother to hide the hunger in my gaze as my eyes roamed over Patty's body, imagining her in far more flattering apparel. Patty's face nearly turned as red as her hair, and she quickly waved her hands back and forth in front of her. And no, Mgu, do you have plenty of ideas for some fun new outfits? Megan interrupted with a bubbly smile that hid her mischievous intent. Come on, Patty, We can hit up all the big stores and spend some of the cash that we've worked so hard for. For a moment, it seemed like Patty would manage to stand up and assert herself. But at the last second, she slumped and sighed. All right, I'll tag along, though I'm probably not going to buy anything. That's fine. We're just happy we get to spend some quality time with you, I replied and shot Patty a wink, making her blush even more. She got to go. Patty screamed before turning around and fleeing from the kitchen, and by the sound of it, she didn't stop running until she made it out the front door. Megan clicked her tongue in disappointment. Great going, Casanova, you scared her off. Oh yeah, and you definitely didn't get a kick out of teasing her. I snapped back as my arms wrapped around Megan's waist. I'm starting to think that I might have a little sadist on my hands. Megan grinned unabashedly, maybe a little, but it's not my fault that Patty makes herself such an easy target. She can barely hide her emotions, and it's so easy to wrap her around your fingers. You're evil. Maybe if she didn't enjoy it so much, Megan countered as she spun around in my arms to face me. While I'm new to this whole new lifestyle, I don't think I've ever seen a clearer example of a sub. Easy now. I bet you've got your own submissive side to you as well, I pointed out as my hands drifted down and across Megan's thighs. MH, Megan hummed in agreement as she leaned in closer. I don't know. Maybe you need to show me? I grinned at the verbal challenge as I had no plan of backing down. Are you sure? I won't be taking it easy if I do. That only seemed to excite Megan, and she grinned, leaning toward me before bouncing on her feet. Come on. I want to see if there's any bite behind that bark. Just remember, you asked for this, I muttered before I bucked my hips, sending Megan stumbling forward. She ended up falling to the ground and landing on her hands and knees. Hey, what was that for? Megan complained as she started to stand back up. But before she could rise to her feet, I knelt behind her as a purple leather leash and collar appeared in my hands with a subtle flash of light. With a click, I secured the heavy collar around Megan's neck and watched as she reached up and felt the braided leather with her fingers. Did you put a collar on me? Kinky. I like it. I figured you would. I smirked before pulling the chain a slight tug and grinning when Megan stiffened as the band tightened around her neck. For the next 2 hours, you're going to follow my lead. My word is final. Break it, and there will be consequences. Do you understand me? Yes, R.A. I tugged on the chain, cutting Megan off mid-sentence. From here on out, the only words I want to hear out of your mouth are yes, got it? Megan stared back at me, her eyes practically glowing as she nodded yes. I smiled and stepped back. Good. Now hand over your keys. I need to see how you're handling the item I gave you this morning, I said firmly. Wordlessly, Megan moved to follow my instructions, gathering her things and organizing them on the floor. All right, now turn around so I can take a look, I instructed. A heavy blush had spread across Megan's face at this point, and her breathing came out heavy with nervous energy. Turning so that her back was toward me, Megan leaned down, resting her chest against the floor as she reached back with both hands and stretched, exposing everything that was supposed to be private. My eyes briefly roamed over her exposed body. I could sense Megan's anticipation from here. However, with no condoms on hand, the risk far outweighed the rewards. Besides, I had something just as enticing to relieve my building tension. My eyes fixated on the crimson gem Megan's fingers toyed with. How was it? Having something close by the whole day? It felt good at first, but then I got used to it and practically forgot it was in there, Megan answered proudly, making me grin. Good. That means we can go up a few sizes then. With a mental command, I activated one of the enchanted item's powers, causing the metal object to slowly grow in size. Megan's eyes widened as she realized what was happening, and her body started to shake as she let out a gasp. Fuck. That's it. You've got this, I whispered as I watched Megan's jaw clench and her eyes space out while her chest rose and fell with labored breaths. I gotta get you nice and stretched out before we head out for a ride. I emphasized my words by giving Megan a firm pat on the back and squeezing her shoulder, grinning at the way she responded. Megan let out a high-pitched whine, but followed my orders. Remaining frozen with her head resting on the ground and her hips raised up in the air as the object in her rear doubled in size, stretching her open. A soft sigh escaped Megan's lips as the toy stopped growing, and I let go of her. All right, you can sit back up now. Slowly, very slowly, Megan sat back up, sitting on her heels with her hands braced against the floor. Oh my God, it feels incredibly uncomfortable inside. Did I ask you for your input? I growled angrily and pulled hard on the leash, locking the collar tight around Megan's neck, who stiffened and writhed. Seems like I need to help you learn to keep that pretty little mouth of yours shut. Moving around, so I stood in front of Megan. I reached down and undid my pants, exposing myself in front of her. Don't get shy now. Get to work and don't stop until I tell you to. Megan gazed up with eager anticipation, her eyes wide as she responded, "Yes, sir." She followed the instructions with enthusiasm. Megan started to reach up with her hands. I made her freeze with a sharp glare. Did I say you could use your hands? Not knowing how to respond, Megan turned into a statue, and I let out a disappointed sigh. Completely useless. Can't even do anything right. Seems like I'm going to have to teach you everything. Give me your hands. Lifting her arms, Megan presented me her hands, and I quickly used her leash to bind her wrists together, leaving her bound and collared. There. Now let's try that again. Open up. This time, Megan did as she was told, parting her plump lips and revealing her warm pink mouth. Her excited breath brushed against me, but my expression remained stone-faced. Stick out your tongue. I grunted as I gripped the base of myself with one hand while the other was wrapped tight around Megan's leash. In a flash, Megan's tongue lolled out of her mouth, wet and glistening with spit, ready to do as I asked. Good girl, now don't move a muscle. I've already taken care of you. It's about time your mouth got the same treatment. Megan's eyes widened as I leaned in close, but before she could react, I slowly pulled her in toward me, taking charge of the moment with Megan, guiding her movements as she responded. Before, Megan had used her tongue and hands to make up for what she couldn't manage, but unlike that morning, I was fully in control, and Megan followed my lead without question, one that I had yet to explore fully. Take a deep breath, I warned, staring into Megan's wide eyes as we continued. The difference in sensation was immediate as I felt the powerful, rigid muscles responding. Right there, that's it. Meanwhile, Megan started to cough and gag. I stared down in horror as she hacked and spit, her throat fighting to force out the foreign object lodged in her airway. Her desperate gagging twisted something inside me. But as I met Megan's pleading eyes, my bleeding heart won out. I pulled the obstruction clear of her mouth and dropped it, letting her breathe. The moment I pulled away, Megan sucked in a gasping breath and coughed. That's enough of a break. Besides, the more you practice, the easier ITLL get. There was a defiant response in Megan's eyes. But she kept quiet and instead opened her mouth once more. See, look at what a quick learner you are. Megan shot a spiteful look at me, but otherwise remained docile as I pressed forward, and she started to wince. I know this may be hard, but try to relax. The more you tense up, the worse it gets. Megan glared at me, but after a second seemed to follow through on my advice as she steadied herself and relaxed, letting out a shaky breath as she adjusted. And mate, shit, you've got such a tight little grip. I should have done this sooner. That way you could have shown Patty how it's done, I muttered, though that really seemed to piss Megan off as her brow furrowed and a fire ignited in her eyes. With a grunt that made her throat vibrate pleasingly, Megan pushed her head forward. She moved closer to me, her lips meeting mine in a deep kiss as the moment between us grew more intimate. My legs nearly gave out as Megan held on to me, her closeness and the warmth of the embrace making my heart race. At the same time, she moved in rhythm, getting her lips and tongue involved as well. Wait, I grunted, trying to regain control of the situation, but Megan had turned into a woman possessed as she pushed herself down, so her face was pressed against my stomach. The sudden intense sensation as she took me fully into her mouth was too much, and I felt a sudden rush as my body tensed. My vision flickered in and out like a strobe light while a surge of warmth hit me. My knees locked out just to keep me standing upright as I tried to steady myself. And even despite me giving her what she wanted, she kept on going, not stopping for a moment. It was some time later when I finally finished. With a wet sound, Megan pulled back, not even flinching once, as something was pulled away, leaving her lips parted and glistening. Did you enjoy that, sir? I glanced at Megan and found her lips upturned into a smile, while her eyes were alight with mirth. I should punish you for that back talk. You could. Megan started with a grin before she turned around and positioned herself on all fours. Or you could take out your little gift and give me what I've been waiting for. My mind was already made up before Megan finished her sentence as I kneeled behind her. My fingers wrapped around the flared base of the toy, and with one sharp tug, I yanked it out with an audible pop, followed by a soft grunt from Megan. And then GHF fuck. I watched as she caught her breath, flushed, and still feeling the aftereffects of the long day. Are you ready? I asked as I grabbed Megan's waist, my thumb pressing down on the dimples on the small of her back, making her spine arch, because I'm not stopping until I'm fully inside you. Just make sure to finish for me when you're done, Megan replied, while shaking her hips back and forth. I think that can be arranged. I grinned before moving closer to Megan. She flinched when I pressed against her, but my hand on her waist held her still as I pushed forward. Oh my G-God, F-fuck. Megan squealed as all the strength left her arms, and she practically collapsed to the floor. I want the toy back. I'm afraid it's too late for that. I chided as I moved closer to Megan. Now, deep breaths and try and enjoy yourself a little. I know I am. This feels really intense. It's so tight, but loose at the same time. Look. With a savage grin, I pulled Megan back while thrusting my hips forward, pulling her down hard in the blink of an eye. The reaction was immediate. An unintelligible guttural moan ripped free from Megan's throat while her back arched like a bow, and a small rush of excitement showed on her face. Looks like you took my advice seriously, I muttered as I started to move closer, though I never expected you'd be so enthusiastic. I'm not. Megan stammered as she tried to get control of her unresponsive body. But it's impossible not to feel anything with your stupid fat. I cut Megan off as I reached around her stomach. My finger ran along her lips before finding her hidden pearl and gently pressing down, adding a whole new pleasure on top of what she was already experiencing. HNGH. That's not fair. Megan moaned, but her hips started to move, moving her hips back to meet me and creating a loud sound as our bodies met. Has slowed down. I'm not ready yet. Sorry, but I'm almost there, though you're about to get what you asked for. I groaned as my hips started to speed up with such intensity that each movement pushed deeper. Irra Ramon. Megan cried out as she reached her peak again, squeezing around me tightly. A loud grunt echoed from my chest, and I grabbed Megan's waist with both hands as I leaned over her. Here. Take every last drop, Megan said breathlessly as she felt me finish inside of her before it was filled with the first rush. Home improvement on. My ass is killing me, Megan complained over the sound of the running shower. It feels like it's never going to close again. Of course. You feel it. It's barely been an hour. I muttered as I glanced from the mirror over to her silhouette cast against the shower curtain. Though if it's really bad, I've heard massaging the area can help with soreness. Megan poked her head out from behind the curtain and shot an accusatory glare at me. Thanks, but no thanks if I let you too close. You'll probably end up jumping on me again like a horse. True, but that's your favorite thing about me, I said and managed to get a smirk from Megan. Second favorite thing. Actually, my first is the way you do it. Megan pointedly looked down at where only a thin towel was keeping me covered before ducking back behind the curtain. At the same time, I chuckled and shook my head. Should have known that you would try and buck me off eventually. I'm surprised you let me have control for that long. Well, it's not like I hated it, Megan muttered. It was pretty hot, actually, but I definitely prefer it when the two of us just go at it intensely, no holding back, no teasing, just passionate and fierce until neither of us can move an inch. Though I'm sure there will be plenty of girls who'd love to spend time with you. Patty being a prime example. Honestly, I'm surprised you let her leave the restaurant so easily. Well, I couldn't lock things down after a night together. Besides, I had my eye on. I trailed off as Megan turned off the shower and pulled back the curtain, revealing her glistening and naked body. Like always, my gaze was drawn in by her curves and the swell of her full breasts. Bigger things. Megan smirked and stepped out of the shower, sauntering over to me with her hips swaying side to side. I was powerless to resist her seduction, and I stood still as a statue as she stopped in front of me and reached down towards my crotch, only to grab the hem of my towel and rip it away from my body with a victorious laugh as she danced away and wrapped the cloth around her chest. Gotcha! I blinked as I realized I had been had and frowned. That was a cheap tactic. You're only mad that it worked so well, Megan muttered as she stuck out her tongue. Besides, you're completely dry. Uh-huh. And it's definitely not, because you wanted to get me naked. I shot back accusingly as I put my hands on my hip. Megan's eyes dipped down, and a smile crossed her lips that she licked. Well, it certainly is a benefit. Keep flirting and looking at me like that, and you're going to need another shower when I'm done with you, I muttered. It's already bad enough that I have to hold myself back while you sleep naked next to me. Ah, yes. Poor you having a naked woman to cuddle with in your bed. Megan muttered as she ran her fingers through her hair. Since it's such a problem, we'll make sure to buy some nightgowns and PJs when we go shopping over the weekend. You know, I didn't mean it like that. I muttered, backing on my Elier statement as I walked over to Megan, who humphed and turned around while crossing her arms. Really, because it sure doesn't feel like it. Walking up behind her, I pulled Megan against me and assaulted her neck with a barrage of kissing as she squirmed and tried to break away. But I didn't relent until she was dying of laughter and could barely stand upright. All right, I yield. I yield. I then spun her around and pressed a real kiss against her lips that stilled her in an instant. After a long minute, I broke away and looked down to see the dreamy look in Megan's eyes. That was nice. Can I get another? After you get your ass in bed, I muttered before suppressing a yawn. I kiss you again, and we won't be leaving this room until the sun rises. And I still need to brush my teeth. Fine, Megan pouted as she reached up, took off her towel, and handed it back to me. See you under the sheets, lover boy. I shook my head as Megan sauntered away, giving me a mouth-watering view of what I had turned down, going to be the damn death of me. Day 5 report, Sim Life profits, 13,079 cost, 11,130.00 gross, 1,949 modifiers. Fortune 210 income, 2,144 total, 7. 341 date life energy spent, 5 energy gained, 3 tantric reserves, 2 5 lust, -5 total, 0 100. I muttered to myself as I stared at the report. My income has been steadily increasing each day, and I can keep creating new dishes. But I have a feeling that eventually it'll reach a point where I can't keep up with the orders. I could pour more money into appliances, but I only have 4 slots left, which, most likely, will only increase once I manage to upgrade the restaurant. I took in a deep breath, causing my chest to rise, which elicited a sleepy grunt of complaint from Megan, who was treating me like a body pillow. So the question is whether I should save up for a massive big-ticket item or fill up all my slots to speed up the timeline. Wait a minute. With a thought, I pulled up the quest that I had completely forgotten about. Date quest. This house is not a home. Yet objectives. Turn your apartment into a livable environment within the allotted time, 6 days 1. Spend at least $3,000 on new furniture, 0, 3,002. Spend at least $1,000 on floor decor, 0, 1,003. Spend at least $500 on wall decor, 0, 500 rewards, 1. 5 skill points, 2. 1 development point, 3. 5,000 appliance coupon, I have the money to check off every box. All I would need to do is save up a bit afterwards to really milk the full value of the coupon. And I can speed that up if I dump all those skill points into my cooking or other skills. The idea was growing on me with each passing moment. And within a minute, my consciousness had left my body as I entered decorating mode. All right, time to say goodbye to old and breathe some life into this depressing middle-life crisis of a bachelor pad. Opening the furniture store, I narrowed down my options by holding a specific aesthetic in mind. What followed wasn't as easy as I went through all 3 categories and picked out the pieces of furniture and decor that I liked and fit within my price range. Starting with the floor, I used up all $1,000 to change the color and texture of the tile to a light-hued slate. A nice neutral but pleasant to look at modification that would help type everything else together. Then, for the wall decorations, I started to add large wooden panels intermixed with floating wooden shelves, sporting potted plants, and warm-tinted lamps, along with 2 brutalist-style wall scones that were particularly expensive, but I couldn't pass up on them. With the walls and floors taken care of, I moved on to furniture, which would help center and cement the core look and feel of the apartment. The first thing I changed out was the main table and its chairs, replacing the cheap-looking set with a solid oak modern table with cushion cloth upholstery. Next came the countertops, switching to fake-looking granite for thick slabs of polished concrete. With the little I had left in the budget, I made one last and perhaps the most crucial change by getting a better floating wooden slat bed frame and a higher quality mattress. After going back and forth with the arrangement of things, I eventually settled on a layout and moved to the purchasing screen. Shopping cart, oak, dining table X, 1 upholstered chair, X, 4 concrete countertops, X, 3 wood slat bed frame, X, 1 memory foam mattress, X, 4 slate tile, flooring room, wood accent panels, X, 10 floating shelves, X, 5 shelf lighting, X, 6. Brutalist wall sconces, X, 2 cost. $5,535 finalized purchase. YN staring at the final price. My inner miser couldn't help but wince, though it wasn't enough to stop me from pressing confirm and watching all of my edits manifest into reality. Back in my body, I let out a contented sigh as I felt the increased lumbar support underneath me. At the same time, a slew of messages flashed across my face, but I dismissed them as quickly as they came. They could wait until morning. Right now, all I wanted to do was sleep. Say my name, Megan, before I even opened my eyes. I groaned at the distinct lack of warmth from my favorite muscle-bound body pillow. And sure enough, when I cracked open my left eye, I found nothing but empty sheets and flattened pillows. Damn it, I can never wake up before him. Maybe he doesn't sleep at all, being a demon and everything. That would suck, though. I've always wanted to try surprising him in bed first thing in the morning. Laying out a soft sigh, I turned over in bed only to pause as I felt a noticeable difference. This is way more comfortable than it was last night. I'm not just imagining it, am I? Sitting up, I went to look down at the mattress only to pause as my eyes passed over the rest of the apartment. So he definitely doesn't sleep. In stunned awe, I looked around at the complete remodeling job that had somehow happened overnight without waking me up once. It wasn't a small change either. The entire apartment had gone from just barely a step above a highway motel to a high-end luxury condo. Peering over the bed, I stared at the new slate floors and couldn't help but lean over and run my hand along the smooth, cold surface to confirm that it was real. What the hell? I muttered as I looked around for the man responsible, only to find a breakfast platter waiting for me on the new table that dominated the kitchen area. Getting out of bed, I sauntered over and my mouth started to water just from looking at the food, though before I could start stuffing my face, I noticed a note sticking out from under the plate. I picked up a piece of perfectly buttered toast and held it between my teeth before taking out the note and reading the words inside. Morning, sexy. What do you think of the new place? I know it's a bit of a shock, and before you go asking me how, the only explanation it'll give is magic, winky face. I had to run out real quick for some supplies for tonight, but I made sure that I cooked you a nice breakfast before I left. Hopefully you're reading this before it all goes cold, but no worries if it has. Just throw the whole platter into the oven at 350 degrees for a few minutes, and everything should heat right back up. Be back in an hour or so. Love ya. Staring at the handwritten note, my heart couldn't help but flutter at the thoughtful gesture. I really won the fucking lottery, didn't I, God? I can't wait to suck the soul out of that man later tonight. With a sly smirk across my lips, I sat down and started in on the food Ramon had cooked for me, all while thinking of ways I could repay him later tonight. Summer Smith. I was practically drooling with boredom as I scrolled on my phone behind the checkout counter. Friday mornings were always slow, but today in particular was a fucking ghost town. I wish I could quit this fucking job. Maybe I should have gone to college. Then again, I'm pretty sure another 4 years of waking up for classes and doing homework would have driven me clinically insane. Blowing a raspberry, I cursed the fact I lived in such a materialistic capitalist society. God, I gotta stop hanging out with Grandpa. Even my bitching started to sound like one of his rants. I went back to scroll mindlessly on my phone, but a broad shadow fell over me, blocking my screen. My, aren't you being productive? I froze. hearing the deep masculine voice that had been haunting me for days in my dreams and walking fantasies. Slowly picking up my head, I found myself staring into a pair of dark blue eyes and a devilish smile that looked like it was deciding whether it wanted to laugh or devour me in a way that would make my toes curl. I see you're sitting again. That's good. I was worried for a second that I had gone too hard on you. The man muttered cockily as he stared down the bridge of his nose. You fucking asshole. I ground out through gritted teeth as I shot up to my feet and slammed my hands down on the counter. You got some fucking nerve showing up here. He cocked his head to the side in confusion. Why are you acting like I killed your whole family in front of you in cold blood? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I gave you my number after we got freaky in a storage closet, and you haven't even texted me once. I shouted while jabbing an accusatory finger into the man's wide, muscular chest. Is that what this is about? He muttered and brushed my finger side. Sorry about having a life to live. I opened my mouth to scream at the man some more, but then I realized that would only feed into his sick kicks. So instead, I exhaled and sank back into my seat. Just buy what you need, and then get the hell out. All right, but I'm going to need you to get them for me, and this time I need at least a couple of boxes. The man replied, and my eyes went wide as I realized what he was talking about. Bullshit, I swore, glaring at him as I crossed my arms. There's no way you went through an entire box of condoms. It's been less than a week. Like I said, I've been busy, the man drawled. Now, are we going to keep this back and forth going, or are you going to get my item so I can get going on with the rest of my day? My jaw clenched, and it took every ounce of control not to leap over the counter and throttle the smug asshole. But after a moment, I managed to stand up without trembling from an overwhelming amount of rage. They'll be right back with your items. Then you can get the hell out of here. Moving out from behind the counter, I glared at him one last time before turning around. Though before I could even take my next step, a sharp stinging sensation erupted across my lower back, followed by the sound of a crisp smack. In an instant, all the strength left my body, replaced by a strange, overwhelming sensation I could not quite name. I hit the floor with a thud as a surprised gasp escaped my lips. Are you really that wound up that all it takes is one little smack to set you off? I looked over my shoulder as the cocky son of a bitch stood over me and smiled. But I shouldn't complain too much. You've got a great view from back here. I should call the fucking cops on you. I glared as I spun around to face him. Why the fuck did you just hit me like that? Because we both know you enjoyed it. He answered, his voice dipping into an octave that made my whole body vibrate. Why else would you have been so disappointed that I didn't call you? Fuck you, you pompous dickhead. I flipped him off before getting back up on my feet, albeit unsteadily. Now get out, there's no way I'm getting you shit. Walking up, I went to shove him in the chest, only for him to grab me by the wrist and spin me around so fast that my world became a blur. When everything stopped, I found myself pinned against the counter and my arms forced behind my back. I tried moving, but found the man behind me was holding me down and pressing his body against mine. Dummy? No. Do not get distracted. Do not give in to this infuriating himbo. I tried to push the thoughts out of my mind, but as I felt his large hand trace along my side, I bit my lip and looked away. See, there was no need for all the pomp and circumstance. I know what you want, I know what you need. The man whispered in my ear as he leaned over my mobile body that was at his complete mercy. Oh yeah, 'cause every girl needs to be held down against her will by a complete stranger, I growled in response. No, not every girl, because not all girls secretly enjoy rough treatment like you. The man muttered with a dark chuckle as his hand grabbed my waist, holding it so firmly that there was no doubt that it would bruise. As for me being a stranger, my friends call me Ramon. I'm not your friend, I muttered even as my heart started to race. Maybe not, but you'll be calling out my name when I'm gone with you. Say my name, too, Ramon. I'm not calling you anything other than an asshole. Summer swore as she pushed against me, trying to lift herself off the counter. Now, let me go. You'd better watch your tone. I tisked as I summoned a pair of padded fuzzy handcuffs in my offhand. We'll try to keep my calm, but if you rile me up too much, I might end up hurting you, or at least more than I wanted to. And that's somehow my fault, Summer muttered angrily as she glared back at me, only to freeze when her eyes landed on the handcuffs. What the hell are those, and why the hell do you have them? I raised an eyebrow. Is that an actual question, or are you just screaming for the hell of it? I'm screaming because you just pulled some BDMS gear out of thin air. Also, if you put those things on me, you better never take them off, because the moment you do, I'm going to rip your barato off. Summer's teeth gnashed as she barked at me, but for all her postering, I wasn't fooled in the slightest. Oh, I'm not worried after all. By the time I'm done with you, you'll barely be able to stand upright, I promised before I took Summer's wrist and bound them with the handcuffs. Summer's face was flushed when I finished, and I could hear the faint sound of her breath in the dead silence of the empty store. Oh, look, if you're going to do this, could you at least lock the front door and turn around the open sign? I grinned. That's cute. You don't want anyone walking in and interrupting us, or them seeing the real you. Summer clicked her tongue and looked away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fine, be difficult, I replied as I silently undid my belt, holding both ends of my right hand to form a loop. Let's see how long you can keep it up. I saw Summer's mouth move, most likely to form another snarky response, but the time for her lip and attitude had come to an end. With a flick of my wrist, my belt swiped Summer across the top of her ass. It barely put any force behind the blow, but Summer still jerked from the unexpected flare of pain, and I watched as her legs trembled. What's wrong? Don't you have anything you want to say? I asked in a mocking tone as I reached up and grabbed Summer's ponytail like the reins on a horse. Come on, don't tell me you're giving in already. Fuck you. Summer cursed as her eyes looked back to stare at me, her pupils glowing with both rage and a twinge of excitement. I smiled. Good, that's more like it. Now stay here. Move, and I'll spank your ass black and blue. I held Summer's gaze for a moment before stepping back and walking over towards a door, which I quickly locked and turned off the close sign. Looking back towards the counter, I found Summer staring at me exactly where I left her. When I met her gaze, she quickly looked away. So you do know how to follow instructions. It seems like I don't have that much work cut out for me. Pinning down a defenseless woman. Is that what you call work? Summer asked sarcastically. I sighed as I started to walk over, and we're back to square one. Well, you know what they say, if you love what you do. I interrupted myself with another swipe of my belt, striking Summer across her other cheek. You'll never work a day in your life. Why, you're a sick son of a bitch, you know that? Summer stammered as she tried to catch her breath and keep her angry demeanor. Am a sick son of a bitch? I asked doubtfully as I stepped closer to Summer, feeling the heat that was pouring off her body. It's funny you're saying that when I've only touched you twice and you're already running hotter than a furnace. That doesn't mean shit, Summer growled, though her meandering glare was somewhat lessened by the embarrassed flush across her cheeks. Maybe, luckily, it's really easy to find out, I replied as I struck Summer again. Let's see how much you can handle. Wait, don't. Another hit cut off Summer as I hauled back my belt and struck her over and over. At first, Summer tried to hide her reactions, holding herself stock still and pressing her lips together into a thin line. But after the 10th strike, she couldn't keep a stoic visage as her body started to tremble against her from the overwhelming sensation, and her lips loosened, letting the softest of grunts and moans squeeze past. Then, without warning, I stopped my belt coming down to rest by my side as I gave Summer a moment to process the intensity of what I had just done to her. But instead of taking her respite in peace, Summer turned over her shoulder to stare at me with tearful eyes. What's wrong? Is your arm getting tired? Meeting her gaze, I stared Summer down, but she refused to look away. Instead, her eyes were glowing with anticipation as her hips shifted back and forth. I didn't even look like Summer was aware of what she was doing, but her body craved it, the adrenaline rush as the pain washed through her before fading into pleasure. Summer's every action was now dedicated to pissing me off in the hopes that I would take my anger out on her and give her what she so desperately desired. Actually, now that you mention it, I muttered while rolling my shoulder in an exaggerated motion. I did sleep on it weird. Maybe I should take it easy. Rest up a bit. Summer blinked as I took a step back. Wait, what? Why, you can't stop now. Careful now. It almost sounds like you wanted to keep going, I hissed with a disapproving nod, making Summer lock up for a moment before she scowled at me. Oh, of course I don't. It's just weird you just stopped out of nowhere. I smiled, seeing how stubborn Summer was being, refusing to admit that she was enjoying our game. God, It's going to be fun once I break you. Please, like a few smacks on the ass is going to turn me into your fucking lapdog, Summer growled. I nodded in agreement. You're right. It's about time I upped the ante. With a borderline evil smile on my face, I walked back over to Summer and pulled her off the counter. She didn't even try to mock fight me as I pulled her behind the counter. Get down here. Summer glared at me, but did as I ordered, sinking to the floor, all while glaring up at me. I shot her a cocky grin before walking back over to the front door and undoing my earlier actions, unlocking the door, and turning around the open side. Summer must have heard me, because when I stepped back behind the counter, her eyes were wide with fear. What the hell are you doing? Did you just unlock the door? Yes, is that a problem? I asked innocently. Yes, it's a fucking problem. What if someone walks in and sees me like this? Summer hissed as she shook her handcuffs for emphasis. I scratched my chin as if in deep thought. I guess that wouldn't be the best thing for you. How about this? I'll cut you a deal. Reaching down, I unzipped my pants, letting myself flop out in front of Summer, and watched as her eyes went wide as they fixated on me. You'll lock the front door after you take care of me. Summer blinked as my words broke her out of her trance. What? Fuck no. Go lock the damn door now. I want to do that. And I suggest you stop arguing because you're wasting time, I chastised as I put my hands on my hips. You're the fucking worst. Summer swore as she glared at me with pure hatred in her eyes. I didn't respond, instead flipping her off right in front of her face to mock her. Summer glared at me for a long moment before she let out a disgruntled sigh. Could you at least undo the cuffs so I can use my hands? No, I answered curtly as I crossed my arms. You seem handy enough with that mouth of yours. It's time you put to use. Summer's eyes looked like she wanted to tear me apart, but after a second, she opened her mouth and leaned forward. I felt her warm breath graze against me before her soft lips brushed against my skin, followed by the warmth of her lips as they pressed against mine. Say my name, 3. Summer POV. As much as I hated the smug, self-satisfied look on the bastard's face as he forced me to my knees in front of him, my heart was pounding like never before. My entire body was burning up. In the best way possible. Everything felt loose and fuzzy, as if I were floating on a cloud, accompanied by the faint blush still lingering on my cheeks. God, he really got to me, didn't he? I thought cheerfully, even as I glared at him with pure venom in my eyes. I shouldn't be feeling this way, but I can't help how intense it is. I strained against the handcuffs he had put on me, and a nervous thrill ran through me. I was utterly helpless, at his total mercy, a captive at his disposal for whatever twisted purpose he had in mind. No, not he, Ramon. My heartbeat pounded against my chest as his name flitted across my mind and the memory of his icy blue eyes staring at me, imagining all the ways he could tear me down and wrap me around his finger. And that's exactly what he had done, forcing me to kneel behind the counter as he made his intentions clear, the same man who had been haunting all my dreams. Now that he was mere inches away from my face, I could feel the tension radiating from him. The scene was repulsive and overwhelming, with a thick, sickly sweet smell that seemed to invade the room, even without taking a breath. But I had no other choice but to give in to his perverted desires. Each second was another chance for someone to walk through the front door and walk in on our deviant behavior. The thought terrified me, adding to the excitement of the moment. So as I leaned in, bringing my lips close to Ramon's, surrendering to the thrill of the forbidden, my heart was practically leaping out of my chest. While it wasn't the first or even fifth time I've been intimate with a guy, they came nowhere close to Ramon's size. So I was a bit nervous as I let my lips brush against his skin, making it twitch with excitement, suppressing a grin at the reaction. I opened my mouth and sealed my lips around the very tip while my tongue traced the edge of the rounded head. Already, my jaw was forced wider than it had ever been, and as my saliva coated the surface, it came to life, swelling with an unnatural vigor. A glimmer of pride sparked to life in my eyes, and I glanced up at Ramon, only to find a bored expression on his face. Looks like you've done this before, but not like those boys you've been messing around with. I'm about to show you what it's really like. My eyes widened as Ramon's hand came down and grabbed the back of my head and some of my hair. He then started to push down on my head, forcing me downward. My jaw was stretched to the near breaking point as I struggled to endure the pressure. And spittle started to bubble across my lips as I gagged and struggled to breathe. But the discomfort and pain were worth it, flushing my body with an intense pleasure as I was reduced to little more than a trembling mess. God, what's wrong with me? I shouldn't be enjoying this so much. I despaired even as I squeezed my thighs together, trying to find relief. Feeling a bit antsy, are we? Ramon chuckled, and I looked up to find his eyes fixated on my legs. Maybe if you hadn't been such a brat earlier, I might have given you some proper relief. Not anymore. Now I'm just going to use you until you break. I barely had time to react before Ramon's hand strength suddenly doubled, pushing down on my head like a hydraulic press, forcing me to submit. I tried to swallow, which was the worst thing I could do as my body started to panic, feeling something so large and thick lodged in my airway. I choked and sputtered as my stomach heaved, all the while Ramon continued to force the object deeper into my throat, ignoring my muffled protests and the tears rolling down my face. It burned, it hurt. It made my heart beat so fast that I thought it would explode, and I loved every second of it. Darkness was creeping along the edges of my vision as I held on tight, pushing myself further than I'd ever gone before. My arms and shoulders ached from the effort. I struggled to catch my breath and blinked back tears, looking up at Ramon, who was breathing heavily. Wow, I didn't actually expect you to handle that so well on the first try. You really threw yourself into it. Huh, just my luck that I find you in some random-ass convenience store. God, you got me on the edge already, but where would be the fun in that? Grabbing my hair, Ramon suddenly pulled me back, and I gasped for air as I was yanked away from him. I sucked in a desperate breath as my airway was finally cleared, before coughing as all my displaced spit rushed back down my throat and bubbled across my lips. My head was fuzzy like TV static from the lack of oxygen, but before I could catch my breath, Ramon started to push on my head once more, pressing against my lips. I didn't even fight him, instead wordlessly opening my mouth, which was immediately filled with Ramon's presence. Having already been so thoroughly overpowered, my jaw stretched to accommodate him, and even without Ramon pushing on my head, I lower myself, keeping my gaze fixed on him the entire time. Look at those pretty doe eyes. Not a fucking thought behind them. Ramon cooed as he patted my head in what was supposed to be condescending, but my heart couldn't help but flutter at the tender touch. All it took was a firm hand and some tough love to beat that rebellious streak right out of you. Now all you can think about is listening to me. I hummed in agreement and watched as Ramon suddenly tensed, his hands gripping the back of my head like a vice. See, careful now. Do that again, and I might just lose it. A mischievous glint appeared in the corner of my eye, and I squeezed my throat, ready to push Ramon over the edge. But the moment before, I watched Ramon's head suddenly shoot up as he stared towards the door, and a second later, I heard a click. A cold panic surged through me, and I froze on the spot, not daring to make a sound. Hello, ma'am. Is there anything I can help you with? Ramon asked the customer with an even voice and honest smile, even though he was currently between my legs. Yes, I'm looking for my daughter, Summer. She's supposed to be working here, and I've tried calling her, but she hasn't been answering her phone. My panic turned into absolute dread as I recognized my mother's voice coming from the other side of the counter. I'm so fucked. Ramon, this is so fucked. I thought while trying to keep my face as plain as possible, even though on the inside I was fighting the urge to cry and laugh. Summer, she had to step out for a second and asked me to cover for her. I replied smoothly while subtly checking out the bombshell of a woman standing before me. She had blonde, shoulder-length hair, brown eyes, full, plump lips, and an oval face. Summer's mother was on the thinner side, but had a more prominent hourglass figure, with a perky, if small, bubble butt and a sizable chest shaped into near-perfect spheres. As she did, do you know where? I shook my head with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I don't know. Smith, Mrs. Smith. But you can call me Beth. She replied with a smile. Well, Do you know what time she's supposed to be coming back? I click my tongue in disappointment. Afraid not, though I can take a message if that helps. No, it's nothing important anyway, Beth replied as her eyes quickly dipped down to check me out. I'm sorry, but I didn't get your name. Oh, you can call me Ramon. Say my name well, it was very nice to meet you, Ramon. Just tell Summer to check her phone once she gets back. Beth sighed. I need to get going. Nice to meet you as well, Mrs. Smith. Glad to see where Summer gets her looks from. I flirted with Beth, making her smile and laugh. Thank you for the compliment, but maybe save those smooth words for someone around your age. Around my age? I blinked in confusion. I won't ask your age, but there's no way you're over 30. Oh, stop it. Beth scoffed with a wave of her hand. Though, judging from her smile, she didn't mind the flattery. I'm probably old enough to be your mother. I opened my mouth to continue our flirty banter, only to freeze as things suddenly became more intimate between us. Is that so? Then I better watch my manners. I stammered, trying to keep my voice even and speak loud enough to cover the sounds of Summer's dedicated efforts. Oh, do you like to get into trouble? Beth asked as she suddenly leaned forward, nearly over the counter. A flare of worry gripped my heart. If Beth glanced down, she would no doubt see the top of her daughter's head. Thinking quickly on my feet, I leaned in as well, using my body to push Summer back against the base of the counter until she was hidden from view. It also pressed Summer against the counter as her head was pinned in place. I had to fight to keep my eye from twitching as Summer's lips pressed close while she looked up at me. Still, I managed to answer Beth's flirty question, maybe a little, just enough to have some fun. Beth smirked. I used to think the same thing. Then I got married and had 2 kids. At that point, life tends to get pretty cut and dry. So enjoy it while you can. Oh, I am. Don't why you worry about that. I replied before covering my stammer with a cough. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Beth replied, taking one last glance at my body before turning around. Have a nice day now. You too. I managed to grunt out as my legs started to tremble and my hands gripped the counter like a lifeline. But thankfully, after a few steps, Beth was out the door. The moment it shut behind her, my hands grabbed onto Summer's head, holding her in place as I finally reached the peak that had been building up inside me for far too long. Shit, I swore as my entire body trembled and shook, making sure to swallow every last fucking drop. I poured wave after wave down Summer's throat, which she took completely, and I watched the pressure build from the sheer amount. I should ease up a little. Sure enough, after a few seconds, I noticed Summer shake her head and let out a muffled, uncomfortable sound. Taking a step back, I eased my grip and she quickly pulled away, letting myself spring free from her throat. But I hadn't finished yet, and even as Summer gagged and coughed trying to catch her breath, I continued to pulse and throb, releasing onto Summer's face. I let out a series of grunts as the familiar relief and pleasure of finishing my workout washed over me, forcing me to fight off the wave of lethargy. What the fuck? Summer groaned as she reached up and wiped away the sweat threatening to drip in her eyes. Seriously, why is there so much? And why does it smell like that? To make sure that you don't forget who just made you his bitch, I muttered with a grunt as Summer glared at me. Hope enjoyed your breakfast. Almost looks like I filled you up with nothing but the batter. Summer glared at me, but there was no real heat behind her gaze, though I still decided to put her in her place. Stepping closer, I made it clear I expected better. Keep looking at me like that, and it'll give you something to be angry about. Now stop being lazy and get it together already. Summer's glare turned downright venomous, but instead of talking back, she opened her mouth and wordlessly wrapped her lips around me. Using her spit and tongue, Summer polished every inch before letting it pop free of her mouth with an audible smack of her puffy lips. Not bad, I muttered before putting myself away and zipping up my pants, sorry to say, but I won't be returning the favor. However, I can get you out of those handcuffs. How generous of you, Summer muttered as she struggled to stand up, failing until I pulled her onto her feet. As I did, I decided to take a look at her profile for the first time. Profile: Summer Smith status affection, 5-100 lust, 78-100 bond. Hookup rank, C bio personality. narcissist, self-conscious, arrogant kinks. Masochism, degradation, exhibitionism packed. None I shouldn't be too shocked that her personality status is so low. But damn, 5 out of 100. I thought to myself as Summer turned around, and I pretended to unlock the handcuffs when I really just dismissed the hex. Finally, Summer muttered as she reached up and rubbed her wrist before adjusting her shirt. I watched as Summer got herself together. Enjoying the show, pervert, Summer spat as she used her shirt as a towel and wiped off her face. You're lucky I have a spare change of clothes in the back. Oh, just how many guys have decorated your face while you're working? I asked crudely and laughed when Summer flipped me off for your information. The soda machine broke and got syrup all over me, and I couldn't go home to change or have anyone bring me a change of clothes. It sucked, though I have to say this would have been worse. So mean-spirited, I replied jokingly, only for Summer to roll her eyes. Just get the hell out of here already. I gotta finish cleaning up before anyone else walks in here. I still need my items. I countered, making Summer sigh, and she quickly turned around to go get them. Less than a minute later, she was back with a new shirt and quickly shoved a plastic into my arms. Here, that's our entire stock. That way you don't have to keep coming back here every other day. I held up my hands in surrender and started making my way to the door, though before I could step outside, Summer called out one last time. Also, make sure you text me sometime. I'd prefer we do this somewhere else other than my job next time. I opened my mouth ready to tease her about insinuating that there would be a next time, but instead I let the moment pass. I've had enough fun, already no need to waste any more time. Hate him. Before the words could finish leaving my mouth, I was forced to catch Megan as she threw herself at me, wrapping her legs around my waist and her arms around my neck back. Thanks for the breakfast, and I love what you did with the apartment, Megan muttered as she kissed my neck. Though I was really hoping to wake up and have that breakfast. Yeah, sorry about that, but like I said in the note, I had to get supplies for tonight. I explained, shaking the bag in my hand for emphasis. Yeah, I guess there's that, Megan muttered before her lips moved next to my ear. But are you sure that there isn't any other reason? I couldn't help but flinch. There might have been something or someone. MMHH, I know you said there would be others, but I still can't help but feel a bit jealous that I missed out, Megan said disappointedly. H, how did you even know? I asked. Megan leaned back to look me in the eyes as she shrugged. I don't know, it's kind of like this feeling I get whether you're in the mood or not. Right now, that feeling is telling me you're really satisfied. Huh, that's cool, I guess. I nodded before a grin spread across my lips. Though there's nothing wrong with being more satisfied. Megan mirrored my expression as she tightened her grasp on me and held me close. I couldn't agree more. But don't you need to get cooking? Maybe, but I'll always make time for you, I replied with a smile. Besides, I've made a few improvements that will hopefully make a big difference. Cooking with gas? Oh, we're cooking with gas now. I cheered as hands practically flew across the stove, flipping pans and searing with expertise. Even if I had to spend a couple $1,000s refurnishing the apartment, completing the quest was the best decision I could have made. You have completed the quest. This house is not a home. Yet you have received the following rewards: 1. 5 skill points, 2. 1 development point, 3. 5,000 appliance coupon, while the development point was more of a long-term reward. The 5 skill points I used immediately, with a vast majority go to my cooking skill, which brought it up to the next level. Skill: cooking 4 upgrade cost, 0 4 effects. 1. 15 to the final quality of all recipes, 2. 15 to cooking speed, as for the 2 remaining points. I decided to pursue the shop for a new skill worth adding to my repertoire before taking it to the second level. Skill: butcher 2 upgrade cost, 0 2 effects. 1. 10 to the final quality of all recipes that contain a protein, since most of my big-ticket items contain some kind of protein. Whether it was meat or fish, another 10% was a significant bonus to profit margins. There is also the real-world effect of becoming more familiar with the related subject. Jumping straight to level 2 was almost jarring due to the amount of information that was suddenly impressed into my brain. I could now identify the roughness of my steaks, trimming them down to get the perfect ratio of muscle to fat if needed. As for my salmon, I effortlessly scored the skin with my knife at the ideal depth, allowing for a more even sear and crispier skin that practically melted on the tongue. And extracting the succulent flesh of a lobster from its shell had never been easier, as I cracked joints and used a small pin roll to squeeze the meat free from the carapace. Every subtle change was stacking up to make a massive difference in my productivity, and I couldn't have been happier. Being rewarded for hard work and thoughtful planning had to be a better feeling than any drug, though I couldn't say with absolute certainty. You weren't kidding about those improvements, Megan commented as she swept into the kitchen like a force of nature, picking up the order I had just put down. I can barely keep up with how fast you keep turning these orders around. I grinned, leaning over to give Megan a quick peck on the cheek. It also helps that I've got something to look forward to. I want to spoil you and Patty rotten tomorrow at the mall. God, what did I do to deserve a man like you? Megan flirted as she fluttered her eyelashes at me. Triple DS and hips that don't quit, I replied with a cheeky smile, only for Megan to swat me on the arm. I mean, your winning personality and beautiful soul. Megan muttered, unimpressed, though she couldn't keep the smile off her face for long. You're lucky you have such a cute ass. Hey, my eyes are up here, I said, faking offense. Megan grunted as she turned and walked back towards the door. Hypocrite. Even though I didn't want to give her the satisfaction, I couldn't help but glance down at Megan's ass as she sashayed out the door. God damn, I love that woman, I thought to myself before turning back towards the stove, not wanting to fall behind the slew of orders. Still have most of the dinner service to go, and I wasn't lying about wanting to spoil them. Images of Patty and Megan in various outfits that hugged their bodies and curves played across my mind as I got back to cooking, and I could have sworn I got some kind of hidden buff as my movement sped up even more. Day 6 report. SimLife profits, 14,692 cost, 11,941 gross, 2,751 modifiers. Fortune 210 income, 3,026 total, 4,832 date life energy spent, 2 energy gained, 2 tantric reserves, 2 5 lust, minus 10 total. 0-100 I stare at the day's report as I laid in bed next to Megan, who was already asleep and had claimed my body as her pillow. Based on income, today was my best day yet. Still, what was $3,000 in the long run? I already plan on spending a couple hundred, probably closer to 1,000 tomorrow for the girls, which I'm happy too. But what happens when instead of clothes, we need a car or even a house? If Patty moves in after I enthrall her, this place is going to get crowded quickly. And then what about the other 2 thralls? And that's only for my first rank. A frown crossed my face as I racked my brain for a solution. I know it's only been a week and I should be happy with my progress, but of course I'm not. Looking over the report once more, a thought crossed my mind. I've been focusing on maximizing profits, but that's only one part of the equation. What about minimizing costs? Sure, all of the input comes from the system store, but do I need to buy from it directly? SimQuest, farm to table objectives. You've realized that there may be more options when it comes to your ingredient selection one. Find and secure a more cost-effective alternative to buying ingredients rewards. 1. 2 perk points 2. 2 development points 3. 10,004. 5 skill points. I didn't know whether to cry or laugh as I stared at the quest prompt that had appeared the moment the thought crossed my mind. I guess that's a sign that I'm onto something. I'm also going to guess that the quest name is supposed to be a hint. Clearly, the system doesn't like subtlety. You're damn right I don't. And I'm glad you picked up on that. Otherwise, I would have spent the next week watching you fumble about. I was wondering when you were going to pop back up. How was your nap? You mean when I wasn't tracking all the countless variables to generate quests, skills, and everything in between? It was rather pleasant. Thank you for asking. But enough about me. You've had a week in paradise. How has it been? Is it going to be a surprise when I say it's been perfect? I replied with a smirk as I glanced down at Megan. No, it isn't, though, observing you over these few days. I know you must have some questions. Well, maybe it's not a question, but if you could give my first few days a letter grade based on my progression, what would you give me? Progression-wise, you're a C at best. I couldn't help but balk at such a low score. C, really? I thought I was making some good progress. You are. Understand that anything above AB is improbable. You would have to pick the most optimal skills and recipes with the best ratio of cost to profit. Realistically, no human would think about making those decisions. Also, this is a paradise. You shouldn't be making those decisions. But what if I'm a miser and seeing the pennies stack up brings me immense joy? I asked jokingly. Then you wouldn't have agreed to take 2 college girls on an all-inclusive shopping date. You do know that they're going to squeeze every last dollar out of you? I've accepted it as a strong possibility. But I consider it an investment and hope that later in the day we'll be able to reap my well-earned profits. Did you just make a fiancéing joke about having sex? I plead the fifth, I replied instantly, and I could practically feel the system roll its non-existent eyes. Moving on, my long-term advice is to keep thinking with your head. The world, and as an extension of it myself, is designed to adapt to your desires and aspirations. There is no planned series of quests or a laid-out progression system, so don't fall into the trap of just relying on the system. Use your head. If you want something to happen, take the steps yourself, and then it'll make sure incentivized and rewarded for following through. So, if I wanted to find a cook for the restaurant, I should post an ad online. I can neither confirm nor deny that listing a job offering on a public firm designed for skilled individuals to seek out employment opportunities may or may not result in such an individual apply to be a cook at your restaurant. All right, I get it. No need to beat me over the head with it. Just making sure it sticks. Not sure how good your memory is going to be after tomorrow. You have no faith in me, do you? None whatsoever. Shopping, I've been waiting for this day all freaking week, Megan muttered under her breath as she stood in front of the Toontown Mall, practically vibrating with excitement. No more washing and wearing the same clothes every day, and more importantly, no more overbearing mother telling me what I can and cannot wear. Patty and I observed Megan from a safe distance, both of us wondering whether the excited bombshell was on the verge of a mental break. She didn't have any caffeine this morning, did she? Patty asked conspiratorially, and I shook my head. No, I don't have anything in the apartment. Why do you ask? Because I've only ever seen her this jittery after chugging 3 cold brews, trying to pull an all-nighter during finals week. Patty answered with an askew glance in Megan's direction. I honestly think she's just excited to go shopping with her own money. I shrugged as a way of explanation. Honestly, I'm surprised you're not vibrating along with her. Patty's cheeks flushed as I glanced at her. I don't like shopping. I never feel like any of the clothes fit me or match my personality. I've tried in the past, but it's never worked out. Really? You've never found anything that fits you? I asked doubtfully because I can't imagine that just by looking at you. Well, they fit. It's just that I hate the way my body looks in them. Patty muttered with shame thick in her voice. It's all so revealing, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, but it makes me feel uncomfortable when people ogle my body. Hearing Patty's confession, I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as I remembered all the time I'd openly leered at her. I never realized that was so off-putting for you. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable in the restaurant. Huh? Patty blinked as she looked up at me before her eyes widened in realization. What? No, you've never made me feel uncomfortable. I actually like it when you look at me like that. Patty was blushing furiously by the end of her confession, and it certainly didn't help when a broad smile spread across my face. Happy to hear it. I also hope that means you'll let me pick out some clothes that make you feel as confident as you deserve to be. Oh, okay. Patty replied meekly as her blush deepened, and she looked away, hiding her gaze from me. I was tempted to tease her further, but before I could, Megan came storming in, no longer content to wait. Come on, enough flirting. There will be plenty of time for that in the lingerie store. Elle lingerie? Patty squeaked as she took a reflexive step back, only for Megan's hand to shoot out and grab her wrist like a snare. Yep, but don't worry, we can leave the best for last. For starters, we can hit up something more tame, maybe Forever 21, Aeropostale, Hollister, Macy's, JCPenney. As Megan listed off potential stores, she started dragging Patty towards the front door and the ever-dutiful partner I follow behind, wondering how much time and money I was about to spend within a shopping complex. All right, what about this one? I looked up from my phone as Megan stepped out of the changing stall and struck a pose, her hip cocked out to the side with her hands resting on the dip of her waist. Words failed me as my eyes feasted on Megan's body, which was on full display in her outfit. She wore dark brown knee-high leather boots, with a pair of form-fitting Daisy Dukes jean shorts that bit into the meat of her thigh and squeezed her ass into a rounded peach that could be seen from all angles. But as Megan spun around and bent over, her jeans rode up, exposing the bottoms of her behind. As for her top, Megan had squeezed her massive chest into a cropped baby t-shirt, straining and pulling the fabric so that it exposed the curves of her stomach. I stared slowly, my eyes still drinking in the sight of her. Then I'm going to tear a new hole in my pants if you keep strutting around in these damn clothes. Megan grinned. Oh, come on, this one's not even that bad. I don't even have a G-string showing, though now that I've said it, it really would pull this outfit together. Before Megan could follow through, the changing stall next to her opened and Patty stepped out. I tried on the clothes while you guys picked out for me. Is this all right? Megan and I looked over and stared at Patty, who was nervously fiddling with her hair as she bore the weight of our collective gazes. Patty, I think we found your look, Megan declared with a broad smile. I couldn't help but agree as I drank in Patty's new look. While Megan flaunted her body, exuding raw sex appeal in spades, and wielded it like a weapon, Patty had gone for a more refined approach, though the outcome was still the same. Really gonna need some looser pants. No part of Patty's body was exposed, but the nature of her outfit highlighted her slim hourglass figure, long legs, wide hips, and full chest. A black pencil skirt with pleats down the side hugged Patty's hips, stopping just above her knees. Black stockings covered the rest of her legs down to her feet, which were slipped into a pair of glossy black dress shoes. Around her slim waist, Patty wore a sizable belt with a silver clasp in the middle. And for her top, Patty draped a green wool knit sweater over the belt, tying up some of the loose fabric so it wouldn't get in the way. Altogether, Patty looked like the star of an up-and-coming romance movie, where a bookish but unexplainably impossibly hot city girl moves out to the countryside. Megan's right. I think this is a keeper, I agreed, while shamelessly drinking in Patty's new look. But how do you about it? Patty chewed her lip nervously. I'm not used to showing off my body like this, but I like it. It feels like something I would wear. That was the goal. Megan nodded as she walked around Patty, looking her up and down from every angle, something bookish and smartly dressed, but still flaunting that mouth-watering body. Megan punctuated her point by lightly smacking Patty across her bubble, but making her friend yelp and jump. And Meg? Sorry, I couldn't help myself, Megan replied with an unapologetic smile as Patty blushed furiously. You probably would have preferred it if it were Ramon who spanked you. W what? In Nanoy Bulden. Patty protested even as she snuck a glance at me and turned beet red. I'm not into the kind of stuff. Oh, then what are you into? Megan pressed as she moved in close to Patty, because I know, and Ramon knows you have a submissive side to you. So what is it? Do you want to be humiliated, restrained and toyed with, turned into someone's plaything? What secret desire is locked inside that hidden mind of yours, begging to come out? I could practically see the smoke rising from Patty's head as Mean spoke in a sultry tone at her from less than an inch away. Even the straightest woman on the planet would be flustered if Megan decided to flirt with her. Easy, girl, I chastised as I stood up and pulled Megan away from Patty and to my side with my hand, naturally falling onto the curve of her juicy peach. No need to bully your childhood friend. I'm sure she'll be ready eventually, though I hope she doesn't keep us waiting for too long. Now come on, let's go check out and move on to the next store. Megan's eyes lit up as she remembered what was next on the itinerary. Oh yes, please, I've been looking forward to this the most. Wait, does that mean what I think it means? Patty asked anxiously, only making Megan's grin broaden. You know it, baby. Now come on. Hold on. Don't we have to change back into our clothes? Patty stammered as she looked back towards the changing stall. And missed the chance to strut around in our new threads? Megan scoffed, I don't think so. Everyone is staring, Patty muttered under her breath as she looked around the mall nervously. Damn right they are, Megan replied with a confident grin as she flicked her hair over her shoulder. We didn't spend all the money not to be stared at. Patty rubbed her arm uncomfortably, still clearly not used to drawing so much attention. Wordlessly, I reached out and wrapped my arm around Patty's waist, pulling her to my other side, so she mirrored Megan. Don't worry if any of them stare too hard. They'll set them straight. Patty stared at me for a moment before a small smile crossed her lips, and she leaned into me, luckiest guy on the whole planet. Nothing could ruin this. Meg, is that you? What the hell are you wearing? Stand up, Megan. I paused mid-step as a familiar voice called out my name from behind me. No. Please no. Anyone but you. Despite my painful anticipation, I turned around and found Brian, my family's dog, staring at me with wide eyes that went up and down my body, lingering for several seconds on my chest and ass. Hey, Brian. Long time no see. I spoke first, seeing as all the blood had temporarily left his head. Brian blinked once, managing to pick his jaw up off the ground to form a coherent sentence. Why, yeah, you kind of just up and left without saying goodbye. You even left behind all your stuff. Ramon asked a wordless question as he turned around, only to stall when his eyes landed on Brian. Is that dog talking and standing upright on two legs? The dog had a name for your information. Brian growled under his breath as he crossed his arms. And who are you supposed to be? I started as I put Ramon's hand back on my ass and leaned against him, is my man Ramon. He's the reason why I was finally able to move out. Brian shook his head. I can't believe what I'm hearing. You're living with this guy. Do you know how upset Lois and Peter are? Does it look like I give a fuck? I rolled my eyes. Besides, they don't miss their daughter. They just miss having someone they can constantly take a shit on because they're unsatisfied with how little they've accomplished with their lives. Hey, all right, there may be some truth to that, but still running away to live with some practical stranger isn't the right way to handle it. Brian insisted with another frown in Ramon's direction. I mean, you've only been gone for, less than a week, and he already has you dressing up like a SL. You'd better think real carefully about what you say next. Ramon suddenly interjected, his voice dropping an octave as he glared at Brian, who stiffened and I imagined would have broken out into a cold sweat if possible. Seeing Ramon jumping to defend me made my heart flutter and a blush spread across my cheeks. Wasn't. Brian stammered desperately, trying to think of a way to avoid getting his ass beat. I chose to wear these clothes because I can finally make decisions for myself. I interrupted with a coy smile before I put my hand on Ramon's chest. But I'm not mad, because you wouldn't be wrong, Brian. I only have eyes for him. He's the only one who gets to undress me. He'll tell me what to do. My God, Meg, listen to yourself. Brian scoffed with a disgusted look in his eyes. Next thing you know, you're going to have a tattoo of this guy's face on your arm. I smirked as I reached down towards my shorts. Well, I already let him put this on me. I watched with glee as Brian's eyes turned into saucers as I undid the front button of my shorts, pulled the flaps aside, and pushed down my underwear, revealing the wound tattoo parked just above my crotch. What do you think, Brian? I asked in a teasing tone as I traced my fingers over the ink. Do you think it suits me? Please tell me that isn't permanent, Brian muttered, though he continued to stare, and I could feel the heat in his gaze. I smirked. It is, but don't get too excited. Nobody wants to see that. My insult snapped Brian out of his daze, and he glared at me with his wounded ego. All right, Meg, I don't know what's gotten into you, but you're acting like a real asshole right now. Is someone upset that I attacked their fragile sense of masculinity? I mocked as I batted my eyelashes. As for what's gotten into me, your guess is as good as mine. To prove my point, I reached over and grabbed Ramon's leg, laughing as I did. Brian couldn't help but stare in shock, and I laughed again. What's wrong, Brian? Feeling a bit jealous? Let me guess. You're thinking that if you even had half of Ramon's size, you would actually stand a chance of getting with my mom? My comment hit Brian like a physical blow as his head snapped up to look at me. And no, of course, and not. Why would I think that? 'Cause you're a literal horn dog, who's been trying to get with my mother ever since they took you off the street as a stray. I deadpanned with a roll of my eyes. The only one who doesn't know it is my dad, because he's one IQ point away from being mentally handicapped. Brian's jaw clenched. You don't know what you're talking about, Meg. And how could you even talk about your mother like that? I grinned. It was just a hunch, but I'll be able to prove it soon enough. I let go of Ramon and went to button up my shorts, only to realize that I actually didn't mind the look and left it as is. Come on, let's get going. We've wasted enough time already. At my prompting, Ramon turned around, and I followed his lead, not even having a look to know that Brian was watching my ass as I walked away, taunting him. knowing that he could never do more than look. I smiled at that thought. Picking on people is way more fun than I thought it would be. Is this what all those popular girls in high school felt like? Honestly, I can't even blame them anymore. And Meg, what was that? I've never seen you act like that before. Patty asked me with wide eyes as she glanced over at me. I don't know. I guess I finally got tired of people talking and walking over me. I replied with a shrug and a smile. It felt good to finally stand up for myself. Really good. Well, you look great doing it, Ramon muttered, making me giggle. They'll be careful about grabbing me like that. There's no convenient off switch, and I really don't want someone calling the police on me while I'm stuck like this. I caught Patty's eyes as she glanced down at Ramon with clear curiosity and desire. Well then, let's move on. I'm fairly certain the lingerie store has private changing rooms that we can use, where we don't have to worry about any pesky interruptions. Then what are we waiting around for? Ramon asked with a sly smile as he pulled us along. What about this one? I asked Patty as I turned from the mirror to face her. I think it looks really nice, Patty stammered, her face a bright red, even though she wasn't even looking at me. I let out a long, frustrated sigh. Normally, I would entertain Patty's shy demeanor, but not when it was actively working against me. All right, that's enough. Patty flinched as I shouted. What is it? I said it looked nice. First of all, you said everything I've tried on looks nice. I need that critical mind of yours to whip up some good feedback, I stressed before putting my hands on my hips. Second of all, you've yet to try a single thing on, and Ramon is out there waiting for us to come out and show off. And no, he's waiting for you to come out, Patty rebutted while shaking her head. You've been all over each other this whole time, and I keep worrying about getting in the way. I stared at Patty with wide eyes for a long moment before I let out a sigh. You know, for the smartest girl I know, you're pretty dense, aren't you? I mean, you made out with him and still think he doesn't like you. That doesn't, Patty stammered and blushed, and I held up my hands, calming her down before she fried herself. Look, just do this with me. And if Ramon isn't all over you, then he'll never press this issue again, all right? Are you sure? Why you won't have a problem with Ramon paying me attention? Patty asked nervously. What are you talking about? I sighed with a slight smile. I've been trying to hook you up with him for the past week. Besides, trust me when I say Ramon has more than enough to go around. Patty bit her lip indecisively for a second before I saw a glint appear in her eyes, and she looked at me. All right then, hand me that plum color set over there. Striptease Part 1 and 2, and combining 2 chapters to keep the pacing up, so I may need to skip the next day I would release in order to keep the backlog consistent, but I'm going to try and write as much as I can today. So enjoy the double feature, and thank you for the support. The anticipation was killing me as I sat in the private changing room of the lingerie store. I don't know who was responsible for the interior design of the store, but they knew how to create the perfect atmosphere. The walls were painted between dark maroon and violet, with crushed velvet seating and leather upholstery. It made the world feel isolated and secure, making me forget about the outside world and focus solely on what was within the 4 walls, which I didn't mind in the slightest as I stared at the thick velvet curtain partitioning off the changing stall, where for the past 20 minutes I had listened to Patty and Megan quietly mutter amongst themselves. Occasionally, I would catch a word here or there, and each time it inspired my mind to produce a slew that, if projected into the world, would have to be blurred for audience safety. Megan's earlier molesting had also gotten my reptilian brain wired up and on high alert, meaning I was already feeling flushed and tense. Girls, I love that you're taking your time to put on this show for me, but I'm starting to lose feeling in everything below the belt. I called out in a plea for some relief. A series of frantic and hushed whispers came from behind the curtain before Megan's voice spoke out. Just one more second, lover boy. We're just putting on the final touches. It's going to be worth it, I promise. I know it is. I just want to be conscious enough to enjoy it, I replied, making Megan laugh before she returned to whatever task she was focusing on. Fortunately for me, Megan hadn't been lying when she said, just a second, because before I realized it, the room was dead silent before a soft cough caught my attention. We're ready for you, lover boy, Megan announced huskily as the curtains swished to the side, giving a teasing view of pale flesh wrapped in colorful lace. Are you ready for us? I goddamn hope so. I replied with a clenched jaw as it took all my restraint to stop myself from leaping out of my chair and tearing away the curtain. Well, Patty, and I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for us. So hey, race our way of showing our appreciation. The moment Megan finished talking, she pulled back the curtain and revealed a visual feast for my eyes. I can die a happy man now. Standing side by side like yin and yang, Patty and Megan effortlessly complemented each other, the contrast bringing out the individual beauty of their appearances. So, what do you think? Megan asked me with a knowing smile on her face as she batted her eyelashes and stuck out her chest, even though it was already on full display. Megan's lingerie was a dark pink and made of silk, but surprisingly showed far less skin than I was expecting, with a full corset wrapped around her torso. Lacy panties and mesh stockings pasted on her thighs, held in place with garter belts. The outfit was almost chaste compared to what I expected of Megan, but then again, there was no way to hide her broad hips, full peach-shaped ass, and swollen tits that threatened to spill out at the slightest movement. And though I could have spent eternity staring at the woman in front of me, I had to look over and stare at the other goddess standing next to her. Patty flinched when my eyes landed on her, and I saw her hands move to cover her body, but she stopped herself and instead left herself on display. And I had never been more grateful. My expectations were delightfully incorrect for Patty as well, with most of her body being exposed. Patty's lingerie was a baby powder blue, which surprisingly matched her orange hair and freckles. The set consisted of a lacy bra, cupping her breasts into perfectly shaped spheres. The rest of Patty's upper body was left bare, revealing her slender stomach and pale, tender skin. But Patty wasn't a skinny woman, thanks to her hips that flared out. Besides those two articles, the only other piece of clothing on Patty's body was a pair of blue silk ribbons wrapped around her long legs. What do I think? I repeated, my mouth drying out as my reptilian brain kicked into overdrive. I think you girls are trying to give me a fucking heart attack. You both look fucking amazing. Both of us. Huh? Megan grinned as she nudged Patty with her elbow. You mean you like the way Patty looks? Of course I fucking do. I practically growled as my hands tightened in a fist on top of my legs. Do you know how much I'm restraining myself right now? Megan's smile stretched from ear to ear as she put both her hands on Patty's shoulders. Well, it's a good thing for you. This show is heavy on audience participation. With a slight shove, Megan pushed Patty forward, and after catching her balance, the redhead started to walk towards me, her body trembling like a leaf the whole time. Eventually, she stood right in front of me and slowly picked up her head to look me in the eyes as she started to speak. My body is yours to do with as you wish. Please enjoy it. Patty's stammered words felt like a speech she had memorized, but her determination was evident as she ran her hands up her sides and paused thoughtfully. While I found her actions more endearing than anything else, I didn't let it ruin the moment, instead settling in more comfortably and patting my thigh. Understanding what I wanted, Patty turned around and slowly sat in my lap, flinching at the sudden closeness between us. Is that? Patty stammered as she froze, refusing to move an inch. Why, well, yeah. What did you expect my reaction would be to you flaunting this tight little body of yours? I muttered as my hands settled on Patty's waist, where I started to massage her skin. A soft sigh escaped Patty's lips as she couldn't help but relax into my touch. I didn't know if you respond to me in that way. I paused for a moment, confused. You mean get turned on? Yes. Patty es que quedé nervously. I know I don't look Megan. My B breasts aren't as big as hers, and neither is my B butt. So, I scoffed as I moved my hands from her waist to her stomach, applying pressure along the waistband of her underwear, and before trailing up and tracing the outline of her abdominal muscles. How could you think that I don't find your body just as attractive? Patty was breathing heavily and could barely sit still as she shifted in my lap, her body pressed close against mine. Because in no one ever has before. What are you talking about? Megan asked with her hands on her hips. You always brag about that summer camp thing with that one guy. IT tried to But Patty's face was flushed like a tomato as she whispered the next part. He just wasn't that into me. He was trying to play pool with a rope. What, really? You have to be joking. Who was it? Megan asked in disbelief. Jacob Morton, Patty answered, and I watched as realization dawned across Megan's face. You mean the same Jacob Morton, who came out 2 years ago? I felt Patty freeze on my lap. What? Yeah. How did you not know about this? Megan asked, her shock turning into humor. Patty, you do realize what this means, right? Of course I do, Patty muttered angrily, though it was clearly directed at herself. It means I've been self-conscious about my look for the past 3 years because I couldn't seduce a man who isn't attracted to women. Yeah, but you're currently sitting on the lap of a man who is very attracted to women. So are you going to keep feeling bad for yourself or start making up for lost time? Megan asked. Here, let me help you make up your mind. I suddenly interjected as I started to kiss and bite Patty's neck, instantly eliciting a soft moan from the redhead, who arched her back in pleasure. Oh, Ramon. Patty made a soft sound as she leaned closer to me with clear urgency. Please, I want more. I know you do, I replied gently. I whispered in Patty's ear as my hand came up to wrap around the front of her neck while the other rested gently on her thigh. All you need to do is relax and take it all in. Patty, I couldn't hold myself still as I felt Ramon's hands roam across my shoulders. It was everything I had dreamed about and longed for. His hands were large and rough, firm with calluses that pressed against my soft skin. But at the same time, his fingers moved so swiftly that I had a hard time ever confirming they were real. But then his grasp manifested beyond doubt as Ramon's hand wrapped around my throat, cupping my chin and squeezing on the sides of my neck. A thrill shot through my body and my breath caught. I was so vulnerable, sitting in his lap like a doll with my body exposed and open for him to explore and take advantage of. But that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be nothing more than an object for Ramon's sexual appetite. An emotionless toy that he could play with to please himself. A soft, barely audible moan escaped my lips as I gave into the fantasy, letting my ever-thinking mind slow to a crawl and glaze over. Without thinking, pure sensation filled the space in my mind, and suddenly every inch of my body was alive. My hips moved of their own volition, pressing back against Ramon to feel the warmth of his body through the fabric of his pants. At the same time, Ramon's hand rested gently between my legs, his fingers brushing softly against my skin. Part of me worried for a second that Ramon would have a problem with me, but he didn't comment. Instead, he continued to hold me close. I couldn't stop myself from gasping softly as Ramon's hands held me close, his fingers tracing gentle circles that made me tremble. And my body shifted in pleasure as I leaned back against Ramon's broad, muscular chest for support, as I lost control of my motor functions. My toes curled as my back arched as Ramon's fingers gently brushed across my skin. His touch was completely different from mine. It was slower, gentler, but with this unyielding strength that hinted at a ferocity and hunger like a predator taunting its prey with the confidence that it could go in for the kill at any moment. And I loved every second of it, and I knew Ramon could tell that I did as my pulse quickened under his fingers around my neck. Are you enjoying yourself? I whimpered as Ramon's voice slid into my ears from less than an inch away, while his touch sent a shiver through me. Why, yes, I breathed, lost in the moment. I want more. My body contorted and curled as pleasure slipped through my nerves, causing spasms and quakes. But it was a slow burn compared to the inferno I wanted to rip through me. If you want more, then I'm afraid you're going to have to work for it. With a sudden shift, Ramon's demeanor shifted from warm and attentive to distant and authoritative. A last wave of sensation passed through me, and before I could react, I was on my knees facing Ramon. Without a word, Ramon reached down and began unfastening his belt. I sat up and stuck out my tongue, and performed an intimate act on Ramon that I won't describe in detail. I briefly noticed the salt from his skin before an overwhelming flavor spread through my mouth. The taste was almost addictive, but even more appealing was the knowledge that I was the one who made him feel that way. My body and touch had made a stud like Ramon, unable to contain his excitement. There was no understanding of how attractive he was. Ramon could have any woman, yet I was the one swept up in an unforgettable moment with him. I trailed my touch along Ramon's skin, working my way upward until I pressed a gentle kiss and let my lips linger there. "MH, that's it," Ramon murmured softly as his hand came up to stroke my hair lovingly. "Earn it like a good girl." Encouraged by his words, I focused on Ramon's pleasure, doing my best to please him. I couldn't ignore the overwhelming tension building inside me, a desperate craving for release I could no longer push aside. My hands moved with a mind of their own, slipping in between my legs, ready to bring some much-needed relief. "Did I say you could rest?" Ramon's steely voice made me freeze on the spot. As I looked up to find him staring at me, I said, "Earn your reward, not just my approval." A shiver ran through me as I instantly submitted to Ramon's domineering words, letting my hand drop back to the floor and leaving my needs wanting. With my eyes, I conveyed my silent apology before moving my head once more, slowly taking more and more of Ramon into my mouth. It wasn't long before he reached the back of my throat. But even in my frantic, dazed state, I hesitated. "Oh, come on, don't give up that easily," Megan said as she knelt behind me with her hands coming up to take hold of the back of my head. "Here, let me help you." Before I could respond, Megan suddenly pushed down on the back of my head, forcing me to take Ramon deeper. Ramon, I couldn't help but flinch and grunt as Patty's mouth was suddenly wrapped around me, squeezing tight. She's got a sweet little mouth on her, doesn't she?" Megan laughed with her seductive voice and a humorous glimmer in her eyes as she watched me struggle to keep my composure. "Why, you just couldn't hold yourself back, could you?" I asked through gritted teeth as Patty displayed just how much of a quick learner she was. "You know me so well," Megan muttered with a breathy sigh, "but seriously, I don't think any sane person could watch what I just witnessed and not want to get involved." "Don't worry, you'll get your turn later," I promised with a growl before I glanced down at Patty, who was still holding me close and didn't seem like moving anytime soon. "I just have to give this one her fill first." "Well then, I suggest you switch positions soon because, judging by the look on your face, you've got about a minute before things get messy," Megan insinuated with a knowing smile. I didn't bother contradicting Megan as Patty's actions became increasingly urgent. Instead, I suddenly stood up, making Megan scramble to get out of my way as I reached down and pulled Patty off me by her hair. Patty gasped as she finally came up for air, though she couldn't catch her breath as I picked her up with my hands on her. "Are you ready for your reward?" I growled as Patty leaned in close, her body hovering just above mine, giving off waves of warmth with how excited she was. Patty latched onto me like a lifeline, her hands around my neck and her mouth resting near my ears as she started to plead, "Yes, give it to me. I'm ready for it." "Not yet. You aren't," Megan suddenly interjected as she slid underneath my legs with a blindfold held between her teeth. In one smooth motion, Megan tied the knot before popping back up. "There, now you're ready. And while you two get started, it'll just help myself to these." Megan settled between my legs, and, a moment later, I felt her close to me as she worked with focus. With Megan helping me along, I shifted my hips forward, moving closer to Patty. Striptease 3. Patty, my entire lower body contracted at once, tensing up as I felt Ramon press close against me. I could feel the warmth of his body, and I shivered in anticipation, wondering what it would feel like to be overwhelmed by something powerful and relentless. It was a thought that both exhilarated and terrified me. Unable to make up my mind, my body froze, tensing up. I braced myself for the inevitable pain, but then Ramon suddenly stopped moving. "Are you all right?" I blinked, not expecting such a soft, concerned voice, and I looked up to find Ramon's deep blue eyes looking at me worryingly. "I can feel your body trembling." It's nothing, just a bit of nerves," I stammered while trying to fight off the wave of embarrassment. Ramon paused for a moment before a charming smile spread across his face. "Well, we don't want that now, do we?" Before I could respond, Ramon's face was suddenly less than an inch away from mine, and then his lips were against mine. I flinched at first, but then my body melted as Ramon's hands moved to wrap around my waist, embracing me like a passionate lover. I could suddenly move again, and my legs wrapped around Ramon's hips, bringing me even closer to him. His lips felt so good. They were warm and soft, pulling me into the kiss and making me lose all sense of time. But best of all, it wasn't rushed or hurried. Ramon was taking his time, letting me unwind and enjoy the moment as it stretched on and on. But then, after what felt like an eternity, Ramon pulled his lips away, leaving me slightly out of breath. "Are you ready now?" "MHHH," I replied softly, too overwhelmed to form words, but Ramon understood, and his hands drifted down once more to hold me close as the moment deepened between us. My hands tightened around Ramon's neck as I leaned into him, caught up in the intensity of it all. A twinge of pain shot through me, followed by an immediate rising pleasure as we became more intimate. "MNH," I moaned, and I started to move my hips, trying to get rid of the last bit of discomfort. "Does it feel good?" Ramon grunted as he slowly moved against me. Reaching deeper as the tension mounted, Ramon whispered, "Does this feel good?" "Why, yes," I stammered as each subtle movement sent a wave of intensity coursing through me, blurring my vision with overwhelming sensation. "I love it." I was overwhelmed as Ramon and I grew closer, holding onto his sculpted body for dear life as the intensity between us built. "That's right, let me handle it. You just sit back and enjoy," Ramon whispered in my ear, sending shivers through me with those few words. As the last of my pain faded away, Ramon's movements started to speed up and intensify as he pulled out further before pressing back in. "Oh God, oh my God." I didn't bother holding back my sounds, instead letting Ramon know just how much I was enjoying the moment. "Why you're going so deep. I can feel everything." "I never would have thought you'd turn into someone so bold," Megan commented from near Ramon's legs, where she had been using her lips and tongue, "but I can't blame you. Our man is quite impressive. Just wait until you feel that force of his start bearing down on you." "He's going to overwhelm me?" I panted, struggling to form the words as Ramon's weight pressed against my body, threatening to drive all the air from my lungs. "MHHH, yeah, he is," Megan hummed, "and it's going to be the best thing you've ever felt. And you're going to thank him for it." As I listened to Megan's intense words, Ramon's hips moved rapidly against my body with heavy force. "Are you ready to thank me, Patty? Because I'm almost done. Shame that I can't fill up this sweet little hole of yours. But I guess this is the next best thing." Before I could reply, Ramon suddenly pulled me down. A strangled moan slipped from my lips as my legs shot out, stretching out as I trembled so hard I thought my bones would snap as my muscles tightened. And then just as I started to settle, I felt the condom swell as he finished. "Megan's right. This is the best thing I've ever felt," I thought dreamily as I bathed in the afterglow, collapsing against Ramon as we held each other close. "Oh, this is going to be a good one," Megan muttered. And I looked down to see her taking a selfie on her phone. She's going to lose her shit once she sees this. "Walwa. Lois, where are you?" "I'm right here in the kitchen." "Brian, no need to shout," I called back, annoyed as I put down my knife. "How was the mall? Did you find that?" The words died on my lips as I looked over just in time to see Brian storm into the kitchen with a look on his face I had come to dread. The look that said, "I'm a performative man angry about an issue that doesn't affect me, but only because it's going to get me brownie points I can use to date women way out of my league." "Lois, you're not going to believe what I just saw." Brian swore with a self-righteousness that made me want to down half a bottle of wine, so I wouldn't remember the oncoming tangent. I let out a long sigh. "What did you see, Brian?" "I saw Meg at the mall. She and Patty were with this guy." In an instant, Brian had my full attention, and I stared at him with a burning intensity. "You saw Meg?" Brian blinked, stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded. "Why, yeah." And I almost didn't recognize her at first because of what she was wearing. But then I got closer, and sure enough, it was her. Hold on a moment. You said she was there with a guy?" I stressed and nervously rubbed my wrists, W, what did he look like? A Lois. That's besides the point. But he's clearly a bad influence on her. She was practically naked with how little she was wearing, and she also had a tattoo. I'm worried about her. Lois. My mind reeled at what Brian was telling me, and various images popped in my mind. Meg with her face covered in tattoos, a choker around her neck, and dressed up like a prostitute. Did she look hurt? Or like he was abusing her? Did he say anything? Brian paused, his eyes growing distant, as if he was trying to remember something. And no, she W wasn't hurt, and now that you mention it, I don't think he said anything the whole time. Meg was actually defending him, which is even more troubling if you think about it. I opened my mouth to reply when my phone suddenly went off on the kitchen counter. My mouth went dry as a creeping suspicion sent goosebumps running across my skin. Lois, you all right? Brian asked, snapping me out of the trance. Why, yeah. Sorry, I just need to see this, I muttered as I walked over to my phone and turned it on. Meg, another picture to add to your collection. Also, if Brian comes crying to you, don't believe a word he says. He's just jealous that now there are 2 women in the Griffin family he's interested in, but doesn't have a chance with. Winky face. Along with Meg's message, there was a photo picturing her, as always, in the middle of some intimate activity, but this time around, it wasn't just her and Ramon. In the photo, he was with another girl while Meg kneeled in between his legs, his body inches away from her face. I swallowed hard, staring at the photo while my heart started to hammer against my rib cage. Lois, are you all right? You're looking kind of flustered? Why, yeah, I'm fine, Brian. I just need to use the bathroom real quick. Without any further explanation, I grasped my phone tightly and practically sprinted towards the bathroom, with a mixture of embarrassment and urgency running through my mind. MHH, I should probably start heading home. Patty shouted, already half-dressed by the foot of the bed, struggling to be heard over Megan's loud gasps as I pressed against her at the edge of the bed. Vous wait, don't giggle. Ah. Megan pleaded, the sun isn't even down yet. Exactly. I want to be able to see my way home. Patty rolled her eyes. Honestly, I thought you would be happy now that you get stud over here all to yourself. But as sharing is CCC. Megan's words failed her as I felt her body tense and tremble against mine as a powerful wave of pleasure ripped through her. Following Megan's lead, a deep grunt echoed from my chest as I finished. MMGH, an unintelligible moan, escaped from Megan before she buried her head into a pillow. Looking over, I made eye contact with Patty, who had a healthy blush across her cheeks. Though it was a marked improvement over the complete meltdown she would have had earlier in the day. I guess she had been desensitized after the day of nonstop fun we had engaged in. The only break we had was to leave the mall after getting tired of the changing stall. Still, despite everything we had done, Patty was going to leave my apartment with a bare stomach. Profile, Patty Patterson status affection, 9100 lust, 8100 bond. Lover's rank, F bio personality. Calm, intelligent, shy kinks, unknown pact. None I hadn't even managed to fill up either meter, and surprisingly, lust was lower than affection, despite the aforementioned intimate encounter. Still, I wasn't too bothered. After all, I couldn't expect to romance every single girl I came across into being my star-crossed lover. Summer was a prime example of that. I had done more daring things with her than anyone else, but she was definitely the farthest away from becoming enthralled. I'm sad to see you go, but I won't keep you here against your will, I muttered huskily as I stood up, stepping closer and making Megan gasp at the sudden movement. I just want you to do something for me before you go. Patty swallowed hard, and I watched as her eyes dipped down to stare at the item I was holding. Reaching down, I carefully removed it before tying it closed and handing it to Patty, who had to cradle it in both hands. How does it feel? I asked as Patty stared at the object. H heavy and H hot. Patty stammered out a reply, unable to look me in the eye as she held onto the item like it was the most valuable thing in the world. Good. I want you to keep it with you until you get home, I said with a straight face, making Patty freeze on the spot. Why you want me to what? I didn't bother replying, instead staring at Patty in silence until she moved, using one hand to adjust her waistband while the other gathered the fabric down low. A shiver passed through Patty as she gingerly pulled on her skirt before glancing up at me. Am I free to go now? One more thing. I muttered before leaning forward and pressing my lips against Patty's in a quick but intense kiss that left her breathless as I pulled away. Okay, now you're good to go. Patty blushed. Oh, okay. I'll see you on Monday. Bye, Meg. MNH. Megan answered breathlessly, her head still buried in the pillow. Wow, you really didn't go easy on her, did you? Patty muttered, making me smile. Yeah, but she would strangle me if I did. God, I can't feel my legs, Megan muttered from behind me as she stumbled out of the bathroom, wearing nothing but one of my shirts. I heard her as she sat across the table from me. But I didn't look up from my phone, something that earned me a frustrated cough. Looking up from the screen, I let an apologetic smile spread across my face. Sorry. Megan rolled her eyes at my antics and dropped the fake annoyance. Whatever, I know if it's something that can stop you from undressing me with your eyes. It must be important. Well, it is, I confirmed before putting my phone on the table and sliding it over to Megan. Here, take a look. Picking up the phone, Megan's brow furrowed as she glanced over the screen. Is this a farm? I nodded with an eager smile. Yep, and it's just outside of town. I'm thinking about going tomorrow. Wait a minute, I think I recognize this place, Megan muttered as she pursed her lips. Yeah, this is the old Ode farm. My family used to go all the time during the fall. They had everything from a corn maze to apple picking. Really? Why did you stop going? I asked as Megan handed the phone back to me. I think there was some fire or something, and the farm never financially recovered. Honestly, I'm still surprised it hasn't been put up for sale. Megan answered before glancing at me with a raised eyebrow. Don't tell me you're thinking about going into the agricultural business as well? Definitely not, I replied with a smirk, but I was hoping that I might be able to offset the cost of some of the ingredients by buying in bulk or increasing the price with higher quality. MHH, you're all about that money, aren't you? Megan laughed. I have to be if we want ever to go shopping again like we did today. I muttered dryly. Besides, you don't want to live above the restaurant forever, do you? Megan shrugged. I don't mind it. It feels cozy. You deserve more than cozy, I answered honestly. You deserve everything and more. And it's my job to give that to you. That means a big house and more clothes than you could ever possibly wear. I'm not that shallow, Megan complained with a roll of her eyes, before she stared at me with a vulnerable gaze. While I'll admit shopping was really fun. As long as we're together, I'll be happy. My life was miserable before I met you, and now I feel nothing but pure bliss in more ways than one. Taking in Megan's heartfelt statement, I leaned across the table and kissed her gently, conveying the depth of what I felt WTH my lips instead of words. Pulling away after a minute, Megan let out a contented sigh. That was good. Like I said, you deserve it, I repeated before standing up from the table. Here, let me get started on dinner. I was thinking something quick, maybe some chicken and pasta. Sounds good to me. I could do with some protein and easy carbs after the day we had, Megan said as I pulled out a pan. All right then, but here's the real question. Red sauce or white sauce? White, it reminds me of something else thick and creamy. I let out an amused scoff as Megan easily slipped back in her usual antics. Your wish is my command. White sauce it is. Day 7 report. SimLife profits, 0 cost. 943 gross, 0 modifiers. Fortune 210 income, 0 total. 3,889 date life energy spent, 0 energy gained. 3 tantric reserves, 5 lust, minus 10 total. 0 100 I let out a grunt as I stepped off the bus and landed on hard, sandy gravel that kicked up a cloud of dust. I then looked over at the long winding road leading into what looked to be an abandoned orchard. The once fruitful rows of apple trees were now a chaotic mess of thorny corridors with bare, spindly branches reaching out like the claws of a beast. Well, this isn't the most welcoming sight, I muttered, but before I could reconsider visiting the decrepit farm, the bus hissed and pulled off with all due haste, leaving me with no other option other than to wait on the side of the road for an hour. All right, I get it, I'm going to visit the farm, I muttered, addressing the invisible puppeteer that was my system pulling the strands of fate. Stepping onto the property, I began the long walk up the dusty central road, though as the minutes passed and I saw more signs of deterioration, my hopes sank further and further. Even with the little I knew of farming, I could tell that the hard-packed soil, cracked by the little moisture it contained evaporating, hadn't produced anything green in years. I was seriously considering turning around and walking back into town when I spotted a small house on a slight hill. Surprisingly, the structure seemed well cared for with a recent paint job and everything. Might as well give it a shot, I thought as I picked up the pace and made it up the hill. Reaching the front steps of the porch, I managed one step onto the creaky wood before the unmistakable sound of a shotgun cocking froze me still. I thought I told ya, the next time I caught one of your bastards sneaking around, I'd blow a hole big enough to put my boot right through ya. I should have waited for the damn bus. Ode Farm 2, hearing the heavy southern drawl that followed the loaded shotgun, I felt my dread grow even more. And while I had no idea if regular bullets could kill me, I imagined that getting shot would be an unpleasant experience nonetheless. So, with deliberate care, I slowly raised my empty hands up in surrender while keeping the rest of my body stock still. Judging by your tone, say you're a person with strong convictions, which is why I hope you'll believe me when I say I got no relations with the people who gave you a reason to hold them at gunpoint. For a moment, there was silence, then a single unimpressed grunt. Humph, I guess you don't look like those suits. But then again, that doesn't explain why you're on my farm slutting around. I assure you, I have a perfectly reasonable explanation that does not require you to practice your Second Amendment rights. I replied with a slow exhale. Can I assume you're the owner of this farm? Before I answer that, let me get a look at you, my captor muttered, and I heard them heft the gun in their hands, turn around, nice and slowly. I don't need to tell you what will happen if you make any sudden movements. Yep, I get a hole big enough for a boot to fit through. I repeated the earlier threat as I stepped off the front steps and slowly turned around. I didn't know what I expected to feel when I finally looked my captor in the eyes, but I wasn't expecting to find myself eye to eye with a woman who looked as dangerous as she was beautiful. Maybe this wasn't a bad choice after all. Surprisingly, my shotgun-wielding captor was only a few inches shorter than me, putting her at around 6 feet. However, despite her height, she was the furthest thing from slim, thanks to her painted-on black leather pants and cut-off tank top exposing her stomach. Her muscular physique was on full display, with well-toned arms, cutting abs, and shapely, powerful legs and glutes that made her look like she would have no problem leg pressing a barn. And while I didn't think the fullness of her chest was another sign of physical fitness, it was still imposing, pushing out her tank top so the hem hovered inches away from her skin. And as if that weren't enough, she was absolutely stunning with platinum blonde hair cut short with one side slightly longer, an angular face with high cheekbones and full lips, and a pair of ruby red eyes that seemed to burn with intensity. You got a good enough look yet? Or should I keep quiet until you finish? I blinked, not realizing I had been staring for so long, though surprisingly, her call-out was more annoyed than angry. Well, she's probably annoyed she just can't shoot my horny ass and be done with it. I thought to myself before recovering with a cough. Sorry, you just weren't what I was expecting. Keep talking and it'll give you something you deserve, my captor threatened in response, and she thrust her gun at me for emphasis. Now why are you here? I came looking for produce. I answered straightforwardly. I run a restaurant, and am looking to put farm-to-table ingredients on my menu. My captor let out a barking laugh before shaking her head like I had just said the darndest thing. You came here for produce? Take a look around. Do you see anything that would be worth taking a bite out of? You know, now that you mentioned it, I replied mockingly, only to drop my humor when my captor's eyes narrowed dangerously. You just can't help tempting me. Can you? To give me a chance? I asked cheesily with a smile to match. To put 6 rounds of buckshot in your teeth, my captor growled as her hand squeezed down on the shotgun and her finger moved to hover over the trigger. I tensed for a brief moment, truly believing I'd gone too far and was about to find out what shrapnel tasted like. But then a long sigh split the tension, and I watched as my captor's shoulders relaxed and she hefted the gun over her shoulder. You're lucky I ain't got the time or money to argue in court that I was in my right to split your body in two. I let out a soft sigh and finally dropped my hands back down to my side. I'm both sorry to hear that and infinitely glad. I bet you are. She grunted before giving me a once-over. What's your name, stranger? It's Ramon. I replied. Will you tell me yours? My friends call me Elizabeth, but you will call me Ash. Ash replied with a self-satisfied smile on her face at her joke. All right, Ash, can you tell me if there's anywhere I can get fresh produce? I asked as Ash walked past me and stepped onto the porch. Nope, this here is the only piece of farmland left in the area, or at least it was, Ash muttered, her voice dropping as she finished. Your best bet is to lie to all your loyal customers. I bet 99 of them would never be able to tell the difference. Maybe, but I was also hoping to buy in bulk or something different from just going grocery shopping every day. There has to be something. I started moving to follow Ash, only for her to freeze and glare at me from over her shoulder. What don't you get? This old dust bowl hasn't grown a single thing green in over 10 years. Besides, even if the land were fertile, do you know how much it takes to get a farm up and started? Well, I started before turning around and casting my view out over the rolling hills of dried land. I'd say you're working with about roughly 150 acres. I heard you were in the apple orchard business, so assuming full-size trees with an average spacing of 20 feet, you'd be looking in the ballpark of 45,000 trees at 300 per acre. On the low end, each tree will net you about 10 bushels a season, which at wholesale is about $45 per bushel. So you're looking at a net profit $20,250. $000. So then applying the standard 2% profit margins for all agricultural business ID, say a farm of this size costs about $19,845,000 to run. For a long moment, Ash just stared at me like I had grown a second head, and she was deciding whether she wanted to shoot it off. I thought you said you own a restaurant? Ash muttered with a narrowed gaze as she stared at me guardedly. I do, I replied with a cocky, self-assured smile. But before that, I was an accountant, and I managed the books for several farms, some of them even bigger than the impressive operation you have here. Ash grunted, seemingly unimpressed. Well then, you of all people should know that raising that kind of money is impossible. This farm is dead and done for. Then why are you still here? I countered, all the humor dropping from my voice as I stared at Ash. I'd say as long as there's one person who cares about it, nothing really dies. You don't know what you're talking about, Ash growled, taking a menacing step towards me, but I didn't move an inch. Instead, I shrugged and crossed my arms. Of course I don't. I'm just a guy who's saved countless businesses and enterprises from financial ruin. Ash stared at me for a moment longer before her glare softened, and she chewed on the inside of her cheek in deep thought. A full 5 minutes passed before she scoffed and crossed her arms. You really think you can pull this place out of the red? Looking around once more at the wasteland, I nodded once. It ain't going to be easy or fun, but it's not impossible. Farm life is never either of those, Ash drawled. I'm not done yet, I interrupted, holding up my hand, making Ash frown. You're also going to need to trust me and trust one know what I'm doing. You earn trust. It ain't given, Ash stated firmly. I don't know you, you don't know me. And don't for a moment think that I need you more than I need a thorn up my ass. I'd rather kill us both and burn this farm to the ground than have you walking away thinking you got the better of me. Taking her threat at face value, I only nodded before sticking out my hand. Then give me a chance, let me earn that trust. Ash stared at my open hand like it was a snake poised to strike. But after a long moment, she reached out and shook it. All right then, Ramon, I guess that means we're partners for now. Oat Farm 3, all right. So what's the plan? Ash demanded after welcoming her inside her house and into the kitchen. The interior was exactly what I expected of an old farmhouse, with older appliances and decades of cooked meals baked into the wood, giving the room a homey smell. Well, I need to know why the farm failed in the first place to avoid any potholes that might otherwise be obvious, I replied astutely as I watched Ash walk around the kitchen. From what I heard, this place was thriving before whatever happened went down. I could see the muscles in Ash's jaw clench from a distance as she reached up into a cupboard and pulled out 2 coffee mugs. It was a lawsuit. Some rich asshole's kid fell off during a tractor ride and broke her arm. Her father sued the farm, and it all went downhill from there. We lost the lawsuit, and it ate through a good part of our savings. My daddy had to take out a loan from the bank so that we could keep afloat. But then word got out about our supposed negligence. And just like that, people stopped coming. The whole town turned its back on us after one incident. Humph, talk about a bad apple. Even though Ash's story was as somber as it was unfortunate, I wasn't that surprised. I had seen countless similar situations where a business could completely crumble once its reputation was destroyed. I see. Well, then that eliminates our option for fundraising or public shareholders, I replied after a second, scratching my chin in thought. How much capital do you currently have? You mean dollars? Ash slammed the 2 mugs down on the countertop before letting out a dark laugh. I don't have a cent to my name. The last of my savings went to paying off the loan. I let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's a piece of good news. Ash glared at me. How is that good news? It's good news because if you were in debt, then we would be fighting an uphill battle, I answered calmly. Working with zero in the bank is worlds easier than working with debt. Now we just need to establish an affordable and scalable production model. Ash glowered but didn't say anything, instead reaching under the countertop and pulling out a heavy clay jug. Well then, I guess we're drinking to celebrate. Before I could say a word, Ash pulled the cork out with her teeth and proceeded to fill up both mugs to the brim with a clear golden liquid. Ash picked up one cup and gestured toward the other, still left on the counter. Following her example, I lifted the filled mug and glanced at the liquid inside. Bringing the cup up to take a sniff, I was immediately assaulted by the unmistakable burn of alcohol vapors, followed by the pleasant scent of sweet and crisp apples. Hard cider? I asked, looking at Ash for confirmation, to which she nodded. My daddy's own personal brew. Used to make it with all the leftover and unmarketable apples. Ash saluted before raising the mug to her lips and beginning to drink. I was right behind her, taking a small sip at first, not knowing what to expect, but then immediately following with another. The cider was smooth and sweet with a startling clarity that swept through the mouth like a refreshing fall breeze. There were also notes of pear, cinnamon, and clove that warmed my body as the cider settled in my stomach. With an approving smack of my lips, I set down the empty mug back on the table. My God. What? Not a fan? Ash muttered, unimpressed. I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who isn't a fan of that. I muttered in response, still in a slight shock. Are all ciders this good? Ash snorted. I doubt it. My daddy spent years mastering his recipe and techniques. Won a few competitions as well. I nodded along as an idea started to form in my mind. Say, you wouldn't happen to have any more of this stuff, would you? Ash clicked her tongue. About 6, 7 barrels in the cellar. Why do you ask? Because I just figured out how we're going to get our starting capital. I replied with a broad grin spreading across my face. Seems like I'm leaving here with a farm-to-table item after all. You want to sell this at your restaurant? Ash muttered, surprised. Most people don't really know about hard cider or have a taste for it. Well then, it will be my job to introduce it to them. I insisted, my mind running wild with ideas. They'll only take a barrel or 2 to start, and come back with the profits to show you there's a market for cider. Ash chewed it over before shrugging. What the hell, it ain't doing any good sitting around in the cellar. They'll make sure you start thinking of a backup plan when this fails. Remember what I said about trust? I repeated only for Ash to scoff and push the countertop. Seeing is believing. You come back with something worthwhile, then we can talk about trust. And here I thought we were getting somewhere. After we shared a drink, I replied dryly. No, that was a test, Ash muttered. I don't trust anybody who don't drink. It was starting to get dark out when Ash and I pulled up to the restaurant in her beat-up pickup truck that looked like it had more rust than actual metal. But it managed to make it back into town without breaking down while hauling the precious barrel of hard cider, which was strapped down in the back. With a squeal of worn-down brake pads, Ash came to a stop and parked next to the curb. She then looked over at the dimmed sign hanging above my restaurant. Ramon's Grill. Why am I not surprised that you named your restaurant after yourself? What can I say? I have an ego, I replied with a shrug as I opened the door and got out of the truck. Walking towards the trunk, I undid the ratchet holding the barrel. Here, let me help you with. Ash started as she got out as well, but before she could finish, I had already climbed into the bed of the truck and hefted the surprisingly light barrel up onto my shoulder. For the first time, I watched Ash's facial expression crack as she stared at me with slightly widened eyes. How in the fucking hell did you do that? I shrugged before adjusting the barrel, so it was on one shoulder, my arm wrapped around it for support. It's not that heavy. Not that heavy. Ash nearly shouted. That barrel is damn near 200 pounds. I had to use a damn lift to get that thing in the truck. Did she say 400? I asked myself while trying to keep the look of shock off my own face. I guess this is the first time I've actually lifted anything heavy with my new body, but still, 200 pounds should feel this light. Luckily, Ash didn't press the issue, instead shaking her head, whatever, I guess in the end it doesn't matter much anyhow. Just make sure you don't drop it. You heard without waiting for a response. Ash hopped back in her truck and pulled off without looking back. Well, that was a lot for one evening, I noted as I walked around to the back of the restaurant while looking at the notifications I had gained throughout the day. Profile: Elizabeth Ash Caledonia. Status: affection. 5-100 lust. 0-100 bond. Stranger rank. B bio: personality. Dedicated. Kinks. Pact. None. Sim quest. The Ode Farm I objectives: restore Ode Farm to its former glory and earn the trust of a certain farm girl along the way. 1. Sell a barrel's worth of Ash's hard cider. 012. Raise $10,000 for Ash's Farm. 10,003. Reach the acquaintance affection rank with Ash. 5. 25 rewards. 1. 8 skill points. 2. 8 hex points. 3. 2 development point. 4. 15,000 appliance coupon. Opening the back door, I walked into the kitchen, and with an unnecessary grunt, I set down the barrel. Ingredient: barrel of Ode Farm hard cider. Count: 1,000 glasses. Category: spirit. Quality: gourmet. Effects: 1. 25 to the final quality of all recipes and dishes. Perfect. Now let's see if I can really make a profit out of this stuff. I smiled to myself as I could practically taste the new revenue stream that would come pouring in. New additions: Day 8 report. Sim life profits: 0 cost, 0 gross, 0 modifiers. Fortune 210 income: 0 total. 3,889 date life energy spent: 0 energy gained. 0 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 10 total. 10-100. I blinked for the first time in what felt like forever as the report popped up in the corner of my vision. Well, I guess that answers the question of whether or not I need to sleep. I've been up all night and barely feel a thing, which was good because I had set myself up for the busiest service yet, thanks to the restaurant's newest additions. Appliance: keg order cost: 6,500 maintenance. 1,200 slot kitchen. 2.5 effects. 30 quality to all pour drinks while it was a pricey investment. The appliance coupon I had gotten as a quest reward ate up most of the cost. But if I had been able, I would have paid for the machine out of pocket, considering the new staple it added to my menu. Drink: flute of hard sparkling cider. Base price: 10 quality. Final price: 16 ingredients. Ode Farm hard cider at 16 a glass. The barrel Ash had lent me would pull in 16,000 alone. But I had found another purpose for the spirit. Desert: boozy apple monkey bread. Base price: 54 quality. Final price: 76 ingredients. Ode Farm hard cider X1, apples X6, pastry dough X1, lemon X1, butter X2, cup of sugar X2, while the price of the cider, and to a lesser extent, the monkey bread, didn't rival some of my more expensive dishes. The important part was that they didn't count as dishes or sides. I had to ask the system for confirmation, but being classified as dessert and drink, the cider and monkey bread wouldn't replace any dish or side, and instead would be placed in their own separate categories, meaning a customer could now order a main dish, a side, a dessert, and a drink. My potential profit had just skyrocketed overnight, and while that was it for the moment, I'd already planned out my next steps to make even more out of every dish. Don't tell me the reason I slept alone in an empty bed without my favorite pillow is because you've been down here all night. I spun around and found Megan dressed in a black blouse and jeans standing at the back entrance of the kitchen. Ooh, no. Megan glared at me. You know, for a demon, you're a terrible liar. I held up my hands in surrender. Look, you know me, I'm a man of passion. Why get started on something I'm interested in? There's no stopping me. Speaking off, I trailed off as Megan moved within reach, and my arm shot out to grab her waist. She only had a moment to let out a startled yelp before I pressed my lips against hers and slipped my tongue between them. After a minute, Megan pushed me away with an annoyed growl. Damn it, stop trying to get me horny and forget about why I'm mad at you. All right, I'm sorry about that, but I think you'll forgive me once I show you what I've been working on. I replied enthusiastically as I took Megan's hand and pulled her towards the keg order that I had set up next to the kitchen door for a quick turnaround during service. Hanging above the pressurized refrigerator were several dozen flute glasses, the same ones used to sample whiskey. Grabbing glass, I put it under the spout as I pulled on the tap and watched as bubbling liquid gold came pouring out. Once the glass was nearly full, I stopped the pour and gingerly handed the cider to Megan. Here, try some of this. I watched as Megan lifted the glass to her lips and took a tentative sip. Her eyes then went wide as she stared at the cider in wonder. Holy shit, that's the best thing I've ever tasted. Where the hell did you get this? Well, remember how I went to visit Ode Farm yesterday? I prompted with a broad grin. Well, after some convincing, I managed to work out a deal with the current owner. Turns out I'm getting into the farming business after all. What how? Megan asked, rightfully confused. So I quickly explained my interaction with Ash while she polished off the cider. However, by the end of my story, Megan was frowning. What's wrong? Was the shotgun part? While that is concerning, I'm more worried about the fact that you're putting another responsibility on your plate. Even if you don't have to sleep, splitting your attention between all these projects can make you overlook something important. Are you including yourself in those projects? I asked jokingly, making Megan smirk. Damn right I am, and more high maintenance than this whole restaurant. Well then, I got about 2 or 3 hours before I need to start prepping for the dinner service. I started as my hand slid back around Megan's waist. How about we go upstairs, and I make up for my slip-up yesterday? A broad grin spread across Megan's lips. Now that's an idea I can get behind. First booth order of the night, Megan announced as she sauntered into the kitchen, waving an order ticket, and it's a hefty one. Give it to me, I replied just as enthusiastically as I moved over to the fridge, ready to grab whatever ingredients I might need. 1 charred leek and buttered lobster, 2 steak frites, 1 grilled salmon, 1 side each of asparagus, potatoes, and salad, 3 ciders, and 1 boozy apple monkey bread. Megan riddled off in quick succession, nearly overwhelming me with the sheer number of items on a single ticket. All right, next thing on the docket, getting a damn kitchen hand. Pretty sure the only reason why I'm still holding on is because of some damn paradise behind the scenes fiddling magic. Still, even as I complained, I moved like a machine, stoking the fire to its hottest temperature so the grill would be ready to sear and char. Once the fire was going, I moved over to the keg order and quickly poured out 3 glasses that I set aside for Megan to serve when she got the chance. Next came the monkey bread, which I could luckily set and forget once I had all the components in a baking tray to throw in the oven. First, I had to chop up the pastry dough into bite-sized nuggets with a freshly sharpened knife to stop it from sticking. Once the dough was uniformly divided, I scooped up the pieces and threw them into a bowl. I then used the same knife to roughly dice 6 apples, leaving me with a pile of small to medium-sized chunks. Moving over to the stove, I pulled out a swayze pan and that I filled to the brim with the apple chunks. After putting a bit of water in the bottom of the pan, I simmered the apples over a high heat. Once the apples started to sweat, I then poured in a flute of cider that I ignited to cook off the alcohol. When the fire died down, I was left with stewed apples swimming in a heavy concentrate, which would act as my base as I lowered the heat and poured in a cup of sugar. Stirring frequently to prevent the sugar from burning, I watched carefully as the white grains darkened and caramelized, capturing all the apple notes of the fruit and the cider. When the apple chunks were covered in a light golden amber sauce, I killed the heat, and then gradually incorporated 2 sticks of butter as tiny chunks, finishing off the sauce, and added an extra richness that would help smooth out the final product. Taking my filling and my pastry dough, I started the process of filling up a bundt cake mold, going in first with the layered dough chunks that I basted with the Applel infused caramel. I repeated the process again and again, making sure there was an even dispersion of apple chunks throughout the dessert. When the bundt cake pan was filled, I threw it in the oven to bake. All right, now for the hard part. I mused as I started in on the rest of the order, even as Megan came back into the kitchen with 3 more tickets. Tonight's going to be a long one. I collapsed onto a stool in the kitchen as I finished wiping down the grill, signaling the end of the dinner rush, and barely holding on by a damn thread. I may not need to sleep, but damn does it feel good to not do anything for 7 hours. Just as I was about to stand up, the kitchen door swung open, and I looked over as Patty walked in. She was notably wearing an outfit I had bought her at the mall, consisting of a cotton dress that hugged her figure and a shawl over her shoulders and down her arms. Seeing my wandering gaze, Patty blushed. I just came to check in on you and see how you were doing. I feel like every day this place gets busier and busier. I let out a grunt of agreement. You're not far from the truth. I'm running around like a rat in here. Patty bit her lip as a glimmer appeared in her eyes. Well, to me it sounds like you deserve a reward for all your hard work. I was a bit surprised at first by Patty's bold proposition, but I grinned nonetheless. I guess sleeping can wait some more. Watch her, Megan. All right, I finished cleaning up all the tables and putting up the chairs, though I have no idea where Patty vanished off, too. Words failed me as I stepped into the kitchen and found the answer to my question, that sly little fox. While I'd been hard at work cleaning up after a long day, Patty had sneaked off into the kitchen and was currently sharing an intimate moment with Ramon, an expression of pure bliss across her flushed, freckled face. They were alone together near the counter. One of Ramon's hands was wrapped around her curly hair while the other gripped her waist, holding Patty down close to him in a tight embrace. I couldn't help but bite my lip as I watched the tension between Ramon and Patty grow with every passing moment, their closeness clearly visible and undeniable. Just 2 days ago, Patty had been hesitant and uncertain around Ramon, but now with every glance between them, the shift in their dynamic was unmistakable. He would pull out to the very tip before slamming his manhood balls deep inside the redhead. And Patty was having the time of her life as she experienced Ramon's full capabilities. The insides of Patty's thighs were glistening and slick with her own juices. Her hands gripped the edge of the counter with a white knuckle grip, and her eyes were crossed and wide, staring into space as she tried to catch her breath. "Lucky," I muttered, equally jealous and proud. Ramon then let out a satisfied grunt as he pulled Patty back into a hug, impaling her all the way onto him while his body pulsed and drove deeper. A high keening whine escaped from Patty's lips as her entire lower half shook and spasmed, her hips bucking with pleasure and her back arching with abandon. For a long minute, Ramon didn't move, instead staying close with my best friend as his stamina showed no signs of slowing. Patty was overwhelmed. Then, with a second grunt, Ramon announced he was finished and began to step back, only for Patty to raise her voice. "W8. Ramon Froza." A look of uncertainty flickering across his face before Patty continued. "I'll leave. Jay, just like this, I like how it feels." "Oh, you dirty bird," I replied out loud, making my presence known and scaring the shit out of Patty and Ramon, whose heads whipped over to stare at me. "Meg." Patty squeaked as I laughed my ass off and held my sides to stop myself from falling over. God, I should have taken a picture so you guys could see the look on your faces. "How long have you been standing there?" Ramon asked, free of shame, as he stood there in the middle of the kitchen. "Only a couple of minutes or so, but I could have been here for an hour, and I doubt you guys would have noticed me." "You were going at it," I replied, my laughter dying down. "Left me out there to do most of closing by myself." "Gosh, I'm so sorry, Meg. I only came in here to check on Ramon." "But then I couldn't help myself," Patty muttered, embarrassed, but I couldn't bring myself to be mad at my sister in arms. A massive grin spread across my face. Honestly, I couldn't be any prouder. I'm just jealous you got to him first. Though I know, our guy always comes through for me. So I'm going to need you to step aside and make some room." Patty frowned, but didn't complain as she stood up and carefully stepped away from Ramon, gathering herself. Once Patty moved aside, I took her spot on the counter, though instead of bending over, I sat on top and faced him. "You know, you've been very rude to me over the last 24 hours, I muttered as I spread my legs, first making me sleep alone, and now you're sneaking off with my best friend." "You're right. I've been awful to you," Ramon muttered, apologizing as his hands gently rested on my waist and traced along my sides. "Then you know what you have to do to make it up to me," I whispered softly as I leaned back with my hands out behind me. Taking the hint, Ramon came closer as I adjusted my clothing and stepped out of my pants, revealing the lacy black lingerie resting against my hips. Ramon's hands held my thigh as he pulled me closer as I lay back on the table with my legs lifted, followed by the warmth of his lips and the touch of his fingers as he pulled aside the thin strap of my underwear. "Oh God," I thought as I threw my head back, breathless with anticipation. "Don't tease me, just come closer." I heard Ramon chuckle. He fulfilled my request as his lips gently pressed against me, and I drew in a sharp breath at the intensity. My back arched off the table, and my legs pressed together involuntarily. He didn't stop, and then just as I was starting to catch my breath, I felt him lean in close, his breath warm against me. Oh my God, don't you dare stop." I breathed as my hands tangled in Ramon's thick hair, and my legs started to tremble. Fuck, that feels incredible. Don't stop, don't stop. "Lois, stop, stop, what are you doing?" I screamed at myself as I put my car in park a few buildings down from the restaurant. I had no business being near. "This is a bad idea. What the hell are you doing, Lois?" I wasn't in my right mind. I hadn't been ever since my delinquent daughter had sent that first suggestive picture. The image of him had tainted my every waking thought with vivid fantasies of what he was doing to her and what he could do to me. I had tried to satisfy my growing desire on my own, but nothing would sate my curiosity. My body craved him. It needed to feel what it was like being with an actual man and not my sorry excuse of a husband. Was he tall and handsome? Built like an Olympian athlete? Was he as confident as he seemed? What did his kiss taste like? All these questions and 1,000 more ran on a non-stop loop, and I couldn't take not having the answers anymore. I need something just once, and then he'll never have to do this again. With a final steadying breath, I stepped out of the car and started walking down the street, my head on a swivel, watching to see if anyone was around to see my heinous crime. Walking quickly down the street, I arrived in front of the restaurant and peered through the window to see that all the lights were off inside, except for one in the very back, with shadows moving across it. It could be them, I thought, with a mix of fear, hope, and anticipation as my hand drifted over to try the front door and found it unlocked. Holding my breath, I pushed open the front door only to freeze as the bell perched on top jingled. A cold chill doused me from head to toe, and I was ready to flee at the drop of a hat. But surprisingly, no one came to investigate. And it soon became apparent why, as my ears picked up on the sounds of a very intense and intimate exchange. My heart hammered in my chest as my worst fear and greatest hope came true all at once. I should have turned around right there and then, but then I caught a whiff of it. The same overpowering smell that Meg had dragged into the house, which felt like ages ago. But even then, I had never forgotten the scent. The pungent, sweet, and salty tang of a potent man that a woman could only dream of. As the smell seared itself into my nostrils, the last bit of doubt vanished from my mind, and I fully entered the restaurant and crept forward towards the light, not knowing what I would find, but hoping that it was everything I had imagined and more. Watcher 2, reaching the very back of the restaurant, I stopped just outside what must have been the kitchen. From underneath the double doors, light poured out along with the unmistakable sounds of passion that made my body burn with jealousy. How long had it been since someone made me sound as good as that? My jaw clenched in frustration, so I reached out and grabbed one of the kitchen doors, slowly pulling it ajar and creating a slit I could see through. Peering through the gap, my lone, I searched around only for a moment before I found the source of the bestial moans and grunts. 3 people were responsible, and in an instant I recognized 2 of them, Meg and her best friend Patty. Both were covered in a glistening layer of sweat and naked except for their undergarments, which looked more like lingerie, with lace and thin strings that accentuated more than they concealed. For a brief second, I remembered when I used to wear things like that, spending daddy's money on the latest pieces before going out that night, and letting any good-looking and willing guy buy me enough Jell-O shots to make the room spin. But I had given up that life to raise a family. one that had never been grateful for my sacrifice. Now Meg was living my glory days while I was stuck every day in the kitchen with a fat, lazy bastard of a husband. But not only was Meg reliving my best times, she was exceeding them, as I had never managed to stumble across a true 10 out of 10. I felt a shiver run through me as the man I had dreamed about for weeks emerged from between Meg's legs, wiping his mouth as he finished attending to her. Ramon, I whispered his name breathlessly as I squatted by the door. He was tall and muscular with a slim waist, washboard abs, and broad shoulders described in every single dark romance book. With still dark blue eyes and a long mane of dark curls that I craved to run my fingers through. And then my eyes trailed lower and turned into saucers. While I had seen it in the countless photos Meg had sent me, I expected him to look smaller in person, not bigger. He's not even aroused yet. I chew my lip as I stare at him, standing there in front of Ramon, accompanied by an equally impressive build that looked like it belonged on a prize breeding bull. How is anyone supposed to handle that? As if she had been waiting to prove me wrong, Patty suddenly moved in to kneel between Ramon's legs, her eyes solely fixated on him with curious intent. With wide eyes, I watched as Patty leaned forward, taking a deep breath as she prepared herself. There's no way she actually plans to. In one quick motion, I watched as she completed the impressive challenge. I watched, stunned and in awe, as the shy, nerdy, the glasses-wearing redhead I had expected to be a good influence on Meg demonstrated skills that even a pro would be impressed by. Using her hands and mouth, Patty lubricated Ramon's massive shaft with her spit, causing it to begin swelling with excitement, growing even longer and thicker to my shock. Even more shocking was how Patty never wavered once, instead taking the action in stride with enthusiasm as she continued all the way through to the very end, where she managed to stay close. Understandably, Ramon's legs started to buckle, and his hand came down to rest on Patty's fiery curls, holding her down as he let out a rough sound and his hips shifted. It took me a moment to realize what was happening, but I watched her face as she took a moment to catch her breath. But despite her best efforts, it seemed like the deluge was too much as Patty tapped on Ramon's thigh, who quickly pulled away his hand. With an audible, gurgling gag, Patty pulled herself away from Ramon as a heavy mixture bubbled out to cover her lips and mouth. All the while, Ramon continued to shudder, dousing Patty's chest in a thick, creamy topping that looked like strands of jelly. "Oh, my God, that's a big one." Meg giggled as she sat up and looked down at her frost friend. "I'm almost tempted to taste it. Though before I do that," Meg trailed off as she reached down into the pile of clothes she had left on the floor. "Let me get a picture first." Meg sat back up, having retrieved her phone, and took a picture of Patty, who resembled a glazed pastry. There was a camera flash, and Meg giggled as she started to type on her phone. "She's gonna hate this. You know, she always thought you would keep me on the straight and narrow. Now look at you. On your knees in that mess. Gosh, you don't have to be so crude about it," Patty muttered as she started cleaning her glasses. "Besides, it's not like you're any better." I was so distracted by the girls' casual banter that I didn't realize what Meg had been referring to until my phone let out an audible ping in my pocket. At once, 3 sets of eyes turned to stare directly at me, and my entire body froze as pure terror lanced through my body. Meg's eyes narrowed before a broad grin spread across her face. "I knew you wouldn't be able to keep away for long. Did you enjoy the show?" With a quick gasp, I turned around and ran for the front door, nearly crashing into several tables on my way out. Throwing open the front door, I flew down the street and jumped into my car, starting it up and pulling out into the street in a matter of seconds. As I blurred past the restaurant, my phone continued to blow up, no doubt with countless taunting messages, and just thinking about them made my entire body flush with embarrassment. Even after pulling into the driveway and killing the headlights, I was still in a state of shock, and after turning off the engine, I just sat in the car, staring into space. I forced myself to take a deep series of breaths as I tried to calm and convince myself that everything was going to be all right. How the hell is everything going to be all right? I got caught doing something unforgivable, something that could ruin everything. Gripping the steering wheel, I fought the urge to scream and cry in frustration and instead forced myself out of the car before someone inside happened to catch me in the middle of a meltdown. Walking up to the front door, I unlocked it and peered inside, thankful to find a dark living room. Slipping inside, I quietly closed the door behind me and took off my shoes before sneaking my way over to the stairs. But before I could even make it to the first step, a light suddenly switched on, flooding the room with light. Out for a late-night drive, Lois? I looked over and found Brian sitting in the lounge chair in the corner with a suspicious gaze and narrowed eyes. "B. Brian, W, what are you doing up this late?" I stammered instantly, sounding as guilty as I felt. "I could ask you the same thing," Brian muttered before he sniffed the air, though I don't know what you could have possibly done this late at night to have you sweating so much. My heart dropped, but I tried to keep a straight face. I went for a run in the park. I've been gaining some weight, and I don't have time during the day with all the house chores and grocery shopping. "You went for a run? At the park? At 11 at night?" Brian repeated, clearly not buying my excuse. "Why, yes, and I would really like it if I could go take a shower, if that's okay with you." I muttered angrily, hoping that I could get Brian to back off. "I'm not stopping you from doing anything. Just want to know where you've been," Brian replied as he pushed himself out of the chair and dropped to the floor. "I just wanted to make sure you're all right. You've been acting strange ever since Meg left." "Well, I'm just worried about her, that's all," I replied as I nervously rubbed my arm and looked around. "Of course, there's no other reason why you would be acting this way," Brian replied sarcastically as he stormed off into the sunroom, leaving me in the living room contemplating every choice I had made that night. Up a notch, haha. I can't believe she actually drove all the way down here to spy on us. Megan rolled back and forth on the bed as she nearly laughed herself into a coughing fit. My prim and proper mother crouched in the dark. Grab her like some creep. I knew she was a tramp. How many times do you think she's lost sleep obsessing over the pictures I've sent her? Seeing as she was desperate enough to drive over. I'd say quite a few. I replied from the bathroom as I finished drying my hair. "Are you going to do anything about it?" I could hear the grin in Megan's voice as she responded, "I'm going to make her stew in her embarrassment for a week. Really let the shame sink in. Then I'm thinking we close this chapter for good over the weekend." All right, but could you keep your plotting confined to Sunday? You'll need to go on up to Ode Farm with the money I promised, judging from how quickly we're going through the cider. I heard Megan sit up at that news. I knew it was going to be a good seller, but I must have filled up over 100 glasses tonight. Maybe we should look into other drinks and diversify our options. You know, sometimes I forget there's a brain behind those beautiful eyes of yours capable of thinking about more than just scheming and sex plots. I responded as I stepped out of the bathroom and walked over to the bed. This coming from the literal sex demon. Megan deadpanned as I kneeled next to her and quickly apologized with a kiss. "Guilt is charged," I muttered as I pulled Megan down to the bed with me. "But all jokes aside, you're absolutely right. Drinks and desserts are definitely something we're going to invest in. I just don't have the skill set necessary to make the most of them at the moment." Megan smiled and cuddled up to my side. "It's all right. Knowing you already have a plan in place to make everything work out. Though I have to say that monkey bread didn't look half bad." "Yeah, I just know I could make it better and charge people more," I muttered like a proper miser. Making Megan smirk? "Well, I'm not going to stop you. After all, it just means more clothes and fancy things for me in the end." A genuine smile spread across my lips as Megan quickly fell asleep against my chest, her soft body warming mine and tempting me to close my eyes and let my thoughts drift away. But I managed to stave it off to look at the day's report, needing to see just how much I had earned that night. Day 9 report. Sim Life profits. 53,525 cost. 38,480 gross. 15,045 modifiers. Fortune 210 income. 16,550 total. 18,939 date life energy spent. 0 energy gained. 0 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 5 total. 15,100 any thoughts of going to sleep vanished in an instant as I stared at the 5-figure number listed after income. That has to be some mistake. Just last week, I was only making a few thousand a night. There's no way just adding a drink and dessert alone was enough to make up another 10,000. Ahem, I think I can clarify the situation, could you? Because this is really messing with my long-term growth plan, I replied, grateful that the system had decided to make an appearance. When you created a desert and added the drinks, a decision was made regarding the rate at which people would order them. What rate did you guys put to net me $10,000? 100%, I paused for a moment, blinking twice and ensuring I had heard the system correctly. You mean that every single person who walked in today ordered a drink and an entire bundt cake worth of monkey bread? That means I must have made nearly 300 cakes. 308 to be precise. And before you start wondering how that's even possible, don't. Just accept it for what it is. You're in a place called Toontown. Cartoon logic is king around here. After a brief pause, I ended up shrugging. All right then, I want split hairs over it though. Why the sudden boost? Because you're going to need it. You know how expensive running a farm is. You would have had to wait months, hell, probably years, to get enough dough to turn that place around. And I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like paradise to me. So we gave you a little boost. Think of it like a balance patch. You want a challenge, but not something soul-crushing. I chewed over the explanation and found it made a lot of sense. Well, and not going to complain over free money, though. Well, maybe I should take it as a warning that things are about to kick up a notch. Maybe things are, maybe they aren't. Only time will tell. I had a broad grin on my face as I stepped off the bus and stood in front of Ode Farm. The expression had been fixed on my face ever since I looked that morning and saw what I had earned over the week. Status: name, Raymond Young race, primordial incubus age, 26 eternal youth clock, day 13 sim life, level 1410 DP money, 84,518 maintenance, 5,860 properties. Ramon's Grill with nearly $100,000 of spending money. I had far exceeded the $10,000 the quest demanded I raise for Ash. So there was a confidence in my step as I walked up the long road towards the farmhouse, imagining the stifled look of surprise on a cowgirl's face. However, when the house came into view, I frowned as I stared at the black SUV parked outside. The shiny modern vehicle stood out amongst the run-down farm. I could help but frown, sensing that something was amiss. Picking up the pace, I made my way up the hill, and as I drew closer, I caught sight of two men dressed in suits and ties standing by the car. If I were a betting man, I would say those are the suits Ash mistook me for and nearly shot me over. I'm surprised they haven't been riddled with shotgun pellets yet. As I stepped onto the hilltop, both of the suits turned to face me with heavily shaded sunglasses concealing their eyes. But I could tell they weren't the friendly sort. "Morning, gentlemen. Fine day, isn't it?" My words were warm and inviting, though I made it clear with my eyes that I could sense the trouble brewing. Wordlessly, the two men stepped forward as one, creating a wall to block me from the house. "Sorry, sir, but you're going to have to remain outside for the moment." I stopped, my shoes crunching against the gravel as I stared at the two men. "I'm sorry, but I have business with the owner of this here farm, and I'm afraid it can't wait." I took another step forward, but the two suits moved in before I could cover an inch of ground, making it clear they wouldn't let me pass. "Your business will have to wait, and I'm afraid the person you're trying to meet with is busy at the moment." Mine narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm afraid that doesn't concern you," the suit muttered, and I could feel his glare from underneath his shades. "Now get lost." "I'm afraid I can't. You see, I've come a long way to get here. So I'm sure you can understand that I would rather not have come here for nothing." My voice dropped into a dangerous octave as I ignored their warning and stood my ground. My response clearly pissed off the suits, who stepped up to get in my face, but paused when they realized that they couldn't, as I stood a few inches above them. Their fists balled up in frustration, and I tensed my body, ready to react if they wanted to start a brawl. "Who the hell is this?" I looked over as an unfamiliar and arrogant voice spoke up from the front of the farmhouse. Standing on the porch was a middle-aged man whose entire appearance screamed old money with an expensive suit, a luxury watch, and slicked back hair. The two suits turned to face the money bags. "It's unclear, Mr. Northwest, but he apparently has business with the farm owner." "Is that so?" Mr. Northwest muttered, and he frowned as he stepped off the porch and walked towards me. The suits stepped aside but continued to glare at me as their boss stopped right in front of me with a smug, condescending look on his face. "I don't know what you want with this old dust bowl, but a bit of advice. I suggest you find another farm because once I have my way, this place will be nothing but a bad memory. Fighting chance, I replied to the blatant threat with a raised eyebrow. While I appreciate the warning, your tone leaves something to be desired, and I don't like what you're implying. Besides, I doubt Ash intends to give up on her family farm. Mr. Northwest let out a snobbish laugh and shook his head as if I had just said something hilarious. Oh, you common folk are an endless source of amusement, clueless as to how the world really works. But by all means, go ahead and try my millions. We'll be here when you finally give up and realize all your efforts were pointless. Though, do tell Ms. Caledonia that my generosity has limits. If she keeps me waiting much longer, you'll be using a stick instead of carrot. With those final words, Mr. Northwest moved around me and walked towards the SUV, where one of the suits opened up the passenger door for him to enter. Watching them pull off, I frowned, knowing for sure that I had just found out one of the reasons why my income had been artificially boosted over the week, and 100% confident that this isn't the last time I'll be seeing that asshole. Surprised, I managed to hold off on knocking his teeth in. Shaking my head, I turned away from the distant car and instead made my way into the house. Hello, anybody home? In the family room. I followed Ash's voice and found her slumped over in a beaten-up lazy boy, her eyes staring at nothing in particular. But she was certainly pissed off. I met your friend outside. I spoke first into the silence, leaning against the door frame and crossing my arms. I have to say, not really a fan. Always a fucking joke with you, isn't it? Ash muttered darkly as she turned her head to glare at me. Can't you see him trying to brood sullenly over here? Well, I'm afraid that I can't allow you to do that because there's shit that needs to get done, I replied with a vocal whip crack as I reached into my pocket and pulled out 2 bound stacks of dollar bills. Ash's eyes went wide, and she sat up as I tossed the bundles at her, which landed in her lap with a tangible weight. You got to be shitting me. What? Did you think I was bullshitting when I said the cider would sell? I grinned, taking in Ash's shock and visible look of surprise. You sold an entire barrel in 5 days? Ash asked in disbelief as she started to rifle through the bundles, and her eyes widened when she saw that every single bill had Ben Franklin's face on it. Technically, the barrel only lasted me 3.5 dinner services. So I'm thinking I should stock up after we wrap things up today. I corrected and watched as a wave of emotions passed over Ash's face before she settled on determination. Let me get this straight. You made all of this off of 1 barrel of cider in 3 days? The first 10,000, yes. The other 10 is an investment because I know and you know if I can make this much off of 1 barrel, there's a whole lot more to be made once this place actually functions. I answered before pushing off the door frame and stepping into the room. But before we can do that, I got to know what's going on with Mr. Scrooge, who, no offense, seems like he's got a grudge against this place. No shit. He's the prick who started this whole damn shit show to begin with. Ash muttered. It was his daughter that fell off the tracker, and then he decided to sue the shit out of us. Now he's trying to buy the land for pennies and keeps threatening to come after me with lawyers or some other shady business. I let out a disgruntled scoff. Yeah, I've unfortunately dealt with his kind before. He has more cash than common sense, and, unfortunately, throwing money at the problem works far more often than most people are willing to admit. So what are we going to do about it? Ash asked as she stood up, holding the 2 bundles of cash in her hands. I pointed at the cash. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now that we've got some money and a steady supply of it, I think it's time we start throwing it around. All right, the first issue that we have to address, period, is the soil quality. Ash grunted as she cleared the kitchen countertop to make room for an old map of the entire farm, broken up by square acreage. Needless to say, the quality is absolute trash. With no management or cover cropping, everything we wanted to stay around has been swept away by wind and water. Speaking of water, there's none of it. With how hard-packed the dirt is, nothing infiltrates, and it all ends up flooding into the valley, which is why we have such a steep incline in the portion over here. Ash tapped various sections of the map as she spoke, and I followed along to the best of my ability. Right now, we can't handle that big of a problem. What we need in this moment is a small plot of land we can rejuvenate and use to grow high-quality produce for my kitchen. I was thinking maybe some asparagus or potatoes to start with. After seeing what you pulled off with the cider, It'll leave it to you to figure out the finances and business model, but when it comes to putting shit in the ground and expecting to get something out of it, in the expert opinion. Got it. I held up my hands after Ash's tirade. I've got no complaints. At the end of the day, it's your farm. You get the final call. Ash stared at me for a moment before looking away and coughing once. All right, as I was saying, asparagus and potatoes aren't good staple crops. With how depleted the soil is and how long they take to grow, it wouldn't be a sustainable choice. We want to stick primarily to leafy greens, your lettuce, kale, spinach, and arugula. Hell, maybe even some beets and radishes if you want to diversify a bit. I scratched my chin. I could definitely work those into my menu, a good chance to put more vegetarian options. Perfect, we got our crops. Now all we need to do is choose what plot of land we want to farm on and figure out how hell we're going to undo years of neglect by ourselves, Ash muttered sarcastically. Well, shouldn't we choose a plot of land closest to the farmhouse and the access road? I asked while tapping on a random acre that fit that criteria. Ash shook her head. You'd think that the wise choice, but what you got to consider is that this section is sloped, meaning if we want to farm anything, we're going to have to terrace, which basically means carving out a bunch of steps in the ground. And since we don't have any machinery, that means we would be doing it with hoes and pickaxes. All right then, clearly I'm out of my depth. What do you think we should start? I asked, and Ash immediately placed her finger down on the map. You were right to think about ease of access. We'll start at the bottom of the hill, opposite the access road. It'll be a bit harder to maneuver around, but it's got the perfect sunlight-to-shade ratio for leafy greens. There's also an old irrigation pipe that might provide us with easy access to water if it's still functional. But I wouldn't hold your breath. Sounds like we got a plan, so what's the next step? The next step is that I buy an order of compost, some fertilizer, seeds, rototillers, and about 100 other things that we need to even have even the slightest chance of making this shit pan out. Ash muttered, but despite a seemingly negative outlook, I watched as the corner of her lip turned up into the barest hint of smile. It'll take a week or two to get everything on site, so you won't have to come back out here until then. I reached into my back pocket and pulled out my phone. Then let me give you my number so you can tell me when. After exchanging numbers, Ash walked me out to the front, but before I could leave, she cleared her throat, making me pause. I know my manners ain't much to talk about, and I tend to be a bit rough around the edges, but I do appreciate what you're doing for me. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I've got a fighting chance. A broad grin spread across my face. Don't get too sentimental on me now. The best part of this whole thing has been our little dynamic. To my shock, Ash actually smiled and leaned against the door. I hate to say it, but it's growing on me as well. All hands on deck, and quick note, there will be no uploads next week as I'm taking a break over the short holidays to spend time with family. I also wanted to say thank you, as always, for the support. You have completed SimQuest, the Ode Farm I objectives. Restore Ode Farm to its former glory and earn the trust of a certain farm girl along the way. 1. Sell a barrel's worth of Ash's hard cider. 112. Raise $10,000 for Ash's farm. 20,010. 0003. Reach the acquaintance affection rank with Ash 2525. You have gained the following rewards. 1. 8 skill points. 2. 8 hex points. 3. 2 development points. 4. 15,000 appliance coupon. SimQuest. Ode Farm 2 objectives. You've managed to convince Ash that not all hope is lost. But things aren't as simple as they once seemed. A Mr. Northwest is gunning for the farm and wants to see you fail. Time to prove him wrong. 1. Clear 1 acre of farmland. 012. Make 50,000 in profit off of grown produce. 50,003. Convince Ash to make you a co-owner of the farm. Rewards. 1. 4 perk points. 2. 5 skill points. 3. 1 development point. 4. Item. Grimoire of 9 circles. Sitting on the bus back into town, I looked over my new notifications as I completed 1 quest, only to immediately be issued a new one, which wasn't a complaint, seeing as I was going to be rewarded for what I already planned to do. Though that part about Northwest in the quest blurb isn't that reassuring. If we're going by cartoon logic, he's going to be my first major antagonist. Probably going to try some dirty, underhanded shit to close the farm down. So I have that to look forward to. There's a good chance that's the reason he sued Ash and her father to begin with. He certainly didn't need any of the money from the lawsuit. Probably wants to build a golf course or a country club. Unfortunately, there was little I could do to stop moneybags, which meant the best course of action was to brace for impact. Luckily, these quest rewards are going a long way to tip the scales back in my favor. I thought with a smile as I opened my status page and started looking at where to assign my newfound points. My first choice was an obvious and necessary one, but still painful to see half my skill points disappear with one selection. Skill: Cooking V upgrade cost, 0-10 effects. 20 to the final quality of all recipes, 20 to cooking speed. My eyebrows rose, seeing the massive jump in the amount of skill points it would take to reach the next level. I guess I hit a soft cap. Won't be leveling that skill for a while. Moving on, I picked up a skill that seemed like it would be rather important in the coming weeks. Skill: Farming I upgrade cost, 0-1 effects. 5 to the final quality of cultivated crops, -5 to the total growing time of cultivated crops. And seeing as I only had 3 skill points left and no other major skills that caught my eye, I dumped the rest of my points into leveling my skill. Skill: Farming 3 upgrade cost, 0-3 effects. 10 to the final quality of cultivated crops, -10 to the total growing time of cultivated crops. All right, now, onto the hex points. When it came to choosing what magic spells I wanted to add to my arsenal, I was far more indecisive. Sometimes I even forget that I have magic to begin with, though I'm rarely in a situation where a hex is called for. With a mindset of looking for something that could see everyday use in a wide range of applications, I found 2 hexes that fit the criteria and would hopefully work in tandem. Hex: Hands of the Puppet Master level, 101 cost, 2 TP per cast duration. 5 minutes effect. For the duration of the hex, conjure another set of invisible hands controlled by the caster's mind, extending their reach and touch. At the current level, Hands of the Puppet Master can lift, push, and or pull up to 100 kilograms, 220 pounds. Hex: Curse of Weightlessness level, 101 cost. 1 TP per cast duration. 1 minute effect. Objects, items, and entities affected by this hex will have their weight reduced by 10. Curse can only be applied through touch. In my mind, the combination would be to cast Hands of the Puppet Master, then use the Curse of Weightlessness if the item proves too heavy, essentially giving me a form of telekinesis. If it works like I hope it does, even if it doesn't, the hands alone will be a massive help in the kitchen. I can essentially do the work of 2 people. And no doubt the weightless curse is going to pay for itself when Ash and I start working on the farm. Though I'll have to keep what I lift somewhat realistic, I don't think we're anywhere close enough to broach the demon talk. Closing out the windows, I decided to save my remaining hex points just in case one or both spells turn out to be a bust and not worth investing in. Though I had a strong feeling they would be, and I know exactly how I want to test them out. I'm back, I called out as I closed the door behind me and stepped into the apartment. That was pretty quick, Megan responded, her voice coming from the bathroom where I walked in to find her brushing out her wet hair in the mirror. It's been a minute since I got it cut. What do you think? Should I keep growing it out? Moving up behind Megan, I placed my hands on the swell of her hips, prompting Megan to step back and lean back against me. Whatever you want is the right answer, but I think trying something new is always fun. And HHH, promise you're not saying that just because you like to pull on my hair when you're being so rough with me. Megan asked bluntly as she tilted her head back to stare up at me. Jesus Christ, Megan, I muttered as her sudden vulgarity managed to catch me off guard and force a reluctant smile on my face. Sorry, was that too much? Megan asked as she looked up at me with a playful smile, her hand briefly reaching behind her back. Really? You want some now? Shouldn't I take a shower first? I muttered, letting my hands drift lightly along her sides in response. Megan scoffed. You can if you want to, but it doesn't make any sense, seeing that I plan on getting you real dirty by the time I'm through with you. I like the sound of that. I hummed in agreement. Now, put those wandering hands of yours on the sink, and they better not move until I say so. Megan grinned, and a light lit up in her eyes as she moved to follow my order. Yes, sir. Megan's words came out in a sultry purr as her hands slowly gripped the edge of the sink and arched her back. Good girl. I praised Megan before leaning over to kiss behind her ear while my hands drifted towards the inside of her thighs. Megan let out a soft, breathy sigh as she shifted closer. I'll never get used to feeling your hands on me. I grinned as my hands settled on her waist. Well then, you're going to like this. With a thought, I casted Hands of the Puppet Master, and I watched as a pair of large, almost oversized hands with elongated finger appeared in front of me out of thin air. Instead of being made of flesh and bones, the hands consisted of a condensed purple energy that made them semi-corporeal. Though, judging from Megan's lack of reaction, the blur had been right. They were completely invisible. You're gonna love Wah. I cut Megan off as I used my second pair of hands to pull her close. At the same time, I leaned in and kissed her, and we disappeared from view together. NGHMM, what the H hell? Megan had to muffle a sound, biting down hard on her lip. H how? I learned a new spell. Thought who better to test it out on. I replied straightforwardly, trying to keep a smile off my face as I watched Megan struggle to deal with the strange tingling sensations running through her. So, do you like it? I fucking love it. Megan groaned as she practically melted in my hands. But fuck you for surprising me like this. Also, make sure you remember to do this to my mom tomorrow. She's gonna lose it. By the way, I invited my mom over to have dinner with us tomorrow. The in-law, I still can't believe you managed to convince your mother to sit down and have dinner with us, after we caught her being a peeking Tom. I muttered in disbelief as I prepared the food for said dinner. Well, she's desperate for things to go back to normal, and the shame has to be eating her alive, Megan explained, her scheming smirk across her lips. I told her that I wanted to clear the air and put an end to all of this foolishness. I almost feel bad for your mother, I said, shaking my head. She never stood a chance with you plotting against her. Megan rolled her eyes. Don't act like you're any better than me. You're the one who's going to be bending over a married woman and ruining nearly 30 years of marriage. Let's just call it team effort then. I conceded with a grin as I finished processing the fennel for tonight's meal, while my puppeteer's hands skillfully extracted the meat from a couple of boiled lobsters. After testing the hands in both the bedroom and the kitchen, I had gone ahead and dumped my remaining points into leveling the hex. Hex, Hands of the Puppet Master level, 404 cost, 2 TP per cast duration, 20 minutes effect. For the duration of the hex, conjure another set of invisible hands controlled by the caster's mind, extending their reach and touch. At the current level, Hands of the Puppet Master can lift, push, and or pull up to 400 kilograms, 882 pounds. While the upgrade was nice, it'd essentially make the curse of weightlessness obsolete unless I needed to lift something that weighed a literal ton. Still, I wasn't too upset, trusting that making things lighter would have some decent applications in the long run. And you still remember the plan, right? Megan asked with a mischievous smile. Don't think I could forget it even if I tried, I replied dryly, which only made Megan's smile widen. Good. Then going to get ready. Make sure you come up to get changed once you're done here. I want to make sure my mother can barely stand the sight of you. I could only shake my head at Megan's signature vulgarity as she sauntered her way up to the apartment, leaving me to finish cooking for what was sure to be the most awkward dinner in history. Lois, stepping in front of the mirror for what felt like the 100th time that night. I looked over my outfit in the mirror. Even though there was nothing wrong with the dress, I couldn't help but feel unsatisfied with my look. I knew my nerves were getting the better of me, but how could they not? I was about to have dinner with my daughter and her boyfriend, who had caught me watching them like some night-stalking pervert. A heavy blush spread across my cheek along with a flash of heat, and I quickly shook my head to move on from the distracting thoughts. No, it's not my fault. Meg is the one who sent all those pictures in the first place. She caused this mess. Now we're going to have dinner, clear this mess up, and go back to being a normal functioning family. With a final nod to convince myself of that assertion, I grabbed my phone and shoulder bag before making my way out of the house. I had nearly made it to the door before I heard a condensating cough. I didn't realize you were heading out tonight. I suppressed a groan and instead turned around to face Brian, who was standing in the doorway leading to the kitchen. Is there a question behind that? Or are you just making a statement? All right then, where are you going? Brian asked as he crossed his arms. To dinner with Meg and her boyfriend. They invited me over to the restaurant to talk things out. I huffed, and Brian's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Really? I thought you disapproved of Meg moving in with him. I don't, but it seems like she's dead set on being like this. And I don't want to be estranged from my daughter, so I'm willing to make some concessions. I snapped before hefting my bag onto my shoulder to keep it from slipping. Brian scoffed. That's weird because just a week ago, I remember that you had a completely different attitude. Now all of a sudden, you've had a change of heart. Now it was my turn to narrow my eyes. What the hell are you implying, Brian? Fine, want me to spell it out? Brian replied sarcastically. I think there's another reason why you've suddenly done 180, and I don't think this dinner is just a dinner. I mean, does Peter even know that you're going to meet them? No, he doesn't. He's out drinking with his friends as usual. He'll probably be back before he is. I shouted, reaching the very end of my patience. And so what? I don't need his permission. And I certainly don't need to wait around and listen to you lecture me like I'm doing something wrong. So if you'll excuse me. Without wasting another word, I threw open the door and walked out, making sure to slam it shut behind me. Getting into the car, I turned over the ignition, letting the engine roar to life as I quickly checked my appearance in the rearview window, making sure my fit of rage hadn't thrown anything out of place. I then put the car in reverse and backed out of the driveway. But before I drove off, I looked back to find Brian staring at me from the front window. Can't believe I'm letting a fucking dog judge me. With a final scoff, I drove off, still trying to convince myself that the rest of the night would be a normal affair. Ramon, so what do we think? Megan asked as I finished putting on the outfit she had picked out for me. Not my usual style, but I have to say it's growing on me, I replied while looking at my reflection in the mirror. I was wearing a blue sweater vest over a dark cream-colored button-up. The look was complemented by a tie tucked around my collar and under the sweater, along with a pair of slacks that matched the shirt, and a set of loafers. IDs say it's a success, seeing as I'm fighting off the urge to drag you to the bed, Megan muttered as she bit her lip and looked at me with fuck-me eyes. Not that I could blame her, as I had been doing the same since I'd seen her outfit. It was surprisingly modest, at least to Megan's tastes. She wore a blue sundress with frilly hemming, a pair of modest white heels, and a white lace necktie. Still with Megan's body, she could be wearing a potato sack and still tempt men with just a glance. In this particular instance, Megan's bare legs were shamelessly on display, with the dress cutting off just below the swell of her ass. Down, boy. Save it for later. Megan chastised with a knowing grin. Now let's go downstairs. She should be here any minute. Megan was right, as less than 5 minutes later, I finished taking the last of the food out of the oven, and I heard the front door open. Hello? Grabbing a towel, I wiped off my hands as I stepped out of the kitchen, only to freeze as I looked up and saw who had stepped into the restaurant. In an instant, I realized where Megan had gotten her looks from, as the similarities between her and the woman in front of me were striking. Her face was almost the same as Megan's, just slightly longer with a pointier nose. She was a redhead as well, making her the third I had come across, though I wasn't complaining about it. Even though I could guess Megan's mother to be in her late 40s, it would have been nearly impossible to tell just by looking at her, with her clear skin and the absence of wrinkles or frown lines. But the rest of Mrs. Griffin had aged like a fine wine that made my body react in ways I hadn't thought possible. If this is what Megan is going to look like in a couple of years, I'm going to be a very happy man. Mrs. Griffin had a body that exclusively belonged to mothers, with an impossibly large and full chest that strained against the top of her dress. Then there was her lower half, which was even more eye-catching, with broad hips, massive dimpled thighs, and a wagon of an ass that could be seen from the front for miles away. Mrs. Griffin, it's so good to meet you finally. I greeted her with a massive grin as I stepped toward her and opened my arms. Without waiting for her response, I wrapped her up in a hug and squeezed her soft, plump body. Profile: Lois Griffin, status affection, 10-100 lust, 80-100 bond, stranger rank, B bio personality, repressed, kinks, voyeur, cheating, pact, none the in-law to Lois. Mrs. Griffin, it's so good to meet you finally. I froze as I was suddenly wrapped up by a pair of muscular arms that threatened to lift me straight off the ground. They completely encircled my waist and squeezed like a vice. But it was surprisingly comforting as the heat of Ramon's body seeped into mine. A sigh of disappointment nearly escaped my lips as Ramon stepped back to smile down at me with his perfect teeth and well-defined cheekbones. It's good to meet you as well. And please just call me Lois. I have no problem with that, Ramon replied amicably. As he gestured over to the lone table in the middle of the restaurant, please take a seat. Megan should be out any second, and then we can eat. I followed Ramon's instructions nervously, stepping past him and half expecting one of his massive hands to slap me across the ass. Instead, he stepped in front of me and pulled out my chair for me to sit in. Oh, thank you. After all the images Meg had sent me and her drastic behavior change, I had assumed that Ramon would be an evil, sex-crazed womanizer. But so far, he had been nothing but kind and courteous. It could be all an act, though, just a show to lure clueless girls into his bed. Is something the matter? I blinked as Ramon suddenly asked me a question in a concerned voice, and I looked up to find him staring at me. It's nothing, just thinking about something, that's all. To my shock, Ramon's cheeks gained a rosy hue, and he scratched the back of his head bashfully. Oh, I was hoping you had forgotten about that, but I guess there's not an easy sight to forget. I really am sorry about that. I should have locked the door when we closed. For a moment, I was at a loss trying to figure out what he meant when I finally put two and two together. Does he feel guilty about me spying on them? Megan told me you would be understanding, but I still feel awful about it. So please accept my apology. Ramon continued to ramble as he dipped his head. Does he really not know? I chewed my lip for a second as my expectations were turned over on their heads. Oh, of course. You have nothing to be ashamed of. It was really my fault for walking in uninvited. I just wanted to check in on my daughter. Ramon smiled and nodded, believing my split-second excuse. Thank you for being so understanding. Please trust me when I say that was certainly a spur-of-the-moment thing. But I couldn't help myself. Your daughter is hard to resist. Though I doubt I need to tell you that, seeing as she gets it from you. She gets it from me? I could help but let out a small laugh and turn away, and maybe me from a couple of years and 50 pounds ago. Ramon blinked as if he was genuinely confused. I think you look amazing, Lois. Your husband and I are lucky that we get to date such amazing women. That's a very nice thing of you to say, I replied with a faint hint of a blush spreading across my cheeks. When's the last time, Peter? Hell, anyone has paid me this kind of attention? Well, it's the truth. It's probably why I cave in so easily when she wants to do anything. Ramon lauga nervosely. Like the photos? I asked with a raised eyebrow, as I couldn't help but tease the surprisingly innocent young man. I expected Ramon to blush or laugh as I twisted his arm, but instead, he went deathly pale and momentarily turned into a statue. As she told you about the pictures? Now was my turn to freeze as I suddenly got the impression that everything I had thought to be true was utterly wrong. But before I could ask any follow-up questions, the click of heels against the tile floor broke my train of thought, and I looked up as Meg walked out of the kitchen. Though it had barely been 3 weeks since we had been in the same room together, she had gone through a miniature metamorphosis. The most noticeable change was her choice of clothing, a short sundress that barely reached her mid-thigh and rode up over the curve of her behind. With that one glance, I realized what was going on. My daughter wasn't being influenced, she was the influencer. As Meg met my gaze, a knowing smile spread across her face. Ramon, can you give my mother and me a moment to talk in private? I watched as Ramon forced his distraught face to smile as he turned towards Meg. Sure, I need to go check on the food anyway. He glanced at me one last time before making a hasty retreat out of the room. For a moment, no one said anything before Megan Brayfly glanced back at the kitchen. So what do you think? Is he just as evil as you thought he was? No, he seems like a very nice young man. I muttered angrily as I crossed my arms. What we need to talk about is your behavior and actions. Meg cocked her head to the side. Really, my behavior? Just remind me real quick which one of us got caught spying on the other. I clenched my jaw as I blushed, feeling equally embarrassed and frustrated. I was coming to tell you to stop sending me photos. Then you should have known there was a good chance things would escalate. Meg replied with a grin. Also, no one made you stick around. Thank goodness Ramon didn't get a good look at you. Otherwise, I would have had a much harder time coming up with an excuse. He doesn't know anything, does he? I asked, and Meg answered with a nod of her head and a sigh. He thinks I'm sharing the pictures with my friends, which was sort of the truth with Patty, but then I thought, why stop there? So you decide to send them to your mother? I hissed while shaking my head. What the hell were you thinking? Meg slammed her hands down on the table and leaned over to glare at me. I wanted to show you that the moment I stopped letting you hold me down and control me like a puppet, I got everything you ever wanted. A handsome, successful man who loves me for who I am and makes love to me every night like there's no tomorrow. I scoffed and crossed my arms. You're still a child, Meg. You have no idea what you're talking about. You've barely lived, and yet you're already trying to cozy up with the first guy who pays you any attention. When that guy is that persistent and can barely keep his hands off me, I don't see why not. Meg snapped, I'm not going to make the same mistakes you did. Thinking I'm the hottest girl around and can have anyone I want with no consequences just to end up pregnant by some fat slob who has nothing to offer. Don't talk about your father like that. Why not? I know you feel the same way. Meg insisted with a knowing smirk. Why else would you keep looking at the pictures I sent you? I fought to keep the blush off my face. Hey, are you crazy? I didn't look at any of them. You know I can see when you look at a message I send, right? Meg asked cockily as she crossed her arms. Why you can? I exclaimed as my heart dropped. No, but now I know you definitely looked at them. Meg laughed as my entire face flushed red. God, you're so gullible. All right, that is enough. I nearly shouted as I slammed my hands down on the table. You clearly don't want to apologize and make up. So why did you invite me here? Meg paused for a second before an evil grin spread across her face. Because I want to help you, Mom. I've realized that even with all the horrible shit you've done to me, you're still my mother, and I want you to be happy. I blinked, not expecting such a response. Why you want me to be happy? Of course, and I know just how to do it. Meg answered with a grin. You're going to spend the night at Ramon's. What? You heard me, and I've seen how you look at him. Meg continued as if it was the most normal thing to talk about. And trust me, it will be the best night you've ever had. I'm not going to sleep with your boyfriend, Meg, and I would never cheat on your father. Now stop talking about this nonsense. I hissed. Meg's only response was a shrug. All right, I'll let it drop. But don't feel obligated to hold yourself back. I'm not holding myself back. I insisted, even as my body screamed at me to take the deal. Meg grinned. We'll see how long you can keep up the act. Now, let's eat, I'm starving. The in-law 3, I wanted to stay mad at Meg longer than I did, but once Ramon started bringing out the food, I quickly forgot about everything except how hungry I was. I didn't know food could look this good. Once the table was laden with various plates and platters, Ramon took his seat next to Meg, who smiled at him brilliantly. Everything looks amazing, right, Mom? I blinked as Meg suddenly asked for my input, and I jumped to chime in, why yes, everything looks delicious, and I don't even know half of what I'm looking at. Well, I wanted to try some new and different things tonight. So over here we have some baked salmon pinwheels with spinach feta stuffing, a winter green salad with arugula, kale, sliced apples, and some roasted nuts with a citrus vinaigrette. Smashed pan-roasted finger-length potatoes seasoned with celery salt, a complimentary bottle of Chenin Blanc, and for dessert, lemonberry pudding cake tarts. Ramon recited the 4-course meal with the expression of a man taking in the fruitful results of his hard work. Why you made all of this by yourself? I clarified. In disbelief, I feel bad now for not bringing anything. Well, it is his job, Meg explained with a proud smile as she rubbed Ramon's arm. I still don't know how he does it every night. I blinked as I put 2 and 2 together. You're the chef and owner of this place? Ramon dipped his head humbly, but couldn't hide his pride as he smiled. Yes, I am. But we can talk about me later. Please eat. Ramon then began to serve the table, placing fist-sized swirls of bright orange fish and golden filling with an evenly brown surface. As much as I tried to fight, my heart couldn't help but speed up as I snuck glances at his handsome and caring eyes. I had spent so long taking care of others that even the slightest bit of attention was making me flustered like an innocent girl. There was a soft cough as I glanced over to find Meg staring at me with a knowing smile, which quickly wiped away my brewing fantasies. Don't give in, Lois. Don't let her have the satisfaction. I let out a slow, steadying breath as I picked up my fork and knife to eat. I just need to eat some food and then make up an excuse to go home early. Cutting a wedge out of the colorful pinwheel, placed a bite in my mouth and immediately froze. The savory feta and spinach filling melted on my tongue, perfectly complemented by the sweet smoke of the salmon as I slowly chewed while suppressing a moan of pleasure. It's good, isn't it? Meg asked with an amused grin. I wanted to glare at her, but Ramon quickly turned to face me, awaiting my verdict. It's one of the best things I've ever tasted. Luckily, I wasn't lying, so my words came out sounding genuine, and Ramon smiled. I'm glad you like my cooking. Of course she does. Everything you make is delicious. And, I mean everything. Meg stared at me as she repeated herself and licked her lips. My plan to leave early was steadily forgotten with each bite of Ramon's food, but I managed to mostly keep my composure until the tall and handsome chef convinced me to have a glass of wine. From there, everything went downhill as I lost my sense of time and my inhibitions. Before I realized it, my body was warm with food and wine, and I was supporting myself with one elbow propped up on the table. Luckily, I wasn't the only one who had contributed to emptying 2.5 bottles. So you were an accountant before you retired and opened this restaurant? I inquired while trying to keep my words as coherent as possible. Yep. Meg enthusiastically answered for Ramon with a tipsy smile across her face. And now he's making even more money than he was back then, which is great because he loves to spoil me rotten. Oh, is that right? Is he the one buying you all those skimpy clothes you like? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course, but not the only one who enjoys them. Meg grinned as she looked over at Ramon with glistening eyes. When it's just the two of us, he can barely keep his hands off me. Honestly, I can't tell whether he prefers my ass or tits. Meg, I shouted chastisingly, which only made her grin. I know it's so frustrating, right? I keep asking him, but he always gives a cop-out answer, like he doesn't have a preference or he loves every part of me. It's so annoying. Well, it's the truth. I do love every part of you, Ramon insisted. A bit of advice, Meg. Take the compliments while you can get them. Your father hasn't said anything that nice about me in years. Ramon frowned. You're not being serious, right? I scoffed bitterly and took another sip of wine. I wish I weren't, but that's just what happens when you get older. Beauty fades. Well, if that's true, you must have been the most beautiful woman ever born if you still look this good, Ramon said sincerely, and I couldn't fight the heavy blush that spread across my face. Please, enough flattery. You've already made a fantastic first impression. Oh, that wasn't flattery, Meg smirked. Ramon is telling the truth. I mean, you're the reason I have this body that he loves so much. I couldn't help but bite my lip as I glanced between Ramon and Meg. You don't actually find an old woman me attractive, do you? I really do. I wish there were a way I could prove it. Ramon sighed disappointedly. Of course, there's a way to prove it. Meg scoffed. You just need to stop blushing every time you see her. And Meg, that's your mother. Ramon exclaimed while a faint blush spread across his cheeks. So what? Meg smirked as she suddenly stood up and walked around the table to stand behind him. Is that going to stop you from getting flustered when I do? This. With one swift yank, Meg pulled down on the top of my dress, exposing my chest that nearly spilled out of my plain tan bra. Meg. I gasped in shock, but instead of trying to preserve my dignity, I quickly looked at Ramon and found his eyes locked on my chest, completely transfixed. Shit, I never knew your chest was that prominent, Mom. Meg muttered, snapping me out of my trance as I quickly moved to cover myself back up. And Meg, W, what has gotten into you? Well, I had to prove that Ramon wasn't a liar. Meg replied with a smirk as she walked back over and stood next to Ramon. Well, come on. I didn't do all of that for nothing. Ramon sighed, but he still stood up, and though it was shameful to admit, my eyes immediately went down to stare at his crotch. See, now we know he was telling the truth, Meg said into the silence. Ramon seemed too embarrassed to say anything. Meanwhile, I was too focused on how he stood in front of me. I couldn't help but bite my lip. No matter how many times I see him, I can't help but stare. MHH, Meg murmured as she lowered herself in front of Ramon and reached up to place her hands on his chest. I was going to save this for later tonight, but I guess now is as good as ever. My eyes widened as I watched Meg's fingers start to undo Ramon's belt. And Meg, what are you? Before I could finish, I gasped reflexively as I suddenly felt a pair of hands squeeze my chest, but when I looked down, I saw nothing. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it, but then my breasts were squeezed again even harder, and I could help but let out a muffled moan of pain as I bit down on my knuckles. W, what's happening to me? Are you enjoying yourself, Lois? I blinked as a deep, commanding voice spoke, and I looked up to find Ramon staring at me with his dark blue eyes as Meg suddenly pulled his pants down in a mischievous way. Why you? I muttered accusingly, even as unseen forces seemed to tug at my clothes, making me gasp. I knew it. In all honesty, this was Megan's idea, Ramon replied as he reached down and held her hair as she drew closer to him. I was just a much more willing participant than I let on. That's it. I'm leaving, I stammered and tried to stand up, only for the hands to land on my stomach, pressing down with just enough pressure to hold me in place. No, I think you're going to stay a while, Ramon muttered as his eyes flashed with a purple light that lured me in like a siren's call. Fine wine. Ramon, I watched as my charm spell took hold of Lois, clouding her judgment in ways the alcohol hadn't. Do you still want to leave, Lois? I asked, staring in her eyes while Megan made herself busy. She clung to him as her warm hands moved along his body, encouraging him eagerly. W, what are you doing to me? Lois asked as she writhed in a haze of sensation, not knowing why her body was responding so intensely. While invisible to her eyes, I could clearly see my puppet hands as they teased and massaged her body. I'm showing you what's possible. My voice effortlessly slipped into a seductive tone, dark and rich like chocolate. Megan was right. You don't deserve the life fate has given you. You deserve so much more, and I can give that to you. I can make you happy. Megan hummed in agreement, and I placed my hand gently on the back of her head. I am happy, Lois tried to insist, but then my hands reached up toward her once more, this time squeezing and pinching at her engorged teats and making Lois' back arch like a bow. You can lie to yourself, but don't think for a moment you can convince anyone else, I lectured with a disapproving shake of my head. Megan told me everything I need to know. You gave up the rich girl party lifestyle to settle down with your current husband, who does nothing to appreciate you, and because of his own shortcomings, has confined you to a life of mediocrity. That isn't true. Lois lied through her teeth, even as she started to stammer and her eyes widened in panic. I tooted like a disapproving mentor. Lois, what did I say about lying? Of course it's true. Why else would you think Megan would be so eager to lure you here? Why you did that to her, Lois replied between her breathless gasps and moans. Why you manipulated her to do whatever you wanted. I shook my head. The only thing I told Megan to do was to be more confident in herself. I rebuilt her self-esteem after years of your controlling behavior and ridicule. Surely you can understand why now she feels the need to flaunt and show off, now that she knows her value as a person and finally has someone who can properly admire it. I looked down to find Megan staring up at me with teary eyes. But then after a second, the tears were replaced by a hunger, and I only had a second to brace myself before Megan locked her arms around my legs and pulled me close to her. Lois' eyes dipped down to watch as Megan continued the intimate embrace, and I could see a seed of jealousy in her eyes as she bit and chewed her lip. You deserve that as well, Lois, I spoke, making her look back in my eyes. I wasn't lying when I said you were beautiful. Any man would be lucky to have you, and you know it. So why do you let your husband treat you like he's the best thing that's ever happened to you, when all he's ever been is a burden and a curse? I could see Lois' resolve waver. But what about my family? What would happen to them? If Peter and I. He doesn't have to find out right away. I argued with a charming smile. And if he did, I would be there to support you with whatever you needed. Lois hesitated even longer. Why would you do that? Why, you don't even know me? Well, one, because it would make Megan happy, I replied while running my fingers through her hair as she held me close, and because I'm tired of seeing people trapped by their lives, instead of living out their dreams and fantasies. I want to change that, starting with you, Lois. Let me make you happy. and give you the life you truly deserve. A war of temptation broke out in real time across Lois' face as the pleasure across her body continued to build, though I ensured it wouldn't be enough to push her over the edge. Then, in a split moment, I watched Lois make up her mind as she suddenly found the strength to stand up, albeit on unsteady legs. "Why you have one night?" Lois started as she reached up and pulled down the straps of her dress before letting the fabric spill down her body and form a puddle around her feet. "Convince me that you're worth throwing away everything I've known." For a moment, I didn't respond, instead staring at Lois' body as she stood in front of me in her undergarments. While the dress had hinted at her figure, it hadn't done Lois justice. While Lois' chest wasn't as perky as Megan's and had sagged a bit with age, her breasts were fuller with a hefty weight. Similarly, her stomach wasn't so taut or defined and had a slight pouch, but to my eyes, that only made Lois' appeal skyrocket. The same could be said about her thighs and ass. What they lacked in definition, they more than made up for in sheer size and plumpness. A few centuries ago, Lois would have been worshipped as a goddess of beauty and fertility, with her wide hips, curves, and the fullness of her figure. And here she was, presenting herself and challenging me with the potential reward of winning her affection. Darn it, couldn't you hold out for a bit longer? Megan muttered disapprovingly as she reluctantly stood up. I almost got something for myself. "Don't worry, there's plenty to go around," I assured Megan as her hands still rested against me, gathering the moisture that had collected at the tip that she then wiped away. "There better be." I smirked at Megan before turning all of my attention toward Lois, who was watching us with a heavy blush across her face. Walking over to her, I watched Lois' body tense when less than an inch separated us, and I could feel the heat radiating off of her body. She was burning with desire, and as I put my hands on her wide hips, I caught a hint of her natural perfume. Like mother, like daughter, Lois' scent was creamy and sweet, but hers had more depth, notes that only came from age, bringing out complex notes and aftertones. And even though I had just gorged myself on food, an entirely new hunger ignited within me. Lois gasped as my hands gripped her flesh and I pulled her against me, letting my body press against hers while my lips pressed against hers. I felt her body tremble like a leaf in the wind, but after a second, all the tension left as she gave into the embrace and threw her arms around my neck. Deepening the kiss, I opened my lips, letting my tongue slip out and pressing against hers. Lois let out a whimpering moan and slowly parted her lips, letting my tongue inside. Tasting her, I sighed as Lois' flavor mixed with the lingering hints of the wine, now warming her body that was pressed against me. Lois seemed to enjoy my flavor as well, as her hands clawed at my shoulders. Finding her receptive, I moved my hands down to her hips and felt her lean into me. Lois gasped and pressed closer, so I lifted her and sat her on the table, where she quickly pulled me close and held on tight, her hand reaching for my clothes. While we kissed, I helped Lois out, quickly pulling off my sweater and my shirt. Breaking away from the kiss, Lois looked down to stare at my naked torso while running her hands over the well-defined lines of my muscles. She then glanced nervously at me as her hand drifted down a bit lower before she quickly pulled it back. I have never done anything like this before. "I don't know what I'm doing." Lois then leaned back, leaning close against her. "I'm scared it's going to hurt." "Well then, let's take things slow and make sure you're comfortable," I murmured as I leaned over Lois, gently brushing my hand along her side. My fingers found her warmth and gently worked their way in, discovering she was tighter than expected, but responsive to the touch. "How long has it been since you've been with someone?" I asked teasingly as Lois sighed. "Almost a year." "Then your husband is really a fool," I muttered angrily as I leaned over and started to kiss Lois' neck, "but you don't have to worry about him any longer. And want to make sure you leave here completely satisfied." Fine wine, too. Lois. My heart was beating too fast, making me feel like it was going to burst at any moment. But even if that were to happen, I wouldn't want to change a thing. I had never felt so alive as every fiber of my body tensed and swooned with pleasure. While the wine was doing its fair share, Another intoxicating scent was making my head float and my thoughts stray. With a moan, I buried my face in Ramon's neck as he marked my flesh with hickeys and bruises. I took in a deep breath through my nose, filling my lungs and body with his potent scent. It was raw and primal, so pungent that it almost stank, but I couldn't get enough. And the strong scent ignited a desire deep within me as I felt pulled toward the rare physical specimen currently near me, with rough hands exploring me in ways no one ever had before. That thought alone left me equal parts terrified and excited to feel what it would be like when Ramon finally pressed closer. Just the closeness and warmth alone were enough to intimidate. But I couldn't look away from him. There was something about him that held my attention, and as if that weren't enough, I glanced at him again, taking in the full picture. Already, he was intensely aroused, and the evidence of it left damp marks on the bottom of my bra and trailed down my stomach with each rhythmic pulse. Peter doesn't even let half of this out when he finishes. If he's already producing this much, what's it going to be like when he finally arrives? I caught my lip between my teeth as the thought ran through my mind, and its pull was undeniable as my restless impulses urged me to turn over and offer myself to such a strong and compelling presence. Unable to help myself, I reached down toward Ramon, but even at his narrowest, my fingertips couldn't quite reach. A breath escaped me as I worked my hand up and down his length. Ramon grunted and pulled his lips away from my neck to stare into my eyes with a knowing smirk. "Eager are we? Why, you said you would make me feel good," I muttered lamely, trying to excuse why I had my hand on a man that wasn't my husband. "Oh, are you not enjoying yourself right now?" Ramon asked as he pressed gently against my sides, drawing out sensations I had never felt before. I cried out, unable to help myself, as my legs started to tremble uncontrollably. "MHH, I love that sound." Ramon sighed wistfully as he pulled away and held his hand up. Then my breath caught as I watched Ramon slide his fingers into his mouth. "Imacac delicios," Ramon grinat. I'm almost tempted to drink directly from the tap, but that'll have to wait for another time. For now, let's focus on what really matters. Before I could reply, Ramon leaned forward and captured my lips and tongue again, but instead of stopping, he pressed on, pushing me down onto my back while his hands wrapped around my legs, pushing them up until they rested on his shoulders, leaving me completely exposed. I then watched as he leaned in close, the moment feeling charged with intensity as he pressed against me. I swallowed hard as I felt the near-burning heat of his body so close to mine. I expected Ramon to take me right there and then, but instead he paused and looked deep in my eyes, asked me for it, and he'll make all your years living unloved disappear. By this point, all of my resistance had crumbled away. I would have done anything he wanted, something I had no problem admitting. "Please hold me close. Make me forget." Ramon grinned, and then, without wasting any more time, he captured my hands by the wrist and pulled them down to rest on my stomach before he pulled me closer. My eyes widened and my back arched as he pressed against me, and I felt the sudden, overwhelming stretch of him. "Ramon," I watched Lois' face react as I leaned in close to her, and even just the slight contact told me I had a strong effect on her. Not only because of the look on Lois' face, but also because of how tense and responsive she became in that moment. It took some gentle movement to ease further forward, and Lois' back arched even more, and a breathless gasp escaped her lips. Oh God," Lois cried as she unknowingly pulled against my hands that had captured her wrists. "That's so much bigger." "Bigger than who?" I asked with a knowing smile as I rocked my hips against, slowly sinking in another inch into Lois. "Than my husband." Lois screamed out loud as a tremor shook her entire body. "He never made me feel this good." "I doubt you could feel him at all if you're saying that this is deep," I muttered as I gave my hips another push, and not even close to halfway in. "Why or not?" Lois asked, confused, and she picked up her head, only to look down and have a look of shock spread across her face. "There's that much left?" "Yep, but don't worry," I replied as I leaned over and pressed Lois back down with my body, and she threw her arms around my neck. "We'll take my time with you." "I don't think I can." I cut Lois off with a deep kiss that silenced all her protests. Each movement made Lois writhe and moan against my lips, and while I had promised to keep it slow, there was no understating just how close she felt to me, her body pressing and holding tight against mine. My pace started to quicken as I drew closer to Lois, who met every moment with a warm, eager response. Soon, the intensity of the moment hung heavy in the air. Our bodies pressed close against the brick walls, and in a final surge, everything fell away. And at the same time, the tip met a bit of resistance at the very back. Lois' entire body stiffened, as a nearly deafening moan of raw, primal pleasure escaped her lips. She gripped tighter than ever, while trembling with such intensity it nearly felt like a massage gun. I could feel myself reaching a breaking point, unable to hold back any longer. So I made a split-second decision and threw all caution to the wind as I suddenly stood up, pulling Lois with me as my hands wrapped around her legs to lift her into the air. Erra Ramon. What are you doing, Gian Ichechen? Lois was cut off as I started to bounce her up and down, holding her completely off the ground as my hips met hers over and over. Lois only lasted a few moments before she reached her peak again, and this time I followed right with her. He held Lois close as the intimate moment built to its peak. With a deep, guttural sound, he released entirely, letting go of everything as he held her tightly. And with how tightly Lois was wrapped around me, there was no room to move, so we stayed close together, connected in that intense moment. Like always, the feeling continued for nearly a full minute, though I occupied myself with Lois' lips and tongue, continuing to savor the moment. When things finally settled, I gently set Lois down on the table and stepped back. There was a wet, gurgling sound as Lois shuddered and released a sudden rush of liquid. Did this happen? Lois stated the obvious in an exhausted voice, clearly wanting to panic, but not having the strength to. I wasn't ready for this. Don't worry, they'll take care of everything in the morning. I assured her before I grabbed her hips and turned her around, so she was facing away from me and bent over the table. So, just relax and enjoy the next few rounds. Next few rounds? Lois asked in a slightly more panicked tone, but instead of answering with words, I continued what I had been doing. I told you I was going to make you forget. I whispered lovingly into her ear before I held her close again. Heart to heart. Lois, MHHH. A soft and pleased sigh escaped my lips as I felt myself wake up well rested for the first time in weeks. Sitting up, I stretched and yawned, only to pause as my body ached and groaned at the movement, especially from the waist down. I opened my eyes and frowned, trying to figure out what I had done to wake up so sore, only for my memories of last night to return all at once as I looked around and realized I wasn't in my bedroom. I quickly scanned the bed only to find that I was alone, though there was a suspicious outline in the center of the bed that stirred up no end of memories from last night. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. I stressed under my breath as panic set in over what I had just done. Scrambling out of the bed, I paused when I realized I was completely naked besides an oversized shirt that barely covered what I needed to. For a brief second, I had a flashback to my 20s before I shook free the sense of deja vu and tried to gather myself, get my clothes, find my keys, and get the hell out of here without being caught. Come on, Lois. You've done this 1,000 times before. However, just as I finished my own pep talk, I heard the door fly open behind me. Oh, good. You're up. Come eat. Breakfast is ready. I turn around to find Meg standing in the doorway, also wearing just a shirt and a pair of panties, and I only knew the latter because her shirt was cut short. And no, I can't stay. This was a mistake. I need to get dressed and get going. I have to check in on Stewie and drive Chris to school. I wasn't there to wake him up, so he definitely missed the bus. Mom, would you just relax? Meg crossed her arms with a sigh. I had everything taken care of. How could you possibly? I called Brian last night and told him we all had too much to drink, so you were going to sleep on our couch tonight. Then I asked Patty if she could drive over in the morning and take care of Stewie and drive Chris to school. Meg interrupted my rambling with a roll of her eyes. Also, even if you wanted to, your clothes are still in the dryer. and Ramon is out getting us some medication. I went deathly pale as I remembered that particular detail, though I cleared my head of those thoughts before I could start counting just how many times it had happened. That's very nice of him, but he should have just worn a wait, did you say us? Meg's sly smile was all the answer I needed. Well, after seeing how much you enjoyed it, I couldn't help but give it a try myself. Now it might just be my new favorite thing. My jaw clenched as I fought the urge to lash out at my daughter, but that would have only made me a hypocrite and put us back to square one. So I tried a different tactic. Meg, I know it may seem like fun to be so carefree about sex and to wear whatever you want despite what people might say, but you need to understand that there are long-term consequences to this type of lifestyle. One day, you're going to wake up and realize all the guys you've dated are fun for a night, but none of them are worth building a life with. And then, when you try to find a good man with a salary and a house, all they'll see is a dumb bimbo who wasted her life partying. Meg was silent as I conveyed my deepest regrets, the decisions and mistakes that had ruined my life. I had done everything I could think of to keep Meg away from making the same mistakes I had. Instead, I ended up shoving her right onto the track. I stared at Meg with a pleading look in my eyes, and she was silent for a long moment before replying with a sigh. I get why you're concerned, Mom, but you have to understand that I'm not like you. Before I could get offended, Meg quickly followed up on her words. I don't dress like that because I don't care. I dress like this because I've never felt more confident in my own body. I used to hate looking at myself in the mirror, but now I love stressing over all the little details and making an outfit come together. And if they tend to be on the more revealing side, what does that matter? People always stared and talked shit about me before when I just wanted to go about my day. Now I'm going to make sure that when they talk shit, there's always that little voice in the back of their head whispering about how they wish they could be like me. At this point, a broad grin had spread across Meg's lips, and the only reason why any of that's possible is because Ramon showed me that even without revealing my body, I'm worth being loved. He expressed how much he loved seeing me be confident. So when I show off, it's for him and me, not anyone else. As for finding a good man, Ramon is so much better than good. He's damn near perfect. I couldn't help but take Meg's words seriously, given how strongly she conveyed it. But still, I couldn't just shake off a lifetime's worth of fears. If he's so great, why is he so willing to sleep with other women, and why do you let him? I stressed. Well, the main reason is that Ramon's appetite is too much for me to handle all by myself. You know, I'm not exaggerating. Meg explained with a sly wink that made my cheeks flush. Also know that he'll never stop loving me. And between the two of us, it's really exciting knowing that so many girls want to be with him. Besides, plenty of people can have healthy relationships while being with others. I won't argue with that. But the problem is, what if you wanted to be with another guy? Would Ramon let you? Meg scoffed. What other guys were 64? Built like Mr. Olympia, with hair longer than mine, eyes like the ocean, full of confidence and full of energy. Do you know? I had no reply, and a victorious smirk spread across Meg's face. That's what I thought. Now can we please stop arguing and go eat all the delicious food that Ramon made before it goes cold? Just one more thing, I insisted, and Meg groaned. What is it? Why did you do all of this? Why lure me here? I was still confused as to why things had turned out the way they had. Because while you think you deserve to suffer for the stuff you did in the past, I don't. Meg replied as she turned around and started walking towards the kitchen. We may have had our disagreements, but you're still my mother, and I know you always wanted the best for me. So I decided to give you the same treatment. I was left in a stunned silence for a long moment before my stomach growled, prompting me to follow Meg into the kitchen for breakfast. I can't remember the last time someone made me breakfast. Ramon, I swear if you're in here for more condoms, Summer muttered as I walked over to the counter. No, not condoms. But what are your options for the morning after pill? I replied with a shit-eating grin that made Summer's eye twitch. I can't fucking believe you. I shrugged, things got out of hand, and I lost track of the basics. What can I say? Summer shook her head. The most frustrating thing about this is that I can't help but feel a bit jealous of whatever bitch you keep having to buy these supplies for. You still haven't hit me up once for a booty call? I should start refusing you service as punishment. Come on, don't be like that. I chided as I moved around the counter, trapping Summer as she tried to back away. That's part of the reason I came here, to make amends. Oh, really? Summer muttered suspiciously and stopped moving as she hit the wall behind her. And how do you plan to do that? By offering you a free meal at my restaurant. I promise that you won't regret it. I offered while closing the distance between Summer and me until my body was practically pressed against hers. Summer looked me up and down. You want a restaurant? Yep, new place in town called Ramon's Grill House. I replied and watched as Summer's eyes grew wide before narrowing. Of course you would name it after yourself. So you've heard of it, I inferred while my hand came up to cup the side of Summer's face, and my thumb ran along her bottom lip. Does that mean I can expect you to come dine with us? Instead of responding with words, Summer bit down on my thumb hard before wrapping her lips around my digit and licking it with her tongue. MHH, good girl. Future plans, while I had my fair share of guesses as to which scene would await me when I returned to the apartment. None of them involved Megan and Lois calmly talking to each other as they worked to clean up the kitchen. For all intents and purposes, it could have been a scene in any household, though the fact that both of them were wearing practically nothing except my shirts was a bit unorthodox. The sight also made me pause in the doorway, as I realized for the countless time what a lucky bastard I was. Megan then happened to glance over and catch me staring, making her smirk. You know it's rude to stare. I actually think you would get more offended if I didn't. I muttered and made Lois blush as my hungry gaze roamed over their exposed thighs and barely concealed bottoms. This is every man's dream, waking up to a beautiful woman walking around his house in nothing but a shirt. But I guess God does have favorites because I gotta wake up to two. Always with the flirting. Megan muttered with a roll of her eyes as she sauntered over and pressed herself against me, letting me feel her naked body beneath the thin layer of cloth. Funny how you never tell me to stop, I shot back before leaning down and kissing Megan on the lips. After breaking away from the kiss, I looked over and saw that Lois had turned away and was making herself busy with the dishes, trying her hardest to either ignore Megan and me or for us to ignore her. Of course, I couldn't let that stand, so I quickly moved behind Lois, putting my hands on her hips while pressing our bodies together. Morning. Beautiful. Did you enjoy breakfast? Lois jumped at my sudden touch, freezing for a moment before she seemingly relaxed. Breakfast was very good. Thank you for cooking. It was my pleasure, I whispered into Lois' ear as my hands trailed down her waist and over the swell of her fat ass. I felt a shiver run through Lois, and a soft breath escaped her lips. I could tell she felt a strong pull, but she was still hesitant and holding back. Oh, look, last night was amazing, Lois stammered as my hands continued to hold hers gently, finding their way toward her. But I think it was a mistake, and we would all just be better off. I held Lois close, pulling her gently into my arms. I'm sorry, but I can't forget you, Lois. Not after how close we've gotten. I can now say confidently that your husband doesn't deserve a woman like you. And after last night, I think you know that. What am I supposed to do? Just up and leave? Lois said, her voice unsteady as she braced against the counter, leaning back toward me. Divorce my husband and move in with you and my daughter into this apartment where you're going to bring in God knows how many more women? My hands paused in their relentless teasing, and Lois let out a soft sigh of relief. You do have a point. This little place of mine isn't enough to support a family. I guess I'll have to buy a house then. What are you talking about? Lois asked as she turned around to look up into my eyes. You can't just buy a house. I grinned and dropped my hands back down to her hips. I kind of can. I was an accountant, remember. Now ITLL probably be a few months before I find the right property and get it ready to live in, so you'll have plenty of time to realize how little your husband does for you. Don't talk about him like that, Lois muttered. Though her tone was hesitant, Peter tries his best to provide for us. And his best includes getting drunk every night with his friends, content with working the same office job for years without a promotion in sight, and ignoring his beautiful wife to the point where she has to step outside their marriage just to feel appreciated and loved. Lois recoiled with each word as it stung with the truth, and by the end of my tirade, she could barely look me in the eyes. Looking down at her, I could see the unspilled tears nearly overflowing, and I realized I might have taken it too far. I let out a sigh before leaning down and gently kissing Lois on the lips. It was a tender embrace, and after a second, I felt Lois' body relax against mine as she leaned into the kiss and wrapped her arms around my neck. After several long seconds, I broke away from the kiss and looked down to find Lois staring up at me. Believe me when I say I'm tempted, but you have to understand this has been my life for so long. I know, which is why I needed to show you what your life could be. I responded softly. Just remember that the next time your husband takes you for granted, you have a better option. In the meantime, he'll be working on that house you mentioned. After a little talk, Lois didn't stay over much longer, quickly getting dressed and taking the pill before driving back to her home. I hated to see her leave, but I knew that pushing too hard would only drive Lois away. I had done everything I needed to ensure she would fall for me with time, which was fine, as the system had just added a new task to the growing pile. Dating SimQuest. This house is still not a home objectives. While a cushy apartment might have been enough in the short term, it's been made abundantly clear that settling isn't an option. 1. Buy a residential property worth at least 10 million. 1 rewards. 1. 10 perk points. 2. 25 skill points. 3. 10 hex points. 4. 5 development points. 5. Item. Torn Grimoire, page 6. Item. Blood of the First Incubus, no rest for the wicked, I thought as I looked over my most ambitious quest yet. Fortunately, big numbers weren't as much of a deterrent after spending my entire career managing multi-billion-dollar companies. It's all about scale and efficiency. Opening up my status page, I navigated down to the Properties tab and clicked on the option to upgrade the restaurant, only to be met with an error notification. Warning: upgrade requirement unmet. Kitchen staff. 01 residential property. 01 I frowned, staring at the hidden requirements that had now just decided to reveal themselves. Feels a bit retroactive, but I guess the system did mention balancing some things. What's that look on your face for? Megan asked as she jabbed her finger into my side, making me flinch. MHH, just finding out some details that would have been useful to know earlier, I muttered, still somewhat upset. But it's fine, can't get stuck up on things, gotta adapt and keep moving. And in this scenario, that means? Megan asked, hoping I would clarify. They were getting a second cook as soon as possible, and that I need to start looking at properties in the area. I answered before the sharp honk of a horn came from outside. Moving over to look out the window, I grinned when I saw Ash's truck parked on the curb, weighed down by the 2 barrels of cider I had requested. Ooh, is it the sexy farm girl? Megan asked with a broad grin across her face as she peered around me. Yep, though if you want to meet her, I suggest putting on some pants, I remarked as I turned away from the window and walked towards the door. Just wait for me. It'll only be a second, Megan called out as she ran to the bedroom to get dressed. Ash. I looked up as the door to the restaurant opened, and Ramon stepped out onto the sidewalk, followed by a perky young thing who I'd imagined would become a town favorite if she started serving at the Drunken Clam. Our eyes met, and I expected the usual hostility of a woman marking her territory. However, her eyes conveyed nothing but intrigue and hospitality. Is that my cider? Ramon's question took my attention away from his girl, who saddled up beside him as I nodded once. You know, it is 2 barrels just like you asked. Ramon Grinat. The expression full of confidence and arrogance that I couldn't help but admit to finding frustratingly attractive. Never doubt you would deliver, though. Before I offload and you take off, I want to introduce you to someone. Megan, but feel free to call me Meg. Meg stepped forward and offered her hand, which I didn't hesitate to shake. Ash, pleasure. You're his woman. Meg grinned as she stepped back. And one of them, yes. One of? I repeated with a raised eyebrow, which only made Meg grin. Yep, so don't feel the need to hold back on my account. Not that I hold back. I repeated as I smirked and put a hand on my hip. If I wanted a man, I would have had one already. I don't have the time or the patience for a relationship, though not afraid to admit that if I were looking, I'd be one jealous bitch. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Meg replied with an impish smile that promised all sorts of mischief. Had we met a few years ago, well, I'd imagine we would have been thick as thieves, Meg. I wagered as I moved around to the back of the truck and unlatched the gate. Ramon then climbed into the bed and proceeded to lift one of the barrels onto his shoulder effortlessly and drop out of the truck, taking the 2-foot drop with only a slight bend of his knees. "He'll be back out for the second one in a moment," Ramon called out as he disappeared back into the restaurant. Watching him go, I couldn't help but shake my head in disbelief. There's no way that man was an accountant. "Wait until you try his cooking," Meg added on as she leaned against the doorway. "Is that how he reeled you in?" I asked with a soft laugh. "Well, if you count the breakfast he made after I woke up in his bed, I guess you could count that," Meg replied with such a straight face that I couldn't help but shake my head in disbelief. "You got no shame, do you?" Meg raised an eyebrow. "Is that a problem?" I snorted. "Of course it fucking ain't. If all that's stopping you from doing something is worrying and stressing about what other people will say, then you gotta rethink your priorities." "Damn, I wish I had someone tell me that a couple of years ago," Meg muttered sourly just as Ramon reemerged from the restaurant, dusting off his hands. "Before I take this second one, and you take off, I wanted to ask how scrooging up supplies is going." "Don't worry, I ain't wasting the money you have me," I assured him. "Everything is set to arrive on the farm early Saturday morning. So be ready to rise at the ass crack of dawn, and for a long day hauling shit that weighs more than a prize hog." "You know you have such a beautiful way with words, Ash," Ramon muttered as he picked up the second barrel with just as much ease as the first. I threw up my middle finger as I walked back over to the driver's seat. "Fuck you. How about them for words?" I heard Ramon laugh as I climbed into my truck and started the engine. Looking out the window, I waved goodbye. "It was nice meeting you, Meg, and I'll see you on Saturday, asshole." "Ramon, I liked her," Meg commented as we watched Ash pull off in her truck. "I hope you figure out this farm business and end up adding her to the coven." "Speaking of the coven, when are you going to go all Prince of Darkness on Patty?" "Prince of Darkness? You know I'm not related to Satan, right?" I asked with a raised brow. Megan rolled her eyes. "I know. Believe me, I watched a whole bunch of video essays breaking down the different types of demons and their origins." "You did?" Now, it was Megan's turn to look at me like I was crazy. "Of course I did. You think I just casually accepted that I bound my soul to a demon and would do a bit of research into what that would entail?" I scratched the back of my head. "That's actually an excellent point. Have you found anything interesting?" "Sure, it's all somewhat entertaining. But how much or any of it is actually true is anyone's guess. Though honestly, I'd be relieved if you're a very isolated case, because breaking news, in most cases, demons aren't all that fun to deal with." "Well then, I guess you got lucky with me," I replied as I pulled Megan to my side and kissed the top of her head. "Now, enough theorizing about the possibility that there are thousands of reincarnated demons secretly roaming the earth. We got a dinner rush to prep for." "Great. Nothing like a dose of existential dread to get you motivated. Also, Patty's going to be a bit late coming in today." I nodded as we left the sidewalk and went back inside. I figured as much. I almost wanted to give her the day off, though I was afraid of putting too much of a burden on you. Megan smiled up at me. "We'll both be fine, though. If you want to take us shopping again as a consolidation prize, I don't think either of us would mind. Definitely in the books, and eventually you'll be able to hire more waiting staff. But first, I have to finish streamlining the kitchen workflow and hire a second cook. I got $20 that says you end up hiring some bombshell that has no business working in the service industry," Megan propositioned, making me shake my head. "What would make you think that?" Megan shrugged. "I don't know, some weird passive demon magic." I gave her a look. "You need to stop watching those video essays." "Okay, you're acting like you're not an actual sex demon." Megan scoffed and crossed her arms. "You know what? $100 says the first person who responds to your job offer looks like they should be some fairy tale princess." I chewed my lip for a second before shrugging. "Fine, it'll match that action. Now enough fooling around. We've got work to do." Megan nodded and turned around to get started, but I remembered something at the last second. "Also, I may have offered one girl an all-inclusive dinner. So if you see a redhead with a resting bitch face, just make sure to let me know." "The one from the gas station?" "The one from the gas station," I confirmed with a nod of my head, making Meg smirk. "All right then, he'll make sure to keep a lookout." "Summer, can't believe him dressing up for his ass." I muttered under my breath as I pulled the dress over my head. I should turn up in a damn sweatshirt and tennis shorts, upset all of his bougie guests just to teach him a lesson. On one hand, I was pissed that Ramon kept dropping off the face of the earth only to appear without any warning and act like he hadn't done anything wrong. But at the same time, his sporadic, aloof, and controlling attitude only made the impending sex hotter. It's a bit late to try and pull a power move when this man had me completely under his thumb while he made small talk with my mother. Whoa, what are you getting all dressed up for? I jumped and spun around to find my mother standing in the doorway of my room, looking me up and down. Wait a minute. Is that one of my dresses? It's not like you ever wear it, I muttered as I turned back to face the mirror. I was also looking for those green stiletto heels Dad got you for Christmas a few years back, but I couldn't find them in your closet. You're lucky I'm already 2 glasses down tonight, my mother muttered before taking another sip from her wine glass, which was already half empty. Looks like it's closer to 3 glasses, which is why I'll ask if I can borrow your car tonight. My mother raised her eyebrow at me. All right, what's going on here? You're getting dressed, asking to take my car? Are you going on a date? Okay, first of all, why do you sound so surprised that I could have a date? Second of all, it's not a date. I'm just going out to dinner. I explained calmly, hoping that would be the end of the conversation. Oh, really? Where? Must be expensive if you're getting this dressed up for it. I let out a frustrated sigh. It's the new grill house that just opened, and I don't know how expensive it is. But it doesn't matter because the owner invited me there and said he would pay for my food. Oh, I see, my mother replied with a laugh. You're not dressing up for the restaurant. You're dressing up for him. Oh my God, Mom. Would you just let me get ready in peace? I muttered angrily as I turned back around to look at my reflection in the mirror. Come on, making your kids uncomfortable and embarrassing them is like the only upside to being a parent. Let me enjoy this. My mom complained, making me roll my eyes. Though before I could respond, she reached behind her back and produced the exact pair of heels I had been talking about. How did you? I saw you eyeing them up a few times. Just make sure your father doesn't see you wearing them. Otherwise, he'll get all mopey. I grinned and eagerly plucked the shoes from my mother's hands. Deal. Now, about the car? Night out too? Holy shit. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath in shock as I walked up to the grill house, only to find a line out the door. Did everyone in town decide to go out tonight? I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should just head home, before I sighed and reached into my clutch. I pulled out my phone and, for the first time, dialed the number I had gotten nearly 3 weeks ago. I wasn't really expecting anyone to answer the phone, but surprisingly, the call only rang once before it was picked up, and a familiar voice answered. Don't tell me you're calling to cancel. No, I'm actually outside your restaurant right now, all dressed up, but it's probably going to be for nothing because there's no way I'm getting a seat with how many people are waiting in this line. I complained while glaring daggers at the people in front of me. Don't you guys do reservations or something? Not at the moment, but don't worry. I promised you a meal, so that's what you'll get, Ramon promised as his voice dropped an octave, which I hated as it elicited a very specific response from my body. Hey, cut that shit out, I muttered angrily. Aren't you supposed to be cooking food? I can multitask, Ramon replied, and I could clearly picture the arrogant smirk across his lips. I rolled my eyes. Oh, great to know I'm not worth all your attention. Ramon laughed at me, though, before I could get upset. His reply nearly floored me. If you had all of my attention, you would be a puddle right now. I'm sending someone to let you in. Her name is Megan, though she likes to be called Meg. I think the two of you will get along well. Don't tell me she's the one you've been spending all your time with. I asked with a raised brow. Seeing a waitress is so tacky. It's actually her and a friend, but yes, she's also my woman, so play nice. I don't want to have to teach you manners tonight. I couldn't help but hesitate as I processed what Ramon had revealed. Wait, she's your girlfriend? Does she know about us? I do actually, but don't worry, I'm not the jealous type. I looked up as someone spoke to me and found myself staring at one of the hottest girls I had ever seen, and I didn't even swing that way. She was dressed in all black clothes with an apron wrapped around her torso, clearly marking her as a server, yet also managed to look like she belonged on a magazine cover. Not to mention, she was stacked in every single department, giving her a body that most men and women could only dream about. It's nice to put a face to a name finally. The waitress smiled as she stuck out her hand. My name is Megan, but you can call me Meg. It's nice to meet you, Summer. Nice to meet you as well, I replied after a second, shaking her hand Also, just to be clear, Ramon told you he slept with me at my job. And you aren't going to poison my food, right? Meg laughed and smiled. No, I'm not going to poison your food. Now, come on, let's get you a table. Also, love the dress, by the way. Still a bit shocked, I decided to just follow Meg into the restaurant, where she led me to a small wooden table in the middle of the dining room. Here you are, Meg announced as she pulled out my seat and placed a menu on the table in front of me. We'll be right back with your water. As Meg walked away, I opened the menu only to freeze when I saw the price tags. Jesus, this food must cure cancer or something. And what the fuck is a lobster milfy? I can see that you have some questions about the menu. Meg commented as she came back with a water pitcher to fill the empty glass in front of me. Yeah, I have no idea what to get. I answered honestly as I looked at Meg. Any recommendations? Meg grinned at me. Well, since your meal is comped, I suggest you eat until you physically can't anymore. But for must-haves, I recommend the cider, milfy, and monkey bread. Anything else is dealer's choice. All right then, I guess I'll start with one of those, a salad and a cider. I'll put in my order. Perfect. They'll put that in and make sure that Ramon put a rush on it. Meg replied as she took the menu from me and walked away. I couldn't help but stare. How does she fit all of that in those pants? Looking away after a second, I sat back and sipped my water. Not really the type of place where I should be scrolling on my phone, but damn, I can already feel myself getting bored. As if he could hear my thoughts, my phone started ringing, and I looked and saw it was Ramon's caller ID. I couldn't help but smile as I picked up the call. Shouldn't you be cooking my food? Multitasking, remember. Besides, I figured someone should keep you company, Ramon replied, making me smirk. You know, this is the weirdest date I've ever been on. I thought you weren't interested in dating? Ramon asked, throwing my earlier words back at me. I mean, that's when I thought you were just some asshole with a big ego, I replied with a grin. But now you know that I'm a rich asshole with a big ego who can cook. I have a chance? Ramon imfarat. Exactly, you hit the trifecta. I answered confidently, though, but don't worry. If you want to keep things casual and not mess up whatever arrangement you have with your real girlfriend, I'm happy to be a side chick. Ramon hesitated. I think Megan would be more upset if I did that than take you on a date. She's rather pushy when it comes to me finding other partners. Why are you complaining? That sounds like every man's dream, I muttered with a shake of my head. I heard Ramon prepare to respond, but at the last second, a shrill outburst stole my attention away from the phone call. What do you mean? It's an hour wait? Do you really expect us to wait around and waste our night out? Almost every pair of eyes in the restaurant, including my own, looked over at the door, trying to figure out who was responsible for ruining the cozy atmosphere of the restaurant. It was immediately apparent that the person responsible was a blonde-haired girl who was glaring daggers at the other waitress I had spotted briefly with bright red curls. I'm sorry, but as you can see, it is a full house tonight, so the wait is going to be longer than you might like. The waitress replied somewhat timidly, clearly uncomfortable with the hostile situation. The blonde looked like she was about to blow a fuse when one of her friends reached over to place a hand on her shoulder. Relax, Pacifica. Let's go somewhere else. This place isn't worth our time or money. MH, fuck that. Heather, Pacifica snorted as she shrugged off her friend's touch. I didn't argue with my dad all week to let me skip his stupid social parties just to get turned away from the hottest restaurant in town. I'm not turning you away. You just need to wait like everyone else. The waitress replied only for Pacifica to scream at her. No one was talking to you. And not like everyone else. Do you know who my father is? What the hell is going on out there? Ramon asked over the phone. Some bitch is spoiling everyone's mood and is berating one of your waiters. I answered with a frown on my face. I think you need to get out of here before this shit gets any more out of control. God damn it. Ramon swore and hung up the phone. Ramon, I pulled off my apron as I stormed out of the kitchen and into the dining room, immediately drawing eyes with my entrance. All right, what's going on out here? Patty spun around, and my mood instantly soured as I saw the uncomfortable look on her face. It's really nothing, Ramon. Jay, just a bit of a, who the hell are you? Patty was interrupted by a blonde-haired girl whom I assumed was the ringleader for the trio, currently causing a scene in my restaurant. I'm the chef and owner of this fine establishment, I replied, stepping in front of Patty and crossing my arms. And I don't appreciate rude guests who think they can scream and shout. expecting to get what they want. So lower your voice, or he'll have no other choice but to kick you out and bar you from the restaurant. The blonde narrowed her eyes at me. You wouldn't dare. Do you know who my father is? If I tell him what happened here, you'll be put out of business by the end of the week. I opened my mouth to reply before I paused as I caught sight of something familiar in the daughter's visage. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Not a chapter sorry for the fake out, just writing quickly to say, I won't be posting for the rest of the week, as a bit of an emergency has come up with a close relative that requires all my attention. I should be back after Christmas. In the meantime, thank you for your understanding and support. And happy holidays to everyone celebrating. Night out 3 shit, I muttered as I stared at the blonde-haired nightmare standing in the foyer of my restaurant. Your last name is Northwest, isn't it? Damn right it is. Pacifica Northwest, she snapped with a self-assured smirk. Now what were you saying about kicking me out of your restaurant? I sighed. Well, I was saying that if you continue to be a pain in my ass, I would ban you from the restaurant, but now that I know you're in Northwest, you're definitely banned. The satisfaction I got from watching the smirk meld off of Pacifica's face was almost worth the target I was drawing on my back. The spoiled brat blinked as if I had just slapped her with the back of my hand. Wait, what? Yeah, you see, I'm already on your father's bad side. Or it's more accurate to say that I can't stand pompous, arrogant assholes like your family. Also, it doesn't help that he's messing with a close friend of mine who stands to make me a lot of money. I answered with a small smirk across my lips, feeling a strong sense of catharsis after a lifetime of managing the accounts owned by people like Pacifica's family. So yeah, please leave the restaurant or I will call the cops for trespassing. I watched as a red tide steadily spread across Pacifica's face, her eyes igniting with flames of pure anger. You're threatening to kick me out? Not threatening. I'm kicking you out. I corrected, my smile turning into a frown. Now you and your friends need to leave before I carry you out myself. Pacifica took a step towards me and pointed a finger at my face. You wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Staring down at her, I didn't flinch in the slightest. Try me. Pacifica, don't do it. This guy looks like he picks up trucks for fun. One of her friends muttered as she stared up at me with wide eyes. Shut up, Bonnie, Pacifica growled, but some part of her friend's advice seemed to register as she took a step back. Fine. We're leaving, but I swear to fucking God you're going to regret this. She then turned to address the whole restaurant. Better enjoy your food now, because this place is fucking history. Please, just leave. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose as I felt a headache forming in the back of my skull. I got like 5 steaks a minute away from being well done, and if that happens, you're not going to like what happens next. Is that a threat? Pacifica screeched as she took a step forward, only for her friends to grab her by the shoulders and start dragging her out of the restaurant. Hey, let me go. T, this isn't over, you damn cook. After a few seconds of struggling, the trio was gone, and I finally let out a sigh of relief, though it didn't last long when I realized the storm brewing on the horizon. Probably wasn't my most brilliant move, but I'm positive the conflict with her family was bound to happen eventually. Turning to face the restaurant, I clapped my hands loudly and smiled. I apologize for the disruption, everyone. I hope that this incident has ruined your appetite. Summer, after his quick apology, Ramon was hurried back to the kitchen, leaving me and everyone else to wonder what the hell had just happened. Picking up my phone, I dialed his number, half expecting the call to go to voicemail, but was pleasantly surprised when Ramon picked up on the second ring. Was wondering if you were going to call back. I was just wondering if you made it back in time to save those steaks? I asked with a smile while crossing my legs underneath the table. Ramon paused for a second before he let out a short laugh. That's what you're worried about? You didn't even order the steak. So what? A well-done steak is a universally offensive crime. I should be concerned regardless. I insisted in a serious tone, though now that you mention it, I'm a bit curious about your whole beef with the Northwest family. Ramon let out an unimpressed grunt. Long story short, he's trying to buy my friend's farm after suing them for all they were worth because his spoiled brat fell off a tractor ride. Damn, that's like straight out of a cartoon or something. I muttered, miffed. Aren't you afraid he's going to do the same to you? He can try, but I'm not going to make it easy for him. Ramon replied confidently, though I wouldn't mind hearing about anything you know about them. I hummed in thought, There's not much special about the family, besides the fact that they've been around since the town was created and have more money than they know what to do with. Nothing special. Huh. Ramon laughed. All right then. Anything else? I pursed my lips in thought. Well, they throw these supposed fundraisers, but they're the kind where no one really says what they're raising funds for. So it's really just a great Gatsby-style party where all the attendees get tax credits and write-offs. I unfortunately know exactly what you're talking about. Ramon muttered, his disgust evident. I made the mistake of attending one once during my accounting days and was offered far too many drugs and proposition by far too many married couples. Wait a minute. I held up my hand in shock. You were an accountant? Again, I feel like you're focusing on the wrong part. I rolled my eyes. Everyone knows that rich people are into weird shit because the dopamine and reward centers of their brains are fucked from having everything they could ever want. Honestly, I'd say swinging is on the tamer side of things. I don't think anyone's ever reacted that way when I tell that part of the story, Ramon replied in disbelief. I smirked. Well, I'm a one-of-one kind of bitch, so that checks out. You most certainly are, Ramon replied a little too eagerly. I started to reply when Meg stopped by my table and dropped off a glass filled with a sparkling amber liquid. Enjoy. Picking up the glass, I took a cautionary sip and was rewarded with the crisp and fresh flavor of apples mixed with a warm spice blend. Holy shit. That's amazing. Megan, give you the cider? Ramon asked knowingly. Yes, and am so thankful she did, I answered with a self-satisfied smile as I took another sip. This might ruin all other alcohol for me. I had the exact same reaction when I first tasted it myself, Ramon agreed. And now you see why I reacted so harshly when I found that girl was in Northwest. Wait, this is from the farm? I asked, shocked. How could they ever go out of business if they were selling this stuff? From what I was told, it was just a side project of the previous owner. Fortunately, he stocked up quite a supply, so I can sell for a while before we need to resume production, which is going to be a difficult bridge to cross because he was apparently a master brewer. Well then, I'd better get all I can while scarcity is low. I replied with a smile as I drained the glass and raised my hand, looking for Meg or the other waiter, so I could order another. You did hear when I said there is a well-stocked reserve? Yes. Though why you're arguing for me to be more sober tonight, I don't know. I answered with a sly smirk. You've already got me all hot and bothered after your dominant display. If I get a few more drinks in me, there's no telling what I might be willing to do. Ramon was silent for a long second before he replied, You make a very good point. They'll tell Meg to make it a double. MHHH, I like the sound of that, I purred in agreement. From that point on, the night became a blur of smells and flavors that I had never experienced before, enhanced by the most pleasant buzz of my life. While I lost track of exactly what I ordered, I knew I had never been fuller in my life, and that there were probably only 1 or 2 items on the menu that hadn't made their way onto my plate. I also lost track of time because I didn't notice that the restaurant had emptied out around me until I looked up and saw Ramon walking towards me with his sleeves rolled up from a hard day's work, revealing his large, muscular forearms. Hey there, handsome, I slurred as a tispy smile spread across my lips. I've been waiting for you. I'm surprised you're still conscious after 8 drinks in the span of 2 hours. Ramon muttered as he stopped in front of me, before moving so fast that I barely registered what he had done. But then I reached up and felt the heavy leather collar around my neck. And the warm, fuzzy feeling in my stomach shot to the rest of my body as I watched the look in Ramon's eyes shift into something that drove me absolutely crazy. Come on, it's time to take you to bed. Roughhousing on my entire body flushed as Ramon pulled on my collar and the leather tightened around my neck, applying the perfect amount of pleasure to make my head spin and my heart race without actually choking me out. Standing up from my seat, I rose on unsteady legs that I could barely feel, but before I could completely topple over, Ramon stepped forward and caught me with his muscular body. I practically leaned into him as my fingers drunkenly roamed across his chest. Ramon muttered about how the cider had mellowed me out so much as his large hands rested on my hips. And I let out a pitiful whimper. Oh, we don't do that. But you like it, don't you? Ramon insisted, his thick fingers pressing into my side through the fabric of my dress in a rough, teasing way. You like it when I'm rough. I had to bite back my reply as Ramon pressed closer, and I buried my face in his chest. Stop it. You're going to stretch out the dress. Even to my own ears, my words were heavily slurred, blending into each other, barely forming an intelligible sentence. It was embarrassing, and Ramon only made it worse by laughing and swatting me with his other hand, making me tense up. Even drunk, you make it so much fun to tease you. I'm almost worried about going overboard. Well, you have the next 4 hours, so I say go crazy. I looked over as a familiar voice spoke up and saw Meg and the other waitress, whose name I had learned was Patty. They had changed out of their waitress uniforms and were now dressed for a night out on the town. Though as I looked into Patty's eyes, I couldn't help but feel a bit of jealousy in her gaze, but it was gone as quickly as it came. You two girls have fun on your night out, but don't hesitate to call if you need it, Ramon said even as he kept his hand resting on my backside. We will. And do try to make it to the bedroom before you get started, Meg chastised before she and Patty left out the front door, meaning it was just me and Ramon once more. Well, you heard her. Time to take this upstairs, Ramon muttered, and before I could respond, he picked me up with one hand, hoisting me up by cupping my ass and holding me against his body. I squealed at the sudden movement, and my arm shot up to wrap around his neck. A little warning would be nice. Shut your mouth before I stuff it for you, Ramon threatened, his voice rough and gravely in a way that made my body vibrate with excitement. Don't act like you weren't going to do that to begin with, I muttered back, not able to resist goading him on, hoping that he would follow through with his promise. An evil smirk crossed Ramon's lips as he started walking. When you wake up tomorrow, just know that you asked for all of it. After making my way upstairs to the apartment and into the bedroom, I threw Summer down onto the bed where she landed with a bounce. Hey, careful you oaf. I'm fragile. You know, for something so fragile, you do love a bit of abuse, I muttered, unconvinced as I reached up and took off my shirt and threw it aside, making Summer's eyes go wide as they roamed over my physique. You like what you see? I asked with a raised eyebrow as I called out Summer's wandering gaze, making her blush and look away. I'll admit you're above average. Nothing I'd write home about. Oh, really? Then what about this? I asked again as I leaned in closer with a confident grin. I watched Summer's eyes flicker, and she reflexively bit her lip. I grinned and gave the leash a gentle tug, smiling at Summer. Come have a look. I promise it won't bite. With a playful sigh, Summer flipped over onto her hands and knees and crawled to the foot of the bed, her eyes curious as she leaned in to get a better view of what I was holding. Close enough that I could feel her warm breath on my skin. Summer then reached out and pulled down on my underwear until I sprang free, popping out right in front of Summer's face, who went cross-eyed to stare at me. Eager much? I commented with a smirk as I held myself at the base and started brushing against Summer's face, leaving behind glistening trails. Don't act shy now. You know what to do. Summer glanced up at me, and for a moment, I wondered if she would talk back with some snarky reply. Instead, she opened her mouth and closed her lips around me, all while staring straight into my eyes with defiance. You're just begging for it, aren't you? I muttered as I started to wrap Summer's leash around my wrist, pulling it tight. A light ignited in Summer's eyes as she hummed in response, catching me off guard as the vibrations shot up and nearly made my legs buckle. At the same time, Summer's head shot down in a sudden motion. After a second, I recovered with a grunt and managed to glare down at Summer through the tension she was putting me through. Should have known you wouldn't make this easy. Summer arched her back in response, taunting me as she leaned in closer, refusing to give me a moment's rest, finding the sensitive area and giving it some special attention. I tensed up, trying to hold back the rising emotion that Summer was quickly bringing me to. Fine, you win. Reaching out, my hands wrapped around the back of Summer's head, holding her still as I pressed forward. Summer's eyes widened in surprise as the motion continued. Her hands gripped the sheets at the sudden movement as her body tensed. Don't fight it. You brought this on yourself. Now you're going to find out, I growled, fighting against Summer in my own body as her throat spasmed and squeezed around me. Summer moaned, whether in protest or pleasure, I couldn't tell, nor did I care as I moved against her. And judging from the delighted look on Summer's face as she relaxed, She was enjoying herself nearly as much as I was. Grinning at the sight, I laughed at her. You know, something must be seriously wrong with you, if this is what makes you so happy. Though maybe I should have known after you dragged me into a random storage closet and started begging for attention. But don't worry, it'll give you some much-needed discipline. With one final motion, I pushed forward as Summer reacted, a rhythmic pulse following. Summer's eyes widened, and a second later, she made a face as I finished, her throat bobbing up and down. The moment made my vision blur, and I felt my grip on Summer's head relax, though instead of pulling away, she leaned in closer, burying her nose into my groin. Then, as the moment started to taper, Summer pulled her head back and finished with a hand motion, gathering the last drops into her mouth. A pleased sigh escaped me as Summer slowly pulled back with an audible pop. I guess I have to thank you for 2 meals today. I couldn't help but smirk at her joke before I knelt on the bed, forcing Summer to move back as I kicked off my pants. You'll be thanking me a lot more before we're done tonight. Summer's eyes lit up at my words, and with a sly grin, she turned over on her stomach and shot me an impatient look. Well then, what are you waiting for? Rough housing too, so impatient, I muttered even as I moved closer to Summer, who looked back at me while swaying her ass side to side, making the well-toned peach shake enticingly even through the fabric of her dress. And desperate, kneeling behind Summer, I leaned over her body and wrapped my hand around the back of her neck, pinning her down against the bed. Summer struggled against my hold for a moment, but once it was clear there was no way she could break my grasp, she submitted to my will, even though she continued to press back against me, moving in a way that made it hard to ignore. Look at you, acting so desperate. Are you even thinking of anything besides how much I want you? I asked rhetorically as I reached over with my other hand and pulled down the straps of Summer's dress. You do realize that once I'm with you, no other man will compare? I'm going to make sure you never forget me. And make sure that even if you wanted to, you could never leave me, because I'm the only one who truly understands you. Summer groaned in protest as I pulled down her dress, slowly revealing her that I had often admired but never seen. Tossing her dress aside, I looked back down at Summer and traced the outline of her hourglass figure with a narrow waist, wide hips, and a top bubble but that I could bounce a quarter off of. Already her peach was covered in faint red marks from my earlier manhandling, but I couldn't help but give in to my most primal urge. With a quick swipe of my hand, I swatted Summer across the ass, smiling as I watched her flesh recoil and shift hues. Oh, y yo borrado, Summer protested, unable to even flinch. With her front half pinned in place by my hand, W, why do you always do that? Because it'd be a crime not to, I muttered with an evil smirk as I poked Summer again, making her yelp, and don't act like you don't love it. Summer cheeks blushed as she glared at me. And no, stop assuming things about me just because I put up with your bullshit. The only reason you put up with my bullshit is because you enjoy it as much as I do. I rebuked with a growl and another smack with my hand as I quickly worked my way to tanning Summer's entire backside. But you're so damn stubborn and prideful, you can't let yourself enjoy it. Damn you, Summer slurred with a wince of pain. You already forced me to submit, you brute. Just please and get it over with. Oh, baby, that's not how this works, I whispered gently as I ran my hand over Summer's back, carefully tending to the marks I had left behind, making Summer take a shaky breath as a mix of emotions rippled through her. For all the things I am, a selfish person is not one of them. I know you enjoy what I do to you, and I'm afraid we can't continue until you admit that. Well then, good luck, because I'm not saying sure. I interrupted Summer with a loud slap, but this time it wasn't with my hand but a leather-covered paddle I conjured with what was quickly becoming my favorite skill. What was that? Summer choked back a gasp of pain as she struggled against me. Fuck. Do you need a moment to reconsider your attitude? I asked as I rested the flat of the paddle on her back, letting her feel the smooth, cool leather against her skin, which was no doubt on fire. Do your worst. Summer muttered as she looked away from me and buried her face into the sheets and balled them up in her fists, preparing herself. I smirked. All right, just remember you asked for this. Summer, I didn't know how much time had passed when I finally called out for mercy, my words coming out as little more than a whimper. Ramon hadn't held back in the slightest as he beat out a rhythmic pattern on my ass. Each blow had sent a stinging wave of pain coursing through me, followed by a pleasant numbness that made my body spasm. "Had enough?" Ramon asked while the weight of his entire body pressed against me, making it impossible to move. He was in complete control of me and could take any liberty he wanted with my body, and I had never been more turned on in my life. I could feel my heart pounding and my breath catching as the tension in the room grew unbearable. "Why, yes," I whispered, trembling as Ramon pressed close behind me, his heavy presence warm and overwhelming against me. The idea of what was about to happen made my legs tremble with anticipation, wondering how it would feel. "Sorry, I'm afraid that's not enough," Ramon muttered as he gave a light swat with the paddle. "I need to hear you say it. Say you're a bit of a troublemaker who likes being told off." I groaned as a fresh wave of embarrassment made my heart rate spike, but by that point, all my resistance and pride had crumbled away. I'm a bit of a troublemaker who likes being told off. I could practically hear the shit-eating grin spread across Ramon's face, but I couldn't bring myself to look at him. See, was that so hard? I then felt Ramon's hand leave my neck, sliding down my back until he grabbed on my waist. "Now I can give you what you've been waiting for," he said with a warm smile. Through the pleasurable fog in my head, I didn't realize what Ramon was referring to until I felt him press against me from behind. The sensation made my back bend like a bow as my body betrayed me. "Wait. I'm not ready." I panicked and looked back only to find Ramon's face an inch away from mine as he pressed his lips against mine, sealing my lips with a kiss. A soft moan echoed from my throat as the sudden tenderness caught me off guard, and my eyes drifted closed as I lost myself in the passionate makeout session. Though my eyes immediately shot back open as Ramon pressed down with his hips against me, pushing into me deeply. A low guttural groan escaped my lips as I turned and buried my face into the mattress, all while Ramon laughed at my reaction. "So how does it feel?" "I can't feel my fucking legs," I complained and gasped for breath as Ramon's relentless pressure bore down on me. But after enduring his torment for so long, I was trembling with anticipation, and my body made sure that I knew I had to keep going, with little to no warning. The most intense rush of my life tore through me, making my jaw clench so hard I thought I would crack a tooth. But even as my body squeezed tight, Ramon didn't stop as he continued to push forward inch after inch, stretching every limit I had. Then just as my body started to relax, Ramon leaned over me and started kissing my neck, an unexpected move that overwhelmed me with equal parts of intensity and softness. And just when I began to adjust, Ramon would shift again, moving with more urgency, using big, powerful movements that shook my body and overwhelmed me before gently winding down, with soft kisses scattered across my skin, leaving behind tender, warm marks of affection. The cycle repeated itself over and over, leaving me breathless, able to do little more than sigh and hold on tight, paralyzed with an intensity that never seemed to fade. And then, just as I was beginning to wonder if Ramon would ever stop, I felt his hands wrap around my waist, holding me still as the moment continued to build, making me whine as my body rocked against the mattress, overwhelmed by his deep, rough strokes. "Tell me what you need." His intense voice caught me off guard, and I struggled to respond as his urgent pace made my eyelids flutter and my hands clench. "I just don't stop." "I want it inside." With one final grunt, Ramon slammed his hips against me, and I felt an unmistakable throbbing, followed by a heavy and hot rush that overwhelmed me. My body locked up one final time before I managed to suck in a desperate gasp and collapse, all the strength leaving my body as I bathed in the afterglow. Princess treatment. Summer. I let out a groan as a small fraction of clarity returned to me, feeling Ramon's warmth still close against me, though it wasn't much relief, seeing as I was still overwhelmed by the lingering intensity of the moment. I looked down at the curvature of my slightly swollen stomach and couldn't help but dread what I'd just done, our first date, and I already made such a reckless decision. What the hell was I thinking? Still, I couldn't bring myself to regret the spur-of-the-moment decision. Feeling that intense moment with him had flipped a switch I hadn't even known existed, definitely doing that again. I tried to sit up, only for Ramon's hand to tighten around my waist, holding me in place. "Where do you think you're going?" I looked back at him, expecting to see the same stupid and satisfied look all men got after they got what they wanted. But Ramon was the exact opposite. His eyes were still hungry and roamed up and down my body like I was the perfect cut of meat. I was going to the bathroom, I insisted, and tried to move again, only for Ramon to flip me around suddenly. So I landed on my back with his body hovering over mine. Like the bars of cage, his hands came down to either side of my body as he leaned over me. "Why? You don't think we're done, do you?" I felt a slight pang of fear in my chest as Ramon pressed closer. Who knows when he'll get a hold of you next, so I'm going to indulge for as long as I can. The slight pang turned into full-on dread as the moment stretched on and somehow felt even more overwhelming than before. "Why, you can't be serious. I can't survive another round." Ramon only grinned and leaned over me. "Don't worry, we'll take things slower this time." Before I could raise my voice to protest, Ramon silenced me with a kiss as he started to move against me, the wet sounds taunting my ears. But soon the familiar haze returned with full force. I felt my clarity melt away as I gave into the overwhelming craving that had taken hold of me. Ramon, when I finally felt in control of myself again, Summer was little more than a worn-out shell of a person, having been pushed into a state of pure bliss and had gone completely quiet after the fourth round. She let out a soft sigh as I finally stepped away and immediately rolled over to fall asleep. And while the bed and she were a mess, I didn't have the heart to wake her up just yet after putting her through a marathon. So I cleaned myself instead, jumping into the shower, and while I was in there, I checked the daily report. Day 17 report. Sim Life revenue. 52,718 cost. 37,866 profit. 14,852 modifiers. Fortune 210 income. 16. 337 total. 80,855 date life energy spent. 1 energy gained. 2 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 5 total. 100 while the shock factor had worn off. It was impossible not to feel good, making nearly 20,000 in a single night, though it's still a penny in the bucket compared to the 10 million I need to save up. I sighed and resisted the urge to start adding to the mental idea board I had stored away in the corner of my mind. If I get started on that, it'll be up all night calculating profit margins and scalability. Luckily for me, a loud groan of complaint echoed out from the bedroom, announcing that Summer had roused from her momentary torpor. Turning off the shower, I didn't even bother to wrap a towel around my waist as I stepped back into the bedroom and found her grimacing as she struggled to sit upright. "Need some help?" I asked, intending to be helpful and caring, though I couldn't fight the slight grin that spread across my face. Summer glanced over at me and scowled. "I can't believe you just left me covered in mud and want to rinse off." "Well, I figured you needed a moment to recover," I replied as I moved over to the bed. Summer's eyes briefly dipped down between my legs and sighed. "Would it kill you to put that away, even for a minute?" "What? Don't think you could resist." I teased as I leaned down and picked Summer up with both my arms, cradling her against my body. "Ashi, what are you doing?" Summer panicked as her hands shot up and wrapped around my neck. "Relax, I'm taking you to the shower. You want to get clean, right?" Summer huffed. "I could have walked there myself." "No, you couldn't have," I said resolutely and smiled when Summer's flushed cheeks admitted as much. "That's what I thought. To be honest, we're probably going to have to shower together so that I can be there to keep you from falling over." "HM, are you going to offer to bathe me next?" Summer asked sarcastically. "Sure, if that's what you want. I was planning to help you out a bit afterward," I replied with a completely straight face, making Summer narrow her eyes at me. "Are you fucking with me right now?" "No, I got all of that out of my system," I replied with a smirk, making Summer groan at my corny joke. "I'm probably going to regret this, but seeing as I still can't feel anything below my waist, I guess I have no choice. But I swear to God if... Oh, just shut up and enjoy it. I interrupted as I set Summer down in the bathtub and turned the shower into a light rain that wouldn't waterboard her as I went to get the soap and a washcloth, seriously. I can't believe I had an easier time getting you into my bed than my shower. If I had known you would try and turn my pelvis into dust, I might have put up more of a fight, Summer muttered, but there was no real heat behind the words as she quickly relaxed under the hot water. I'm going to be so sore in the morning. Well, hopefully this helps, I replied as I knelt beside the tub and lifted one of her arms, which I began washing and massaging gently. I watched as Summer tried to put up a strong front, but soon her eyes started to flutter, and content groans and sighs of relief escaped her. When I was done bathing her, I plugged the tub, let it fill, and left Summer to soak for a bit while I changed the sheets, which were in desperate need of a wash. Once the bedding was changed, I went to retrieve Summer from the bath, drained the water, dried her off with a towel, and picked her up out of the tub. As I carried Summer over to the bed, I heard her grumble something under her breath. What was that? I said thank you. I really enjoyed it, Summer muttered with a vulnerability that made me smile as I put her under the covers and climbed in after her. There was a moment when Summer didn't move before she turned to face away from me, only to back up towards me slowly. Taking the hint, I wrapped my arm around Summer and pulled her against my body to spoon. One final content sigh escaped her before I felt the steady rhythmic breath of a deep sleep. Oh, I didn't expect you up so early. Did Summer leave already? I looked up from sweeping as Megan walked in through the front door. She left an hour ago to go to work. How was your night with Patty? Fun, but probably not nearly as exciting as yours. Tell me how Summer handled taking you all by herself? Megan asked as she walked past me with a smirk on her lips. I shook my head, longer than I expected, but don't worry, your record is still untouched and will no doubt remain that way for quite some time. That's what I like to hear. Megan called out from the back, and I couldn't help but smirk, but I wouldn't mind giving you a quick reminder. I opened my mouth to respond when the front door rang, and I looked up just in time to see a brilliant smile and a pair of light brown eyes. Sorry for the intrusion, but do you know where I can find the owner? I heard there might be a job opening for a cook. Just then, I heard Megan walk out from the back, and after a second, she let out a loud laugh. I knew it. Easiest $100 of my life. Something in the air, I couldn't help but sigh as Megan exclaimed behind me, though I didn't expect anything less of her. Was I supposed to bring $100? The newcomer repeated with a confused look across her face as she looked between Megan and me, clearly looking for some kind of context. Please ignore her, I said quickly, looking back and shooting Megan a look that only made her smile more. And no, we didn't have to bring any money, just your lovely self and your resume. Megan's outburst was about the bet that the person I ended up hiring for the cook position would be some stunning model-type woman. And though I hated her timing in bringing up the matter, I couldn't help but agree that she had won the bet. Well, that's a relief. I was worried I'd already messed up, she answered with a charming smile and a faint accent that was uniquely Southern with its Creole drawl. Are you the owner? Indeed, I am. Ramon Young. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Tiana Rogers. Well, Tiana, I would love to sit down with you for a moment and ask you a few questions if that's all right, I prompted while gesturing to a table. Happy to oblige, Tiana replied with an eager smile as she walked over to take the seat across from me. As she did, I took a second to admire her figure and appearance. Tiana's outfit was simply a white button-up shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans that clung to her long, shapely legs that supported her wide hips and peach-shaped ass, which stood out with her snatched waist and otherwise slender frame. And even ignoring her captivating figure, Tiana's looks alone could have stolen the hearts of many men. With her dark complexion, buttery smooth skin, plump lips, bright brown eyes, and long hair tied into a neat bun. Tiana sat down across from me and quickly pulled her resume from her purse, handing it to me. Can I assume you've worked in kitchens before? I asked Tiana a question while browsing through her papers, hoping to break any awkward tension, having interviewed quite a few eager young souls at my old firm. Ever since I was a little girl, Tiana answered enthusiastically. I see, I answered, only to pause as I finished reading over her work experience and former places of employment. While Tiana was right about how long she had been in the culinary industry. There was one glaring distinction, though I do have to ask. The only position you've held is as a waiter. The moment I pointed that out, I watched Tiana's enthusiasm melt away as she fidgeted nervously. Yes, that is true. I've never actually worked in a kitchen, but I've been cooking ever since I could walk. It was even my dream once to open my own restaurant. I asked as I put down Tiana's resume and focused on her. She hesitated for a moment before sighing. I was almost there, had a place picked out and everything, but I got outbid at the last second. Years of working 2 jobs and saving every nickel and dime, all for nothing. So I up and left New Orleans and moved all the way north looking for a fresh start. That is quite the story. I nodded along in sympathy. Tiana looked to me with a hint of desperation in her eyes. I know I may not be the most experienced, but I promise you, Mr. Young, I'm the hardest worker you'll ever meet. Just give me a chance, and I'll prove it to you. All right then, follow me, I answered after a second, standing up and watching Tiana stare at me with wide eyes. Also, just call me Ramon. After a bit of hesitation, Tiana stood up and followed me, looking unsure of herself until we stepped into the kitchen. In an instant, her expression changed into one of awe as she looked around the room. It was in that moment that I knew Tiana hadn't been lying about her dream to own a restaurant, as I watched the inspiration and ideas come to life behind her eyes. I've never seen a kitchen like this, Tiana muttered as she stared at the massive hearth in the center. Did you build this place out yourself? I wish I could take credit for the design, I replied with a wistful smile, but I bought the restaurant just over 2 weeks ago and things haven't slowed down since. So I really wouldn't mind having an extra set of hands to help me. And I especially wouldn't mind if those hands were yours. Tiana's head snapped over to look at me. Wait, you want to work here? With you? Well, first of all, I want you to show me what you've got. You want to be a chef, then get to cooking. I encouraged gesturing around the kitchen. Use anything you want. Utilize this space like you worked here. You don't need to tell me twice, Tiana said with a determined look on her face as she rolled up her sleeves. Where's your pantry and refrigerator? I need to see what I'm working with. We got dry shelf stable stuff in the back and a cold unit over there. Also, if you need anything, just tell me and I can get it to you faster than you'd think. Well, I've been hankering for a proper po' ever since I moved up here. Tiana spoke somewhat absently as she moved around the kitchen like she had been living there all her life, snatching up spices and ingredients without so much as a second glance. You wouldn't happen to have any lobster, would you? We got tails in the freezer, I called out while I leaned against the door, sitting back and watching Tiana go to work. That's perfect, Tiana grinned as she laid out her ingredients, and I gave them a quick once-over. You're making bread? A proper po' requires a proper French baguette, Tiana replied sagely as she started to hum a tune. It's going to take a while. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. And I hope you don't mind me asking if I can lend a hand, I offered as I pushed off the door. Tiana smirked as she started mixing the dough that would eventually be formed into loaves. It's your kitchen. I don't have the guts to tell you what you can and can't do. Well, you're going to have to tell me something, because while I can guess what goes into a po', I figure you would know better. Tiana smiled at me, lauding her culinary expertise, and wasted no time giving direction. It ain't that hard to get, just a sandwich with all your typical fixings. Though instead of deli cuts, you usually use some fried seafood, shrimp, oysters, and lobster being the most common. That and some kind of French bread rather than an Italian-style sub. You also can't forget the remoulade. Is that a sauce? Yep, just a mix of mayonnaise, Creole mustard, Creole seasoning, ketchup, lemon juice, hot sauce, and diced pickles. Tiana listed off without missing a beat, all while her hands were buried up to her elbows in flour as she started to knead the heavy dough. Though if you have the specific mustard or seasoning, we can make something similar if... Don't worry, I got them right here. I interrupted as I pretended to search through the shelves while I used my system to buy the specialized ingredients. Tiana's hands paused as she looked over her disbelief. Huh, what a coincidence. A strange look appeared in Tiana's eyes, but before I could comment on it, the look vanished as she went back to mixing the dough. Well then, you can make the remoulade and deshell the lobster for frying. I grinned. Yes, chef. Tiana, my attention was split as I finished mixing the dough and poured it onto the well-floured counter. I should have been wholly focused on making the best damn food I could after finally getting my shot. Ramon's Grill hadn't been the first or even fourth restaurant I had interviewed at, as they had all turned me down after learning I'd never been trained, much less set foot into a professional kitchen. I had nearly given up when I stumbled across Ramon's ad online. Determined to make something of myself, I went to the address and found the charismatic owner to be nothing like what I expected. He was young, maybe no more than a few years older than I. But there was a confidence to his every action that gave Ramon a sense of credibility and trustworthiness. But the more time I spent around the man, the more I realized there was something far more dangerous at work. While I was no expert in the matter, no one growing up on the streets of New Orleans could avoid learning about the various spirits of voodoo and the powers they held. For the longest time, I had believed them to be nothing but fairy tales, until I came face to face with them and barely managed to escape with my soul. I would never forget the invisible yet tangible aura of power that radiated from the spirits, the same aura that surrounded Ramon, making him stand out like a beacon. I don't know how I had missed it, and had I not, I most likely would have turned around and left without looking back.